Chapter 1. Rebirth on the Day of Broken Engagement. A journey of revenge begins. Aiming, wake up quickly. What could have driven this child to such despair? The Zhou family is simply insufferable. Aiming toiled tirelessly to support Shu Hu's education. And now, she not only cancels their engagement upon being accepted into university, but also refuses to return the modest betrothal gift from Aiming's family. Isn't this a blatant display of shamelessness? Indeed, Aiming's family has never had it easy. His biased grandmother has always favored his uncle's family. Alas, he poured his heart into this, only to be treated poorly. Aiming was such a promising young man, but in these past 6 months, he has descended into self-destruction, turning into a mere wastrel. There seems to be no hope for his future. A buzzing filled his ears, as if a multitude of bees were swarming around him. Qiming felt an excruciating headache. What was happening? Hadn't he gone out for a fishing team-building trip with his colleagues, only to be impaled by a swordfish? Who was making such a commotion? Why does their conversation sound so familiar, as though he had experienced it before? Taking a deep breath, Qiming gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. The glaring sunlight seared his retinas, causing him to squint. As his vision adjusted, he realized he was surrounded by anxious faces, men in short-sleeved shirts and women donning headscarves and straw hats, their exposed skin darkened by the sun's rays. Not far off lay the sea, waves crashing against the rocks with a cacophonous roar. Why did this scene seem so familiar? He blinked, laboriously lifting his head to discover he was clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts. Lying damply on the beach with sand clinging to him, 2 strands of green seaweed stuck to his forehead. Despite his calloused hands, they were still youthful and strong. Wait, have I become younger? Just then, seawater surged into his lungs, triggering a fierce spasm in his throat that pulled his thoughts back to reality, bringing forth a wave of nausea that compelled him to brace against the sand and violently expel a torrent of seawater. Ah, he's awake. He's throwing up seawater. He must be fine. May Mazu bless him. May Mazu bless him. As Qiming coughed up seawater, he felt the crowd around him supporting him, patting his back and soothing his chest. His eyes widened in realization. He finally remembered where he was. He, Qiming, after enduring a life of despair for the better part of his existence, had unexpectedly been reborn. Reborn to the day a year after being jilted by a fickle woman when he fell into the water. Huff after expelling the seawater, Qiming collapsed back onto the sand, greedily inhaling the fresh air, feeling his past gradually resurface in his mind. He recalled everything. The Shu Hui they spoke of was none other than Zhou Shu Hui, his childhood betrothed. Shu Hui was intelligent, excelled in her studies, and came from a respectable family, with 3 generations of fishermen. She had managed to continue her education through high school. However, in this era, pursuing an education was no easy feat, especially for girls. Shu Hu's father was adamant against spending money on her schooling, declaring that they were destined to be fishermen and questioning the purpose of education, as Qiming had always relied on scavenging from the sea to support Zhou Shui's education. He denied himself food and clothing, even selling a shrimp to the local vendor, while subsisting on mud clams and sweet potato porridge. His sacrifices continued until, just days ago, Zhou Shui received her college acceptance letter. Their family joyously pooled together 50 yuan as a betrothal gift. However, what awaited him was Zhou Shui's icy demeanor as she coldly annulled their engagement, perched on the threshold, fiddling with her braided hair, utterly disregarding the young man standing outside, who had come to celebrate with a large red snapper. After uttering the words of separation, she slammed the door with a resounding thud. Thus, Qiming stood outside, drenched, clutching the crimson snapper as seawater mingled with the blood seeping from his fish-catching wounds, dripping onto the ground. The smile that once adorned his face vanished, leaving behind a pallid expression. In that moment, the young man could not fathom why Zhou Shuhui had so callously cast him aside. He felt a deep sense of injustice. He had done nothing wrong. The unfamiliar look on her face filled him with dread. How could someone so familiar become so estranged after uttering the words of parting? It wasn't until today, after consuming some rice wine, that he stumbled from the rocks and was rescued by passers-by. Qiming had no thoughts of self-harm. He still had parents to support. What would happen to them if he were to perish? In his previous life, he had been meek and timid, easily overwhelmed. After being abandoned, he fell into self-destruction, engaging in petty crimes and living recklessly for years, only to awaken to the reality of Zhou Shuhui marrying a university professor. Leaving behind a letter, he ventured into the world, starting from the scraps of rotten sweet potatoes to eventually founding a successful company. However, upon his return, his parents had aged beyond recognition, his father had suffered a stroke for many years, and they had been driven from their home by a biased grandmother, subsequently bullied by his uncle's family. Had it not been for the villagers' assistance, his parents might have passed away long ago. Although he brought them back to care for them, he could not provide them with a few years of good living. He regretted that for the sake of a woman, he had squandered nearly half of his life. Now, with a chance to start anew at the age of 20, Su Qiming felt a long-lost vigor surge within him, a spirit of youthful ambition. Armed with the wisdom of his past, he was determined to make his mark during this era of reform and opening up. If Zhou Shuhui looked down upon him as a mere fisherman, he would strive to demonstrate to her who would ultimately be the one to look up. He would no longer allow this woman to bring him sorrow. He had awakened to the truth that one lives for oneself, and he would lead a splendid and remarkable life. After expressing his gratitude to those who had helped him, Su Qiming quickly clarified that his fall into the sea was an accident, assuring everyone he had no thoughts of ending his life. The onlookers regarded him with pity and sympathy, knowing full well that Zhou Shuhui would undoubtedly thrive in her future endeavors as a university graduate. She and Su Qiming would likely inhabit entirely different worlds. Alas, given Su Qiming's circumstances and his current reputation, who would ever consider marrying him in the future? Destined to achieve little, Su Qiming carried his empty bucket towards his dwelling, a boathouse. This structure, elevated above the water, serves as a convenient refuge for fishermen returning from their maritime endeavors. Su Qiming's family had yet to separate from his uncle, and they were all crammed into the old homestead. His parents resided in a side room that offered him no sleeping space, compelling him to take refuge in the boathouse. He recalled how his biased grandmother had conspired with his uncle to treat his parents so cruelly in their previous life. When the fishing production team disbanded, they used communal funds, which primarily came from his parents, to purchase a commendable fishing vessel. Yet, the boat ultimately fell into his uncle's possession, leaving them with only a small fishing boat meant for crab traps. Thus, the earnings from the crab traps were entrusted to his grandmother under the guise of being for household expenses. The thought of this filled Su Qiming with frustration. He vowed that he would never allow his parents to be bullied again. Ideally, he hoped to marry a beloved girl and spend a blissful life together. May Mazu bless him to encounter a virtuous maiden. At that moment, Su Qiming felt an itch on his right arm. Upon lifting his hand, he discovered two crescent-shaped red marks at his wrist, resembling the sacred cup of Mazu. How peculiar! He had never had a tattoo before. Stunned, he noted that the cup bore both a flat and a raised side, symbolizing good fortune and prosperity. What was this strange phenomenon? After pondering for some time without arriving at an explanation, he dismissed it from his mind. As he reached his boathouse, he found the door slightly ajar, accompanied by the sound of rustling from within. "Is anyone there?" Su Qiming called out, startled. There was a clattering sound, as if something had fallen inside. Could it be a thief? Panic surged through him. He was already impoverished, and if someone stole from him, where could he seek redress? Frustrated, he bumped his bucket against the door frame, producing a dull thud. He hastily grabbed a fire poker from inside and pushed open the creaking door. To the right stood a high bed draped with sheets, while to the left was a coal stove and a table cluttered with fishing nets and various odds and ends. From the ceiling hung a basket containing vegetables and dried fish, elevated to deter rodents from pilfering the food. The basket swayed gently, and beneath it lay a chair, suggesting that someone had stood on it to reach for its contents. On the floor were a few strands of vermicelli and dried radish. Squinting, Su Qiming noticed a delicate foot, pale as jade, curling into the shadows beneath his bed. "Wait, is that a girl?" he mused, stepping closer to inspect the sandy little foot. Surprisingly, it appeared rather endearing. Assuming it belonged to a young girl, he felt she posed no threat. Perhaps she was merely hungry, seeking something to eat. With that thought, he reached out to gently scratch the sole of her foot with his fingertip. With a swift motion, the delicate little feet vanished beneath the bed. Simultaneously, Su Qiming heard a thud as someone collided with his bed frame, leaving him momentarily stunned. Surely, He had startled the little thief by tickling her feet, and she must have bumped her head in fright. A chuckle escaped him. How could such a foolish little scamp exist? It dawned on Su Qiming that in his previous life, after being rescued, he had spent a considerable time in a daze, only to return home and discover that it had been ransacked. He had been too heartbroken to pay attention at that time, but in this life he had returned early, thus encountering this little rogue directly. Well, it was a perfect opportunity to see what this little thief looked like. He lifted the bedspread, revealing a ragged girl with cobwebs in her hair and a carrot clutched in her mouth, trembling as she hugged her knees and gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. A few strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks, giving her the appearance of a frightened fawn. Unlike the sun-kissed skin of the girl by the seaside, this girl, though seemingly pitiable, possessed a strikingly fair complexion. Tears cascaded down her long lower eyelashes, saturating them into clusters. Su Qiming's breath hitched. He could not fathom why. Upon seeing this girl, his heart seemed to race uncontrollably. How could such a beautiful and endearing girl exist? In comparison, Zhou Shui appeared like a frumpy old woman. For a moment, his mind went blank, lost in her gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyu, hiding beneath the bed, felt her heart racing wildly at Su Qiming's exclamation. Her mind was a flurry, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. In her panic, she clumsily scrambled further under the bed. Crouched there, she felt both sorrowful and terrified. Was she truly to be caught on her first attempt at theft? How utterly humiliating. Since her family had faced misfortune, she had been utterly alone, unsure of the courage that had driven her to flee from Sichuan to Minnan, her feet worn raw, even losing her shoes. Upon encountering the little wooden house by the sea, she had intended merely to rest, but upon seeing the food in the basket, she could not resist. Yet, she was not a thief, she was simply starving, having gone days without a meal. She struggled to articulate her situation, but tears betrayed her resolve. She had heard that many villages dealt harshly with thieves, often leading to dire consequences. Well then, if death awaited her, so be it. She was weary, and perhaps her only regret was not being able to save her unfortunate parents. A self-deprecating smile surfaced on her lips. As she braced herself for the inevitable punishment, the bedspread was lifted, and upon seeing Su Qiming, Jiang Shuyu inexplicably felt a wave of calm wash over her. It was not the fearsome, dark-skinned fisherman she had envisioned, but rather a young boy. I am sorry. Jiang Shuyao suddenly choked on her sobs, hastily using her sleeve to wipe her face. Hearing the girl's anxious words, Su Qiming finally snapped out of his daze. Cursing himself for his momentary lapse in judgment, how could he gaze upon such a girl with such inappropriate thoughts? In this era, many suffered from hunger, with countless individuals fleeing from the mainland to their coastal haven. If he were merely robbed of some food, he would harbor no anger. Not only he, but anywhere within this vast land, if one were famished and sought sustenance, there would always be someone to offer a bowl of rice. It's all right. Did you bump your head earlier? I bear you no ill will and am not angry. Come out. If you're hungry, I can prepare something for you to eat. So do not be afraid. Su Qiming endeavored to coax the girl out with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyao felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, her urge to cry intensifying. How could he speak so tenderly? Even after I stole from him, he holds no grudge. Cautiously, she crawled out from beneath the bed. Su Qiming positioned his hand at the edge of the bed, concerned she might hurt her head. However, Jiang Shuyao, startled, shrank her neck and opened her eyes, realizing that Su Qiming was merely supporting himself against the bed for her safety. An unexpected wave of emotion washed over her, and she instinctively remarked, "You're so kind." Ha ha! Su Qiming chuckled, pondering whether he had been granted the title of good person in that moment. Yet, the next instant, the girl gazed at him with eyes shimmering like amber and uttered, "Then will you marry me?" Ah! Su Qiming was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had made a wish to Mazu, hoping to marry a good girl. And now, was it truly coming to fruition? What is happening here? Chapter 3. I said, "Can you marry me?" Wait, what did you say? Su Qiming thought he had misheard and quickly asked again. I said, "Can you marry me?" Jiang Xiao summoned her courage and reiterated. She had reached the seaside, having nowhere else to go. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Perhaps if she ventured further, She might find herself leaping into the sea with this thought. Jiang Xiao lowered her head. To prevent Su Qiming from misunderstanding, she clutched her small bundle and added, I'm still a maiden. I came here fleeing a disaster. My father told me to find a good family, to marry by the sea, saying there are kind people everywhere, as long as they could provide me with food. Her voice diminished with each word, and tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. I can work too. I may be a bit slow-witted. My mother often said so. But if you teach me, I am willing to learn. Su Qiming finally grasped the situation. Looking at the teary-eyed girl before him, he felt somewhat bewildered. Yet, if he were to agree to her request, would it not be taking advantage of her plight? Moreover, who would so casually marry for the sake of a meal? Not to mention, his own family was impoverished, lacking even a proper place to live. If the girl were to follow him, it would mean enduring hardship together. Don't cry. You came here fleeing, right? My name is Su Qiming. What is yours, and how old are you? I fled from Sichuan. My name is Jiang Xiao. I am 17, soon to be 18. Wiping her face with her sleeve, Jiang Xiao added, I can bear children. I have no ailments, though I'm a bit frail and not very plump. Please don't despise me. I will try to eat more. I've just gone many days without a full meal. Su Qiming found the situation both amusing and pitiable. Here was a child, claiming she could bear children. That is not what I meant. How did you come to be fleeing? Noticing the bracelet adorning Jiang Xiao's wrist, a green, lustrous piece of considerable value, along with her innocent demeanor, he suspected she had once belonged to a well-off family. How had such a naive young lady ended up in this desperate situation? I had a family incident. I can't say the mere thought of her family brought forth more tears from Jiang Xiao. Realizing he had unintentionally touched upon a painful topic, Su Qiming cursed himself for being so tactless. To have fled to this point surely indicated a significant upheaval at home, and yet he had chosen to pry at her wounds. No wonder he had been labeled a clueless man in his past life. Let us not dwell on that. By the way, you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare you something to eat. I'm not hungry. You haven't answered me yet. Will you marry me? Jiang Xiao insisted. This we've only just met. Why do you wish to marry me? Thankfully, it was he whom she had encountered. Had been a less scrupulous man in need of a woman, this innocent girl would have fallen into a den of thieves. I don't know, you don't know, and yet you dare to consider marriage? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? I am unafraid. I sense that you're not a wicked person. Jiang Xiao pondered. Would a villain exhibit such tenderness? Would they gently support her beside the bed to prevent her from injuring herself? If such a person were indeed a villain, then she would accept that. Su Qiming was taken aback. This girl's innocence was quite charming. However, he soon smiled with a hint of resignation, believing that the little girl might merely be dazed from hunger, and thought it best to first nourish her. Su Qiming climbed onto a chair to retrieve a basket, pulling out some rice noodles and dried clams to prepare a bowl of clam noodle soup. As he prepared to lift the coal stove to start fire, Jiang Xiao hastily wiped her tears, rose from the floor, placed her bundle on the chair, and joined him in lifting the stove, albeit clumsily, unsure where to grasp it. She could only steal glances at Su Qiming as he expertly handled the stove, trying to mimic his actions. Su Qiming set the stove down on the wooden walkway outside, clearing the ash while saying, Miss Jiang, our Ludo town is coastal and developing rapidly. A day's labor here can earn you a decent sum, far better than in your inland area. I can gradually teach you the essentials of this work. You can learn at your own pace. As for accommodation, there's an unused educated youth spot in our village. It's just a matter of making an introduction. You need not compromise your dignity for a meal. His words were sincere. The coastal economy was flourishing, often making a town more prosperous than a city, with various hotels and even jewelry stores now established. As he spoke, Su Qiming glanced up and noticed Jiang Xiao was gone. Tilting his head to look inside, he found a room empty, and when he looked down, he discovered the young girl had taken a basin to fetch seawater. Miss Jiang, what are you doing with that basin? He called out. Aren't you going to cook? I'm bringing water, the young girl replied, looking up at him with a confused expression, observing her innocent gaze. Su Qiming suddenly felt that this silly girl might truly starve if left alone. Perhaps it was best to keep her around and teach her slowly. Given her naivety, She might easily fall victim to deceit if left to her own devices. As for whether she would marry him, Su Qiming hadn't given it much thought. It wasn't that he was feigning modesty. Rather, he didn't wish for such a kind-hearted girl to marry him merely for sustenance. He was not the type to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a subtle, unbidden anticipation quietly blossoming within him. Chapter 4. A Great Suffering. Yet I endure half for you. Observing the rosy cheeks of Jiang Xiao, Su Qiming reassured her. It's all right. Many from the mainland are unaware that seawater is undrinkable. Please take a seat here while I prepare a meal for you. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xiao promptly responded and moved a small chair over, sitting obediently while straightening her slender back and gazing at him with eager eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she stood up and went inside to fetch water, washing her face and tidying her hair before returning to her seat. With her delicate fingers resting on her knees, she stammered, Mr. Su, my face was dirty earlier. I washed it now. I look all right? Hearing the young girl address him as Mr. Su brought joy to Su Qiming's heart. How endearing she was. What did you call me? Su, Emere. Su. Jiang Xiao weakly repeated, unsure if her address was correct. Haha, just call me Ming. We coastal folks address each other with a followed by a name, Su Qiming explained somewhat sheepishly. In truth, during this time, most had referred to him as Su Hunzi, primarily due to his lack of engagement in any work for the past year. Not long ago, he had even pilfered someone's duck to cook, resulting in his parents having to apologize. Alas, they must have secretly shed countless tears this past year. He could not afford to remain despondent any longer. Then, will you call me a Yao? Jiang Xiao inquired with curiosity. Haha, boys here use that term, while girls are simply called by their names. I shall call you Xiao. Su Qiming chuckled, only to turn and realize that Jiang Xiao had washed her face. A droplet of water poised on the tip of her nose. He could not deny that she appeared even more beautiful after her wash. Su Qiming found it difficult to divert his gaze. Goodness, how could such a stunning girl exist? No wonder they had to apply dark makeup on her before. A beauty like her must have faced considerable hardship in fleeing. The thought that such a magnificent woman wished to marry him brought him a sense of secret delight. Just on his way back, the village gossipers had claimed no girl would ever marry him. Yet now, a breathtaking beauty had seemingly fallen into his lap. Such a stroke of fortune felt like a dream. However, the thought of her enduring hardship alongside him troubled his heart. Despite Su Qiming's confidence in his ability to earn wealth in this second chance at life, time was still a requisite. Moreover, Jiang Xiao was a young lady of stature. Could she truly endure a life of meager rations during this financially strained period? Sigh, Xiao, let me be frank with you. It's not that I am unwilling, but rather I currently lack the means. Following me now could lead to hardships, he confessed, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's all right, I'm not afraid. My parents also came from difficult beginnings. They always said that as long as two people care for each other, hardship feels less burdensome, she replied with a reassuring smile. Jiang Xiao inhaled deeply and then spoke. Moreover, I am quite resilient. Throughout this journey, I have even consumed unwashed wild vegetables and competed with dogs for steam buns. I am not afraid of hardship. What? Competing with dogs for steam buns? Su Qiming gazed at Jiang Xiao with an unexpected pang of compassion. Was this how she had endured her journey? Indeed, I have. Jiang Xiao seemed rather proud. That bun, although somewhat soiled, was still edible and sweet. So, will you marry me? I only wish to eat slightly better than a puppy. Su Qiming felt a profound sense of sorrow. This girl was truly pitiable. He quickly responded, let's not speak of marriage just yet. For now, accompany me in life. Have you truly made that promise? I will marry you, but I shall not allow you to endure prolonged hardships. I will ensure we lead a good life. Su Qiming could not bear the thought of such a wonderful girl suffering alongside him. Moreover, having been reborn into this prosperous era, a place abundant with resources and the potential of the sea, the forefront of reform and opening up, he believed he could achieve great things. You need not make any vows. Any life we share will suffice. Jiang Xiao did not yearn for Su Qiming to earn vast sums. She felt content with a simple existence together. Yet, She pondered whether she would ever have the chance to see her parents again. She had once imagined that if she could marry a remarkable man, perhaps he could rescue her parents. But the thought of the events that had befallen them extinguished the light of hope in her eyes. What kind of man would it take to accomplish such a feat? It seemed utterly improbable. Furthermore, her parents did not wish for her to rescue them. They merely hoped she could live well for the remainder of her days. Do you truly wish to spend your entire life in a boathouse? Qiming chuckled, amused by the naivety of this girl, as if he were incapable of earning a living. People were largely ignorant of the knowledge surrounding tidal fishing and harvesting. The methods were outdated. Armed with modern expertise, he was confident he could amass his first fortune from the sea, starting with a small boat and gradually progressing to larger vessels. As long as he kept pace with the development of the times, he envisioned engaging in aquaculture, using mature models from the future to cultivate clams, scallops, and sea cucumbers, effortlessly earning money. His future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of his previous life. What is wrong with living in a boathouse for a lifetime? I will accompany you forever. Life alone is indeed arduous. Let me share in your burdens. Jiang Xiao emerged from the house with bowls and chopsticks. To accompany me for a lifetime. Those words bore a tremendous weight. Someone was willing to share their life with him, a sentiment Qiming had never encountered in either of his lives. Truth be told, he had envisioned marrying a good girl and living happily ever after countless times. Now, that dream was finally materializing. The sun above felt intensely hot, making him slightly dizzy. Despite enduring hardships without shedding a tear, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat, his eyes growing moist. Glancing at Jiang Xiao, Qiming contemplated that this new life was not solely for himself and his parents, but also for her. He resolved to earn diligently and strive tirelessly, ensuring that those who looked down upon him, be it Zhou Shuhui, his biased grandmother, or the harsh uncle, would come to regret their disdain, plagued by sleepless nights of remorse. Chapter 5. A Bowl for Dinner. Qiming, let us dine. I wonder if you can acclimate to our coastal cuisine. The flavors here are rather peculiar. As the saying goes, one cannot thrive on an empty stomach. To amass wealth, one must first satiate their hunger. It was only upon seeing Jiang Xiao emerge with a bowl and chopsticks that Qiming suddenly had a revelation. Alas, only one bowl. Indeed, in this era, households possess bowls according to the number of inhabitants, and even when hosting guests, they must bring their own utensils. So, shall we share? Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment before stammering her response. Oh, no need, I can manage with the pot. Qiming took the chopsticks, preparing to use the pot. The pot is too hot. Do be careful not to burn yourself. Let us simply use one bowl. Please, do not think ill of me. Jiang Xiao said bashfully, her gaze lowered. What a jest. Who would disdain dining with such a beautiful lady? It was Qiming who feared being looked down upon. During the meal, he refrained from eating too much, as there was little food to spare. If he filled himself, the young lady would go hungry. Yet as he ate, he noticed that she was also yielding to him. A pang of sorrow struck him. How had he, a man, fallen to such a state, requiring a girl to defer to him even over a simple bowl of rice? His ambition to earn money soared to new heights at that moment. He wiped his mouth and declared, I am full. I had a late breakfast, and my stomach is still quite satisfied. I shall tend to the stove and clear the ashes. Very well. Jiang Xiao took her bowl and ate slowly. Crouched there, tending to the stove, Qiming stole a glance at Jiang Xiao and could not help but marvel. She truly embodied the grace of a refined lady. In these impoverished times, it was remarkable that such poise could be nurtured. Her family must be extraordinary. Yet, he pondered the troubles they might be facing. Lost in thought, he inadvertently caught sight of the pale skin at her collar, the buttons undone, revealing the edge of a snug red garment beneath. He quickly averted his gaze, his throat dry. Thou shalt not gaze upon that which is improper. Yet, curiously, his mind wandered to the notion of a wedding night. What am I thinking? Regaining his composure as a spirited young man, Qiming chided himself, hastily slapping his face to awaken his senses. I shall wash the dishes. As Jiang Xiao prepared to wash the dishes and scrub the pot, Qiming quickly interjected, I can do it. You might not know where the water is. But Jiang Xiao insisted, you can guide me. but I shall wash the dishes. My father advised me to be diligent. I will wash today. There is a small river behind our house, not far from here. I usually wash there. Come with me to learn the way. By the way, do you have a change of clothes? I will fetch water while you freshen up inside. I do have a change of clothes. Upon hearing Su Qiming refer to our home, Jiang Xiao cast him a pleased glance before shyly averting her gaze. I will go fetch a bucket. Please wait for me a moment. By the way, let me place your package inside so that it won't be taken when someone opens the door. No, I can handle it myself. Upon hearing Su Qiming's intention to retrieve his own package, Jiang Xiao's face briefly displayed an unnatural expression. She hurriedly entered the house, lifted the package, and placed it on the bed. Without giving it much thought, Su Qiming set the dishes into the pot and then emerged from the house with a wooden bucket, leading Jiang Xiao to the riverbank to wash the dishes. Although Jiang Xiao insisted on fetching the water herself, Su Qiming caught a glimpse of her slender fingers gripping the handle of the bucket, cautiously lowering it into the river. As the bucket filled with water, it became heavy, causing her body to sway, and her delicate face flushed. Her frail back arched as she exerted herself. It appeared that she was indeed a young lady, likely unaccustomed to the rigors of farm labor. Observing her struggle, Su Qiming felt a pang of sympathy. Just as he was about to offer assistance, he noticed the young girl, out of nowhere, mustering her strength, gritting her teeth, and managing to haul the bucket to the riverbank. Seeing Su Qiming watching her, she wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead with her hand, offering him a shy smile and proudly declaring, "Look, I'm quite capable, aren't I?" Noticing the prominent red marks left on her tender palms, Su Qiming felt a surge of concern. "You are indeed capable, but next time, leave the heavy lifting to me. On our way back, you can carry the dishes while I handle the water." Pleased by Su Qiming's praise, Jiang Xiao smiled brightly, as though she had accomplished something truly remarkable. Su Qiming couldn't help but smile in return. This girl was simply adorable. On their way back, Su Qiming picked some soap pods and then noticed that Jiang Xiao seemed eager to ask him something. He inquired, "What is on your mind, Xiao?" "Huh? I wasn't thinking about anything." Jiang Xiao jumped slightly at his sudden question. Su Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. How was it that she still had such a timid demeanor? Upon hearing Su Qiming laugh at her, Jiang Xiao puffed out her cheeks and asked, "Don't laugh. I was just wondering when we would go to get our marriage certificate." She felt that having a red marriage certificate would bring her a sense of security. Get a marriage certificate? Su Qiming blinked and gazed at the rather shabby boathouse in the distance, letting out a sigh. The boathouse had many dilapidated areas, and the roof had several large holes, regardless of whether it could serve as a marital home. He currently had only a few coins to his name. What could he possibly do? Would they simply stand there in front of the boathouse to get married? And what about the guests? Would they be left agape, exposed to the sea breeze? As Southerners, they placed great importance on etiquette. Marriage was a significant social affair, one that could not be treated lightly. If not done properly, they would be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. His reputation was already tarnished enough. He could not afford to be careless about marriage. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiming awkwardly remarked, "There's no rush to obtain the marriage certificate. Marrying and formalizing our union is not a trivial matter. We still need to organize a wedding and host a feast for our guests. However, considering our family's current financial struggles, we've just finished lunch, and we have yet to secure dinner for the evening. The more I speak, the heavier my heart feels. I must roll up my sleeves and work harder. Our future life will be shared together. Let's set a goal for ourselves. How about we wait a month to get our marriage certificate? This month, I will strive to earn more money. Once we have sufficient funds, we can make some improvements to our home. On our wedding day, we must ensure that we warmly welcome our guests and create a lively atmosphere. Initially, my family provided Zhou Shui with a dowry of 50 yuan, so you deserve at least that much, for you are far superior to her. I wish to give you a grand wedding. This also reflects my commitment." Chapter 6. The Secret on the Wrist. Upon hearing Su Qiming's words, Jiang Xiao smiled with delight. Is this the feeling of being valued? As for the betrothal gifts, she was indifferent. After all, it was a kind heart that took her in, so how could she demand such gifts? As long as Su Qiming maintained this attitude, she felt immense joy. Even a token sum of $1 as a betrothal gift would bring her happiness. Moreover, she did not wish for Su Qiming to feel burdened by the idea of betrothal gifts. For a boy from a seaside fishing village to earn enough for both the gifts and a wedding in a month seemed utterly implausible. Thus she softly said, "You need not bear such great pressure. I will strive alongside you. However the wedding turns out is fine with me. I am willing to save money together with you." Su Qiming felt a touch of emotion. This girl truly understood how different she was from those demanding exorbitant betrothal gifts in later years, where even a penny less was unacceptable. Such good-hearted girls deserve to be treated well. With this in mind, he resolved to work diligently in this new life, to improve the villagers' perception of him, to shed the identity of a slacker, and to seize the opportunity of marriage to bring honor to his parents. Reflecting on his parents, Su Qiming could not help but sigh inwardly. He had wronged them deeply in his previous life. His grandmother and uncle had taken advantage of them, yet it all stemmed from his own lack of success. Had he achieved something, could he have supported his parents and thwarted his grandmother and uncle's bullying? In truth, his parents had considered partitioning the family, but given the grandmother's favoritism, they would likely only receive the most dilapidated quarters, where a storm would turn the outside rain into a downpour within. Rather than contesting for a house, it would be better to build a new one and take his parents away from this quagmire. Ultimately, it all came down to one word: money. He had already devised a plan in his heart for earning it. As they spoke, the two returned to the boathouse and set down their belongings. Suddenly, Su Qiming remembered he had not informed Jiang Xiao about his broken engagement. He felt this matter could not remain hidden for long. The village was rife with gossips, and children might soon come shouting about how Su was betrothed. Rather than be exposed by others, he decided it better to confess himself. Gritting his teeth, he apprehensively shared the story of his engagement with Zhou Shuwei. To his surprise, Jiang Xiao responded earnestly, "It's all right. I have a childhood betrothal too, although I have never met him." After my family encountered difficulties, he immediately severed all ties. "I made mistakes before, but as long as I do not repeat them, it will suffice." Hearing this, Su Qiming felt a swell of gratitude and assured her, "Rest assured, I will never err again. Now, go wash up and change into fresh clothes. The soap pods are boiling in the pot. You can use the water to wash your hair and bathe. I will go chop some bamboo, and later, when the tide recedes, I will scavenge the sea. Otherwise, we may find ourselves without dinner. Watch as I bring back some bountiful catch." As he closed the door, Su Qiming felt a weight of pressure upon him. However, to harbor lofty ambitions, yet return empty-handed. To return home with Jiang Xiao only to face hunger would be utterly humiliating. With a prayer to Mazu, the goddess of the sea, he hoped for a bountiful harvest from the ocean. As he whispered his wish, an unexpected itch arose on his right wrist, causing a moment of anxiety. What could this possibly mean? Closing the door, he lifted his wrist to inspect it, only to find that the two crescent-shaped marks resembling sacred chalices began to shift once more, startling him greatly. The two red crescents seemed to dance upon his wrist as if tossed by an unseen force. Indeed, it was enchanting. The image evoked a three-dimensional sensation, as if a pair of vibrant red chalices were truly bouncing on his skin. Eventually, the two crescents aligned into a yin and yang formation, symbolizing the chalice's divination. Recalling his recent actions, Su Qiming pondered the changes in the pattern on his wrist, which seemed to occur each time he silently wished to Mazu. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that he possessed the ability to make direct wishes to the goddess following his rebirth. To wish upon Mazu meant casting the chalice. One upright and one inverted signified her approval, two inverted represented her disapproval, while two upright indicated that she was contemplating the request. His first wish for a delicate wife had been granted. Did his second wish for a fruitful gathering from the sea also hold her favor? The efficacy of these wishes remained uncertain. Yet he felt compelled to test this newfound power. With renewed vigor, he grabbed an axe and ventured into the nearby bamboo grove, eager to prepare the tools he would need for his upcoming expedition. He intended to steer clear of the crowded sandy beach, teeming with women adorned in headscarves. It was no exaggeration to say that the women foraging at sea outnumbered the fish and shrimp, except perhaps on days when storms raged. Opportunities to discover treasures along the beach were rare. Thus, Su Qiming resolved to explore the mudflats on the other side of the mangrove. As he passed a cluster of rocks, he observed numerous women, their heads wrapped in scarves, wielding small picks to extract oysters and clams. Others were foraging for whelks and mussels, while some farther down the sandy stretch were raking for snails with square-shaped tools. Spotting him with a bucket in hand, the laboring women began to whisper among themselves, their curiosity piqued. "Isn't that Su Qiming? What brings him out at midday? Usually, he's still in bed, intoxicated until the afternoon." "Indeed, the sun must be setting in the west," another remarked. "Has this idler finally emerged? I hope my ducks remain safe today. How did such a promising youth fall in a disarray?" It seems the marriage proposal from the Zhou family was indeed wise. This child's emotional instability suggests he is unworthy of Shu Hui. Otherwise, she would surely be hindered by him. One woman rolled her eyes in disdain. At that moment, a robust woman wielding a pickaxe suddenly delivered a swift kick to this woman's backside, cursing vehemently, "You gluttonous creature, standing there without a care." For years, Ming has treated Zhou Shu Hui, that ungrateful wretch, with kindness, showering her with extravagant gifts, only to be cast aside. Who could possibly withstand such a blow? You drove my nephew to madness and then dared to accuse him of emotional instability. Allow me to give you a taste of your own medicine. Let us see if I can carve a substantial hole in you. Should you meet your end, do not blame me. It is your mind that is weak. Chapter 7. The Fierce Ant. The woman, who had been knocked to the ground, saw her basket of seafood spill onto the floor, with much of it swept away by the tide, causing her great distress. "Li Fangyun, I am done with you. Return my oysters." She spat. "You think you can get away with this? I will shove them where the sun doesn't shine if you don't watch your tongue. If you keep talking nonsense, I will make you regret it." Li Fangyun, undaunted, stood her ground. Her robust weight of 180 pounds had never intimidated her in a fight. She rolled up her sleeves, ready for a brawl. Hey, Qiming, calm down." The other women rushed to restrain her, offering gentle words of persuasion. Realizing she was in the wrong, the woman sobbed and cursed, "You just protect your useless nephew. Do you think he will ever marry? He deserves to be a lifelong bachelor, a total failure. My nephew is not lacking in women. He will surely marry an exceptional girl. Furthermore, whether he succeeds in life is none of your concern. If he does, the first to benefit will be me, not you. You watch him like a hawk. No wonder your family is so poor. Men die early, all because of your small-mindedness." Though she internally believed Su Qiming might struggle to find a partner or achieve success, was it not the duty of an ant to defend her kin? She could not afford to lose this verbal duel. Hearing his aunt stand up for him, and observing her gnarled thumb from years of labor, Su Qiming felt a swell of gratitude. Despite her rough exterior, she cared deeply for him. As the woman known as Aunt Qin continued her tirade, he approached her, feigning a casual demeanor, and said, "Aunt Qin, do you have an issue with me? What is the matter? Are there too many ducks at your place?" Sometimes, he realized, being overly kind only invites trouble. It was better to be a rogue. A rogue could intimidate whomever they pleased. "What do you mean? Are you trying to steal my ducks?" "I never said steal. I worry you can't keep track of so many ducks. Also, Aunt Qin, your husband passed away early. You must keep a close watch at home. I've heard that every time the peddler comes to our village, he always sells his wares at your house. Be careful. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a delicate situation again." Aunt Qin had been unable to resist the peddleress advances in her youth, leading to a pregnancy that she could not conceal, resulting in the peddler's hasty departure. If memory served, she should be with child now. But what did a few months matter? He might as well let the truth slip. At his words, the other women's eyes lit up like light bulbs. No, you little rascal. How dare you speak such nonsense? I'll tear your mouth apart." Upon having her secret exposed, Aunt Qin was immediately flustered, especially with the realization that she had been late this month. Could this brat truly be onto something? But how did he know about her affair with the peddler? Yet, before she could retaliate, the other women encircled her, amusement dancing in their eyes. "Aunt Qin, who would have thought you were so lively behind closed doors? Ha. Why didn't you share this with us? Was it enjoyable?" One of the women immediately remarked, "I must ask, why you seem to be in such radiant health lately?" No, truly not. Her confidence waned significantly, and, as everyone began to inquire with increasing fervor, Fear welled within her. Tears streamed down her face, yet she found herself at a loss for words to defend herself. Observing her distress, the others quickly surmised the truth of the matter, and Qiming affirmed, "What I said is undoubtedly accurate." The beleaguered Aunt Qin regretted her indiscretion. Had she kept her mouth shut, she wouldn't have been exposed. Covering her face, she abandoned her tools, fleeing in haste. Seeing Aunt Qin retreat in disarray, Qiming chuckled softly. Dealing with such individuals requires this approach. His aunt turned to him and inquired, "How did you come to know?" "Oh, I happened to wander around Dongshui village and saw her entering a house with a vendor." Qiming casually fabricated a response. "Huh, how satisfying. This woman, always speaking without a filter, turns out to have no restraint in her actions either. Serves her right." His aunt cursed vehemently before fixing him with a darkening expression. "What are you plotting? Planning to steal a duck from someone else's home?" No, Aunt, I merely intend to go clamming," he awkwardly explained. Even he found his own words hard to believe, having been in a state of despair for nearly a year without even gathering a single clam. As anticipated, his statement prompted a wave of laughter from the other women. "Qiming, have you lost your wits? Don't you remember the tides? They haven't even reseeded yet." "Indeed, how could we, seaside dwellers, forget the tides? Did you not check the lunar calendar before heading out? Besides, why have you not even brought your boots?" At this time, those who clam were either skilled in calculating the tides or relied on the lunar calendar. The calendar provides approximate timings for high and low tides. Moreover, proper footwear is essential for clamming. Going barefoot is unthinkable as the sharp shells of the oysters can easily cut one's soles. "No, I plan to first craft some tools for clamming and only venture out once the tide recedes." "Ah, Qiming, are you truly considering a fresh start? That's quite the undertaking. Is the sun rising from the west? Perhaps you've fallen on hard times and intend to gather some seafood to trade for a drink?" They teased, and seeing the conviction in his words, the surrounding women erupted in laughter once more. Qiming remained unperturbed. Altering the villagers' perceptions is not an overnight endeavor. Besides, their laughter was not directed at him. His aunt stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, Enough. My nephew rarely emerges. Why mock him? Hurry along to prize some oysters." "Look, Aunt Rong hasn't uttered a word, yet she is diligently working on her oysters." At that moment, several women realized someone was stealthily prying their oysters and quickly turned their ire towards their task. "Thank you, Aunt," Qiming expressed his gratitude. Li Fanyun was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Qiming had barely acknowledged her presence, yet this time he offered a sincere thank you. Had he truly undergone a transformation? She cast a careful glance at Qiming, noticing that he had shed the previously careless demeanor. His posture was now remarkably upright. An inexplicable pang of emotion welled up within her, reminiscent of the diligent and capable nephew she once knew. She hastily lowered her head and said, "What are you thanking me for? Go on with your work." She had initially intended to offer him a few words of encouragement, but upon reflection, she realized that her previous attempts had fallen on deaf ears. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further counsel, lest she inadvertently provoke him and drive him into despair once more. Unable to contain herself, she finally uttered, "Qiming, your parents are already over 50. Chapter 8. How did it come to this? Upon hearing these words, Qiming felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Fortunately, in this second chance at life, he possessed the means to amend his past. Nodding, he replied, "I understand, Aunt. You carry on. I shall take my leave." "All right." Witnessing Qiming's rare display of composure, Li Fanyun smiled. Regardless of whether he truly absorbed her words, at least today showed a glimmer of hope. Having composed himself, Qiming made his way to the bamboo grove. In the southern region, bamboo and banana trees were plentiful. Spotting a banana tree laden with unripe bananas, he hurried over to gather a handful. He sampled a few half-ripe bananas, mindful not to overindulge, as consuming too many could disturb his stomach. He was indifferent to this, but he carefully selected the fully ripe bananas, wrapping them in banana leaves and placing them gently in a bucket for Jiang Shuyao. The thought of the little girl's delight at the sight of these bananas brought an inexplicable smile to his lips. After satisfying his hunger with a few bites, Qiming noticed that the unripe bananas were nearly all picked. He decided to cut down the banana plant. This was not an act of wrongdoing, though called a tree. The banana plant is technically a grass that yields fruit only once a year. After harvesting the fruit, it must be cut down to allow the underground rhizome to sprout anew, ensuring that nutrients are not depleted. Having already taken the bananas, it seemed only right to perform a good deed. Reborn, Qiming held a certain reverence for these matters. He skillfully felled several bamboo stalks, yet his physical condition proved woefully inadequate. After stripping away the surrounding leaves, he found himself utterly exhausted. How did I become so weak? Qiming squatted down, catching his breath and wiping the perspiration from his brow. It suddenly dawned on him that this past year had been spent either drinking or lounging at home, resulting in a decline of his once healthy physique. This simply cannot continue. If the wedding night were to arrive, wouldn't that be? The thought sent a wave of panic through him, and he broke into a cold sweat. This wouldn't he do at all? Given that neither party had yet developed any emotional foundation, there was no urgency for the wedding night. He resolved to take this time to exercise diligently and consume more oysters to build strength. What man would neglect such responsibilities? After resting briefly, Qiming gathered some vines and bound the bamboo together, pulling it out of the grove and discarding it in an open area. He then sought out a suitably sized small tree, cut it down, and dragged it along. With materials finally assembled, Qiming found a shaded spot to process the bundle of bamboo and the small tree. The sweltering June heat had him sweating profusely in no time. He crossed 2 bamboo poles, skillfully crafting them into a triangular shape, and finally encased the triangle in a layer of netting. This peculiar net would serve as an ingenious tool for catching jumping fish. Indeed, he intended to go fishing for them. The jumping fish is the most prevalent species found in the mudflats and is renowned for its high market value, sometimes referred to as the mud monkey. What accounts for its expense? The elusive nature of the jumping fish makes it exceedingly difficult to catch. The moment anyone approaches, it swiftly burrows into the mud and vanishes. Furthermore, these fish possess the remarkable ability to climb trees, utilizing their pectoral fins to cling to the branches of mangroves, where they deftly maneuver with agility. Attempting to capture them is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Qiming plans to employ a method from Southeast Asia known as to catch these elusive fish. This technique has yet to be introduced domestically. Despite the simplicity of the net, it is remarkably effective at ensnaring numerous hard-to-catch jumping fish. As for how such a rudimentary net can trap these cunning creatures, a practical demonstration will elucidate this later. It has been quite some time since Qiming last enjoyed jumping fish, and he finds himself longing for it. Not only is it delectable, but is also believed to fortify the kidneys. He intends to catch a sufficient quantity, procure some medicinal herbs from the pharmacy, and simmer them with yellow wine, sharing the nourishing dish with jiang xiao to rejuvenate their health. The yellow wine medicinal dish made with jumping fish is a local delicacy. Nearby, he has trimmed a small tree and, using some rusty nails and salvaged wooden planks, fashioned a makeshift handle resembling a bicycle's handlebars. Thus, a simple mud horse is created. This mud horse is essential for traversing the mud flats. It serves as a tool for fishermen to glide along the surface, akin to skiing. Some refer to it as a sea bicycle, a vital instrument for local fishermen in their aquatic endeavors. Without the mud horse, venturing onto the mud flats alone poses significant dangers, as the depths are often unknown. One misstep could lead to being trapped, with the tide rising and potentially resulting in drowning. Consequently, local children are wary of playing on the mudflats, knowing they might face severe consequences upon returning home. Although Qiming's family possesses a mud horse, it has been monopolized by his uncle, and he is reluctant to borrow it. After crafting these tools, he bundles the leftover bamboo to take home for future basket weaving. He also dismantles some planks and nails from a dilapidated boat to patch the leaks in the roof, as the weather at sea can change abruptly. Despite the current sunshine, a storm could arise by nightfall. If these gaps are not sealed, how will he manage to sleep on the floor? Upon his return, he finds Jiang Xiao already finished with her bath, donned in a simple yet elegant new outfit. She sits outside, towel in hand, gently drying her damp hair, her cheeks still flushed with warmth. One cannot help but notice the distinction between the refined young lady from the city and the local fisherman. Even the act of drying her hair by the bamboo house exudes an exquisite charm. Xiao, I'm back. Back already? Jiang Xiao, filled with joy, rose to her feet and hurriedly approached to take the items from his hands. Observing the exuberance of the young girl, Su Qiming felt an immediate lift in his spirits. The warmth of knowing someone at home awaits you is truly a beautiful sentiment. I thought of you while you were bathing, so I took the liberty of preparing some things outside. Alas, if I do not bring these items up now, I must still head out to the beach later. I can manage to carry these wooden planks upstairs. By the way, here are some bananas I picked for you. Bananas? Wow, these are just bananas, aren't they? You are quite impressive. He chuckled, thinking that picking bananas was not particularly remarkable. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he discarded the mud horse and triangular fishing nets below. He then carried the wooden planks to the walkway and, with a casual gesture, peeled a banana for Jiang Xiao before preparing to go inside to fetch a chair. To his surprise, he discovered that Jiang Xiao had tidied up the room. The filthy quilt and sheets that had adorned his bed were now removed and soaking in a basin set aside. Upon seeing the moldy bedboards and the numerous pieces of trash neatly organized beside them, as well as the murky water in the basin, Su Qiming felt a flush of embarrassment. How shameful it was that he had been so untidy, especially with the young girl witnessing it all. A delightful fragrance wafted in from behind him as Jiang Xiao entered and inquired, Ming, do you have any soap at home? I wish to wash these items. She stumbled slightly over the name Ming, still unaccustomed to it. He awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he hadn't washed clothes in a year. How could he possibly have soap? As he retrieved a chair, he replied, I ran out of soap some time ago, but I collected some soap pods on my way back. You can use those for now, and I'll buy some soap at the supply store when I return from the beach. I also need to pick up some shampoo and a mosquito net. The mosquitoes are quite bothersome in the evenings. He felt a pang of guilt about the young lady using soap pods for her bath. However, as he glanced at the soaking quilt, he hesitated, contemplating the absurdity of washing quilts in the middle of the day. They certainly wouldn't dry by nightfall, leaving them with no means to sleep comfortably later on. Chapter 9. To the Mangroves. However, it seems somewhat inappropriate to voice such sentiments. The young lady is so enthusiastic. How could he possibly extinguish her fervor? If he earns a good sum today, perhaps he shall simply purchase a new quilt to bring back. He carried a chair outside, and Su Qiming first tossed the soap pods into the pot to boil, then nimbly stepped on the chair to throw the wooden boards onto the roof. Jiang Xiao watched him precariously balance on the chair and voiced her concern. Be careful. Many of the boards up there appear quite rotten. Supporting the chair, she felt uneasy and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her slender arm around Su Qiming's leg, fearing he might fall. The warmth of her gentle touch caused an unexpected shiver to run through Su Qiming, who looked down to find Jiang Xiao gazing up at him. Noticing his attention, the young girl blushed and, with a charming smile, asked, Am I holding too tightly? Not at all, he reassured her. In that instant, he felt a strange lightness wash over him, and he quickly stifled those fluttering emotions, responding, Just be careful too. All right. He aligned the wooden boards and retrieved nails from his pocket, patching the 2 large holes in the roof. Phew, let us leave it at that for now. After sealing the openings, Su Qiming carefully descended from the roof. Suddenly, he heard a voice of admiration. How are you so skilled? You can even repair the roof. Turning around, he saw the young girl's bright eyes sparkling with awe. Is this really impressive? Of course. My father is utterly hopeless. He knows nothing. My mother often says he excels only in academics, yet lacks in practical skills. You are the most capable person I have ever met. Flattered by her praise, Su Qiming felt a twinge of bashfulness. He moved the chair back inside and said, You stay here, I will go to the beach. Clapping his hands, he glanced at the soaking quilt and the laundry, hesitating before asking, Xiao, do you know how to do laundry? Jiang Xiao hesitated, her earlobes turning pink as she replied, At home, it was always the Annie who did the washing and even pressed my clothes. However, I have observed her wash quilts, using a stick to pound them. I think I could manage. Perhaps fearing Su Qiming would underestimate her, she puffed out her cheeks and walked into the house, struggling to carry out a basin, as if she were exerting every ounce of strength. Everyone has to start somewhere. You go to the beach. I will ensure the quilt is spotless. If you're not in a hurry, I can join you at the beach after I finish washing the quilt. Su Qiming smiled as he descended the walkway. No need. The place I'm headed is the mud flat, which is all muddy ground. You see that object down there? That is a mud horse, and it's essential for beachcombing. I've made one. I'll create another one someday and take you along. All right, but do be careful. I will wait for your return at home. Jiang Xiao waved at him, her cheeks flushing as she softly said, if possible, please return early. I'm a bit afraid of the dark when I'm home alone. All right, I'll come back soon. Su Qiming replied with a smile, noting the girl's timidity. Yet, he felt a new sense of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. In his past life, he had been solitary, but in this one, he had someone to care for, a feeling that was rather delightful. However, considering her fear of the dark, he realized he must remember to buy candles on his way back. He was determined to not only illuminate her night, but to light up her life for years to come. With a gentle exhale, Su Qiming hoisted the bucket and slung the fish basket over his shoulder as he made his way toward the mangrove wetlands, the favored habitat of the lively fish. The mangroves were lush with vegetation, hosting a variety of salt-tolerant plants, such as silverleaf trees and mangrove apples, providing a sanctuary for the fish to evade their predators. As industrial development progressed in the future, many of the mangroves in this region perished, a fact largely overlooked by the populace, save for the coastal fishermen who lamented the loss. The absence of mangroves left the wetlands barren, leading to the demise of numerous fish and shrimp. One year, a great typhoon struck, and without the mangroves to shield them, monstrous waves devastated countless homes and fields. It was only then that the government recognized the importance of mangrove conservation and enacted relevant policies. The tide had just receded, and Su Qiming noticed numerous individuals heading toward the sea, yet fewer ventured toward the mangroves, easily recognizable by those carrying mud horses. The valuable catches near the mangroves, such as mud skippers, lively fish, and crab-eating fishes, were notoriously difficult to catch. If one lacked skills, they would indeed go empty-handed. Conversely, the less valuable catches like oyster trees, mud turtles, and mudfish failed to pique the local interest. As he approached the mangroves, many of the beachcombers spotted him, and soon a flurry of whispers erupted, seemingly astonished that he had ventured out to the shore. Although Su Qiming did not overhear their remarks, he imagined they were hardly flattering. Alas, his reputation had indeed suffered greatly over the past year. Upon reaching the mangroves, Su Qiming, panting, set down his mud horse, deciding to take a brief respite to recover his strength. While resting, he donned his foot covers. It was impractical to wear shoes on the muddy flats, as they would easily slip off. Thus, foot covers were essential. Those who trod the muddy shoreline in regular shoes were simply foolish, as sharp shells could swiftly teach them a lesson. Biting down on a rope, he wrapped it securely around his ankles and knees, testing his mobility to ensure nothing would come loose, and only then did he feel reassured. Tossing his shoes into the bucket, Su Qiming mounted the mud horse and slid a short distance, pleased to find he had not forgotten how to ride. As he glided along, the gentle breeze alleviated the heat, lifting his spirits unexpectedly. Spotting a dense thicket of mangroves in the distance, he glided toward them, envisioning this as the beginning of his first fortune. Upon arrival, he noticed a large group of crimson crabs frantically burrowing into their holes. Su Qiming exhibited no interest in capturing them. These crabs, referred to as maniu by Su Qiming, are scientifically known as the robust new swollen crab. With their purplish-red hue, these crabs possess a tough shell and scant meat, thriving in the muddy terrain of mangroves, imbued with a distinct earthy aroma. In later years, fishermen would collect them to sell to unsuspecting outsiders at 40 yuan per pound, much to the delight of those unaware of their true nature. Su Qiming's initial objective was to catch the jumping fish, and he bypassed these maniu in pursuit of the fish's burrows. The tide had not receded significantly, and the mangrove ecosystem still revealed many meandering streams, which likely harbored the elusive jumping fish along their banks. As he glided over the muddy terrain, he observed meticulously. Locating the jumping fish burrows is indeed a skilled endeavor, as they can easily be mistaken for the holes of snails or crabs. However, Su Qiming had learned a trick from local fishermen on how to identify these burrows. The jumping fish possess two well-developed pectoral fins, which they use to navigate and leap across the mud, leaving behind a series of marks resembling parentheses in the tidal flats. After a short while of gliding through the mud, Qiming's eyes suddenly brightened. Along the banks of this murky river, he discovered an abundance of jumping fish burrows. Such fortuitous luck. Chapter 10. A Bountiful Harvest. Upon discovering an extensive expanse of jumping fish holes, Qiming felt a surge of excitement. It is no wonder that this area teems with the elusive jumping fish, as these clever creatures have eluded the local fishermen. Thus, in this secluded paradise, the jumping fish thrive in blissful happiness. After assessing the terrain, Qiming carefully unfurled the triangular fishing net he had neatly folded in a bucket, sliding it to the forefront of the multitude of jumping fish holes. He then anchored the net into the mud with precision. Once the net was secured, Qiming glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight before he felt at ease. He could not afford to let others learn his method of capturing the fish. Indeed, catching these jumping fish was remarkably simple. With the net placed strategically, he could capture a multitude of fish. However, this was merely the first step. Qiming stealthily maneuvered behind a red tree, where he dug up a bucket of mud and climbed to the tree's highest point. Do not underestimate this bucket of mud. It was crucial for his plan to ensnare the jumping fish. As the tide receded, the holes began to reveal heads resembling those of loaches, but with frog-like eyes. One by one, they emerged from their burrows, at least dozens of them. Their eyes, rotating a full 360 degrees, were akin to radar, detecting any slightest movement or disturbance. Remarkably, each fish could utilize one eye for vigilance while the other searched for food, making it nearly impossible for a human to catch them. Yet, Qiming, perched in the tree, remained undetected by these astute fish. Observing as more and more jumping fish congregated on the mudflat, he seized a handful of mud and hurled it behind the school of fish. Startled, an astonishing scene unfolded. Instead of diving back into their holes, the jumping fish instinctively moved forward, unaware of the mud's origin. This fortuitously played into Qiming's hands. To him, these were not mere fish, they represented wealth. In this prosperous era, resources were abundant. If one were to consider the future, such a plethora of jumping fish would be a rarity. As the mass of fish approached the triangular net, Qiming leapt from the tree and shouted, "Hey!" The startled fish immediately scattered, leaping into the adjacent water, which was, in fact, the very net he had prepared. Thus, the fish unwittingly leaped into his trap. While one might argue the intelligence of the jumping fish, their cleverness could indeed be their downfall, as they continued to leap forward, oblivious to the retreat from danger. Ha ha ha! A bountiful harvest! Qiming hurriedly rushed to pull up the net, drawing the two bamboo poles toward the center, ensuring that not a single fish could escape his grasp. What a remarkable sight! Qiming, with a swift motion, lifted a catch weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. The price of these jumping fish is no less than 5 to 6 dimes per pound, meaning he had already earned 2 to 3 yuan in such a short time. Typically, a woman gathering nets for an entire day might only earn 50 to 80 cents, while dock workers could earn a mere yuan in a day. Yet, in just a brief span, Qiming had effortlessly pocketed 3 yuan. After finishing this haul of jumping fish, he adeptly gathered the net and poured its contents into the bamboo basket secured at his waist. He then glided on the mud horse to seek out the next jumping fish hole. After making a vow to Mazu, he felt as though he had been endowed with extraordinary luck. Barely gliding a few dozen meters, he stumbled upon another vast jumping fish hole. With a beaming smile, he quickly re-prepared his net and climbed a tree, employing the same technique as before. In no time, he had added another 3 to 4 pounds of jumping fish to his basket, regretting that he had not brought a larger container. With 8 pounds of jumping fish weighing heavily in the basket, he felt a strain in his waist and decided to detach the basket, placing it into a bucket instead. This way, as he continued gliding on the mud horse, it would be considerably easier. As he navigated the terrain, Qiming suddenly spotted a flat opening in the distance, accompanied by clear signs of movement. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Was this not a blue crab hole? The mangroves in this area were indeed rich in blue crabs. and many local fishermen came here to catch crab fry. Blue crabs, whether in this season or later, were treasures. The seaside folk adored indulging in blue crabs stewed with wine, and for children who were often frail, adults would buy blue crabs to prepare nourishing dishes, keeping their prices consistently high. Without hesitation, Qiming halted the mud horse and began excavating the hole. The mud here was stubborn, filled with roots, making the task far more challenging than on the sandy tidal flats by the sea. However, given the size of the hole, he felt compelled to dig, regretting not having brought a shovel. After laboriously digging for a while, he noticed water beginning to seep into the hole. Quickly, he surrounded the entrance with mud, as the blue crabs inside typically fed on the surrounding earth. If water, especially murky water, flooded the hole, it would easily drown the crabs, rendering them worthless. Should anyone have the opportunity to catch blue crabs, this advice ought to be heeded. Once the hole was prepared, Qiming extended his hand to reach inside. However, catching blue crabs required a certain finesse. Recklessly thrusting a hand would surely result in a pinch. An experienced crab catcher would gently tap the crab, causing it to turn and flee, at which point one could grasp its rear to extract it. Of course, this method wasn't foolproof, as Qiming was not a professional crab catcher. Suddenly, as he reached in, he let out a yelp, retracting his hand in haste, only to find it marked with a deep indentation and oozing blood. Damn it, just you wait. Frustrated and embarrassed, Qiming took a fire tong and began to poke around inside. Had he been more patient, he might have avoided injuring himself. Before long, he managed to extract the large blue crab, clamped firmly in the fire tongs. With a sense of triumph, I grasped the shell of the blue crab. Lifting it with glee, Qiming felt its weight and instantly broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming with joy. This blue crab weighed a remarkable 2 pounds. As the sunlight kissed the edges of the shell, it radiated a brilliant orange hue, while its claws glimmered in the same vibrant color. The abundance of roe within delighted Qiming immensely. Among the various types of blue crabs, the most valuable was the one in his possession, laden with roe, followed by the male crabs that were meaty yet devoid of roe. The male crabs that had just mated were the least valuable, often with empty abdomens. Such a splendid roe-filled crab could fetch hundreds per pound in later times, and surely it could be sold for around $2 a pound now. That meant another $4 in hand. Relishing the moment, he washed the crab and casually grabbed a vine to bind it before tossing it into a bucket. Just as he was about to glide away on his muddy steed, he suddenly noticed 2 familiar figures ahead, in the mangrove swamps. The pursuit of roe crabs often led to entanglements with tree roots, and this crab, caught in a watery predicament, had managed to crawl free. Chapter 11. The 3 rascals of Dongshui village. Among the 2 figures, one reclined on a sturdy branch of a red tree, resting his head upon his arm. He bore a fish basket and an iron kettle at his waist, his legs dangling and swaying, while his shoes were haphazardly tied. A blade of grass was clamped between his lips as he hummed a tune. The other, a young man squatting on the ground with a cheerful demeanor as he gathered cow dung, was clad in a crisp white shirt, starkly different from the coastal dwellers. His complexion was fair, lending him an air of delicate charm, particularly accentuated by his meticulously styled hair, slicked back with pomade to the extent that even flies would slip away. Nearby, a pair of glossy leather shoes hung from branch. This young man did not seem like one who would be gathering sea treasures. Had the one lounging on the tree been a beautiful girl, one might have thought they were engaged in a secret rendezvous. Upon seeing these 2, Qiming's eyes sparkled with recognition and warmth. These were none other than his childhood companions. Among the trio, he had once held a favorable reputation, while the other 2 were not particularly distinguished. However, after he had ventured into a life of mischief, their fates aligned, for progress often outpaces regression. While others dismissed him, the 3 of them, lacking ambition, collectively earned the title of the 3 rascals of Dongshui village. The one resting in the tree was named Zhang Dehai, a rather mischievous character, even poorer than Qiming. Yet his outlook on life was far more optimistic. Why was that? His father was the former landlord of Dongshui village, though in truth, he inherited little more than a title, as his grandfather had squandered the family wealth long ago. The only legacy left to his father was the name of a landlord and the old family estate. However, even that estate was no longer theirs. It had long been confiscated and converted into a youth commune. His father gained no benefits from this transition and was publicly shamed for his former status, spending a few days confined in a cattle shed. But guess what? Rather than succumbing to despair, his father fled. He knocked out a militia member with a shovel, commandeered a bullock cart, and disappeared for over a decade, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Dehai and his mother lived in the cattle shed for several years. After the turmoil subsided, they returned to the old estate. His mother would mend nets and distribute fish at the docks, while he occasionally ventured out to gather seafood to supplement their meager household. Though impoverished, they were not on the brink of starvation. After his mother passed away from overwork, he never married, becoming a lifelong bachelor. Actually, it seemed Zhang Dehai had a crush on someone, but he never confided in anyone about her identity. Su Qiming understood the reason behind this. His low self-esteem, stemming from their dire financial situation, made him feel unworthy of marrying into a respectable family. Lacking worldly experience, he squandered his life in regret. As for the cheerful young man on the ground, grinning and looking quite presentable in his fine shirt, he was Zhao San. His birth name was Zhao Zhangwo, and with two stunning sisters above him in the family hierarchy, he became known as Zhao San out of convenience. Zhao San's family circumstances were quite favorable, indeed extraordinarily so. His father was a train conductor, and in those times, who could keep up with trains without being exceedingly wealthy? The underdevelopment of transportation has resulted in significant price disparities across regions. Simply transporting a few items back to sell can yield immense profits. Not to mention, with the proximity to the bay and port areas, smuggling has become quite prevalent. The contraband goods, after circulating through various dealers, ultimately find their way into the hands of railway workers who disperse them across different locations. Zhao San's father, on one such trip, managed to pocket dozens of watches, which the supply and marketing cooperative sells for over 100 each. He can sell them for just a few dozen and still make a considerable profit. It's quite absurd. One would assume that Zhao San, having grown up with a proverbial silver spoon, would lead a charmed life. However, every family has its own struggles. As a child, he fell while riding a donkey and suffered a head injury, leaving him somewhat different, perhaps a bit simple-minded. But if you spend time with him, you will come to understand. Nonetheless, Zhao San has a good heart, often sharing his family's resources with him and Zhang Dehai. It is largely thanks to Zhao San that he has not starved this year. Of course, Zhao San has his affections, particularly for Wu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of a dockside trader. After his head injury, he lay in a hospital for days, and upon regaining consciousness, his first words were about wanting to marry her. Eventually, with the help of his family's wealth, he succeeded in winning her heart. However, fate took a turn when his father was arrested during a risky venture, losing his job and plunging the family into ruin. Lacking skills, he was easily misled into investing borrowed money, which ultimately failed. His family fell apart, and Wu Xiaoxiao, along with their child, never returned. Alas, these two brothers are both experiencing increasingly dire circumstances. Su Qiming lamented, wondering what the point of his rebirth would be if his brother ended up faring better than him. In this lifetime, he resolved to guide them onto a righteous path, helping Zhang Dehai win his beloved and altering Zhao San's tragic fate from his previous life. He felt compelled to assist his good friends in finding legitimate means of livelihood. Otherwise, if Wu Xiaoxiao were to marry into the family, her father would still look down upon him. In his previous readings of novels about rebirth, he had contemplated the notion but recalled that it typically required 3 elements: drinking, gambling, and domestic violence. The thought of not even having a wife in his past life made him feel he had no chance of rebirth. Yet, destiny is indeed peculiar. Even a broken engagement can lead to a second chance. While Su Qiming was absorbed in his reflections, Zhang Dehai, lounging on a tree and humming a tune, spotted him. He quickly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck? Zhao San, stop picking up the wild cattle. Do you see who that is? Ah, is it Xiao? Has she come to the beach as well?" Zhao San sprang to his feet, smoothing his hair to ensure his hairstyle was intact. With a broad grin, he said, "I told you, one must always maintain their appearance when going out." What if I run into Xiao Xiao? Curse it, that's Ming. I can't believe he has come to the beach. I was wondering why someone kept staring at us, sometimes smiling and sometimes frowning, as if the king of hell was summoning us to recount our pasts. Shouldn't he be at home drinking now? Why is he out here? Ah, it's Ming? Upon realizing it wasn't Xiao Xiao, Zhao San's face fell, but then his eyes widened in realization. Wait, Ming? Why has he come to the beach? Last time, my father brought back Texas fried chicken. I thought we could take a drumstick to Ming when we return, so he could enjoy it with his drink. Why does he not drink properly? What is he doing out here by the sea? I truly do not understand. What does it mean to not drink properly? Amin has perked up. Shouldn't you be happy about that? You still refuse to believe that you lack common sense. Zhang Dehai jumped down and adjusted his boot. Indeed. Zhao San nodded slightly, but then retorted. You are the one lacking common sense. Zhang Dehai, must you speak of me in such a manner? If Xiao Xiao hears this, she might genuinely think I lack common sense. Enough of this conversation. He picked up a few clams from the ground and placed them into his bucket. Amin, what are you daydreaming about? Come on. Zhang Dehai shouted upon noticing Su Qiming still lost in thought. Huh? I wasn't daydreaming. I was just checking to see if there were any big fish here. Su Qiming finally realized he had been dazed, his foot half submerged in the mud, and hurriedly pulled it out, slipping past on a muddy ground. What are you two doing here? Zhang Dehai inquired. You questioned us first. I haven't even asked you why you were out here by the sea today. It's been a year, and this is the first time I've seen you out here. I almost thought I was seeing things. Zhang Dehai circled around Su Qiming, observing him closely before muttering. Should I go back and ask my mother to draw you a talisman and brew some talisman water for you? Until he mentioned it. Su Qiming had not remembered that Zhang Dehai's mother could draw talismans. Whenever children from nearby suffered headaches or fevers, they would seek her out for talisman water, which was remarkably effective, the only reason being the talisman paper had been soaked in antibiotics. Chapter 12. Has Amin gone mad? I refuse to drink. Stop your nonsense. Why are you trying to trick Zhao San into collecting the mangrove crabs? No one wants them. Even the doc won't buy them. Upon hearing Su Qiming's words, Zhao San, who had been happily gathering mangrove crabs, was taken aback. He retorted angrily, Ahai, why didn't you tell me no one wants the crabs? He had been hoping to sell them at the collection point, perhaps even catch a glimpse of Wu Xiao Xiao. Can you catch blue crabs? No. When we get to the beach, you won't even know how to look for clam holes or catch fish. You might wander around for half a day without seeing a single crab. It would be better to collect some mangrove crabs here, even if no one wants them. You can go home and stir-fry them with some chili, and they would still be edible. Zhang Dehai had initially planned to search for blue crabs alone at the tidal flat, but Zhao San insisted on tagging along. He thought that if they didn't catch any blue crabs and ended up bitten by a snake, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he reluctantly convinced Zhao San to collect mangrove crabs first. There were quite a few venomous snakes in the mangroves. They occasionally spotted some vipers and cobras. However, Zhang Dehai was not afraid of snakes. He was quite adept at catching them. Hearing Zhang Dehai's words, Zhao San had no choice but to squat down and start digging around the crab holes. He then asked, what about collecting some mud turtles to take back? If no one wants the mangrove crabs, how about these mud turtles? What good can you find to collect? Mud turtles only sell for a bit of money after you gut and dry them. Can you do that? To put it bluntly, the valuable catches around our mangroves are the shrimp, mudfish, crab-eating fish, heron eels, and stingrays. Which of these can you catch? None. Then just stick to collecting the mangrove crabs, Zhang Dehai replied. Hey, Amin, what on earth do you have in your fishing basket? Why does it seem so heavy? Zhang Dehai squinted one eye and peered into Amin's basket. Upon seeing it filled with shrimp, he was taken aback. Goodness, Amin, how did you catch so many shrimp? Usually, it takes a lot of effort for an ordinary person to catch just a dozen, and even that requires the blessing of the goddess. Are you stocking up? Then, he noticed there was also a 2-pound female crab in the bucket. Not just any crab, but a female crab, which is far superior to a male crab in taste. Shrimp? Zhao San, who had been digging around the crab hole, hurried over. Upon seeing so many shrimp, he too was astonished. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Amin, sell me some. I can take them to the dock's collection point. Maybe I can even have a chat with Xiao Xiao. Sell what? I'll just give you some weird brothers. Why talk about money? Seeing the envious gaze from his brother, Su Qiming smiled, his vanity greatly satisfied. The feeling of showcasing his skills in front of his friends was truly delightful. All right, then I'll bring you half a roast chicken later. But if that's the case, what am I even collecting these mangrove crabs for? I don't want to eat them, and neither does my sister or my mother. Should I just toss them? Zhao San prepared to dump the mangrove crabs from the bucket, but Zhang Dehai stopped him. What are you doing? Let's go home, stir-fry them, and enjoy them together with the brothers. We can gather at Amin's little wooden house. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming hastily responded, Ahai, I can't gather. I also cannot drink lately. I've quit. I intend to turn over a new leaf and will no longer squander my days. What's going on? At these words, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San exchanged puzzled glances, with Zhang Dehai even stepping forward to touch his forehead, muttering, But you don't have a fever, do you? Should I go back and brew you some mulberry leaf tea to cool you down? Get lost. I'm not feverish. I'm about to get married. My fiancé is currently at the cabin, and we're preparing for the wedding in a month. Su Qiming had no intention of hiding this from his brothers. Oh no! Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Ming, you're seriously ill. We need to take you to the clinic in town. Even my mother's talisman water isn't working anymore. You're talking about getting married. Surely, you must be out of your mind. Is there a time when your mother's talisman water didn't work? Sukimindri tortif. Of course, it only cures ailments listed in the antibiotic manual. Zhang Dehai looked at Su Qiming and said, Ming's current condition must not be anything in the manual. He has clearly lost his wits. Claiming to have a fiancé, doesn't that indicate a severe problem? I don't feel anything. Does that mean I'm sick? I was just thinking I'd be able to enjoy a Ming's wedding feast in a month. Zhao San rubbed the back of his head. You wouldn't feel anything if your mind were ill. Zhang Dehai felt a wave of despair. It was one thing for Zhao San to be a bit slow, but how could the usually sharp-witted Ming also be so befuddled? Wouldn't that mean he would be the only sane one among the three rascals of Dongshui village? Get lost. I'm not sick. I'm serious. But I look like someone who is ill. I truly have a fiancée. She came here fleeing from disaster just yesterday, and we've tentatively decided to hold the wedding in a month. Su Qiming hastily explained. What? The rest is too? Ming, marriage is a significant matter. You can't just rashly marry out of spite for Zhou Shui. No, you're overthinking it. My fiancée is 1,000 times better than Zhou Shui. I'm not acting out of spite. She is not worthy of that. However, Zhang Dehai interpreted Su Qiming's words as a sign of spite, and thus he advised, Ming, listen to your brother. A woman who comes fleeing from disaster is not trustworthy. She might run away any day. Besides, how attractive could a woman from such circumstances be? He genuinely cared for Su Qiming's well-being. Indeed, one should marry a girl as lovely as Xiao Xiao. Zhao San chimed in. Rest assured, your sister-in-law is undeniably beautiful. Not only in all of Dongshui village, but even throughout the entirety of Yujindao, you wouldn't find another girl as lovely as she is. In this regard, Su Qiming felt quite confident. Absolutely. Zhao San suddenly interrupted, affirming, Xiao Xiao is the one. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Su Qiming dared not argue, yet he acknowledged that Wu Xiao Xiao was indeed not lacking in charm. All right, in a couple of days, I'll bring you to meet your sister-in-law, and then you'll understand. It's hard to explain it all to you now. Upon observing Su Qiming in such a state, Zhang Dehai, feeling a surge of anxiety, awkwardly shifted his legs and scratched at his trousers, then absent-mindedly touched his nose. At a loss for words, could it truly be that a delicate beauty, fleeing from hardship, would marry Su Qiming? It seemed rather implausible. He feared returning to the small wooden cabin only to find it devoid of any life, with Su Qiming conversing with the air. Such a sight would surely terrify him. Noticing their concern for him, Su Qiming realized that unless he took them to witness the truth with their own eyes, they would remain skeptical. He had no desire to expend further words on the matter. Kicking at his fish basket, he inquired, Didn't you just ask how I managed to catch so many jumping fish? Would you like to learn? Since they had agreed to help his good friends advance and shed the moniker of the three rascals from Dongshui village, let it begin from this day forth. Think. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San echoed in unison. Zhang Dehai considered the prospect of earning money once he mastered the skill, for these jumping fish were quite valuable, and his family was in dire financial straits. Zhao San, on the other hand, envisioned selling them at the procurement point, which would afford him more chances to catch a glimpse of Wu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 13. Prosper Together. Very well. However, I shall establish a principle for you today. From this moment forth, the three of us must strive to elevate ourselves. We can no longer allow others to look down upon us. Ahai, Zhao-san. I ask you, over the past year, have the villagers ever regarded us with respect? We must rise to the occasion and embody the essence of manhood. Just as water flows downward, so must we aspire to ascend. But Ming, did you not previously argue that one need not always strive for heights? There are other paths to take, and you even mentioned that rather than forcing oneself, it is better to allow oneself some leniency. Zhao Sen gazed at him in confusion. Huh, did I really say that before? Qiming scratched his head, struggling to recall. After all, his rebirth had spanned several decades. Zhang Dehai quietly interjected. During the past year of your despair, we have not ceased to encourage you. Zhao San even had his sister teach him a phrase to admonish you. People strive upwards while water flows downwards, yet you countered with your notion of wandering, leaving him quite perplexed. Ha ha. Qiming chuckled awkwardly, hastily adding, that was then, this is now. I have come to understand that, as men, we must achieve success. Without ambition, one becomes like me, contemptible and discarded. I intend to reinvent myself. Zhou Shui, having entered university, dares to look down on me. I shall prove to her that even without higher education, I can rise and earn her admiration. Bravo! Zhao Sen clapped enthusiastically. What's so great about that? Did you comprehend? Not entirely. Zhao Sen replied resoundingly. Qiming, uninterested in Zhao San's response, turned to the contemplative Zhang Dehai and remarked, Ahai, you're no longer young. Surely, you must have someone you admire? Although he was uncertain of Zhang Dehai's affections, he was confident that there was someone special in his life. Zhang Dehai unusually lacked his usual jest. Though he appeared carefree, he was far from it. As the son of a former landlord, he had endured mockery from a young age. Coupled with his family's poverty, he struggled with profound insecurities, particularly in matters of the heart. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have watched the girl he loved marry another without the courage to pursue her. He had attempted to earn money, but the meager income from fishing was hardly sufficient. Daily toil at the docks took a toll on his body, and his mother's ongoing illness required constant medication. Consequently, he could not save enough even for a small boat. If only he had one. Even a modest vessel for coastal fishing would greatly improve his circumstances. He yearned for change, but felt lost, uncertain of how to proceed. Moreover, concerning the girl he admired. Alas, even if he possessed a small boat, what would it matter? Money breeds confidence. Without it, we are nothing. I shall say this. Follow my lead and earn well. Let us focus on survival before seeking love. Stay with me, and once you have amassed wealth, you need not fear whether the girl of your dreams will appreciate you. And you, Zhao San, do you understand why you cannot win over Wu Xiaoxiao? I do not. Zhao San replied loudly, his voice resonating like a bell, startling the egrets perched on the mudflat into flight. It is precisely because of your lack of ambition that she is willing to converse with you now, and this is solely out of respect for your father. Without your father, you amount to nothing. Even if Wu Xiaoxiao were to marry you in the future, if you lack the ability to earn, her family would look down upon you. Let me ask you, your father will inevitably grow old one day. What will you do then? I don't know. Zhao San's neck stiffened, his voice becoming even louder. If you are uncertain, then follow my lead. Once you acquire the skill to earn money, you will no longer rely on your father, and Wu Xiaoxiao will be the one to pursue you. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhao San sprang up, his eyes shining as brightly as a tungsten bulb. He anxiously rubbed his hands together, the sound of his liberation shoes squelching in the mud. If I earn money, will Wu Xiaoxiao really bring me warm water for my feet, like the new bride of old Wang's family at the village entrance? Qiming nearly fainted from disbelief. Indeed, it seems that nothing can persuade Wu Xiaoxiao like this. As long as you succeed, anything is possible. Su Qiming was too weary to argue further. All he needed was to keep Zhao Sen motivated. Seeing that the mobilization was complete, Su Qiming declared, "All right, from this moment on, we shall work diligently. I will first teach you the unique technique for catching jumping fish. Remember, this method must not be shared with outsiders. Otherwise, we will lose the opportunity to earn this money. Rest assured, I understand. Zhao San, keep your mouth tight." Zhang Dehai was concerned about Zhao San's discretion. Zhao San replied, "My mother said that no one can know about my father's smuggling business, and I have only shared this with you. No one else knows, so isn't my discretion sufficient?" The two men suddenly felt a tinge of fear. "It's all right," Su Qiming whispered to Zhang Dehai. "Even if I teach Zhao San with his intellect, he wouldn't be able to teach anyone else. He wouldn't be able to articulate it properly." "That is true. All right." Zhang Dehai finally nodded with a grin. "What are you talking about?" Zhao San interjected. "Complimenting my intelligence? Next time, speak up. I can't hear you. Why do you have to whisper like my mother when she praises me to my sister?" All right. Next time I'll praise you openly," Su Qiming replied, placing his bucket back on the mud. He addressed them. "What are you dawdling for? Follow me. I'll take you to find the jumping fish holes. Zhao San, don't forget your leather shoes. I truly admire you. Who comes to the mudflat for fishing while wearing leather shoes? I was thinking of selling goods after fishing and meeting Xiao Xiao. I can't go looking disheveled, can I?" Zhao San's thoughts were solely on Wu Xiao Xiao as he took off his leather shoes, hanging them around his neck. Then, with a flick, he hung both shoes on his back. "Are you foolish? The shoes should be hung in front. Won't that choke you? How can you breathe?" Su Qiming approached to help him turn the shoes around, but Zhao San quickly covered his neck and said, "No, hanging them in front makes them too smelly. It's harder to breathe." "Forget him," Zhang Dehai urged as he pushed the muddy horse forward. Two individuals followed Su Qiming, each mounted on their own muddy horse. Su Qiming guided them to a location where the jumping fish thrived, instructing the pair to conceal themselves behind a tree while he meticulously set up a net and climbed into the branches above. Zhao San, taken aback, pushed his straw hat back, exposing his sunburned forehead, and called out, "Aming, aren't we here to catch jumping fish? Why have you ascended the tree? Do you expect the fish to sprout wings and perch atop the branches? Should I fetch a ladder?" "Silence." Zhang Dehai firmly covered his mouth, reminding him, "Didn't you see Aming just over there preparing the net? Simply observe how he captures them. Besides, which fish ever resides in a tree?" He too was intrigued by how Su Qiming intended to catch the jumping fish. Zhao San pried open Zhang Dehai's hand and lowered his voice. "How could there be none? Last year, when the typhoon struck, the grove at the village's edge was submerged, and weren't there fish hanging everywhere?" He continued, "If Aming is planning to catch jumping fish in the tree, I shall provide him with some urine as bait. My mother always says one must prepare the ground when fishing. If you utter another word, I shall refuse to compose your love letter. Hey, that one do. Among the three of us, you are the only one who has attended junior high. You must assist me with a letter. I've already thought of the opening. Dear comrade Wu Xiao Xiao, as I read your letter, it feels as though we are meeting. How have you been lately? My father intends to bring back some candy figures from the capital for me. To enjoy. Be quiet. Then promise me you will write it." "I promise, but do hush now." Zhang Dehai kept his gaze fixed on Su Qiming. "Do you truly promise?" "Indeed. Truly promise? Truly promise? Truly." "You scoundrel." Zhang Dehai, unable to contain his frustration, kicked him, startling the crustaceans in the mudflat, which promptly raised their pincers and, bubbling, slipped into their burrows. Zhao San, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his leg in silence, refraining from further protest. Chapter 14. Enjoying Life with Brothers. In this scene, Su Qiming was intently observing the jumping fish holes from atop a tree. The voices of Zhang Dehai and Zhao San faded into the background as the jumping fish began to emerge from their burrows. Su Qiming skillfully scooped mud from a bucket, employing his tried-and-true technique to swiftly drive the fish towards the net. Descending from the tree, he managed to guide all the jumping fish into the net, and with a deft motion, dozens of them were flopping energetically within the fishing net. Zhao San and Zhang Dehai stood nearby, utterly astonished. It was their first encounter with such an effortless method of catching jumping fish. Unbelievable. Have you learned it? Su Qiming approached with a smile, pouring the fish from the net into his basket. In just a short while, his basket was brimming, totaling over 10 pounds of jumping fish. He set the basket aside in a nearby pit to soak and explained to the two of them why this method was effective. Have you grasped it? How did I not think of this method before? It's simply brilliant. I mean, how did you come up with this? Zhang Dehai exclaimed excitedly, his mind racing as he prepared to practice with the mud horse. It was merely a chance discovery. I've never shared this method with anyone, so you must keep it a secret. Ahai, you can use my net first. Su Qiming chuckled and turned to Zhao San, asking, have you got it? Zhao San scratched his head, bewildered. I think I understand. Then hurry and find a jumping fish hole. Once you locate it, you can borrow the net. I've been busy all morning and need a break, Su Qiming said, sitting on a nearby red tree root to catch his breath, while wiping the sweat from his forehead and cleaning the mud off his body. It was sweltering, and if he didn't wash off, the mud would dry on his skin and become itchy. Seated in the shade, gazing at the more than 10 pounds of jumping fish in his basket, along with a large blue crab, his spirits lifted. It seemed that the Mazu Holy Grail on his wrist was indeed effective. I'm off now, Su Qiming thought, lost in contemplation, when Zhao San approached, pushing the mud horse and preparing to leave. Be careful, there are many cobras around here, so watch out, he cautioned as he noticed Zhao San gliding on the mud horse. Upon hearing this, Zhao San slid over with a gleeful expression and asked, Amin, I've always wanted to ask you, what were cobras called before they had glasses? Su Qiming was truly baffled by Zhao San's thought process. He waved his hand dismissively. Just a snake. Hurry up and go. Hey, what a peculiar name. If they don't look like glasses, they resemble eggs. Why not call them egg snakes? Perhaps I misspoke. They are indeed called egg snakes. Now, go catch those jumping fish. All right. Zhao San gleefully glided away in search of the jumping fish. Su Qiming shook his head in exasperation. However, before he could rest for long, Zhao San suddenly returned on the mud horse, looking pitiful. Amin, I found a whole area of jumping fish holes. Then why aren't you catching them? Su Qiming asked, perplexed. But there are no trees over there. I am truly exasperated. Without trees, can't you simply hide nearby and throw mud? Isn't it all the same? Su Qiming nearly fainted to the ground, finally grasping the meaning of being oblivious. He waved his hand, asking the other to come over and sit. Once Ahai is finished with the net, I shall teach you how to catch jumping fish without trees. I want to sit. I'll stand. Aren't you tired? I am, but I fear my pants will get dirty, and I still have to meet Xiao Xiao later. All right, do as you please. Just don't talk to me. Let me rest, I'm exhausted. Su Qiming, utterly worn out, pulled his straw hat over his face and lay down against the tree roots, soon drifting into slumber. After a long afternoon of labor, he quickly fell into the most restful sleep he had experienced in years. Previously, every time he slept, it felt as though he were submerged in water, flailing about, unable to find a foothold. He felt guilt towards his parents and himself, no matter how much he earned. He could not attain peace of mind. Fortunately, he had been reborn. Though he currently possessed nothing, he had acquired the opportunity to rewrite his destiny. He could be a good son, a good brother, and a good husband. He had a wife, someone at home who thought of him and awaited his return. Now, all his efforts were directed towards living a life devoid of regrets, instilling in him a sense of groundedness. However, before long, he heard Zhang Dehai calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhang Dehai, who had caught over 2 pounds of jumping fish. Despite his face being splattered with mud, his eyes sparkled with joy. Over 2 pounds of jumping fish. That amounts to more than $1. If Su Qiming had not taught him this method, even if he had spent an entire day on the shore, he might not have gathered 50 cents worth of seafood. Thus, his heart swelled with gratitude towards Su Qiming. Let us go. Let us catch some more with Zhao San. Then we must return. The tide is about to come in. All right. Zhang Dehai, holding the net, glanced at Su Qiming again and murmured, Ming, I feel as though you've transformed into a different person. Your words and actions are particularly composed now. I've never seen you like this before. Su Qiming stiffened. There was no denying it. He had just been reborn and was still adjusting to his youthful body. His good friend had noticed even the slightest change. Just as he was contemplating how to brush it off, Zhang Dehai continued, Regardless, it's a good thing that you've regained your spirit. However, You must approach marriage with caution. Rest assured, I am more cautious than anyone. This time I am not being reckless. Seeing Zhang Dehai broach the subject once more, Su Qiming could only respond with resignation. Alas, fine. Zhang Dehai scratched his chin, unsure how to counsel him further. Subsequently, Su Qiming took the net and once again instructed Zhao San on how to catch jumping fish. Zhao San, too, joyfully caught nearly 2 pounds of jumping fish, observing the two good friends grinning widely, their faces radiant with excitement. Su Qiming could not hide his smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride within. He remarked, "So what do you think? I didn't deceive either of you, did I? Follow my lead. Great wealth is within our grasp. In just a short while, we have already earned a few coins. In the future, we shall amass even greater fortunes." Upon his return from a previous life, he made a point to treat two brothers to a meal, yet the palpable distance between them was undeniable. Even as they raised their glasses in jovial toast, their eyes betrayed a mixture of trepidation and reverence. Although he had assisted the two brothers, the bond they once shared could not be restored. In this lifetime, he vowed to earnestly support them in their quest for prosperity. Catching the jumping fish was merely the beginning. I was not deceived. Little Xiao Xiao surely admired my newfound prowess in catching these fish. Zhao San, with a basket of fish in hand, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Amin, you are truly wonderful." Zhang Dehai approached, draping an arm around Su Qiming's shoulders, declaring, "Ha ha ha. Amin, I adore you." The thought of Su Qiming's triumphant return, with the first order of business being to help them earn money, stirred a bittersweet emotion within him. This is what true brotherhood signifies, lifelong companionship. As for Su Qiming's aspirations of earning even more, he gave it little thought. After all, catching jumping fish daily yielded a few coins. Was that not sufficient? Enough said. There was no need for excessive sentimentality between men. Come, let us return. It is getting late, and the sun is nearly setting. Su Qiming beckoned the two to head back. The setting sun cast an amber hue over the tidal flats as the trio traversed the mangroves, laughter ringing out. Glancing at his two brothers, covered in mud yet laughing without a care, Su Qiming felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. In this lifetime, he would ensure his brothers live their best lives, without fail. Absolutely. Chapter 15. The Colossal Jumping Fish. Singing merrily while gliding along on the muddy path, Su Qiming's keen eyes suddenly spotted a dozen sizable fish, each as long as a palm, emerging from the water. In a swift motion, one of them devoured a jumping fish that had failed to reach its burrow in time. Noticing their approach, the large fish raised their dorsal fins, adorned with green speckles, and swiftly retreated into their lair. Astonished, Su Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced as he halted his muddy steed and exclaimed, "The big jumping fish." What big jumping fish? Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, seeing Su Qiming stop, also came to a halt. There are several varieties of jumping fish. Ours are merely the small ones. Just now, I spotted a palm-sized jumping fish. Those are the big ones, voracious eaters capable of growing over 20 centimeters, even consuming the small jumping fish. They are far more valuable than the ones we have. Su Qiming spoke animatedly as he gazed at the large jumping fish peering out with their sneaky eyes from their den. If my memory serves me correctly, these large jumping fish are scientifically known as the Shusher mudskipper. Unlike the small jumping fish that nibble on algae and tiny shrimp, these creatures are far more aggressive, welcoming crabs and small jumping fish alike. Most importantly, the flesh of these large jumping fish is succulent, firm, and elastic, offering a delightful culinary experience whether prepared with spices or in a stew. A bite into their white, tender meat is truly satisfying. In the hierarchy of amphibious capability, the ranking of jumping fish is as follows. Mudskipper genus Toothy mudskipper genus Large mudskipper genus Green mudskipper genus. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, upon spotting the large jumping fish, were equally captivated, their eyes lighting up. Previously, they had assumed that the big jumping fish were merely larger versions of the small ones, unaware of the distinct species. "Ming, how do you know so much?" Zhang Dehai inquired, puzzled. He was the only one among them who had attended junior high. Yet he felt intellectually overshadowed by Su Qiming today. I thought these large jumping fish were the parents. We've only been catching the young ones. Zhao Xin chimed in with a different perspective. So next time we come, let us catch these big jumping fish. Didn't you say they are valuable? If I manage to catch some, Xiao Xiao will surely think I'm impressive. These large jumping fish are quite cunning. Upon sensing danger, they immediately retreat into their burrows. Unlike the small ones that foolishly wander along the muddy riverbank when threatened. Therefore, capturing them requires different tactics. What tactics? The two asked, intrigued. Hearing the crashing sound of the tide, Su Qiming urged, we'll discuss tactics another time. We must hurry now. The tide is rising. Let us head to the town dock to acquire some goods. I still need to buy some items. Reluctantly, the two suppressed their curiosity and followed Su Qiming. What are you buying? Zhao San inquired, his curiosity unabated. Every day you ask such trivial questions. My little wooden house is empty. Of course, I need to buy everything. Oh, the notion of purchasing what one lacks has become apparent to all. Zhao San nodded, arriving at what he fancied was a clever conclusion. Subsequently, the trio emerged from the tidal flats, washed themselves by the river, and then bore their muddy catch to the acquisition point in Ludo Town. The afternoon was bustling at the acquisition site, as fishing boats that had been out all night returned, and the evening crowd consisted mainly of women selling their wares. The town was lively, with porters, fish sorters, net menders, and those seeking repairs for their boats, all conversing in rapid Min dialect. To an outsider, it might sound like an alien tongue. In truth, even within the same region, understanding one another could be challenging for the Min and locals. At the Wu family's acquisition point, a girl clad in a waterproof outfit was diligently weighing fish. Her hair was styled in two braided pigtails, and her rosy cheeks complemented her infectious smile, revealing charming dimples. This was Wu Xiao Xiao. Su Qiming and his companion stood in line behind her, but Zhao San, leaning slightly, gawked at Wu Xiao Xiao, nearly drooling. Meanwhile, a tall middle-aged man in a black waterproof suit engaged others in conversation while weighing fish and checking their freshness. This was Wu Xiao Xiao's father, Wu Yuyi, standing an impressive 185 centimeters. He was a rarity among southern men, especially in these lean times when reaching 170 centimeters was commendable. Yet, Su Qiming and his brothers were also quite tall, each around 180 centimeters, prompting whispers among villagers about their carefree demeanor and lack of responsibility, attributing their height to mere luck, jealousy, indeed. The reason Zhao San was smitten with Wu Xiao Xiao was simple. She was no small fry herself, standing at 165 centimeters. In summer, when she donned shorts, her long, fair legs captivated him utterly. He was determined to marry no one but her. The trio's stature stood out conspicuously in the throng of people, aptly described as cranes among chickens, drawing astonished glances from many women in line. Goodness, is the sun rising from the west? The three rascals from Dongshui village have finally decided to work today. Have they been out to gather shellfish? One woman remarked with a teasing tone, glancing at their catch, assuming they had merely collected some inexpensive clams. Upon closer inspection, however, her eyes widened in disbelief. What have you caught? So many jumping fish. Look at their haul. Indeed, the sight was remarkable. Such a number of jumping fish was rare, with most fishermen lucky to catch just a few. The commotion spread as people gathered around the trio, animatedly discussing their catch with envy gleaming in their eyes. Some eagerly inquired about their methods and location of the catch, but Su Qiming merely smiled, choosing silence. He was no fool to divulge their secrets. Merely indulging in hollow laughter, Zhao San felt Zhang Dehai's scrutinizing gaze upon him, compelling him to seal his lips, adopting an expression that suggested he would utter not a single word. This was primarily due to Zhang Dehai's hand resting firmly on his waist, should he dare to speak. The exclamation that would escape his lips could only be a resounding "ah." With no substantial answers forthcoming, the women exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain as they muttered. What was there to be proud of? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck that they netted a few jumpy fish. What are they so smug about? If they possess the skill, let them catch such a bounty next time. We were merely inquiring, yet they've taken themselves far too seriously. Indeed, Capturing jumpy fish is no simple feat, and it is nothing short of miraculous that these three manage to gather at the shore. Once they dispose of their haul, they are certain to return to their usual revelries, drowning in drink for several days. The other women scoffed, their expressions rife with disdain, unconvinced that the trio's foray into the sea signified any transformation. It is no wonder they spoke so candidly. After all, the notorious reputations of Su, Qi, and Ming preceded them, notorious ruffians who hardly warranted polite conversation. Wouldn't one instinctively frown and express disdain upon encountering a careless rogue? Chapter 16. Navigating the Nuances of Human Relationships. Upon hearing the commotion from behind, Wu Yui turned to find Su Qiming and his two companions approaching, his expression immediately darkening. What mischief were these three rascals up to now? He cursed under his breath, suspecting they had come to pursue his daughter once again. A glance at his daughter ignited a fire within him. Was it easy for him to raise a daughter? Just as she blossomed into a beautiful young lady, she became the target of the village ruffians, leaving this concerned father in distress. The women ahead, oblivious to the chatter behind them, teased, "Old Wu, your daughter is fortunate. She has caught the eye of a lad from the Zhao family, and his father is quite formidable. What does his father's prowess have to do with him? Just look at that greasy hairstyle of his, resembling a lump of lard. It vexes me to no end. He may appear fair-skinned, but he lacks any ambition, not to mention his affinity for hanging around with these two miscreants. What achievements do these two possess? One is a good-for-nothing, and the other has wallowed in despair after being jilted. Previously, Wu Yui had held Su Qiming in high regard. Back then, he was diligent and capable. However, after succumbing to despair, Wu Yui's esteem for him plummeted. As a man, one must withstand the tempests of life, not merely those of the sea, but also those of the heart. To be so easily crushed by such setbacks is hardly the mark of a man. Grabbing a nearby scale pole, Wu Yui approached, cursing as he pointed at Su Qiming and his companions. "You three rascals, cease your ruckus and get lost. Shoo, don't delay my work." In response, Zhao San protested, "Uncle Wu, we are here to sell goods." "Sell goods? What valuable wares could the three of you possibly offer? I refuse to accept them. Don't think for a moment that I don't see through your intentions. Sneaking around the rocks to pry open some oysters, hoping to strike up a conversation with my daughter. Let me make this clear. Not a chance." Wu Yui was resolute. Su Qiming shrugged and smiled. "Uncle Wu, if you won't take them, we shall simply sell them elsewhere. Go on, go ahead, as if I would be eager for your wares." Wu Yui retorted, "Your goods aren't even worth a dog's attention." But then his gaze fell upon the bucket brimming with lively fish, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Was he truly not seeing things? These three scamps had managed to catch such a bounty of jumping fish, rubbing his eyes to dispel any doubts. He confirmed it. No illusions here, especially Su Qiming, whose basket appeared heavy, surely weighing more than 10 pounds. Jumping fish were a rare delicacy at the dock, highly sought after. Once he acquired them, he could sell them at a handsome profit. Wu Yui's expression shifted from stormy to sunny in an instant. He immediately draped an arm around Su Qiming's shoulder, grinning broadly. "Yes, yes. I will gladly take the catch from you three young lads. Ah, if only you had mentioned it sooner. It was all a misunderstanding. Come now, jumping fish don't fare well without water. Let's weigh them quickly." Su Qiming raised an eyebrow, giving a gentle push to the astonished Zhao San. "Am I dreaming? This is the first time Uncle Wu has spoken to us so kindly." Zhao San felt a swell of emotion. Though Wu Yui's smile was more akin to a grimace, at least he was smiling. Having not dreamt, let's hasten forth and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Day by day, your incessant prattle resembles that of a borrowed tongue, uttering endless drivel. Zhang Dehai wiped his finger across his nose, standing tall and proud. "Humph, did you look down upon us earlier? Now, how does it feel to have your face slapped?" After the three entered, Zhao San smiled at Wu Xiaoxiao and remarked, "Xiaoxiao, do you see how formidable we are this time? We've caught so many jumping fish. I must tell you, I didn't even glance at other purchasing points. Yours was the first I visited. In the future, when I have more catch, I shall undoubtedly come to sell to your family." "Thank you so much, Brother Jiangwo," Wu Xiaoxiao replied, glancing at the jumping fish in their hands. For a fleeting moment, she felt a hint of surprise. These three rascals had indeed captured a considerable number of fish, and her impression of them shifted slightly, though only a smidgen. After all, she still favored capable and promising men. As for Qiming and his companions, she retained a degree of resistance in her heart, maintaining only the barest politeness. She smiled at Zhao Jiangwo, her rosy cheeks revealing two adorable dimples. Hee, no need for thanks, no need at all. Hearing the word thank you from Wu Xiaoxiao for the first time nearly brought tears to Zhao San's eyes, oblivious to her subtle distance. Qiming Said inwardly, thinking of his foolish brother. However, he remained patient, confident that under his guidance, Zhao San would eventually win Wu Xiaoxiao's affections. Let me weigh your catch, Wu Xiaoxiao offered, intending to step forward, but Wu Yuyi preempted her, taking the bucket from Zhao San. You just check the scale. I'll handle the goods, he said to Wu Xiaoxiao. All right, she acquiesced, obediently fetching the weights. He would offer no opportunities to this young man, lest he take advantage of the situation. What if he were to touch his daughter's hand? After weighing the fish, the totals were revealed. Qiming had 13 jin. Zhang Dehai had 2 jin and 3 liang, and Zhao San had 1 jin and 8 liang. Uncle Wu, what is the price on these jumping fish? Qiming initially intended to pull out a cigarette, but realizing he had none, he casually took a dozen jumping fish from the bucket and tossed them into a nearby basin. Uncle Wu, it has been quite some time since I last sold here, and I have greatly appreciated your past kindness. Back then, I would pester you just to sell a single shrimp. Please take these jumping fish. Enjoy them to replenish your strength. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, how has this rascal suddenly become so eloquent? Before his downfall, Qiming, while diligent, had never exhibited such perceptiveness or understanding of human relations. Qiming continued, Uncle Wu, we have known each other for many years, so I will speak frankly. Today, I intend to turn over a new leaf. I no longer wish to be the subject of ridicule behind my back, nor do I desire to be labeled a fool. I have come to realize that life is meant to be lived for oneself, not for the approval of others. A man must strive for his own success. Only then will others regard him with respect. I wish to work diligently alongside my 2 brothers to earn a decent living and to prove our worth. Rest assured, we will certainly procure various goods in the future. And when that time comes, we will bring everything to you for sale. Observing Qiming's calm demeanor and steady disposition, Wu Yuyi momentarily believed that Qiming was indeed on the path to redemption. The sincerity of Qiming's words made it difficult for him to quote a lower price. Consequently, he chuckled and replied, All right, since you have this intention, I will trust you once. I do not expect you to bring all your goods to me in the future, but if you are willing to work hard and help your brother succeed, that is worth more than anything else. Here is the deal. I'll offer you 50 cents per pound for your fresh jumping fish, but for you, I will make it 60 cents. Alin, he called to Alin, the owner of the neighboring procurement point, who had come to see the commotion. What do you think of this price? It's not too low, is it? It's not low at all. If it were me, I would only offer 52 cents at most. You are giving quite a bit. A short, stout, balding man chuckled, having come to join the excitement upon hearing that many jumping fish were being sold. Very well, we accept this price. You can take these fish back to nourish my aunt and little sister. Come, uncle, let me help you with the load. You've worked all day. It's best to finish up early and have a meal. Qiming smiled as he assisted Wu Yuyi in carrying the basin, calling over the oblivious Zhang Dehai and Zhao San to lend a hand. These 2 were lacking in awareness. One stood slouched and disheveled, while the other was upright, yet appeared somewhat dull-witted. Let's take our time. Meals are eaten one bite at a time, and the complexities of human relationships are learned gradually. After calling to them, the 2 hastily came over to assist. Wu Yuyi couldn't help but glance at Qiming again, pondering how this young man seemed different. He understood that much of what Qiming had said was merely polite conversation. He had never truly believed Qiming could turn his life around. Little did he know, it was precisely this act today that would make his procurement point the envy of all others in the entire Ludo town. Chapter 17. Earning money to go home. After weighing the goods, Wu Xiaoxiao counted the money, grasping tightly the hairy crab, which cost 2 yuan per gene. Su Qiming had just earned 10 yuan, while Zhang Dehai earned 1 yuan and 50 cents, and Zhao San earned 1 yuan and 10 cents. Nevertheless, the two were utterly delighted, clutching the money in their hands. They were thrilled at the prospect of catching a few jumping fish, envisioning that during the next low tide, they too could earn 5 or 6 yuan like Su Qiming. The thought was exhilarating. Zhang Dehai, with fingers extended, calculated, if I make 5 yuan a day, working 20 days a month, that totals 100 yuan. My goodness, that's a fortune. I'm rich, he exclaimed, noting that those in office jobs earn merely 20 to 35 yuan a month. Look at you, such a lackluster fellow. Su Qiming kicked him playfully. Hee. Zhang Dehai almost hugged Su Qiming in excitement, saying, "Good brother, you are truly my good brother. If I were a woman, I would." Stop right there. I have no interest in such things. Chengdu? Where's that? It's a place with many good brothers. Don't ask. Su Qiming pushed Zhang Dehai away. After selling the goods, Zhao San intended to exchange a few words with Wu Xiao, but upon receiving a fierce glare from Wu Yuyi, he quickly recoiled and left in a huff. Upon exiting the procurement point, Su Qiming remarked, "Come to my house early tomorrow. Don't you want to learn how to catch big jumping fish? I'll teach you then. Also, bring a net. I'll help you make a triangular net for catching jumping fish." "All right, see you tomorrow." Hi, I trust you, but I don't trust Zhao San. Make sure to call him when you pass his house, so he doesn't waste another morning fussing with his hair." "Okay, I'll call him tomorrow," Su Qiming assured. After parting ways, Su Qiming headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items. Inside, 2 clerks lounged about. Upon seeing Su Qiming enter, one clerk, casually munching on sunflower seeds, lazily inquired, "What do you want to buy?" "Hello, sister. I would like to purchase a bar of soap, a bag of shampoo powder, a mosquito net, a bag of candles, a thermos, a bowl, a bag of rice, and a pair of sandals," Su Qiming stated earnestly. At the cooperative, there was no room for choice. After stating his needs, he simply awaited the clerk's selection. The quality depended entirely on the clerk's mood. Noticing one clerk carelessly selecting items, with a bag of shampoo powder covered in dust, it was evident that few could afford to buy shampoo at that time. Most resorted to soap or boiled soap pod water for washing their hair. However, Su Qiming was unwilling to let Jiang Shuyao suffer. He was capable, after all. He quickly added, "Hey, sister, didn't it seem like there were different clerks when I came last time? Who else could it be? We've been the only ones here lately." The clerk who was eating sunflower seeds replied with a smile. "It is indeed a remarkable day. I cannot help but notice how splendid you both appear. Oh, I scarcely recognized you." There's a saying that resonates well. As one lives, one grows increasingly youthful. Might I inquire if you both are in your 30s? Ha ha. We are both nearing our late 30s. How could we possibly be under 30? Instantly, the 2 women were amused by Su Qiming's jest. For what woman does not relish being flattered for her youthfulness? The saleswoman, who had been holding a dusty bottle of shampoo, chuckled and exchanged it for a pristine one, casting a few extra glances, and even selected a new bowl for Su Qiming. "Excuse me, could you fetch me that red ceramic basin? I wish to take it home for my wife." "Oh, such a considerate husband. What you say is true. Isn't it the essence of a woman to be cherished? I must convey this. If a man does not care for a woman, what sort of man is he? Your words hold merit. Women deserve tenderness. Just look at the lives my sister and I have led, after toiling all day outside, returning home only to cater to that old man and prepare meals. Indeed, upon seeing my spouse at home, I feel a surge of frustration. After all these years of marriage, he has never once bought me a gift." The 2 women immediately resonated with this sentiment. One of them, munching on sunflower seeds, inquired, "Young man, what is your name? Do come by often. My sister, and I shall offer you discounts. I am Su Qiming. How should I address you both? You may call me Sister Lu. Then I shall be Sister Li." She chuckled. "Here, young man, take this. Let your sister Lu write you a receipt." Sister Li even procured a bag to assist Su Qiming in packing his items, while Sister Lu penned the receipt, pinning it onto a wire and tossing it onto Sister Li's counter. That totals 5 yuan and 80 cents. Once the payment was settled, Su Qiming bid farewell. "Sisters, I am off. I shall return to purchase more from you." Such sweet word from a young man. After settling the payment, Su Qiming departed, hoisting a burlap sack. He casually picked up a clay horse positioned at the entrance and weighed some clams and mussels from a nearby seafood vendor. Then procured a pound of pork, alongside an assortment of other vegetables. At this hour, the coastal authorities had largely ceased their crackdown on individual vendors, and receipts were seldom required. Thus, Su Qiming jingled and jangled as he carried a considerable haul. These items were far from light. By the time Su Qiming, panting, reached home, twilight had already descended, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore. The fire pit at the entrance blazed, and a pot of water boiled vigorously. Jiang Shuyao sat on a small stool, her delicate face aglow from the firelight, having just added another handful of reeds to the flames for the third time. In the flickering light, her fingers, gripping the fire poker, turned slightly pale, while in the distance, the crashing waves grew louder, striking a chord in her taut heartstrings. As the sky darkened gradually, sensing that Su Qiming had yet to return, an inexplicable fear crept into her heart, prompting her to stoke the fire. With a glimmer of light, her trepidation lessened. She frequently turned her head, casting anxious glances. As Su Qiming's figure finally broke through the twilight, staggering into view with a bulging sack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Xiao's smile illuminated her face in an instant. The sea breeze tousled her delicate strands of hair, revealing her sparkling eyes. "Ming, you're back." The young girl nearly sprang to her feet, joyfully descending the walkway to greet him. Su Qiming, aware of Jiang Shuyao's fear of the dark, felt a pang of sorrow as he watched her struggling to kindle a fire to stave off the night alone. How he wished he could have returned sooner. Chapter 18. After all, there are still many days ahead. I have returned, having procured a few items along the way, which delayed me for a while. Fortunately, I made it back before darkness fell. Did you not mention your fear of the dark? I brought you some candles. Come, let us enter the house, and I shall light one for you. Upon hearing the exuberant voice of the young girl, Su Qiming felt as though his blood surged with renewed vigor. A wave of joyous emotion sweeping through him, lightening his previously heavy footsteps. You still remember my fear of the dark? Jiang Xiao smiled, her lips pressed together in delight. Observing Su Qiming, who appeared as if he had just emerged from water, with sweat dripping from his hair ends and deep red imprints on his shoulders from the sack, Jiang Xiao quickly realized this and, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, "Let me help you carry those. You can manage these lighter items." Su Qiming handed her the lighter parcels, unwilling to let Jiang Xiao bear the heavier loads. Once inside, instead of resting, Su Qiming promptly lit the candle. The warm orange glow illuminated the room. After extinguishing the match, he tilted the candle wax to drip onto the table, securing the candle in place, finally exhaling in relief. At last, there was a semblance of light. You rushed in just to light the candle. Under the candlelight, Jiang Xiao noticed the damp strands of hair clinging to Su Qiming's forehead and the flush on his cheeks. She thought to herself that he must be exhausted today. Yet he disregarded his own fatigue, prioritizing her fear of the dark by lighting the candle first. How considerate he is. Indeed, for now, you must endure a bit of inconvenience. The house lacks electrical wiring, but once I have the means, I shall select a plot of land to build a home. At that time, I will hire someone to install the wiring, and we shall have electricity. When I am not home, you can leave the lights on. That would consume a lot of electricity. Jiang Xiao chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion, thinking that building a house was a distant prospect. No worries. What is a little electricity bill? Su Qiming was oblivious to Jiang Xiao's gaze upon him as he rummaged through the sack, saying, "I bought you a bowl and a mosquito net. There are many mosquitoes here at night. You'll be fine sleeping under the net. Here is some soap and shampoo for you to use when washing your hair and bathing. Oh, and these are the sandals I bought for you." Su Qiming joyfully showcased a pair of plastic sandals, shaking them in front of her. Earlier that day, he had noticed that the young girl had lost one of her sandals and had been thinking of purchasing her a new pair ever since. For some reason, seeing the boy present the sandals to her with a proud smile made Jiang Xiao's heart ache intensely. It was evident that the sandals he wore were already worn beyond recognition. He had not even thought to buy a pair for himself. "What are you daydreaming about?" Su Qiming noticed Jiang Xiao staring at him, lost in thought and silent. No, it's nothing. I was just too happy." You were only gone for half a day and returned with so many things? Jiang Xiao snapped back to reality, glancing at the items laid out on the floor, astonished. Did you really buy all this with the money you earned this afternoon? It seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? Indeed, I caught a significant haul while gathering by the sea, earning 10 yuan, while these items only cost me 6. Observing Jiang Shuyao's astonished expression, Su Qiming felt a hint of pride. What man does not desire the admiration of a girl? 10 yuan? How impressive! Jiang Shuyao exclaimed, her wide eyes reflecting her disbelief. Earlier, she had heard Su Qiming mention his poor reputation in the village, where everyone labeled him as a good-for-nothing. Who could have anticipated that he was capable of such a feat, earning so much in just one afternoon? Jiang Shuyao pondered, could he truly be a slacker? Unconsciously, she thought of Zhou Shuhui. Would she regret her judgments? Ah, I boiled some water. Let me pour you a drink, she said, snapping back to reality and hurriedly fetching a cup for Su Qiming. However, after pouring the water and returning with it, she felt a pang of regret. It's my fault. I should have poured you a glass earlier so it would be ready for you when you returned. Why can't I take better care of others? Su Qiming chuckled, unfazed. It's all right. I can wait until it cools down. Taking advantage of the moment's respite, he noticed the room had been tidily organized by the young lady throughout the afternoon. Outside, his bamboo poles propped up were crookedly hung with the freshly washed clothes and bedding. He noted that the girl was still learning how to hang clothes properly. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy. She had never done much work before, and achieving this was no small feat. He couldn't help but smile, moving to rearrange the clothes. In his previous life, he had often contemplated how it would feel to have a home. Now, given this opportunity, he vowed to cherish every moment. I thought something was off while hanging the clothes today. Jiang Shuyao blushed fiercely as she saw Su Qiming smoothing out the garments, feeling embarrassed that she had not done so herself. It's all right. You'll know for next time, he reassured her. As their conversation continued, Asada ni desasjen strak Su Qiming. Oh no, he had forgotten to buy blankets from the supply store. Yet he mused, draping a coat over himself should suffice for the night. He felt a twinge of guilt. Not only was his body weaker since his rebirth, but his memory seemed to be faltering as well. Perhaps it was all the drinking in his past life. He resolved to abstain in the future. Once they had rested enough, Su Qiming stood up to set the mosquito net over the bed. Shuyao, I'm going to take a shower. Please wait for me a moment. We can cook together when I return. All right, I'll tidy up the items you brought back. Jiang Shuyao obediently responded, organizing everything methodically. When Su Qiming finished washing up and took a few sips of water, he turned to find that all his purchases had been neatly arranged by the young lady. The pork was placed on the cutting board, while the clams and mussels soaked in a bowl. Seeing him back, Jiang Shuyao remarked to Ming, please don't buy meat next time. I've heard that life by the sea is not easy. If luck is not on your side, one might not catch valuable fish. It's not as if I need meat for every meal. Some vegetables would suffice. She feared that if Su Qiming encountered misfortune on his next voyage and failed to earn a substantial income, he would feel guilty for being unable to afford meat. Upon hearing the young girl's considerate words, Su Qiming smiled and replied, earn more, spend more. Earn less, spend less. I am well aware of my circumstances. Rest assured, I will save enough for your dowry in our wedding. Jiang Xiao softly said, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried you might be too exhausted. By the way, let me cook. You can cook? Su Qiming was taken aback. No, I can't. Jiang Xiao immediately lowered her head, but quickly lifted it again, her eyes bright with hope. But I can learn. Once I master it, I will cook for you every day. Please don't despise my efforts. How could I ever despise you? Why do you always say such silly things? The future is long. We can take our time to learn. Chapter 19. This is my home. Is there still a long way to go? Jiang Xiao murmured, repeating the phrase, unable to suppress a smile that spread sweetly across her face. Shall I assist you with that? Do these shells need to be removed? I can take care of it for you. As she rolled up her sleeves and looked up at him with her sparkling eyes, she appeared eager to help. Su Qiming chuckled at the young girl's enthusiasm. The clams and mussels will open up when scalded with water. If they don't open, they're dead and inedible. Remember that. Oh, so they don't need to be shelled? Jiang Xiao shyly stuck out her tongue, realizing she had asked a rather foolish question. Once the rice was cooked, Qiming swiftly chopped the chili, and the clams and mussels were briefly blanched and served simply. Such fresh ingredients required no elaborate preparation. Jiang Xiao attentively observed, determined to learn well, thinking to herself that she couldn't let Qiming, after a long day's work, still be burdened with cooking for her. That would simply be unacceptable. She had promised her mother to be diligent before she arrived. As she drifted off in thought, a familiar aroma suddenly wafted through the air. She jerked her head up and saw Qiming using a spatula to serve glistening, rolled slices of meat onto a plate. "Are you making twice-cooked pork?" Jiang Xiao exclaimed, initially believing she would never have the pleasure of tasting it again in her lifetime. Back home, the happiest moments after school were when she caught a whiff of the delightful scent of twice-cooked pork from the kitchen. It was her favorite dish, and her mother adored making it for her. After months of tumult, she had not experienced that comforting aroma again. In truth, she longed for just one more taste of twice-cooked pork, or perhaps it was not merely the dish she craved, but the love and care that accompanied it. "Aren't you from Sichuan? I worried that our local cuisine might not suit your palate, so I thought of preparing something from your region." "This twice-cooked pork is a dish I learned from the village chef." Qiming fabricated a little lie. Otherwise, he would have had to explain that he was reborn and could cook all cuisines. In his previous life, he often traveled for work and sometimes struggled with local dishes, which made him yearn for home. He would buy oyster omelets or visit a Fujian restaurant to savor familiar flavors, which eased his homesickness. He figured the young girl felt the same way. Though she hadn't voiced it, her journey had undoubtedly made her nostalgic for the tastes of home. Yet, when he turned around, he noticed that the young girl was shedding tears. Hey. Qiming found himself a bit flustered. He quickly asked, "Why are you crying? Are you homesick? Would you like to eat something first? Once you're full, you won't feel homesick anymore." He was momentarily at a loss. Had he said something wrong? Having lived 2 lifetimes as a straightforward man, he truly did not know how to console a girl. "No, I do not miss home. I am simply overwhelmed with joy, unable to restrain my tears. I apologize, it was not my intention to cry. Before I departed, my mother advised me not to shed tears too easily, lest others perceive me as vulnerable or be annoyed by my weeping. I am truly sorry, Amin. I am already quite foolish, so please do not bother me." Jiang Xiao wiped her tears with the back of her hand, revealing her innate strength. During her escape, she endured hunger for several days without shedding a tear, and even when she was thrown off the coal-laden train, she remained composed. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the aroma of twice-cooked pork overwhelmed her, prompting tears to flow. She could not help but reminisce about the first flicker of candlelight that Qiming had ignited for her, the first pair of sandals he had gifted her, and the specially prepared twice-cooked pork before her. Indeed, being cherished and held dear evokes a bittersweet sensation that she had nearly forgotten. Previously, she envisioned home as a courtyard adorned with blue tiles and white walls, a life of opulence and indulgence, where she was shielded from the rigors of existence. However, as she gazed at the gentle silhouette of the young man opposite her in the candlelight, with red-rimmed eyes, she declared, "Amin, I truly do not miss home. For this shall be my home from now on." "How foolish. This has always been your home. Do not cry. Let us dine first." Qiming placed the dishes on the table, 2 bowls of rice porridge and 2 plates of vegetables, a modest yet satisfactory meal for their first evening back. Ensuring the young girl would not go hungry, he resolved to work even harder, striving to provide 3 dishes and a soup daily. Observing Jiang Xiao still in a daze, her nose and eyes red, unsure how to use her chopsticks with the food before her, he decided to offer her a delicacy, saying, "Here, open your mouth and try this boiled clam." Jiang Xiao, still lost in thought, instinctively opened her mouth upon seeing the chopsticks Qiming extended, accepting the clam. However, when she bit down on his chopsticks, she suddenly snapped back to reality. What on earth? What was she doing? She had actually opened her mouth to receive food from Qiming. How could she be so indiscreet? How embarrassing. In her nervousness, she bit down on his chopsticks without releasing them. Qiming, unable to pull them away, found himself locked in a gaze with her. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao regained her composure and quickly released her grip, allowing Qiming to retrieve his chopsticks. Yet, as she held the clam, she was momentarily at a loss. She had never eaten one before and did not know how to proceed. Seeing the young girl with the clam in her mouth, her cheeks flushed and expression bewildered, Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly advised her, "Place it in your mouth. Use your tongue to extract the flesh. You cannot eat the shell. Just spit it out." Jiang Shuyao nodded eagerly, carefully followed his instructions, and spat out the shell after savoring the meat. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "This clam is truly delicious." Observing Jiang Shuyao's small mouth moving, her eyes sparkling as if she had tasted something extraordinary, Qiming joyfully picked up a clam for himself and savored a bite. The familiar flavor is utterly irresistible, a delightful temptation that captivates the locals by the sea. However, his actions caused Jiang Shuyao's cheeks to flush even deeper, her chopsticks still glistening with traces of her saliva. Yet, witnessing Qiming's lack of disdain for her, a peculiar joy welled up within her. As they dined, her mind could not help but wander. Would they share a bed together after dinner? The more she pondered, the more her face reddened, nearly causing her to bury her face in the bowl. Chapter 20. Time to sleep after dinner. The twice-cooked pork was rather spicy, causing Qiming to break into a sweat after just a few bites. The locals seldom indulged in spicy food, while the young lady across the table remained unfazed, truly embodying the resilience of a girl from Sichuan. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, Qiming laid a thin mattress on the wooden bed frame. Although sleeping on it would be somewhat uncomfortable, he had forgotten to purchase proper bedding. Fortunately, the bamboo mat he had washed earlier that afternoon was already dry, allowing him to spread out. He was fortunate to have two mats. One could easily be placed on the floor. Jiang Shuyu stood awkwardly to the side, clutching her bundle. Upon seeing Qiming lay the second mat on the ground, she hesitated for a moment, about to speak when she noticed him retrieving a few bills from his pocket. With a smile, Qiming counted the money in his hand, then pulled out a small box from a crevice and placed the bills inside. Approaching Jiang Shuyu, he said, "Shuyu, I earned 10 yuan today from fishing, spent 7, and have 3 left. This money will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. It will serve as the foundation for our little family. In a month, when we marry and hold a banquet, we will rely on it. Though it seems little now, I assure you, within a month, I will fill it up. Entrust it to me?" Jiang Shuyu, holding her bundle in one hand and the box in the other, was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the box of money, she asked, "Are you truly so confident in giving me this money? It's only 3 yuan, and besides, aren't you even more assured in marrying me?" Qiming winked at her, genuinely finding the young girl endearing. Despite having pledged themselves to one another, she still expressed such naive sentiments. Her face flushed slightly at his remark, and she returned the box to its original place, saying, "Then I shall take good care of it. When I earn money, I will contribute to this box as well. We will both strive to fill it." She was determined not to let Qiming bear the burden alone. With his trust in her, she would not disappoint his expectations. "All right, once it's full, we shall hold our wedding," Qiming remarked, patting the little wooden box before securing it with a bamboo strip. This represented all their possessions. The thought filled him with anticipation. Once filled with money, they could finally marry. At that moment, Jiang Shuyu curiously inquired how he managed to earn so much in a single day. Qiming explained that he had caught jumping fish. "Jumping fish? You've never seen them? Next time I go fishing, I'll take you along to catch some," he promised. "But surely, such fish must be difficult to catch?" Jiang Shuyu pondered, realizing that if they were easy to catch, they wouldn't fetch such a price. She couldn't fathom how capable Qiming was. Despite his evident talents, he had been disheartened for so long. That girl must have truly hurt him deeply. "Well, I have my unique methods. Additionally, I plan to enlist 2 of my brothers to join me in catching the jumping fish. They'll be coming over tomorrow, and I intend to help them craft some tools for the task," Qiming replied. In this region, friends who excel in their pursuits are often affectionately referred to as brother allies in colloquial terms. "Oh, your brother is coming?" Jiang Shuyu felt a twinge of anxiety. "Then I shall change into a new outfit tomorrow. I brought 3 sets of clothes, and there's a dress I have yet to wear. My hands and face are quite wrinkled. Will your brothers mock me when they see me?" "Ha, how could they? When they meet you, they will envy me instead. All right, Let's get some rest. You sleep on the bed, and I will take the floor. Qiming was rather eager to witness the jealousy and admiration on their faces the following day. Upon hearing Qiming's words, Jiang Shuyu mustered her courage to inquire, "Aren't we going to sleep together? We are to be married after all." Qiming, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Setting aside the inappropriateness of the situation and their limited acquaintance, he was also acutely aware of his own physical limitations. There was no rush. Time was on their side. Seeing Qiming hesitate, Jiang Shuyu felt a pang of sorrow. With reddened eyes, she asked, "Ming, do you find me unattractive?" "What? How could I possibly think you are unattractive?" "Nonsense. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you on the entire Yujin Island. I merely believe we have just met, so there is no need to rush. We can discuss it properly on our wedding day. Furthermore, if you find me unsuitable after a month of companionship, I shall help you find someone else." Qiming overtly rumbled on. His embarrassed demeanor elicited a laugh from Jiang Shuyu, who wiped her tears and declared, "I will follow you. After all, I shall marry no one but you." Am I truly that admirable? Everyone in the village has been calling me a good-for-nothing, saying I am unambitious. Just today, my aunt and a woman who ridicules me behind my back had a quarrel. Qiming lit some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, placed it aside, and lay down on the cool mat, gazing blankly at the blocked ceiling. "It's different. I can sense that you are a good person. You are not wicked. Besides, you have been wronged, which is not your fault. We all make mistakes, and what matters is that we do not repeat them in the future." Jiang Shuyu sat at the edge of the bed, removed her shoes, and handed a pillow to Qiming. "I can rest my head on my bundle, but you should use the pillow." "No, I have something very important in my bundle that I must keep with me." "Ming, could you please refrain from touching my bundle?" Jiang Shuyu hesitated, her voice tinged with concern. "Something important? Very well, I shall not touch it. Just ensure you keep it safe." Although Qiming was curious, he refrained from prying further. He had noticed how much the young lady cherished her bundle. Perhaps it contained something significant. Nevertheless, he thought it best to respect her privacy, as everyone harbors their own little secrets. Much like his own, having been reborn and inexplicably possessing the Mazu Holy Grail on his wrist. Speaking of the Mazu Holy Grail, Qiming raised his wrist. After making 2 wishes today, it seemed the Grail would no longer heed his summons. It appeared he could only use it twice a day. Or perhaps it required several days before he could utilize it again. He was uncertain of the cool-down period. He decided to wait until morning to investigate further. Qiming sat up, preparing to extinguish the candle, and noticed Jiang Shuyu lying at the edge of the bed. He said, "You should lie down inside. I worry you might fall off during the night. I am quite comfortable sleeping here, close to you. Otherwise, I feel afraid." Jiang Shuyu curled up at the bedside, offering him a small, sweet smile. "Very well, then," Qiming replied as he blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. The air was infused with the fragrance of mugwort and the delightful scent emanating from the young girl. Qiming found himself lost in thought. Who could have anticipated his rebirth? Now, he was to embark on a wholly different journey alongside a young lady of misfortune. This girl, he mused, must have endured considerable hardship to end up here. Though they had only spent a day together, he sensed that she was a remarkably good person. He resolved to treat her well in the future and to earnestly work towards prosperity. In this life, he was determined to alter his fate and reshape the village's perception of him, as well as the young ladies. He pondered how her life had unfolded without his presence in the past. Unbeknownst to Qiming, Jiang Shuyu had tragically taken her own life by drowning in her previous existence. Fortunately, in this life, he had returned early. A mere shift in time had transformed the destinies of both individuals. Chapter 21. The rift between father and son on the brightly lit dock. Su Hongdi, a slender, dark-skinned middle-aged man with graying hair at the temples and a neck sunburnt from toil, had just returned from his fishing expedition. After securing his small wooden boat, he carried 2 baskets of catch to the Wu family's purchasing point to sell his goods. Despite the oppressive nature of his life, he had once felt a glimmer of hope. His son was on the verge of marrying a university student. Once the wedding took place, he planned to bite the bullet and partition their household. Even if he were relegated to a dilapidated side room, it would be worth it, as he would no longer suffer indignities. The money he had saved could be used to refurbish that room as a marital abode, and he and Li Xiujuan could move out, managing with a humble dwelling. Their hardship would be bearable if it meant their child could lead a good life. He had saved up 50 yuan as a betrothal gift, but what did he receive in return? A broken engagement, his son's despair, the disdainful glances from his biased wife. He felt utterly doomed. Truly, the end had come. He yearned for his son to regain his spirits, yet the naturally taciturn Qiming, when faced with his father, could only oscillate between silence and quarrels. It was as if an insurmountable mountain loomed between them. The villagers frequently mocked him behind his back, exacerbating his already stooped posture, and he could no longer see any light at the end of the tunnel. However, as he completed his sales and prepared to return home, he heard Wu Yuyi calling out to him, "Old Su, did you know your son went out to fish today? He made quite a bit of money. He said he wants to get back on his feet." "What did you say?" Su Hongdi was taken aback. "You look more shocked than I am." "I'm not lying. He really wants to be a better person." He didn't seem to be speaking insincerely. Perhaps Ming has truly found clarity. After patting Su Hongdi on the shoulder, Wu Yuyi went back to his work. Ming is getting back on track? Su Hongdi still found it hard to believe, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was hesitant to entertain hope, fearing that his son had merely sought a quick way to earn money for alcohol. He dared not nurture any expectations. For the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Yet a flicker of optimism ignited within him. Perhaps he should visit Su Qiming another day, but he hesitated, worried that a reunion would lead to yet another round of endless arguments with a drunken son. In the dead of night, Su Qiming was abruptly awakened by the crashing of waves. The tide was rising violently, battering against the wooden posts of the boathouse with a thunderous roar, as if threatening to obliterate the structure. From the bamboo grove behind, eerie bird calls echoed, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. The sea breeze howled through the window, producing a mournful sound, prompting him to sit up and secure the window with a wooden latch. The young girl beside him slept soundly. As he gazed at her peaceful slumber, a pang of guilt washed over Su Qiming. Here he was, destitute, while this girl willingly chose to be with him. He resolved to work doubly hard, striving to build a new home as soon as possible. The boathouse was indeed quite shabby. Should a powerful typhoon strike, accompanied by surging tides and tumultuous waves, it would render this place uninhabitable. If fortune were to take a turn for the worse, a single wave could sweep the boathouse away. Observing Jiang Xiao rolling over, a few buttons of her clothing undone, revealing her fair little belly, with a round and adorable navel, he smiled and gently placed a nearby cloth over her belly before settling back down to sleep. The following morning, the cacophonous cries of several seagulls perched on the rooftop roused Su Qiming from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Jiang Xiao nestled with her small bundle, sleeping soundly, her tiny mouth agape, a glistening droplet of saliva forming. He arose, grabbed a handful of rice to cook, and soaked some dried kelp. Once the rice was ready and the kelp softened, he sliced it into strands, adding a sprinkle of garlic and vinegar to create a simple dish. Pushing open the door, Su Qiming called out to Jiang Xiao, "Xiao, rise and dine." "Ugh." Jiang Xiao rolled over, mumbling, "I don't want to get up. I wish to sleep a little longer." What am I saying? How can I indulge in slumber?" Jiang Xiao suddenly widened around, glistening eyes, and quickly shot up, clutching her small bundle. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a droplet of crystal clear saliva trickled down. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Jiang Xiao hurriedly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and flusteredly got out of bed, saying, "Ming, I'm sorry for waking up late. I'll prepare breakfast for you." "Haha, no need. The meal is already prepared, and I've filled the water for you. Just wash up and come over to eat." Su Qiming found her adorable demeanor endearing. "Huh? Yes, I'm sorry." Jiang Xiao blushed and apologized to Su Qiming, realizing that despite their agreement to care for each other, she had allowed him to prepare breakfast on their first day. "It's all right. Hurry over for breakfast," Su Qiming said, setting the meal for her. After a while, Jiang Xiao finally finished washing up and joined at the table. Her cheeks flushed as she assured him she would rise early the next day. This time, Jiang Xiao eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, and Su Qiming permitted her to do so while he fetched a bucket of water from the river for later use. "Ah, Living in a boathouse was troublesome. Daily trips to fetch water were necessary, and the river water lacked the comfort of well water. Upon returning, Jiang Xiao had swept both the interior and exterior of the house with a broom and rearranged the items she had purchased the previous day. She also gathered the blankets and neatly folded them back onto the bed. Seeing him return with the water, Jiang Xiao blushed and remarked, "The blankets are dry. Let us share the bed tonight. The floor is too hard, and you need to work during the day. Let us discuss it later tonight," he replied. As the matter unfolded, Qiming found himself feeling somewhat parched and his heart raced. He was uncertain how to respond. After all, what man wouldn't wish to share a bed with a stunning beauty? Yet, he felt that such an act was premature, as their relationship lacked emotional depth. Thus, he hastily placed the water inside the room to mask his unease. "Very well," Jiang Xiao murmured, lowering her head. She then looked up with eager eyes and said, "What do you intend to do? Just call for me directly. My mother always says I lack initiative. Once I finish sweeping, I am at a loss for what to do next. Since I am to marry you, I should be responsible for household matters, so please do keep me informed. Rest assured, if there's work, I will certainly call for you. No need to be so anxious. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to tidy yourself up today?" "Yes, I almost forgot." "Then please go ahead and prepare." "All right." While savoring a banana from the previous day, Qiming began to gather the necessary items for catching the big jumping fish, which required different tools. Jiang Xiao, meanwhile, changed into a new outfit inside the house. After spending a day together, they had grown somewhat more familiar with each other. As Qiming sharpened his machete, he heard the sound of the door opening. Turning around, he beheld Jiang Xiao, now adorned in a light yellow dress and the sandals he had purchased for her, with a delightful yellow hairpin adorning her hair. A gentle sea breeze tousled her hair, grazing her forehead, and in that moment, it seemed as if the morning sun had become even more radiant. In stark contrast to the disarray of the previous day, Jiang Xiao now exuded an air of sophistication befitting a young lady. Noticing Qiming's gaze upon her, she shyly inquired, "Ming, do I look all right in this? Your friends will be arriving shortly, won't they?" For a moment, Qiming was momentarily captivated. How could someone be so beautiful? He quickly affirmed, "You look stunning, truly beautiful. When my friends see you, their jaws will surely drop." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Jiang Xiao felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks at his words. At that moment, the sound of bicycles approached from outside. Zhao San pedaled in, accompanied by Zhang Dehai. Zhao San was still sporting his hair wax and donned a white shirt, pedaling with fervor, while Zhang Dehai, with his usual swagger, sat casually on the back seat, grinning and waving. "Ming, Ming," Zhang Dehai called out, waving enthusiastically. Both had tossed and turned the previous night, preoccupied with thoughts of Qiming's promise to take them fishing for the big jumping fish. As soon as he shouted, his eyes fell upon Jiang Xiao, standing on the deck. The girl in her pale yellow dress resembled a flower blooming in the desolate autumn, instantly capturing the attention of both him and Zhao San. Chapter 22. Was last night delightful? Ah, Salinmu. Zhao San, look over there. Is that truly a young lady? Or am I merely imagining things? You must take a glance. Stop riding the bicycle. Zhang Dehai hastily patted Zhao San on the back. Zhao San promptly halted his bicycle, balancing on one foot, his sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his back. He glanced over and could not help but widen his eyes. Indeed, I told you Amin was not deceiving me. He is genuinely getting married, and this must be his fiancée. I shall partake in the wedding banquet. Calling her sister-in-law already? Look at your unworthy demeanor. We still do not know her character. We must investigate whether this girl is truly suitable for Amin. What if we encounter another wicked woman like Zhou Shui? Zhang Dehai slapped Zhao San on the shoulder, his expression darkening. If this girl is also a bad woman, we must ensure Amin awakens today. He cannot be fooled a second time. Indeed, absolutely not. Zhao San straightened up. Let us, as Amin's brothers, approach and assess her true nature. I wish to see if she is indeed a virtuous girl. Come, cease your frivolity. Let us adopt a serious demeanor. We must scrutinize on behalf of Amin. Upon reaching the sandy area, they could no longer ride their bicycles, so the two pushed them forward. As they drew near, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San saw Qiming waving at them, while Jiang Xiao shyly smiled in their direction. That smile from Jiang Shuyao was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon clearly seeing her features, Zhang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart raced, and he thought, how could there be such an exquisite girl? Goodness, is she from a refugee camp? She was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. He had worried the previous night that Su Qiming would marry a coarse, middle-aged woman, losing sleep over it. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Xiao today, it seemed he would lose even more sleep. Zhao San swallowed hard and remarked to Hai, why do I feel she is even more beautiful than Xiao Xiao? Immediately regretting his words, he quickly covered his mouth. Such statements should not be uttered carelessly, lest they reach Xiao Xiao's ears, which would spell his doom. Xiao Xiao is the most beautiful. I must not be deceived. Ahai, and I must discern the merits of the sister-in-law and safeguard Amin. No, we cannot refer to her as sister-in-law just yet. After mentally repeating this several times, Zhao San turned to find Zhang Dehai had vanished from his side. Turning again, he spotted Zhang Dehai hurriedly bounding over, enthusiastically calling out, sister-in-law, greetings! I am Zhang Dehai, Amin's sworn brother. We have grown up together since childhood, sharing countless experiences. Ha ha ha! The moment I saw you, I knew you must be a lady of refinement, cultured and graceful, a splendid young woman. I am genuinely happy for my brother. Ah! Zhang Dehai released a torrent of words he had memorized. Zhao San was taken aback and hurriedly approached the still grinning Zhang Dehai, murmuring beside him, Hey, Ahai, didn't you say you needed to be serious and look out for Ming? What kind of lookout are you talking about? With a sister-in-law who possesses such beauty and grace, tell me, could such a girl be a villain? Besides, even if she were truly wicked, Ming being deceived would merely serve as a light in his life. Zhang Dehai nudged Zhao San with his elbow, seemingly contemplating the reasonableness of his words. Zhao San shrugged it off. As long as he could enjoy the wedding feast, that was all that mattered. Observing the two brothers' demeanor, Su Qiming secretly chuckled to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction, and introduced them to Jiang Shuyu. After exchanging greetings, they acknowledged one another, leaving their bicycles parked beneath them. Shuyu, you rest at home for now. I will join them to gather more bamboo in the bamboo grove. We must swiftly prepare the tools for catching the big jumping fish before the tide recedes. All right, but take care on your way. Jiang Shuyu waved them off. Su Qiming led them to the nearby bamboo grove. Yet not long into their walk, Zhang Dehai could no longer contain himself. He clutched Su Qiming, lamenting, Ming, you are truly incorrigible. How can I possibly sleep? How can your sister-in-law be so breathtakingly beautiful? Her fair complexion is entirely unlike the girls from our seaside. Surely, your ancestors must be smiling down upon you. With looks like hers, she could have been a captivating beauty in ancient times. Grasping Su Qiming's arm, he inquired, does your sister-in-law have any sisters or younger siblings? Could you introduce me to one? Enough. You can't go a day without being foolish, can you? You have someone in your heart, yet you still entertain such thoughts? Hey, I'm just joking. Zhang Dehai released his grip, grinning playfully. All right, I haven't inquired much about your sister-in-law's family. Those who fled here often have faced hardships, so I dare not pry too deeply, fearing it might touch upon her sorrows. I intend to take good care of her for a while, earnestly work to provide, and then gradually learn the details. If there is a chance to help, I shall do so, but that is a conversation for another time. Su Qiming sighed, continuing, currently, your sister-in-law is enduring the discomfort of staying with me in the boathouse, barely eating, and she was even disturbed from her sleep last night. Ming, I forgot to ask, was it enjoyable? What? Su Qiming felt embarrassed to admit he had slept on the floor last night. He intended to brush it off, but Zhang Dehai persisted. Have you paid your dues to your sister-in-law yet? Suddenly, Zhao San chimed in, what dues? Didn't the commune disband ages ago? Idiot. Zhang Dehai kicked Zhao San's backside, clarifying he is referring to marital intimacy. Zhao San suddenly enlightened. Oh, like how my parents used to make matchboxes at night. He grew animated, gesturing, when Xiao Xiao and I marry, I'll be tasked with making matchboxes. 10 for relatives, 104. Su Qiming nearly chopped his foot with the axe, hastily interjecting. All right, enough questions. You'll find out in due time. Hurry and gather bamboo. Aren't you both eager to catch the big jumping fish? First, let us chop the bamboo, and once we're done, I'll teach you how to craft the tools. Come on, Zhao San, Let's go chop some bamboo. Do you see? Once we have money, there will be someone to warm our beds every day. Just thinking about it is delightful. He, Zhao San, grinning foolishly with a machete in hand, approached as well. Then, scratching his head, he inquired, "Ahai, what exactly did you mean by that earlier?" "Huh, goodness. You don't know what one must do after getting married?" Zhang Dehai asked while chopping bamboo. "What do you mean? Isn't marriage just marriage?" "It's that." Zhang Dehai clapped his hands together, producing a crisp sound. Seeing Zhao San still looking bewildered, he glanced around and noticed Su Qiming nearby, chopping bamboo. He then whispered, "A month ago, didn't I give you a martial arts comic?" The male and female protagonists took off their clothes to cultivate and heal. After that, Zhao San, utterly perplexed, replied, "What? I just thought it was too cold in winter for them to be cultivating without clothes. If it were me, I'd de-practice in a cotton coat. It would save firewood too. Honestly, I am truly amazed by you," Zhang Dehai exclaimed, feeling a bit dazed. "Then, tell me, why did you ask a Ming if he felt good? What is this feeling good about? They were just gluing matchboxes together, don't ask." "Oh, then I suppose I should glue matchboxes together with Xiao Xiao when we get married." Chapter 23. Crafting the Trap. After cutting several bamboo stalks, Su Qiming instructed two individuals to split the bamboo into slender strips, known as splints, which they set aside. Seizing the opportunity, he bound the nets they had brought using bamboo poles, fashioning a triangular net. Once the triangular net was completed, the two men had finished splitting the bamboo into splints, eagerly awaiting his instruction on how to catch the elusive jumping fish. "Haven't we all woven bamboo trays at home?" Su Qiming inquired, picking up a few splints. "Indeed. How could we not? Every household uses bamboo trays for drying fish," Zhang Dehai replied as he sat on the ground. "I will teach you to weave a specific kind of trap, designed particularly for catching the large jumping fish. Follow my lead," Su Qiming instructed. With the splints in hand, he spent a little over 10 minutes and swiftly crafted a small trap resembling a gourd, featuring a circular opening at the front and a flat tail, secured with hemp rope. "Do you see? This is the treasure for catching the large jumping fish," Su Qiming exclaimed, showcasing the trap. "Once the jumping fish enters, it cannot escape. We will set the traps in advance to catch the smaller jumping fish, and after that, we can return to collect the traps. 2 goals achieved in one endeavor." "Indeed. Ming, how did you come up with such a clever trap?" Zhang Dehai marveled at the contraption, inspecting it from all angles, his face filled with astonishment. "Do you think I have idly wasted this past year? I've been tinkering with various ideas during my free time," Su Qiming boasted without a hint of humility. He then proceeded to teach the two men how to weave the jumping fish traps. Despite his somewhat naive demeanor, Zhao San proved to be swifter in craftsmanship than Zhang Dehai. Within an hour, the three of them had crafted 30 jumping fish traps. "All right, that's enough for today. With the tide receding soon, each of us can take 10 traps to catch the jumping fish," Su Qiming declared, clapping his hands. Zhang Dehai, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "We must ensure these traps are securely stored. If someone finds them and learns how to use them, what then? They won't be able to learn it so easily. Do you really think catching large jumping fish is as simple as placing a trap in their holes?" Su Qiming replied, holding up the trap. "It requires a certain level of experience and technique. I can assure you, without my expertise, possessing the trap alone won't yield any results. Why do some fishermen consistently return from the sea with their nets brimming? They possess their own unique methods. It is only in this modern era of rapid information exchange that such knowledge becomes widespread. In times past, people would keep their profitable techniques to themselves. Is it truly that impressive?" Zhang Dehai questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Isn't it simply a matter of placing the trap in the fish's hole?" "Not so straightforward," Zhao San interjected suddenly. "Ming, having learned so many methods of making money from you, we ought to share the profits in the future, right? On our way here, Ahai and I were discussing this matter. My mother once told me that one should not take advantage of others." Zhang Dehai nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, both of us benefited greatly from your guidance yesterday. Today, as you teach us the art of catching the big jumping fish, we must share a portion of our earnings with you." When I returned home with the money last night, my mother was so overwhelmed with joy that she shed tears. This was the first time I brought home such a substantial sum. and after carelessly handing the money to her, I caught her wiping her eyes in secret, expressing to my father's memorial that I had made something of myself and was striving for success. This made me reflect. Perhaps I had been somewhat of a scoundrel in the past. Qiming was right to pull me back. I want to prove myself. Hearing his brother speak this way brought comfort to Qiming. Sometimes, in a partnership, the essence lies not in the division of profits, but in the shared attitude. However, he replied, for now, you should keep your earnings to yourselves. At this moment, our income is modest, and there's no need to be overly meticulous. We can discuss it later. Once I purchase a boat, would you both consider joining me? It was inevitable that he would buy a boat. Once he acquired it and hired crew members, he would certainly choose trustworthy individuals, as venturing far out to sea required dependable companions. Silinmu, you dare to dream of buying a boat? Even a second-hand wooden vessel would cost over 200. Zhang Dehai remarked appreciatively, giving Qiming a light punch on the shoulder. If you can't save enough to buy a boat, does that mean we won't share our earnings with you? Who do you look down upon? Just wait and see. I will certainly be able to afford a boat, replied Qiming with a smile. Zhao San, filled with excitement, chimed in, all right, Dehai, then hurry up and buy that boat. My mother scolded me again today, telling me to stay away from you. Rest assured, Zhao San, I am to purchase a boat this year. Qiming chuckled, realizing Zhao San's mother wasn't entirely wrong. After all, which mother would want her son associating with an ne'er-do-well? He then led the two back, carrying the mud horse, prepared to return to the tidal flats while allowing Jiang Shuyao to stay at home for the time being. As there was only one mud horse, and he had not had time to make a new one that day, Jiang Shuyao reminded them to be cautious, and then took the clothes he had exchanged yesterday to wash. She thought that since Qiming was out working, she too should engage in tasks within her capacity. After washing the clothes, she would gather some dry branches for fuel. Yes, that would do. Finding something to occupy herself and ensuring the household was well taken care of. Yet, as soon as Qiming left, she found herself missing him. Having known him for only a day or two, it felt as though they were already inseparable. I hope Amin returns soon, Jiang Shuyao mused, puffing her cheeks. As they walked along the road, Zhang Dehai couldn't help but express his envy. Amin, your sister-in-law is truly considerate. I wash my own clothes at home. Zhao San echoed his envy, but muttered, however, I wouldn't let Xiao Xiao wash my underwear. I could wash hers instead. Ha! Wash Xiao Xiao's underwear? You dare to dream of such a luxury? Washing underwear is hardly a desirable task. Stop, Zhao San. I have no desire to converse with you. As the trio conversed, they soon arrived at the tidal flats. Qiming glided over the muddy terrain and came to the vicinity of the large jumping fish burrows he had encountered the previous day. He then inquired, do you see these several holes? Do you know which hole we should place the cage in? Zhang Dehai, upon observing the multitude of holes, scratched his head in perplexity and replied, there are so many holes, and we only brought 30 cages. That is insufficient. Thus, the placement of the cages requires a certain finesse. Do you now comprehend? He continued, otherwise, with your haphazard placement, we would need an exorbitant number of cages. Ming, he urged, please enlighten us on how to position them correctly. I am immensely curious. Aren't all the holes similar? Chapter 24, Another Wish. A stroke of luck? Gather around. Let me elucidate for you. A jumping fish possesses two openings, one for respiration and the other for ingress and egress. Some crafty jumping fish even excavate several openings to confound their adversaries. Hence it is imperative to discern which orifice serves as their entrance and exit. Qiming discovered a jumping fish hole and remarked, do you see these distinct trails? They're marked by the slime that has crawled over, accompanied by the traces of fins emerging from either side, indicating that the jumping fish entered and exited through this very hole. Indeed, you are right. Had you not pointed it out, I would have overlooked it, said Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, squatting with curiosity. Shall we set the trap now? Smack! Qiming playfully struck Zhang Dehai's forehead. Must you be so impatient? Observe your eagerness. Allow me to finish my explanation, will you? If you keep this up, I might just stuff you into the jumping fish hole and let the big fish bite you. Why would you stuff me in the jumping fish hole? What purpose would that serve? Zhao San inquired, puzzled. Do refrain from interrupting. I wasn't referring to you, my friend. Qiming found himself exasperated with Zhao San and contemplated how he would manage when it came time for his own wedding. Hoping not to stray off course in the future, Zhang Dehai, however, loosened his belt, exclaiming, "Is there really such a delightful prospect? Scram! Come, I shall demonstrate for you." Qiming held a jumping fish trap towards one hole and explained, "This hole cannot be directly set. It must be excavated. Generally, when you dig a hole inhabited by jumping fish, you will find water inside. There is indeed an art to digging this particular hole. First, you must insert your finger to discern the direction in which the hole leads. If it veers left, then dig to the left, thereby enlarging the hole like so." He unearthed a sizable clump of mud, widening the entrance and casually flinging the mud onto another nearby hole. Block this vent, and before long, it will crawl out from that opening. Next, we must place the trap. The circular entrance should align with the excavated hole, ensuring it is submerged in water. If the jumping fish see the trap, they will not emerge. All right, it is set. Have you grasped the technique? Yes, we have learned. It is not overly difficult. Do not underestimate these few techniques. They are the culmination of many individuals' efforts. We are but reaping the benefits of those who came before us. Now set your traps, and soon we shall go catch some little jumping fish. Let us go. Zhang Dehai urged Zhao San as they departed. Once Qiming secured the jumping fish traps, he suddenly recalled the Mazu holy cup adorning his wrist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the pair of cup symbols seemed to radiate with energy. Is it ready for use again? He surmised correctly. It appeared he could use it twice a day. Yet, he had yet to comprehend what wishes the Mazu holy cup could grant. He murmured, "Mazu, may you bless Zhao San with a normal mind?" However, the Mazu holy cup remained unresponsive. Oh dear, it appears that Mazu, the goddess, does not grant every wish. "Mazu, could you transform me into a superhero?" Yet, there was still no response. Scratching his head, Qiming cast another jumping fish trap and whispered, "Mazu, could you make me strong and robust, surpassing ordinary men?" Still, there was no reaction. It seemed that wishes capable of instantaneously altering one's circumstances were beyond reach. Reflecting on his previous wishes, they seemed rather reasonable, often revolving around a change in fortune. For instance, his encounter with Jiang Xiao was merely a stroke of luck from returning home early. With this thought in mind, Qiming finished casting 10 jumping fish traps and proclaimed, "Compassionate Mazu, I beseech you to bless my endeavors in catching jumping fish on this mudflat with fruitful results." Upon uttering this wish, he felt the Mazu mark on his wrist stir, with 2 holy cups transforming into a single smiling cup. A smiling cup? This indicated that Mazu was hesitating, likely displeased with his previous careless wishes. He only had 2 opportunities in a day. Qiming hastily knelt on the mudflat, saying, "Compassionate Mazu, please do not be angry. My prior wishes were spoken in jest. I implore you for your blessing once more, and when I earn some money, I shall certainly go to the Mazu temple in Ludo Town to offer incense." As soon as he finished speaking, the mark on his wrist transformed into a holy cup. Success! "Thank you, Mazu." Elated, Qiming stood up, ready to mount the nearby mud horse when he suddenly heard a splash behind him. Turning around, he noticed a half-dry mud pool hidden behind a red tree, where a peculiar, flat serpent, about a meter long, was thrashing about. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Goodness! A great heron eel!" The heron eel, also known as the heron sea eel, belongs to the conger family and is a fierce fish species that typically resides in mudflats, emerging to forage only during high tide. There are indeed many eels in these mudflats, including the more valuable earth dragons, which can sell for 5 yuan per pound. However, these eels are notoriously difficult to catch, often hiding in burrows, making them nearly impossible to capture. Yet, Qiming had heard tales of a skilled individual known as Third Uncle, renowned for his ability to catch earth dragons and heron eels. This solitary man, lacking children or a family, possessed remarkable skills in capturing these fish. He could consistently return with 40 to 50 pounds of earth dragons, earning over 200 yuan a day, which was quite a fortune in 1982. Many sought to apprentice under him, but Third Uncle was notoriously cantankerous, driving away anyone who dared to approach, ultimately taking his skills to the grave. Qiming never anticipated encountering a lost great heron eel. The large eel must have crawled out from a hole at the water's edge, only to accidentally tumble into this slippery mud pool surrounded on all sides. With its head held high, it resembled a serpent, attempting to swim back to the hole on the bank. However, its naturally slimy body combined with the muddy slope rendered it trapped in this predicament. Truly, the goddess Mazu is formidable. This large eel is quite valuable. As it is difficult to capture, it can fetch $2 per pound, and in later years, it may sell for at least $180 per pound. Qiming was overjoyed, yet he did not rush to seize the eel. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, it was ferocious, and a single bite could cost him a chunk of flesh. He quickly removed his shirt and wrapped it around his hand to prevent the slippery creature from eluding his grasp. Otherwise, a retaliatory bite would spell disaster. With a fire tong in his left hand and his shirt-wrapped right hand at the ready, Qiming approached. The eel sensed his presence, raising its head and baring its sharp teeth in a show of defiance before suddenly lunging to bite him. However, Qiming, seasoned in such encounters, deftly stepped back to evade the eel's assault. Once out of water, an eel cannot create significant splashes. After dodging this attack, Qiming swiftly clamped the fire tongs around the creature's head, firmly gripping it with his right hand while using his foot to pin its body down. It must be said that this eel was indeed fierce. Qiming felt it thrashing wildly, still intent on biting him. Still not convinced? He taunted, and with a dismissive spit toward its open mouth, he released the fire tongs and swiftly applied a handful of mud to seal its mouth. Chapter 25. Zhao San's desire for a guardian. With mud clogging its mouth, the eel was rendered breathless, becoming markedly more docile. Qiming seized the head of this sizable eel, lifting it effortlessly. Goodness, this creature weighed over 10 pounds, which meant that only it could fit into his fish basket. The jumping fish would have to be placed in a separate container. Eels generally exert force with their heads, so it was essential to position the head first into the basket. Otherwise, inserting it from the tail would be an impossible endeavor. As the saying goes, eels love to burrow, and this particular eel, upon seeing the opening of the basket, swiftly slithered inside. Delighted, Qiming set the basket down on the mud. Carrying a 10-plus pound eel was quite a burden. Just as he placed the basket down, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, who had finished setting up their jumping fish traps, slid over the muddy terrain and were just in time to witness Qiming's catch. Their eyes widened in astonishment. I thought you had caught a cobra. When did you become so bold as to catch snakes? That's an eel, right? Indeed, it must weigh at least 10 pounds. Just after I set the jumping fish traps, I heard this eel thrashing in the mud behind me. Wow, your luck is incredible, Qiming. How is it that since you've been making progress, your fortune has also improved? In the time it took us to set the traps, you've already made over 20 bucks? This big eel must be worth at least $2 a pound. Zhang Dehai exclaimed enviously. Enough with the envy. Quickly catch some jumping fish. Once we're done, we'll collect the traps. All right, how about we compete to see who catches more jumping fish? The loser treats the winner to fried dough sticks. Zhang Dehai's competitive spirit ignited. Agreed, but I want mine stuffed with shrimp and oysters. Qiming added, his appetite peaked. The local delicacy, a scoop of batter fried to a golden crisp, was irresistible. When bitten into, the succulent shrimp and oysters would ooze with flavor, leaving grease between one's fingers. In an era marked by scarcity, indulging in fried dough sticks was a sign of prosperity. Why wait any longer? Zhao San rubbed his stomach, excitement bubbling at the mention of food. Let us hurry and catch those jumping fish. Qiming slid over the muddy terrain in search of jumping fish holes, with Zhao San and Zhang Dehai closely following. After an hour of bustling about the tidal flats, Qiming had collected nearly half a basket. Noticing the tide rising, he called out, Zhao San, Dehai, let us stop and return to gather the traps. Let us go. Zhang Dehai led Zhao San back. Qiming, how many did you catch? Zhang Dehai rushed to check Qiming's basket. Wow, look at all this. It surpasses what we caught together. You two still lack experience, Qiming remarked, realizing that his wishes often brought him good fortune, though this luck was not something he could share. In your search for the elusive jumping fish, you seem to have encountered them in abundance. while my companion and I have scoured for quite some time, only to discover a mere handful. It is indeed perplexing how fortune favors you wherever you venture. Zhang Dehai clicked his tongue in disbelief, then wiped his nose and remarked, "Yet, the ultimate victor remains uncertain. Come, let's retrieve our traps." At that moment, Zhao San exuded an unusual confidence, declaring, "I am certain I have captured the most. My traps are perfectly placed." As the trio passed through a thicket of low-lying mangroves, Su Qiming turned his head to see a lean, elderly man gliding past on a mud horse, burdened with a heavy basket of fish as he emerged from the thicket. Upon recognizing him, Su Qiming realized this was none other than the eccentric old man, San Shu, renowned for his exceptional skills in catching earth dragons. It appeared that San Shu had once again returned laden with bounty. The last time he had caught a nearly 3-pound earth dragon, which was promptly purchased by a local restaurant. The larger the dragon, the more valuable it became, fetching a price of 8 yuan per pound for that single catch. Zhang Dehai gazed into the distance, fantasizing if only we could master his techniques for catching earth dragons. We would never have to worry about sustenance again. Zhao San chimed in eagerly. How exhausting it must be to learn from a master. I would rather become San Shu's adopted son, and then all his earnings would be mine. When that time comes, wouldn't we all prosper? Huh. Why would San Shu adopt you? Does he seek companionship merely for your ability to eat and breathe? You know nothing. San Shu has no children. I could provide for him in his old age. I could perform the mourning rites for him. I guarantee a grand funeral for San Shu, one that befits his stature. I shall ensure my lamentations are the loudest, and should he wish for a modern cremation, I shall personally ignite the flames. If he fears fire, I shall procure a grand coffin, reinforced with numerous nails to prevent him from rising as a zombie to haunt the living and tarnish his reputation during his lifetime. As Zhao San became increasingly animated, froth gathered at the corners of his mouth, and he prepared to pursue the old man on his mud horse, calling out, "San Shu, San Shu, would you like me to bring you?" For goodness sake, you must be quiet." Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai hastily grabbed Zhao San by the collar, pulling him back while covering his mouth. If San Shu were to overhear him, it would surely infuriate the old man. Su Qiming, somewhat puzzled, glanced in the direction San Shu had departed, saying, "Isn't that direction not the eastern bank? Typically, they ascend from the east, yet San Shu glided toward the north. While it is possible to land on the northern shore, the terrain is steep and challenging, overrun with wild grass. Why would he choose to emerge there? It would require a longer route. Who knows? Perhaps he will head to the eastern bank shortly." Zhang Dehai shrugged off the concern and reprimanded Zhao San again for speaking recklessly in front of San Shu. Whether Zhao San absorbed the admonition remained uncertain. Soon, the trio arrived at the location where they had set their traps for the jumping fish. Zhao San was the first to retrieve his, only to find that his 10 traps had yielded a meager 4 fish. What a disaster. Surely, my traps have been cursed by the Sea Dragon King. I will have to treat you all to fried dough. Zhao San exclaimed, stomping his feet in frustration, splattering mud on his Zhang Dehai's face. Alas, I find myself exasperated. For fish are merely 4 fish. Why such fervor? Ahai, could you possibly catch few less? Curse it. Why do you not cast a hex upon Qiming? Zhang Dehai, wiping the mud from his face, exclaimed, "Just look at his luck. Can I possibly curse him? It's as if he's been blessed at the Mazu temple." Zhao San remarked candidly. Ultimately, when Zhang Dehai retrieved his traps, he had caught 6 fish. This revelation delighted him immensely. 6 fish, a perfect omen of prosperity. Ha ha ha. Qiming, I am certain that victory is mine. Zhang Dehai, gleefully securing his traps upon his back, then exchanged knowing glances with Su Qiming. Qiming, if your catch does not surpass Zhao San's, be prepared to treat us to a meal. Not necessarily. Su Qiming, at this moment, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Upon reaching the location where he had set his traps, he began to collect the first one. To his surprise, the first trap felt unusually heavy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained 2 sizable jumping fish. Goodness, a double whammy? Qiming, I am truly astounded. Are these 2 fish rushing to reincarnate? Zhang Dehai stood in stunned silence. I never anticipated these jumping fish could be so foolish as to enter the same trap. Qiming then proceeded to gather the remaining traps, and to his astonishment, each one yielded a catch, culminating in yet another double whammy. In total, from 10 traps, he had captured 12 splendid jumping fish. Ming, did you perhaps spend the night at the entrance of the Mazu temple? Zhang Dehai questioned his own existence, feeling somewhat reassured by Zhao San's presence. Indeed, are you coming tonight? What nonsense about sleeping on the ground. Wouldn't I rather spend the night beside my wife? We must hurry back. Time is fleeting, and I still need to procure ingredients to cook for your wife. Upon their arrival in town, however, Qiming encountered two familiar figures who were busily transporting baskets of fish toward the purchasing point. Chapter 26. A direct confrontation. Two individuals clad in black water attire, their greasy aprons speckled with fragments of silvery fish scales, stood before him. One of them was his uncle, Su Hongtian, while the other, carrying a basket of bound blue crabs, was his elder cousin, Su Chibwa. It appeared that the two had just returned from their fishing expedition the previous night, boasting a commendable haul, baskets brimming with blue crabs and 2 additional baskets filled with yellow croaker. At this juncture, the yellow croaker had yet to attain significant value. It was only after a large-scale capture organized in Zhoushan that it began to be regarded as a rarity. As for these two, Qiming harbored no fondness towards them. His uncle was exceedingly petty, lacking any semblance of a protective elder brother's demeanor. Leveraging the old matriarch's favoritism, he feigned righteousness and spoke sweetly, all while subtly bullying their family, especially after the production team disbanded and they began to earn substantial money from a boat. They had ceased to regard Qiming's family with any respect. Many around him exhibited a similar disdain. A little wealth often inflated their egos, leading them to look down on others. Qiming vividly recalled how, upon Zhou Shui's declaration of breaking off their engagement, his uncle's fa of concern was unmistakable. Yet, Qiming discerned the underlying satisfaction in his uncle's eyes, a reflection of his fear that Qiming might ascend to a higher social standing through Zhou Shui. Moreover, his aunt possessed a miserly temperament. Despite their cohabitation, any precious items in the house were securely kept in her quarters, leaving Qiming's parents bereft of any claim to them. Even the use of a simple pair of scissors could spark considerable discord. If his mother borrowed them for a moment too long, his aunt would berate her with veiled insults. He recalled how, after his parents were driven apart and their family was divided, a mere bamboo mat led to his aunt demanding more money from his father. As for his elder cousin, he married 3 years prior and now had a daughter. Despite his seemingly honest appearance, he was far from virtuous, indulging in alcohol and frequently resorting to violence against his wife, Li Ruyun, simply because she had not borne him a son. In truth, Li Ruyun was a decent person, often caring for Qiming's family, yet she bore the brunt of her husband's wrath, suffering bruises and injuries regularly. The old matriarch also harassed her, relegating her to the household's most arduous tasks. Qiming vividly remembered a later incident when Li Ruyun, overwhelmed by oppression, resorted to poisoning his uncle and cousin, leaving behind a letter of accusation before taking her own life. Regrettably, his uncle and cousin survived the ordeal. The contents of that letter remained a mystery, as the old matriarch, upon reading it, was nearly incapacitated with rage and subsequently tore it to shreds. His uncle had a younger son who was of similar age to Qiming, but as for him, well, that was another matter entirely, one best left unspoken. Neither of the two expected to encounter Qiming at that moment. Su Hongtian set down the basket of fish, wiped his hands, and with a disingenuous smile, remarked, Ming, where have you been? You look like you've crawled out a muddy swamp, like some water spirit turned into a mud monkey. Isn't it true that your uncle said, at your age, wallowing in despair is unbecoming? Do you truly intend to remain unmarried? Zhou Shui is undoubtedly a golden phoenix, and it is only natural that you feel unworthy. Do not despair. There are plenty of girls from nearby villages. Before he could finish, Su Chibwa interjected disdainfully, Father, with Ming's circumstances, how could he possibly marry? Which woman would be attracted to him? Who would seek a man lacking wealth, ambition, and a home? How can you speak in such a manner? There are indeed foolish women in nearby villages, those who can only smile vacantly and drool, yet they can bear children. Isn't that sufficient for continuing the family line? Su Hongtian stated earnestly, though his words were undeniably harsh, subtly belittling Su Qiming. There were many people at the dock who erupted in laughter upon hearing this, yet not a single soul came to Su Qiming's defense. What could they do? His own uncle spoke so disparagingly, and they felt no obligation to intervene. If one's own kin did not stand by, outsiders were even less likely to lend support. Had it been the previous Su Qiming, he would have remained silent, his former timid nature holding him back. However, the reborn Su Qiming would not tolerate his foolish uncle flaunting his superiority or mocking his marital prospects. Uncle, you need not worry. I shall marry soon, and before long. I may even host a wedding banquet to which I shall certainly invite you. Perhaps in no time, I will bless you with a grandson, whom you so cherish. Su Qiming remarked nonchalantly, You claim I cannot find a wife. Well, I can just as easily say you do not yet have a grandson. As expected, upon hearing this, his uncle's face darkened, and Su Qi's expression grew as grim as a pot's bottom. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, for the villagers were well aware that Su Hongtian had yet to hold a grandson despite having 2 sons. The fisherwomen, adorned with blue headscarves, exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Su Hongtian was taken aback that Su Qiming dared to retort, yet the words struck at his most sensitive point, his daughter-in-law's lack of ambition. However, he quickly regained his composure. Marry? Which girl would be willing to marry you? Where would you even live? In a boathouse? Better than Zhou Shui, at least. As for where I will reside, you need not concern yourself. I will strive to earn money and eventually build a house, Su Qiming replied confidently. Su Hongtian regarded Su Qiming with a peculiar gaze, momentarily doubting the young man's sanity. Which girl from the neighboring villages could possibly surpass Zhou Shui in intellect? It was said that suitors had been flocking to Zhou Shui's home, nearly wearing down her doorstep. Yet she remained indifferent, rejecting even the son of the village's party secretary, deeming him unworthy. Do you yist? Is there truly a girl superior to Zhou Shui? And as for building a house, do you think that is a trivial matter? He has yet to accumulate enough funds for his new house. And as for Su Qiming, it is hardly worth mentioning, for he does not even possess a small boat. How could he earn money to build a home? Ming, you must accept reality. Do not keep your thoughts bottled up, lest it lead to turmoil in your mind. Su Hongtian could no longer contain himself. His words were indeed heartfelt. However, Zhang Dehai, who was beside him, could no longer hold back. Zhang Dehai was inherently a rogue, fearless and audacious, as evidenced by his ability to catch a cobra with his bare hands. In a flash, he kicked Su Hongtian to the ground and seized a large yellow fish from the nearby basket, furiously striking Su Hongtian's face while berating him. What kind of uncle are you? I swear I will not let you escape today. Your mouth is truly foul. Did you just finish eating excrement this morning? It is your mind that is deranged. No wonder you cannot even bear grandchildren. Oh wait, you cannot even produce them. One must admit that Zhang Dehai's tongue was indeed sharp. Dare you strike my father? Upon witnessing his father being assaulted, Su Qibwa rushed forward to assist. Yet, before he could take a single step, Su Qiming had already reacted, exclaiming there was no need for further discussion, and charged directly into the fray. With swift determination, he leapt forward, delivering a flying kick that struck his older cousin squarely in the lower back. His cousin was sent flying into the pile of fish baskets, becoming ensconced in a mass of fish. Chapter 27. A fractured relationship with uncle. What is wrong with hitting your father? I'll strike you too. Su Qiming's anger surged as he recalled that this fishing boat was funded primarily by his father. This group of people, benefiting from their resources, regarded them with disdain, fueling his ire further. In a moment of fury, he delivered a punch squarely to his cousin's nose. At that instant, Su Qiming felt akin to the valiant Lu Zhishan, who struck down the villain Zheng Guanxi. However, his strength was insufficient to deliver a blow as impactful as Lu Zhishan's. With a single punch, Zheng Guanxi's face would have burst forth with all manner of flavors akin to a sauce shop. After landing a couple of punches on Su Qibwa, his cousin quickly regained composure, shoving him aside in an attempt to retaliate. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? Ming, I shall assist you. At that moment, Zhao San finally reacted, letting out a cry as he sees two salted fish from an old man smoking a pipe, and charged forward. My comic books were not for naught. I remember the moves. Behold, the old man pushes the cart. Guanyin sits on the lotus. 3 in and 3 out, aha. With the two salted fish wielded like weapons, Zhao San struck Su Qibor repeatedly, causing him to stagger back, his face bruised and battered, until he collapsed amidst a pile of fish, wailing in despair. The names of the techniques he shouted were rather peculiar. Well done, Zhao San. Su Qiming seized the moment to grab a large yellow fish from the basket and swung its tail to slap his cousin's face. 3 against 2, advantage is on my side. A cacophony of clattering and striking ensued until the onlookers finally intervened to separate them. Su Qiming relished the fight. Despite receiving a punch himself, it was of little consequence. His uncle and cousin lay on the ground, their faces mottled with bruises, groaning in agony, their features swollen from the blows. Su Qiming tossed the yellow fish to the ground, exclaiming, I address you as uncle and cousin out of respect. But if you do not regard me as a person and dare to utter nonsense before me again, I shall strike you each time I see you. Su Hongtian glared at him venomously, shouting, Let the people judge. This nephew dares to strike his own uncle. It's no wonder Zhou Shui refuses to marry you. You are worthless. How could you take part of the betrothal money from the public funds? 30 eggs and a load of rice were sent to the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, the crowd around them cast complex glances at Su Qiming. Some murmured, Su Qiming has gone too far. After all, it is his uncle. To have struck him in such a fit of rage is indeed excessive. Yes, he even took part of the betrothal money from the public funds. His uncle was not entirely unkind, yet he failed to bring home a bride. Who would be willing to bear such a situation? Very well, uncle. If you wish to speak of this, then let us have a thorough discussion about who is truly in the right. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Qiming stood up and proclaimed, Fellow villagers, our family of 3 is required to pay a public fee of 1 piece daily. How many members are there in my uncle's family? In a household of 6, the public fee amounts to merely 50 cents. Since the dissolution of the production team, how much has my father contributed? This vessel was acquired with public funds, a significant portion provided by my father. Yet in the end, he received only a small fishing boat. Who among us lacks shame? Surely, everyone can see through this. They have gained so much advantage. Yet not a word of protest escapes their lips. When I married, I received only a meager sum of public funds, and to this day, they still nitpick over it. Wasn't the money my uncle received during his marriage also public funds? Wasn't that money submitted by my father on a regular basis? Who, I asked, is truly shameless. With a mere nudge from Su Qiming, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. After all, Su's second son was the most diligent worker before the team's dissolution. He sought out odd jobs, raising chickens and ducks to sell eggs for profit. Su Qiming's mother, Li Xiujuan, was equally industrious, tirelessly harvesting oysters, gathering seaweed, and digging for clams, her hands calloused and her fingers thick, bearing the marks of hard labor at just over 40. In stark contrast, Su Hongtian, the eldest son, squandered his days without purpose, utterly inept. At that moment, they wondered how this fishing boat had fallen into Su Hongtian's hands. It turned out there was a biased old woman in the family. The crowd's gaze turned towards Su Hongtian and his son, their expressions laden with intrigue. Meanwhile, some were astonished by Su Qiming's eloquence. How had he become so articulate? In just a few sentences, he elucidated the complexities of the matter. Su Hongtian and Su Qibor blushed deeply, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Su Qiming sneered. He cared not for familial bonds. Disavowing such a selfish uncle was no rarity. As more onlookers gathered, Su Hongtian hastily pulled Su Qibor to his feet, glaring at Su Qiming, exclaiming in frustration, I am the eldest. I deserve a larger share of the benefits. Do not speak of what is irrelevant. Your parents lack capability, and you, too, are merely a drifter. No matter how much you argue, it is futile. I thought I could offer you some advice as your uncle, yet you choose to retaliate. Upon hearing this, while the crowd acknowledged Su Hongtian's lack of reason, they also recognized the truth in his words. Presently, Su Hongtian occupied 3 rooms and he had the boat as well. It seems Su Qiming's family would never rise again. Whether I can rise or not is not solely up to you, Su Qiming retorted, addressing Uncle Wu. Today, we caught a substantial number of fish on the tidal flats. Please weigh them for us. Su Qiming called out to Wu Yui, who stood out among the shorter fishermen. Upon hearing Su Qiming's summons, he approached with a bucket to receive the catch. Su Qiming handed over his half-bucket of jumping fish, and Wu Yui, upon inspection, exclaimed, "You caught so many large jumping fish. What? Aren't those notoriously difficult to catch, more elusive than the smaller ones? Indeed, it appears you have truly caught a great quantity." Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers were taken aback. These fishermen were acutely aware of the challenges inherent in capturing the elusive hop fish across the tidal flats. Initially, they presumed that Su Qiming's substantial catch the previous day was merely a stroke of luck. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he possessed considerable skill. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San quickly approached, exclaiming, "Uncle Wu, we too have had our share. We've caught quite a few as well. Do weigh them for us." "Very well." Wu Yui prepared to lead them to the scales. Meanwhile, Su Hantian, still astonished by Su Qiming's impressive haul, boldly proclaimed, "Old Wu, if you intend to accept their goods today, then do not expect to receive ours in the future." He outright threatened Wu, confident in his own substantial fishing vessel, which regularly brought back a bountiful catch. The remaining fishermen gathered at the dock exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing his words, their expressions tinged with distaste as they regarded Su Hantian. What a disgraceful display for an elder. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Su Qiming and his companions seethed with indignation. "Uncle Wu, please hand over our goods. I do not wish to complicate matters for you. I shall return later," Su Qiming stated, recognizing their modest yield. After all, Wu Yui, as the dockmaster, would undoubtedly prioritize his uncle, a significant patron, over them. Wu Yui, however, remained unfazed, replying, "Having conducted business for so many years, I have encountered all manner of characters. Did you not assert just yesterday that once you secured a larger catch, you would sell it here? I cannot afford to lose you as a potential major client." At that moment, Wu Xiaoxiao approached with a radiant smile, her cheeks adorned with two charming dimples, and chimed in, "Indeed, your uncle's conduct leaves much to be desired. We prefer not to engage in business with them. Previously, when we sold scallops, half of the basket contained empty shells, and during the last transaction involving mixed fish, they deliberately added crushed ice, believing we were unaware. Most importantly, we simply cannot abide by Su Qiming's uncle's unscrupulous ways and are inclined to support him instead." Chapter 28. The teachings of Wu Yi. Su Hantian was taken aback to discover that Wu Yui was utterly unimpressed by his tactics, leaving him in a state of profound embarrassment. However, he dared not lay a finger on Wu Yui, who had been raised on goat's milk and stood tall at nearly 6 feet, while he barely reached 5'7", an affliction typical of Southerners. Otherwise, the two of them would not have been overpowered by Su Qiming and his two companions, all of whom towered around 6 feet as well. "Fine. From now on I shall no longer conduct business with you. Wu Yui, you are bold. Henceforth, should I catch any valuable fish, I will not bring them to you, but will sell them to the neighboring Lin's place instead." With that, Su Hantian wiped the blood from his nose and carried his catch a few meters to the Yi family's purchasing point. The Yi family business was run by a couple who had labored by the sea for years, their skin darkened by the sun. They exchanged awkward glances with the crowd, and when Lin approached to assist Su Hantian with his fish, a sense of discomfort filled the air. As they primarily engaged in the purchasing business, they typically did not poach fixed clients. Although Su Hantian had taken the initiative to come to them this time, it still felt somewhat inappropriate. They resolved to invite Wu Yui for a few drinks later to avoid giving the impression that they were taking advantage of his misfortune. While receiving the fish, Lin remarked, "Oh, we all belong to the same town. We see each other often. Feel free to sell here today, but if old Wu offers a better price next time, do not hesitate to go there." Su Hantian and his son remained silent, their faces clouded with displeasure. Inside the Yi family purchasing point, Su Qiming expressed, "Uncle Wu, I am truly sorry for causing you to lose a significant client." He felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. He opened his mouth to promise to repay Wu Yuyi in the future, but ultimately refrained, believing actions spoke louder than words. There is no need for apologies. If I had listened to Su Han Tian, what sort of person would I become? Your uncle's family has always been shrouded in darkness. I have no desire to engage with them, nor can I stand by while they bully your family. Wu Yuyi weighed the fish, allowing the scales to settle, and continued. Ming, do not resent your uncle for his admonitions. You know your father's nature, somewhat dull and honest, while your mother is gentle and lacks the fortitude to confront adversaries. Instead of boldly standing up and scolding those who wrong her, she merely sheds tears in silence. Otherwise, she would not have been bullied by your grandmother and uncle for most of her life. Your entire family relies on you now, Ming. Your parents are aging. You understand that, do you not? These words struck a chord with Su Qiming, filling him with a bittersweet ache. How could he not know that his parents were aging? Once, they had sheltered him from storms. Now, it was his turn to shield them. Regrettably, he had been muddled for an entire year. Seeing that Su Qiming was absorbing his words, Wu Yuyi felt a moment of relief and continued. I tend to be talkative, but as a man, you must rise to your responsibilities. If you remain despondent, your parents will continue to be victimized by your uncle. Do you understand why they are bullied? Su Qiming forced a bittersweet smile, saying, of course I understand. When I was a child, people's attitudes towards me were dictated by my parents' status. Now that I have matured, their attitudes towards my parents are determined by my own standing. Do you comprehend this principle, Ming? You ought to grow up. If you achieve success, do you think your uncle would dare to speak to you in such a manner? And you, Zhang Dehai, I address you as well. Your mother is unwell and requires medication. Among your peers, who hasn't already engaged in work, toiling in fields or at the docks, yet you continue to laze about. You too cannot compare to Zhao San. His family is affluent. What future do you envision for yourselves? Wu Yuyi cast a glance at Zhang Dehai, who remained silent. Hith. Zhang Dehai awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty and uneasy. Uncle Wu, haven't we been diligent these past few days? Indeed. You have shown some industriousness, but it has been years since I have seen you apply yourselves like this, Wu Yuyi remarked, observing the large jumping fish they had caught. These jumping fish are sold by the piece, fetching 50 cents each. The restaurants in town greatly favor them. They have ample meat and are delicious when prepared with salt and pepper. Although he was curious about how Su Qiming and his friends managed to catch such fish, he refrained from probing further. By the way, Uncle Wu, I have a crane eel here. Su Qiming quickly presented the eel. A crane eel? This size? Quite fortunate indeed. Look, Ming, didn't I tell you? As long as one strives for progress, the goddess Ma Zhu will bestow her blessings. Earn well, save money, and marry a good girl. Do not heed your uncle's nonsensical words. If you work hard, there will be good girls willing to marry you. Although Wu Yuyi felt a pang of regret for losing Su Han Tian as a client, he was inclined to assist Su Qiming out of sympathy and moral duty. Seeing Su Qiming had caught a sizable crane eel brightened his mood. The Hongfu restaurant in town had recently sought out rare fish, and these jumping fish and crane eel could serve that purpose, potentially fostering closer ties with them. After weighing the crane eel, it turned out to be 11 pounds, priced at 2 yuan per pound, totaling 22 yuan. The jumping fish were 6 yuan per pound. He caught 13 pounds, earning 8 yuan. And for the 12 jumping fish, he made 6 yuan, summing up to 8 yuan in total. Zhang Dehai earned 8 yuan, while Zhao San made at least 6 yuan, but this was significantly more than what they would earn carrying goods at the docks, which barely yielded 1 yuan for a day's work. This money won't be receipted. Your family is in urgent need of funds. Take it for now, and when you earn more, save it diligently. Perhaps I can help find a match for you in the future. No need, Uncle Wu. What I said earlier was true. I have already arranged for a betrothal and will soon be married. Huh? Which girl? Why have I not heard your parents mention it? Wu Yuyi was taken aback, while Wu Xiaoxiao curiously glanced over. Who would be willing to marry Su Qiming? Had he settled for a girl of little merit? Nonetheless, as long as she could manage a household, that would suffice. Upon considering this, Wu Yuyi refrained from further inquiries. He positioned the abacus upright, aligned the beads, and after drafting a receipt, handed both the money and the note to them. Thank you, Uncle Wu. chuckled Zhang Dehai as he quickly turned away, loosening the string of his trousers to tuck the money inside. Zhao San, conscious of his image, obediently placed the money into his pocket, though his eyes remained fixated on Wu Xiaoxiao, who was weighing goods for others. Wu Yuyi felt a pang of displeasure and silently stepped forward to obstruct Zhao San's gaze, sensing the young man's ulterior motives toward his daughter. Take the money and be off, will you? It's the 15th tonight, according to the almanac. The tide will recede in the evening. Remember to venture out for the harvest, Wu Yuyi admonished, giving Zhao San a gentle kick. All right, we're off then, Uncle Wu. Once I manage to procure a large shipment, I'll sell it here and buy a boat too. Su Qiming cheerfully called out. I'll be waiting, but you must hasten. I'm already in my 40s. Don't wait until I'm too old to assist you. Wu Yuyi replied, amused. Su Qiming waved his hand, ushering the two young men out. Just as Su Qiming concealed the money in his trousers, Zhang Dehai nudged him with his elbow and asked Amin, are you heading to the intertidal zone tonight for the low tide? The intertidal zone is the area submerged during high tide, lying closer to the sea than the beach. When the tide recedes, everyone is eager to go there to gather seafood, as the bounty is often more plentiful. Chapter 29. Homeward Bound. Why not go? However, this evening, I intend to bring your sister-in-law along. Su Qiming contemplated taking Jiang Shuyao to the seaside tonight. This girl was eager to assist him with his work, always yearning to accompany him to the shore, but had yet to find the opportunity. He felt it was essential for her to acclimate to life by the sea. Very well, then I shall go with my mother tonight. Zhao San, are you coming? I shall not. I wish to stay home and listen to the tales of Yufei. The radio will be broadcasting them tonight. Will you join me? Damn, now you've got me itching to listen too. Zhang Dehai felt his resolve wavering. After all, they had been working hard these past few days. Perhaps it would be worth it, but just as that thought emerged, he suppressed it. The words of Wu Yuyi echoed in his mind, and recalling that Su Qiming was also heading to the shore, his determination solidified. For his mother, for her, and for himself, he must not allow others to look down upon him. I shall not go. Never mind. I will still head to the shore tonight. There are only 1 or 2 opportunities each month during the low tide. With a dismissive wave, Zhang Dehai spoke with difficulty. He usually relished listening to stories and could enjoy some sunflower seeds at Zhao San's home. Then I shall listen alone, as my mother does not permit me to go out tonight. Just as Zhao San was about to leave, Zhang Dehai pulled him back by the collar. Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back. Oil cakes. Huh, I forgot. Zhao San chuckled awkwardly and led them to buy oil cakes. Fortunately, Zhao San, being astute, bought an extra one for Su Qiming to take back for Jiang Shuyao. After finishing their shopping, Zhao San returned home first. Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a flashlight for their evening venture to the shore. Zhang Dehai, feeling peckish, also contemplated buying a pack of cigarettes. We should visit Zhao San's house less frequently. Although our relationship with him is solid, that does not guarantee his family members will be as welcoming to us. Isn't it all the same? Zhang Dehai was somewhat puzzled. Not at all. One must understand the nuances of human relationships. The intricacies are profound. As I've said, our reputation in the village is rather poor, and we are seen as lacking ambition. Zhao San's family is reluctant to associate with us. If you go, they will only entertain you out of obligation. In the future, we should minimize our visits. Once I've made something of myself, I'll bring gifts when we next visit, and that should suffice. Su Qiming had lived long enough to grasp this principle. I think I am beginning to understand. Zhang Dehai scratched his head. As they walked along, the villagers they passed whispered, just as before. They need not listen closely to know the words were unkind, likely discussing the incident where he had brutally beaten Su Hongtian. Let them talk. It won't cost them anything. Hey, Aming, why are you keeping over a dozen little jumping fish? You'll find out soon enough. The two hummed a tune as they arrived at the cooperative. Hello, Sister Lu. Sister Li, are you here? I'll come to buy some things. I left some fish unsold at the dock, and I thought to bring some for both of you to share. Su Qiming cheerfully produced the little jumping fish that had not been sold at the purchasing point. He mentioned that even if the fish were not sold out, it could alleviate the burdens on their hearts. This is the art of language. Moreover, his flattery towards the two was not merely for convenience in purchasing, but also served his ulterior motives. upon seeing Su Qiming approaching with a net full of lively fish. The two women smiled, wondering how such a thoughtful boy could be. After all, these fish were quite expensive. How could he possibly feel comfortable? Yet, he replied, what is there to feel awkward about? I've already called you sisters. As your younger brother, Shun Ti, I express my gratitude. We will be frequent visitors to one another henceforth. These lively fish are rich in collagen. They say they are beneficial for beauty. His words elicited laughter that narrowed their eyes into mere slits. Su Qiming then revealed that he was there to purchase a headlamp and an acetylene lamp. Accepting the fish, the women presented him with a silver flashlight to choose from and generously included an extra battery, along with the latest model of the acetylene lamp. Zhang Dehai stood in astonishment. Previously, when he visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy items, there was no opportunity for selection. He would simply request what he needed, and they would hand it over, taking the responsibility if anything were to go wrong. Observing Su Qiming's endearment towards the sisters, as he called each one sister, was quite remarkable. Su Qiming selected a silver flashlight, 2 headlamps, and purchased 4 extra batteries. Zhang Dehai also benefited from this, buying a headlamp and a pack of cigarettes. Lu Jie then remarked, Ming, the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. Make sure to come by. I'll prepare some eggs for you. Recently, your sister Li and I have been foraging for goldenrod and guava leaves on the mountain to make colorful eggs for you. Goldenrod is a shrub that blooms with purple flowers. Some may remember it as golden stick, used by parents in Sichuan to discipline their children. Sounds wonderful. Su Qiming replied with a smile, and soon after, the two women escorted him to the door. Noticing their happiness, Su Qiming realized that his gift of fish had not been in vain. Their bond had strengthened, allowing him to pursue his other plans. Once they had walked some distance, Zhang Dehai remarked, Ming, you've got quite the charm. I've never seen anyone manage to foster such a good relationship with the sales staff. This is precisely what I mean. Life is not merely about conflict, but rather about human connections, except, of course, for my uncle's family. Now, let us head back. I need to find my wife. Oh, come on, always making me envious. By the way, do you smoke? I quit. Well, it seems you truly wish to improve yourself. Though I believe learning well and smoking are unrelated. I never said they were connected. You're imagining things. After parting ways, Su Qiming went on to purchase pork ribs and vegetables. He glanced at the man selling meat at the meat processing plant, confirming his identity before nodding. He planned to return home to stew the ribs for lunch and prepare noodle soup with the broth before heading to the shore in the evening. Upon returning to the boathouse, as he stepped onto the walkway, Su Qiming noticed that it appeared much cleaner than before. A previously cracked plank had been replaced with a new one, and neatly stacked firewood beside the stove created a pleasing sight. Shu Yao. Su Qiming discovered that the young girl seemed to be absent from home. After calling out, he suddenly heard a soft exclamation from behind the boathouse. Turning around, he discovered Jiang Shiyao tiptoeing to hang clothes on a bamboo pole. He then noticed that 2 bamboo poles were planted in the sandy ground behind the boathouse, secured by stones at the base, with clothes draped over them. Jiang Xiao had chosen an excellent spot, deliberately placing it behind the boathouse, ensuring that even in strong winds, the structure would provide protection, preventing her clothes from being blown away. The young girl was indeed quite thoughtful. Just then, a gust of sea breeze swept in, causing a damp floral shirt to cling to her face. Startled, she hurriedly tried to push the shirt away, but the wind was too strong, forcing her to clumsily retreat, resembling a small seagull ensnared in a fishing net. Ha ha ha! Su Qiming couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Xiao's awkwardness. Finally, she managed to free herself from the wet floral shirt, likely having just finished her chores. The sultry summer of the south left her cheeks flushed, a few strands of hair sticking to her face. Upon hearing Su Qiming's laughter, her face turned crimson, and she quickly exclaimed, "Don't laugh. I didn't expect the wind to be so sudden. It felt like a slap. It hurt my mouth." "A slap? How vivid. Did it hurt?" he teased. "Shall I blow on it for you?" Su Qiming placed his belongings inside and went down to help her up. "I don't need you to blow on it." Jiang Xiao's face turned even redder. It was then that Su Qiming realized his words might have been inappropriate. How could he blow on her mouth? What if that led to something more intimate? As he gazed at Jiang Xiao's delicate, rosy lips, he found himself swallowing hard, his heart racing inexplicably. Chapter 30. The Restless Heart of Su Qiming. The sun at noon scorched the salty sea breeze, causing the young girl to perspire profusely in her white, cross-collared shirt, leaving her garment thoroughly damp. As the midday sun cast its rays upon her, the fabric became slightly translucent, revealing the delicate curve of her slender waist beneath the billowing hem. The air was imbued with her distinct fragrance, a subtle blend reminiscent of floral notes intermingled with a hint of soap, tantalizing his senses. Feeling an unexpected dryness in his throat, Su Qiming hastily touched his nose and averted his gaze, muttering to himself, "I was merely speaking out loud. You must be laughing at my clumsiness in your heart. Just wait. I shall learn diligently and will surely become a good wife." At that moment, Jiang Shuyu turned, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she shot him a glare before carefully hanging the last piece of clothing. As she stood on tiptoe to air the garments, her shirt tightened suddenly, revealing a glimpse of her snowy waist, the contours of her body clearly defined against the damp fabric. Su Qiming found his eyes glued to her form, unable to divert his gaze, captivated by the glistening droplets of sweat cascading down her slender back, shimmering like tiny golden gems in the sunlight. He vowed he had never felt such tension, not even when negotiating multi-million-dollar contracts in his previous life. "All right, we've finished hanging the clothes. Let us return," Jiang Shuyu exhaled, wiping the sweat from her brow. As she bent down to pick up the basin, the light momentarily shifted, revealing the gentle curves of her silhouette, undulating like waves beneath the wet neckline of her shirt. "Yes, let's go," Su Qiming replied, averting his eyes, perplexed by how Jiang Shuyu had grown in a time when nutrition was scarce. He had previously overlooked this aspect. Surely, their future children would not suffer from hunger. For some reason, Su Qiming's mind wandered back to Jiang Shuyu's suggestion of sharing a bed at night, igniting a sudden thirst within him. Wait, what am I thinking? He quickly pinched himself to regain composure. In his past life, he had only contemplated matters of love and desire in his later years. Regrettably, his youthful vigor had long since waned, rendering him indifferent to such affairs. Now, having been given a second chance at life, he felt the surge of hormones and vitality within him, akin to a sail swelling with the tide, leaving him somewhat disoriented and restless. Yet, he recognized this as a normal response, a manifestation of the youth he had once envied, youth that should be lived amidst the ebbs and flows of hormones. Oblivious to Su Qiming's turmoil, Jiang Shuyu shook her hands, still coated in soap foam, and declared proudly, "Do you see how neatly I've hung the clothes? I made sure to spread them out properly. Did you fix the boards on the walkway? Indeed, weren't you repairing the roof the other day? You left some nails and planks, so I patched that area up," Jiang Shuyu boasted. "Impressive. I can envision you surviving alone on a deserted island. However, do call me for such heavy labor next time. I'd hate for you to get hammered by a nail." As Su Qiming observed the red marks left on her fingers by the twine, a pang of compassion stirred within him. He recalled how Jiang Xiao was once a delicate young lady, untouched by the rigors of labor, yet here she was, learning the craft of woodworking. "Surely, I am not so foolish," she declared. "Besides, I have no desire to live on a deserted island, devoid of conversation. What if wolves come to devour me at night? You see, while I was hanging the laundry, I heard something calling from the bamboo grove behind our house. It turned out to be a dog, and it frightened me terribly. I was even contemplating cultivating that patch of land behind us for vegetables." "Oh, did you buy ribs again?" Upon entering the house, Jiang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, you must nourish yourself properly. Look at your thin arms and legs," Su Qiming chuckled warmly. "But I can't indulge every day. If I turn into a little chubby one, you might not want me anymore." "By the way," Jiang Xiao said, joyfully presenting a bowl of water she had brought from the table, "come, have some tea. This time, I calculated the timing perfectly and set aside a bowl for you. Last time, she had forgotten to cool a bowl of water, and this time she had made a special effort." The feeling of being thought of by someone was indeed delightful. Su Qiming took the bowl, quenching his thirst and feeling somewhat refreshed. After a brief respite, he remembered he had not yet retrieved his money and exclaimed, "Guess how much I earned today?" As he loosened the knot of his belt to reach into his trousers, he suddenly noticed Jiang Xiao blushing intensely while watching him. Realizing his behavior was somewhat inappropriate, Qiming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and his hands stiffened, unsure whether to proceed. In hindsight, he resolved to retrieve money from his pocket next time before returning home, for it was rather unseemly to fish around in his trousers in front of Jiang Xiao. "How much?" she asked, quickly sitting down, fanning herself, and turning her head away, her voice stammering with a hint of awkwardness. She understood the necessity of hiding valuables in such precarious times. Her own money was sewn into her undergarments, along with the precious items entrusted to her by her parents. It was only upon arriving at Qiming's home that she dared to conceal them in her bag. Ahem, it's a total of 23 yuan. Qiming quickly produced the remaining amount, explaining that it was left over from his purchases. Otherwise, there would have been more. Take good care of it. Initially, Jiang Xiao thought it would be a mere 2 or 3 yuan, but upon closer inspection, she was stunned to find 2 large bills and some smaller notes. So much money. It dawned on her that Qiming had also purchased a headlamp and flashlight. Given the current disparity in labor, such industrial goods were quite expensive, implying that he had earned 30 or 40 yuan today. My heavens! Jiang Xiao's heart raced rapidly. I mean, did you rob a bank? How did you earn so much? Oh, you haven't taken it all out, have you? It still seems to be bulging. Ah. Qiming hastily leaned forward slightly, awkwardly stating, "The pants are a bit wrinkled. I've got everything." "Wrinkled? Shall I untie the seams and fix them for you? It looks rather unseemly. While I may not excel in many areas, my needlework is quite proficient," Jiang Xiao remarked as she approached, intending to crouch down for a closer look. Qiming quickly grasped her arm, saying, "Oh no, it's all right. These pants have been around for quite some time. There's no need to fuss over them. Please, just secure the money." Chapter 31. Only in loss do we learn to cherish. Ah, no need for that. It is nearly 2 o'clock. I must hasten to prepare the meal. Qiming quickly pushed away Jiang Xiao's hand, his face flushed with embarrassment, nearly bleeding from the shame of his own indiscretion. Yet, deep within, a sense of joy stirred. This is the essence of youth. The vibrant pulse of blood coursing through his veins reminded him that it was precisely because he had returned to this youthful phase that he could seize the opportunity to engage in countless endeavors devoid of regret. Amidst the awkwardness, an inexplicable elation and excitement filled his heart, for he was young, and in his youth he had encountered love. "Oh, are you truly certain?" Jiang Xiao, holding the money, rose to her feet, delicately twirling a strand of hair around her pinky, her lips pursed. Tilting her head as she gazed at the blushing boy before her, she found Qiming rather peculiar, yet she dismissed the thought, cheerfully placing the money into the small box. She hoped that the funds within would accumulate swiftly. Once full, they could marry. Jiang Xiao carefully set the money box aside, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, when she resolved to marry this boy from the fishing village. She never anticipated that life would hold such promise. "You are already so delighted with merely this amount of money?" Qiming, chopping ribs, turned to see Jiang Xiao beaming foolishly. How easily amused she is. It is not merely about the money. It is the shared aspiration that we possess. As long as we have a common goal, every endeavor becomes a source of happiness. Jiang Xiao approached with her hands clasped behind her back. "Together, we shall save money, marry, and build a grand house," Qiming mused, a smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he resided in a vast home. Yet he had never experienced such joy as he did today. He had never truly comprehended the meaning of home until he observed Jiang Xiao assisting him with the vegetables, and realized how blissful it was to dwell in their humble abode. "Indeed, my parents lived in a similar manner," Jiang Xiao murmured to herself as she washed the vegetables. Whenever she listened to her parents recount their love story, she had found it astonishing. How could one smile if life were truly so arduous? At that time, she was engrossed in the secret poetry of her classmates, believing love to be a grand affair, adorned with flowers where letters were exchanged, and strolls by the river were shared. Qiming placed the chopped ribs into the pot, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. She had once been a young lady, and with that status came certain ideals. The dreams of a girl often involve laughter and flowers, not the present reality of squatting and washing vegetables. I am sorry, Shu Yao. I cannot offer you much at present, Su Qiming confessed, a sense of guilt washing over him. He felt he owed Jiang Shu Yao something. Strangely, he recalled a saying from later generations. Love often comes with a sense of indebtedness. Now, he finally grasped the meaning of those words. Jiang Shu Yao lifted her head. Her cheeks still flushed, droplets of sweat glistening on her brow. She smiled and replied, "Why do you apologize? Have you not given me enough? It was indeed you who has been taking care of me these past few days. Furthermore, what I once envisioned as love was merely a figment of my imagination, akin to believing that my fiancé would come to my rescue like a valiant hero from a tale when my family faced difficulties. In reality, he fled faster than anyone else. Imagination is simply that, imagination." She skillfully shook off the water from the vegetables and placed them on the table, smiling at Su Qiming. Thus, I have come to understand that love is not born of mere fantasy. It was during my arduous journey of escape that I realized, in my moments of hunger, that love is not a bouquet of flowers, but rather a bowl of porridge that fills the belly. Only those who survive can continue to live. There is no need for apologies, Qiming. I have experienced 18 splendid years of life, and now I am fortunate to have encountered you. Moreover, Jiang Shu Yao suddenly dashed forward, retrieving a box of money, shaking it at him with her crescent moon eyes sparkling with delight, exclaiming, "You claim you haven't given me much, yet you have bestowed upon me your entirety. Ha ha ha. Is that not sufficient? What would constitute as more?" Seeing her so joyfully radiant, Su Qiming smiled as well, feeling a slight sting in his nose. "These days will not last long. I will strive for you, Shu Yao. I will provide you with even more, a grand home and endless wealth. We have promised to work hard together. Very well, let's endeavor together." Su Qiming cheerfully prepared the meal, and soon the pork rib and kelp soup was ready, a layer of golden oil floating atop the white broth, with verdant kelp undulating within. The ribs had been simmered to the point where the meat separated easily from the bone, filling the room with the savory aroma of meat mingled with the freshness of kelp. Su Qiming served Jiang Shu Yao a bowl brimming with meat. However, sitting across the table, Jiang Shu Yao hesitated to pick up her chopsticks upon seeing the generous serving of ribs. "What is it? Is it not to your taste?" Su Qiming scratched his head and quickly lowered his gaze to taste his own soup. The combination of pork and kelp was exquisite. The flavors melded beautifully, and the unique oceanic essence of the kelp burst upon his tongue. Just as he raised his head, he found Jiang Shu Yao gazing at him, her eyes unblinking and her eyelids reddened as she said, "Qiming, why do you serve me so much meat, just like my mother? Don't you know to take some for yourself? Look at your soup. It's so clear one could see their reflection in it." She took her chopsticks and began transferring pieces of meat from her bowl to Su Qiming's. As she did so, Jiang Shu Yao remarked, "Qiming, I miss my mother. Every time she served me, I felt it was too much, and I didn't appreciate it. I preferred the soup. I never understood why she always gave me so much that I couldn't finish, and I found her nagging tiresome. Now, after months of fleeing, no one is willing to care for me in that way anymore, and I regret it deeply." Jiang Shu Yao felt an overwhelming sorrow, despite telling herself to be strong. Upon witnessing Su Qiming's efforts to serve her, she could not help but shed tears. "You only served me soup once, yet moved me profoundly." The girl lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and a single drop fell into the broth, creating delicate ripples on the surface adorned with glistening oil. "My mother has lavished countless gestures of love upon me since my childhood, yet I have never felt moved, often finding her irksome. How utterly ungrateful I am. So many things are only cherished once they are lost." Observing Jiang Shu Yao, biting her lip and weeping, Su Qiming set down his chopsticks, flustered. This girl has only been here for 2 days. Since declaring her desire to marry him 2 days prior, she has been valiantly maintaining her composure in his presence. The red marks etched upon her fingers and the wounds she has concealed for who knows how long bear silent testimony to her suffering. She is but 18 years old. At this moment, he finds himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he cannot utter a single syllable. In his past life, he could effortlessly engage in trifling banter with employees during meetings or contend with his uncle at the dock, yet now he is rendered speechless. As if his mouth were sealed with glue, despite the torrent of emotions swirling within him. He is earnestly striving to comprehend the essence of love. Don't cry, Xiao. After a prolonged silence, Qiming finally managed to stammer out these words, his heart racing uncontrollably. How foolish you are. Is that all you have to say to comfort a girl? Jiang Xiao suddenly laughed, tears mingling with her mirth. Seeing her in such a state, Qiming awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly added, I will love you well. I will protect you. I will spend all my future earnings on you. Then let me teach you how to comfort a girl. Come here, Jiang Xiao beckoned him. This boy before her truly possesses an endearing sort of clumsiness. Chapter 32. How foolish you are, Qiming. Qiming hastily rose and moved to Jiang Xiao's side, his hands nervously fidgeting with the seams of his trousers. Deep down, he longed to embrace her. After all, in the dramas he had watched in his previous life, such gestures were commonplace between couples. Yet, he hesitated, fearful of overstepping boundaries. What if Jiang Xiao rejected his advance? Although they had both spoken of marriage, they had yet to even hold hands. They sat close together, facing each other, yet emotionally, they remained miles apart, with no time to truly understand one another. Qiming's mind buzzed with confusion as he observed Jiang Xiao weeping before him, his heart aching for her. Suddenly, in a surprising turn of events, she tightly wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his embrace. At that moment, her sobs grew louder. Stunned, Qiming had not anticipated her initiative in seeking his comfort, and he became paralyzed with nervousness, afraid to move a muscle. Oh my! Qiming! Jiang Xiao puffed her cheeks and straightened her posture, gazing at the boy who resembled a wooden statue. She forcefully took his hands and placed them on herself, demanding, "Hug me." How foolish you are. All right. Qiming quickly encircled her waist. When a girl cries, there is no need for words or actions. Simply holding her is sufficient. Whenever his mother was distressed, his father would do just that. I'm sorry, Xiao. I am truly foolish. I do not know how to love. Inwardly, Qiming chastised himself for his ineptitude. How could he be so oblivious? No wonder the girls at the company labeled him the most oblivious boss. He once thought being straightforward was not a flaw, but now, having encountered Jiang Xiao, he regretted not having learned how to treat a girl with kindness. What do you mean by sorry? I'm also striving to become a good wife, she replied. Jiang Xiao tightened her delicate arms around him even more. Yes, I apologize, Qiming. I do not wish to cry. I simply miss my parents so dearly. Qiming, on the day my family faced tragedy, I was still sulking with her. I have never shown her tenderness throughout the years. Today, while doing laundry, I felt so exhausted, and it dawned on me how my mother must have endured for so long. Only by doing what my mother did I realize how arduous those seemingly trivial daily tasks truly were. Xiao, what exactly happened in your family? He inquired, not feeling burdened by her troubles, but rather overwhelmed with compassion. I cannot tell you. All I can say is that my parents were taken away, and I shall never see them again if it is possible. Once I am capable, I will take you to find your uncle and aunt, all right? Qiming vowed resolutely. No, that is not feasible. It is too dangerous, impossible. No one can accomplish that. Jiang Xiao quickly shook her head. She had long since relinquished any hope, fully aware of the gravity of her family situation. As for the future, who can say what it holds? Qiming gently caressed Jiang Shuyo's hair, his broad palm cradling her face. Jiang Shuyu felt the roughness of his thumb as it wiped away her tears, and she met his steadfast and luminous gaze, which sparkled with the vitality of wild grass. His resolute words echoed in her ears. Shuyu, I do not know what the future holds, but I cannot bear to see you cry today while feeling utterly helpless. I'm unfamiliar with love, yet I have never felt such profound heartache for a girl, nor have I ever wished so fervently for a girl to find solace. Though Qiming remained unaware of the troubles plaguing Jiang Shuyo's family, he believed that as long as her parents were alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. He pondered the nature of love. Someone once remarked that heartache is love, and that love ultimately leads to heartache. Is that true? Qiming grappled with these thoughts, holding Jiang Shuyu close, somewhat shyly confessing, "Then, Shuyu, I must truly like you a great deal. I must also like you a great deal, Jiang Shi responded. As she held Su Qiming's hand, she noticed the numerous abrasions on his fingers and the calluses on his palm, which stirred a pang of sympathy within her. All right, I'm feeling less sorrowful now. Jiang Shuyu lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and took a sip of the pork soup, smiling as she said, from now on, we must live earnestly and strive to thrive. My parents wish for me to live well. Once we establish our lives, they will find joy. Remember how you felt desolate for an entire year? Your uncle and aunt must have worried about you greatly. So we must uplift ourselves, not just for our own sake, but for our parents and our future. Cheers! Indeed, cheers! Su Qiming recalled his own parents and, with a cheerful demeanor, clinked his bowl against Jiang Shuyu's. After lunch, Su Qiming began gathering the supplies needed for tonight's beach excursion and invited Jiang Shuyu to join him. Can I go tonight as well? Jiang Shuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, we may not always live by the sea, and I must gradually teach you some coastal knowledge. Great! I'm curious about what beachgoers do during the harvest, Jiang Shuyu exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. No rush. This afternoon, I'll make you a pair of foot covers. It's not safe to go wearing just sandals. The rocks at night are slippery and sharp, and a fall could lead to injury. Foot covers? You mean the rag you wear every day? Jiang Shuyu recalled the makeshift foot covers hanging on the bamboo pole. Ha, yes. That rag was fashioned for my diapers when I was little. What? Diapers? Jiang Shuyu's expression fell, and she quickly said, I even washed them together with your clothes. If I had known, would I have to wear your diapers next time we part? I certainly do not possess that many diapers. I possess a tattered garment, which is perfect for you to transform into a foot cover. Aren't you skilled in needlework? I would greatly appreciate your assistance in altering it. Su Qiming rummaged through his old clothes, requesting Jiang Shuyu to make the necessary adjustments. Very well, Jiang Shuyu accepted the tattered piece, but then raised her head to say, Wait a moment, Ming, we have neither scissors nor needles at home. Ah, I completely forgot to purchase them. Please wait for a moment. I shall go to the town and acquire some. Su Qiming offered an awkward smile, realizing that as a grown man, he had neglected to possess even a pair of scissors or a needle and thread at home. Nevertheless, there was still time to make the trip to the town, as the tide would not recede until after 10 o'clock this evening. Moreover, there was something he was eager to accomplish immediately. Chapter 33. Holding spring in the palm of your hand to gift it to you. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao heard footsteps outside, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. She hurried out to find Su Qiming drenched in sweat, droplets rolling down his neck, his Adam's apple moving rhythmically with each gasp. Unable to suppress her concern, she remarked, You don't need to run so fast just to buy some thread. It's not just about getting back quickly. I thought I could exercise a bit along the way. Su Qiming replied as he handed her a box of thread and a pair of scissors. I'm going to sew the foot covers. Oh wait, don't rush off. This is for you, Xiao. Hearing Su Qiming's words, Jiang Xiao turned to see him slowly extending his right hand from behind his back, revealing a bouquet of wildflowers he had gathered by the roadside, bound together with seaweed. The vibrant yellow and purple blossoms blossomed in his sweaty palm, while fragmented sunlight danced through his fingers and illuminated the flower's heart. Her heart fluttered unexpectedly, a myriad of emotions erupting within her. When she looked up, she found Su Qiming gazing at her, his face slightly flushed, a radiant smile lighting up his features, his eyes sparkling like stars. I thought they looked lovely as I passed by the bamboo grove. I imagined you would appreciate them too. Didn't you say today that love is something dignified, involving fresh flowers, exchanging love letters, and strolling by the river together? Su Qiming's voice tightened. I'll keep coming little by little. As he spoke, a bead of sweat dripped from his chin onto Jiang Xiao's hand, causing her eyes to well up with emotion. She recalled the many flowers she had once nurtured, opulent peonies and playful wind chimes, but none had ever touched her heart as profoundly as this bouquet, infused with the warmth of his run and the rhythm of his breath, sending tingles through her fingertips. It dawned on her that someone would brave the thorns to gather spring for her, clumsily using seaweed in place of ribbons, akin to exchanging a warm palm for sweet words of affection. Do you not like them? Su Qiming asked nervously when he noticed Jiang Xiao had not taken the flowers. He had painstakingly gathered them, despite their humble adornment. I love them. Jiang Xiao quickly accepted the flowers from Su Qiming's hand. How could she not cherish such a gift? Once back inside, Jiang Xiao found a bamboo tube and carefully placed the bouquet within it. How wonderful! Suddenly, our home feels so much brighter, she exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she admired the flowers displayed in their wooden abode. Seeing his flowers so cherished by Jiang Xiao filled Su Qiming with happiness and a sense of fulfillment. In his past life, he often saw news reports of young men gifting expensive bouquets, only to have them discarded by girls into the trash. He worried that his humble offering might be deemed too meager. After all, if love were to be measured solely by monetary value, what kind of love would that be? Such a wonderful girl deserved to be treasured. As evening approached, after finishing the noodle soup made from the pork ribs and tidying up the dishes, Su Qiming urged Jiang Xiao to retire early, so they could rise in the night to catch the high tide. Having just lit the mugwort, Su Qiming noticed Jiang Xiao sitting at the edge of the bed and gently remarked, "Don't sleep on the floor. There's no mosquito net there, and the mosquitoes will surely feast on you tonight." Su Qiming glanced at his bamboo bed, which was rather small. If two people were to share it, they would undoubtedly be pressed against each other. "Come on up quickly, where you want tea sleep well. How will you have the energy to go clam digging at night? Besides, I'm a girl, and I've called you twice. Are you even a man? Then let us sleep together tonight," she declared. Seeing Jiang Xiao speak so boldly, Su Qiming hesitated no longer. He lifted the straw mat from the floor, mustered his courage, and sat down beside her. "Let's just sleep," he thought, masking his eagerness with a pretense of reluctance. "I'll sleep on the inside. You take the outside." Jiang Xiao turned over and nestled into the inner side of the bed. Su Qiming, feeling a wave of nervousness, lay on the outer edge. The bamboo bed creaked under their combined weight, and despite his attempts to shift away, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from the girl beside him. This was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl. With his eyes closed, a smile crept onto Su Qiming's lips. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. He wondered if it would be even more delightful to embrace one another if the weather turned cold. Men truly are men, just lying on the same bed and already thinking about cuddling. Indeed, men are creatures that always want more. He chided himself inwardly. He quickly forced himself to sleep. He needed to perform well during the clam digging later. However, he lamented the missed opportunity for a wish at the Mazu's sacred cup today and wondered what his luck would be like tonight. Wait, lying here in silence might be a bit awkward, he pondered. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "I didn't expect two people could actually fit on this bed." "Good thing you only realized that today," she replied. "Why?" he inquired. "If you had known earlier, wouldn't you mean other girls have already lain here?" "That is a point," she conceded, lost in a jumble of thoughts and exhaustion from the day. Su Qiming soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, despite her earlier bravado, felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety wash over her. She wondered if Su Qiming would embrace her, kiss her, and then, would they have a child? She had no idea how that would even happen. If it came to that, should she feign some resistance? Would not resisting at all make her seem too easy? As she pondered these thoughts, she suddenly felt Su Qiming's arm drape over her. Startled, she flinched as if struck by electricity, her eyes still closed, her brow furrowing, and her heart pounding wildly. Is it about to begin? After a few minutes, Jiang Shuyu nervously opened her eyes, only to discover that Su Qiming had long since fallen asleep. He had merely turned over. He truly is asleep? As she gazed at Su Qiming's arm draped across her, a complex mix of disappointment and joy stirred within her. Was she truly so devoid of allure? Never mind, she thought, dismissing the notion. He must be too foolish to make a move. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Jiang Shuyu felt certain of her assumption. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and took Su Qiming's hand, gently caressing the calluses on his palm. Then she closed her eyes, listening to the sound of his breathing beside her. A smile gracing her lips as an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped her. "Father and mother, it seems I have found a boy who loves me dearly. Before I meet you again, I will strive to make each day feel as splendid as spring with him." Chapter 34, Midnight Tide. Awakening from slumber. Su Qiming found himself roused by the oppressive heat. The summer within the boathouse was indeed a trial, as the sea breeze could not sufficiently mitigate the soaring temperatures. It was imperative that he procure some banana leaves to cover the roof, which would reflect at least a modicum of sunlight. Otherwise, the heat would become unbearable. As he attempted to rise, he abruptly noticed Jiang Shuyuan nestled against his left arm in slumber. As he shifted, the young lady loosened her grip, turned over, and her lips moved slightly, murmuring indistinguishable words before sinking back in a deep sleep. Ah, how endearing his wife appeared! He resolved to treat her with utmost kindness. Carefully extracting his arm, Qiming donned his shoes and stepped outside to observe the tide. It was unclear how late it was, as he lacked a watch and could only rely on his instincts. The local fishermen, besides consulting the lunar calendar, relied on their keen eyesight to gauge the ebb and flow of the tide. Noticing that the water had receded significantly, Qiming estimated it to be around 9 o'clock. Given the distance from the intertidal zone, he surmised that they would arrive there by approximately 10 o'clock, perfectly timed for the low tide. With this thought, he called out to Jiang Shuyue to awaken her. What time is it? Ming? I haven't overslept, have I? I'll get up and make you breakfast. Jiang Shuyue murmured, rubbing her eyes and instinctively speaking. Having previously overslept and failed to prepare a meal for Qiming, her first thought upon waking was to mention breakfast. What breakfast? We're heading to the tide pools. Are you still half asleep? Yes. We're going to tide pools. Jiang Shuyue yawned, gradually regaining her senses, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. I've never been to the tide pools before. Don't be overly excited. Collecting from the tide pools is no trivial task. Once we arrive, you must stay by my side and not wander off. There are many snakes nestled among the rocks. Snakes? Jiang Shuyue's enthusiasm dimmed considerably. Indeed. Otherwise, you might wonder why so many people shy away from the abundant green crabs in the mangroves. It's because of the numerous cobras and vipers there. One bite, and it could be fatal. We have several beaches here rich in seafood, yet few dare to venture there due to the snake dens. The mangroves we are heading to are primarily mudflats, where the red mangroves are not overly dense. And the areas with low shrubs are places we also avoid. As Qiming spoke, he recalled the folly of some outsiders, excitedly posting on social media about their adventures hunting for treasure by the sea, claiming to find large crabs with every few steps. Yet, he noted, not a single local could be seen partaking in such activities, and those who called others to join were merely Na'vi newcomers. The locals were well aware of the snake population and thus refrained from venturing there. Subsequently, Qiming handed Jiang Shuyue a headlamp while he donned one himself, reserving the flashlight for critical moments to illuminate distant treasures as the batteries would drain quickly. Grasping a bucket, Qiming contemplated and decided to take 2 burlap sacks, stowing them inside the bucket. What if there are plenty of treasures tonight? Let us bring along 2 extra bags, just in case. We wouldn't want to regret it later, he muttered to himself. Jiang Shuyu, carrying a bucket, smiled and replied, You're quite confident, aren't you? Bringing 2 bags along. Shall we wager on something? Qiming pondered for a moment, recalling how he had met his demise at the beak of a swordfish in his past life. Surely, his streak of misfortune had been exhausted. He cannot possibly be so unfortunate again. A wager. Jiang Shuyu, intrigued, boldly declared, If we manage to fill those 2 bags, I will. I will give you a kiss. Qiming's eyes brightened as he fixated on her lips, swallowing hard as he said, That's a promise you made. He had never kissed a girl before and was curious about the sensation. Jiang Shuyu blushed and retorted, You're getting ahead of yourself. Let's fill those bags first. Qiming thought to himself, even if they didn't find anything particularly valuable, he could easily gather 2 bags of spicy whelks and mussels. These were hardly worth much, especially the whelks, which grew abundantly along the rocks. A mere touch would yield a handful, as locals tended to avoid them due to their spicy taste, which often led to digestive troubles. As for the mussels, they were even less valuable. Unless consumed personally, locals would only boil them, extract the meat, and dry it to use as a side dish, referring to the dried mussel meat as dried seafood. At this time, even gifting mussels was futile, as no one would accept them. The beach was often teeming with vibrant mussels, flourishing abundantly. It was only in later years, with the advancement of logistics, that these once unwanted mussels were sold at a premium to inland consumers. Regardless, he was confident he could fill 2 bags and playfully tease Jiang Shuyu's lack of discernment. Accompanied by Jiang Shuyu, Qiming soon arrived at the intertidal zone revealed by the receding tide, with rocky areas ahead. Along the way, he wielded a stick, continually striking the ground to ward off any potential snakes. However, if he encountered a cobra, it would be a different story. This particular snake, nicknamed Mountain Peak, was notorious for aggressively protecting its nest during the breeding season. If one were to inadvertently stumble upon its lair, it could chase them relentlessly. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant that night, with no clouds in sight. The silver moon hung high against the deep blue sky, casting a luminous glow over Juajin Island, illuminating the path ahead. It had been many years since he had seen such a brilliant moon, and Qiming felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his previous life, when he had mentioned how bright the moon was during his childhood, others had been skeptical. After half an hour of traversing the rugged terrain, Jiang Shuyu was thoroughly exhausted, panting as she exclaimed, "Qiming, do you usually walk this long when you go to the beach?" "Even longer. We must venture to more distant mudflats." Qiming pointed towards the horizon. "Really? So far? You've worked hard, Qiming." Jiang Shuyu wiped the sweat from her cheek, choosing silence thereafter, knowing that Qiming was enduring even more hardship than she was. After sliding down the adjacent slope, Qiming and Jiang Shuyao finally arrived at the intertidal zone. Their location was somewhat secluded, allowing them to see only a few distant figures bending over to gather seafood, their headlamps flickering. Fortunately, they encountered no one else nearby, which meant there was no competition for the catch. Upon their arrival, they promptly switched on their headlamps, with Qiming instructing Jiang Shuyao to carry the bucket in her left hand and the tongs in her right, following his lead. This evening, Qiming was particularly spirited. Motivated by the prospect of Jiang Xiao's sweet kiss, he was determined to gather a substantial haul and impress her in the process. However, after only a few steps, he had managed to collect merely 2 rock crabs and a handful of seaweed when Jiang Xiao excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, look under that black rock. There's a fish floundering." "Where?" Qiming quickly turned his gaze, illuminating the area with his headlamp, and beheld a large, bluish-green fish thrashing about in the shallow water. Chapter 35, The Colorful Eyebrow. Upon encountering a fish that measured a full adult forearm in length, Qiming could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a magnificent specimen!" The colorful eyebrow? It was no wonder that Qiming was so shocked and exhilarated, while people in the mainland regarded the grouper as a delicacy. There was a local saying by the seaside: first the colorful eyebrow, second the green garment, third the grouper. In his previous life, the colorful eyebrow had long been classified as a protected species, and he had never had the opportunity to taste it. If he could indulge in a bite of the colorful eyebrow in this life, it would make his rebirth worthwhile. After all, during this era, animal protection laws were not yet well established, and even the dishes listed in Northeastern cuisine could be prepared with exotic ingredients. For instance, the chicken and mushroom stew utilized a type of wildfowl known as the flying dragon, and the 3 fresh dish did not feature mere potatoes and eggplants, but rather Northeast tigers, sika deer, and black bears. Such delightful names. Jiang Shuyu was taken aback. "Quickly, don't let it escape under the rocks." "Wait, it's not a colorful eyebrow. It's a colorful eyebrow." Qiming hurriedly approached with excitement, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was not the colorful eyebrow, but rather its relative. The colorful eyebrow, as the 2 species bore a striking resemblance. In the dim light of the evening, his flashlight had failed to reveal the distinction. The colorful eyebrow, scientifically known as the 3-lobed lips fish, belongs to the family of the blunt-head fish, characterized by their bulbous heads and sharp canine teeth. They primarily feed on fish and crustaceans, which necessitates extra caution during capture. "Is the colorful eyebrow valuable?" Jiang Shuyu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the vibrantly colored fish. "Hee. While it may not be as valuable as the colorful eyebrow, it is certainly worth more than ordinary fish. Selling it a pound for $1 is definitely feasible." Qiming lifted the colorful eyebrow with glee and tossed it into the bucket, subsequently adding a bit of water to prevent it from perishing. How beautiful it is! The fish from your sea are truly splendid, Jiang Shuyu murmured as she gazed at the swimming, colorful eyebrow in the bucket. The finest fish she had ever seen were mere koi, yet they could not compare to this exquisite specimen. Indeed, the colorful eyebrow is among the more attractive fish in the sea, and its bones are green. How astonishing! Jiang Shuyu exclaimed. Yes, I believe it contains biliverdin in its bones, but I can't recall the details, Su Qiming replied, drawing from what he had heard in his past life. Unfortunately, this fish is too valuable. I must sell it now, but when I have the means, I shall savor another and let Jiang Shuyu see if the bones truly are green. You possess such knowledge? This must be chemistry. Jiang Shuyu regarded Su Qiming with surprise. Having attended high school, she felt he understood far more than she did. Was this truly a boy from Fishing Village? He seemed to possess a demeanor and eloquence that surpassed many urban dwellers. Hee, I merely repeat what I have heard. Su Qiming chuckled nervously. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyu remarked, Ming, I genuinely believe it is a pity that you are not in school. Your intellect seems quite sharp, and you remember such obscure terminology so well. No worries. One can earn a living without schooling. However, speaking of which, Shuyu, do you still plan to continue your education? Once our circumstances improve, you can continue your night school in town, suggested Su Qiming. After all, the college entrance examination has resumed. However, Jiang Xiao shook her head and replied, Let's not. This is quite good as it is. My mother also only attended high school before marrying my father. She had a chance to study abroad, but she gave it up. What does my situation compare to that? I still don't understand why my mother chose to abandon her opportunity to study abroad to marry my father. Perhaps she feared that if she went abroad, she wouldn't want to return. Su Qiming, intrigued, pondered that in this era, those who could study abroad were not ordinary individuals. He then said, Xiao, if you have the opportunity to attend school, you should take it. We can discuss it later. But actually, Jiang Xiao smiled at him foolishly, feeling a bit shy as she confessed. My dream is to become a poet. However, I believe that finishing high school would suffice for that. All right then, tomorrow I will buy you a notebook and pen, and you can write whatever you wish at home. Su Qiming affirmed, supporting Jiang Xiao's passion. Great. I thought you would say I was neglecting my responsibilities, she replied, her joy palpable upon hearing of Su Qiming's intention to buy her a notebook. And what do you consider a proper occupation? Marrying me and becoming a fisherman's wife? Endlessly dealing with fish? Su Qiming chuckled, turning back to her, the headlamp illuminating Jiang Xiao's delicate face. If I work a bit harder, you won't need to pick up a fish knife, but rather a pen for poetry. You're so wonderful, Ming, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, her happiness evident. The two continued their conversation as they walked, not neglecting their search for fish. However, this stretch offered little worth pursuing, with small puddles containing fish of little value, many of which were neither fresh nor meaty, likely long deceased. Ahead lay a large reef, which typically harbored pools of water ideal for concealing fish. Su Qiming took the lead, climbing over it and shining his lantern down. To his surprise, the light startled the fish below, causing them to flounder, splashing cold seawater onto his face. To his delight, he discovered a nest of pale purple fish known locally as hongyangzi, a delicacy. In the Kaosan region, they are referred to as inguyu. This fish does not require scaling. Its essence lies within its skin and scales, rich in subcutaneous fat. When pan-fried with pork, the golden skin, laden with collagen, delivers a delightful, sticky flavor, surpassing that of meat. Have we made another discovery? Jiang Xiao inquired as she approached. Indeed, a nest of hongyangzi, and it seems to weigh over 10 jin. These fetch a good price. Let us go. Let us catch them together. Su Qiming cheerfully led Jiang Xiao to fish. These fish were quite beautiful, seemingly on the verge of being served at a table, evoking her sympathy. Though she lamented their fate, her hands continued to work swiftly, as the hongyangzi appeared to be somewhat oxygen-deprived, making them easy to catch. One by one, they were tossed into the bucket, and soon Su Qiming's bucket was filled to more than half its capacity. It must be said that when it comes to earning money, one truly does not mind the fatigue. As they tossed the last of the fish with fins into the bucket, Su Qiming and Jiang Shuyao exchanged a smile. This fish could sell for at least 50 or 60 cents per pound. With over 10 pounds, it could fetch around 5 or 6 yuan. Su Qiming exclaimed with delight. Is it really that valuable? Indeed, we were fortunate today. Had we only found barracuda or mackerel, it would have been worthless. Even a bucket of those wouldn't sell for 50 cents, Jiang Shuyao replied. Su Qiming chuckled, acknowledging that despite the absence of the Mazu Holy Grail's wish, their luck today was still quite good. In just a short while, they had already earned over 10 yuan. With an hour left until high tide, who knows what other treasures they might discover. Chapter 36. Did he steal it from under his nose? Su Qiming first placed the seaweed and stone crabs he collected into Jiang Shuyao's bucket, while his own bucket contained fish, along with a generous handful of mussels and helmet shells. As he poured, he filled Jiang Shuyao's bucket to the brim as well. The helmet shell, which has not been introduced, is scientifically known as the conical shell, resembling the hats worn by officials during the Qing dynasty, hence its name. It is also colloquially referred to as the small abalone, much to the confusion of those unfamiliar from the mainland, who often mistake it for the more prized abalone. This type of shellfish holds little value, primarily meant to be cooked and dried for personal consumption. Local children by the seaside generally disdain the flesh of these mollusks. However, Su Qiming, having been reborn, hold a fondness for them, and Jiang Shuyao, having never tasted them, decided to collect a substantial amount, knowing that dried shells could serve as a delightful accompaniment. With their household currently lacking in provisions, frequent trips to the sea to dry more seafood would gradually bring abundance. Fostering a sense of home, he planned to toss the shellfish into the sack, as they are resilient under weight, allowing him to wait for the fish before adding them to his bucket. Jiang Shuyao preferred not to have her bucket filled solely with these shells, believing she could find something more valuable. Delighted, she supported the sack, while Su Qiming poured the entire contents of his bucket into it, filling nearly half of the sack at once. He had brought 2 sacks with him, and if he could gather more items to fill the remaining 1.5 sacks, he would earn a sweet kiss from Jiang Shuyao. This thought invigorated him. Should he fail to find any valuable fish after a while? Su Qiming mischievously contemplated gathering more shellfish to fill the sack. He first placed his bucket of fish in a conspicuous spot on the rocks, avoiding the fatigue of carrying it back and forth. He planned to keep 2 of the caught fish to pan fry for Jiang Shuyao to taste. Fortunately, his parents were not around. Otherwise, they would certainly scold him for indulging in such expensive fish. The fishermen along the coast typically consumed only inexpensive, common fish, selling any that were of higher value. It is a misconception that coastal fishermen do not suffer during years of famine. Fish, being primarily protein with little fat, are often avoided in such times. The more desperate the circumstances, the less likely they are to eat fish, particularly shellfish like clams, known as gala in Qingdao. Historical accounts of refugees who resorted to consuming clams resulted in rapid demise, as the energy required to digest these mollusks exceeded their nutritional value. Thus, regardless of the situation, rich, fatty meat remains their favorite food. Those working in the local meat processing plant wield considerable influence, requiring favors during festivals and holidays. Otherwise, one would only receive lean cuts when requesting meat. Often, queues form as early as 3 or 4 in the morning for meat, where one witnesses others discreetly setting aside choice cuts of fatty meat, deliberately withholding it from others, an unavoidable plight. At this moment, the mystery can be unveiled. Su Qiming's intention to cultivate a rapport with the 2 sisters from the supply and marketing cooperative stems from his awareness that Lu Jie, his husband, works at the meat processing plant. A few days prior, while observing the butchering, he noticed Lu Jie in a close interaction with her husband, which lingered in his mind. However, he refrained from initiating a conversation. Their relationship was neither too intimate nor too distant. Should he greet her, it might lead to an awkward request for her husband to procure some choice cuts of meat. Conversely, if he did not ask, it could be perceived as uncomfortable. And should he request her assistance, it might imply a level of familiarity that was not yet established, potentially putting her in an awkward position. Once he successfully nurtured this relationship, he planned to acquire some pork belly and lard during the next butchering session. Pork belly would be used for a savory braised dish, while the lard could be rendered at home. Such delicacies were not easily accessible to the average person. The challenge lay in transitioning from a connection with Lu Jia to her husband. Su Qiming was confident in his ability to navigate this. After all, favors were not given without a price. This evening, as the tide receded, he imagined his parents would also venture out to the sea. However, he pondered their whereabouts. Noticing distant lights flickering, wondering if they would be astonished to learn that he had married such a beautiful bride. Having earned his own income, he felt compelled to purchase fine gifts to honor his parents. His father and mother had endured poor health due to years of arduous labor. One suffered from paralysis while the other faced heart issues, both passing away prematurely. In this lifetime, he was determined to spare them from further toil and provide them with a life of comfort. As for his biased grandmother and uncle's family, they could continue as they pleased. Should they dare to speak ill, he would not hesitate to confront his uncle. Yet, he recognized that resorting to violence was ultimately futile. True strength lay in achievement, not in brawls. Su Qiming led Jiang Shuyao for a stroll nearby, where several fishermen had gathered, diligently engaged in their work without exchanging pleasantries. Some onlookers regarded Jiang Shuyao with curiosity. While they recognized Su Qiming, they could not identify her. Who was this young woman? Despite the darkness obscuring her features, her graceful figure and melodious voice suggested she was an exquisite beauty. Surely, they must have misheard. How could that young man attract someone so remarkable? Although he had not seen her clearly, she was undoubtedly stunning, and he hardly seemed deserving of her. Indeed, her voice was enchanting, distinctly different from the local dialect. She was also tall and elegant. If only my son could marry such a girl. I wonder which village she hails from. I'd love to propose a match. Oh, please, your son is hardly taller than her. How could he possibly be a match? What do you mean? My son is 164 centimeters. Isn't that acceptable? Besides, we even have a small boat with an engine. We can set traps and throw nets. Our lives are certainly better than yours. The group of older women exchanged playful banter, but they thought little of it, assuming the girl was merely someone who coincidentally chatted with Su Qiming. They could hardly believe that such an exquisite young lady would be by his side. Su Qiming discovered a stone adorned with numerous fist-sized oysters. Upon seeing these oysters, his eyes sparkled with delight. They were indeed a precious find, known for their nourishing properties, particularly for invigorating the kidneys, something he desperately needed at that moment. Moreover, any surplus could be sold. His body was in dire need of nourishment, and he could easily fill half a burlap sack, leaving only one sack left to fill. Thus, Su Qiming called over Jiang Shuyao to assist in prying open the oysters. To extract them, they used a screwdriver to sever the connection at the back where the oysters adhered to the stone. Can these be consumed? He pondered, noting that while the meat within was indeed edible, he wasn't in a hurry to open them now. Typically, for smaller oysters, they would extract the meat right away. But for these larger specimens, it sufficed to bring them back intact in their shells. As Su Qiming spoke, he skillfully continued his work. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, the pair successfully filled the first burlap sack. However, as Su Qiming hoisted the sack on his way back, he noticed a shadowy figure lurking by their barrel, reaching in to grab a fish. What on earth? Su Qiming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had someone dared to steal from him? Chapter 37, Denial Until Death. With a swift motion, Su Qiming cast the burlap sack to the ground and illuminated the face of the intruder with his flashlight. The figure appeared to be a young man, likely in his 20s, clutching a flapping fish in his grasp. How dare you steal my fish? Put down. Release it at once. Su Qiming charged towards the man, gripping his clothing with unyielding force. That bucket of fish was worth over 10 yuan, an amount that a dock worker would toil for half a month to earn. In a state of panic, the young man attempted to flee, but Su Qiming's grip on his garment was unbreakable. Where do you think you're going? Su Qiming bit down on his flashlight, his headlamp casting a blinding light upon the man's face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Su Qiming held tightly to the fabric of his clothing and the waistband of his pants. Grabbing his shirt was ineffective. It was the waistband that held the key to control. This thief dared to take his possessions, and there was no way he would relinquish his hold. Let go of me. Do you have a death wish? Do you believe I won't kill you later? The man shouted, desperately trying to escape. However, With his clothing clutched and the rocky ground beneath him, he was reluctant to struggle too violently, fearing a misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he resorted to threats, believing Qiming, whom he perceived as a cowardly man rejected by his fiancée, would cower in fear. At that moment, Qiming recognized the thief with a jolt of surprise. This was Jiang Dafei, notorious in their village for his rogue behavior. While Qiming and his companions had dabbled in mischief, they had never stooped to the depths of criminality like Jiang Dafei, who had a reputation for petty theft and misdeeds. Just yesterday, he had stolen a duck from one person and the next day, filched dried fish from another. His notoriety was well-earned. Interestingly, Jiang Dafei's family was relatively well-off. Years ago, when the fishing production team had not yet disbanded, he had married a beautiful young, educated woman, garnering much admiration and curiosity from the villagers about her choice. However, his penchant for gambling led to his downfall, resulting in the sale of all valuable possessions, leaving his wife to toil at home, mending nets and processing fish to support the family. When Qiming returned to the village, he learned that the educated woman had tragically taken her own life by jumping into the sea. Rumor suggested that her death was not as straightforward as it seemed, but the true circumstances remained shrouded in mystery. Qiming was astounded that Jiang Dafei had dared to steal in this vicinity. Typically, he associated with a dubious crowd in the village and was aligned with the boatmen from the neighboring Haifeng village, a connection that was not particularly deep. Yet they occasionally engaged in unsavory tasks, intimidating local fishermen, many of whom feared him. After all, the maritime bullies are not to be trifled with. For instance, when you are trawling normally, these ruffians might steer their boats over, brazenly casting their nets to deliberately entangle yours. Once tangled, they extort money from you and seize your catch, relying on their superior engine power to intimidate your vessel, even going so far as to board your boat and physically assault you. Some have even had their engines removed by these thugs. Thus, the villagers remain quite wary of them. Yet, I'm not easily intimidated. However, after his rebirth, Qiming harbored no such fears. He boldly shouted, "Everyone come quickly! There's a thief stealing my fish. Check if your own catch has been stolen." Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he must rally the crowd. One could not show weakness before such ruffians, for the more timid you appear, the more they will exploit you. Upon hearing Qiming's call, the beachcombers gathered, eager to witness the audacity of the thief. In this era of limited information and scant entertainment, any commotion in the village drew curious onlookers from miles away. Within moments, more than a dozen men and women had congregated. Jiang Dafei realized escape was futile and chose not to struggle. Anger boiled within him, for he had intended to steal tonight. Instead of beachcombing, he would have preferred to pilfer something to sell for quick gambling money. He had noticed Qiming placing his bucket there and had planned to secretly snatch a few fish and flee, never expecting Qiming to catch on so swiftly. What infuriated him most was that, despite his threats, Qiming had dismissed him entirely. At that moment, a woman in the crowd recognized Jiang Dafei and exclaimed, "Isn't that a Fei? Why are you stealing a Ming's fish?" Others joined in. "Indeed, a Fei. How could we stoop to such acts? We toil hard on the shore. It's not easy to gather fish. Besides, there's plenty here. Surely you can find some on your own rather than resorting to theft." Many cast disdainful glances at Jiang Dafei. Fishermen are diligent, relying on the sea for their livelihood, and the patronage of the sea goddess is not extended to petty thieves. "I did not steal his fish. I merely came to gather crabs." He protested. He suddenly shouted at me, "Why would I steal his worthless fish? Think about it. He hasn't been out on the shore in a year. What did he possibly catch tonight? He is slandering me." Jiang Dafei adamantly denied the accusation, banking on the fact that no one had witnessed his actions. It was dark, and no one had clearly seen him stealing fish. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the plausibility of his argument. Indeed, they had been focused on their own gathering, oblivious to what transpired nearby. Qiming, after all, had not been particularly successful that year, and it seemed unlikely that a bully would steal from another. "Who among you witnessed me stealing his fish?" "I assure you, I did not. I was merely wandering about." He is the one making baseless accusations. Seeing everyone hesitating, Jiang Dafei's confidence surged. He turned to mock Su Qiming, labeling him a worthless man rejected by a woman, destined to remain a bachelor for life. I have no intention of stealing from you. Many who overheard Jiang Dafei's words were swayed, unable to resist saying, Ming, are you sure you didn't misjudge? Perhaps a Fei is merely wandering about and hasn't taken your fish. Su Qiming, upon hearing this, found amusement in the situation. Are you attempting to smooth things over? Not a chance. As for how to prove Jiang Dafei's guilt in stealing the fish, Su Qiming had ample strategies at his disposal. He shone his flashlight on Jiang Dafei's bucket and declared, You claim you haven't taken my fish? Then where did those red shrimp in your bucket come from? Jiang Dafei, steadfast in his denial, thought to himself that Su Qiming had no means to confront him. Chapter 38. Evidence? To dispel any doubts among the onlookers, Jiang Dafei pointed to the heavens and proclaimed, If I have stolen Su Qiming's fish, may my entire family perish. I declare here and now that this fish is mine. Caught by my own hands. I merely passed through from the east. Jiang Shuyao, rushing over, was infuriated by his audacity. She puffed up like a little frog, appalled by his shamelessness. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Jiang Dafei in the act of thievery. How could he stoop so low as to invoke a curse upon his own kin? Yet, despite her frustration, she found herself at a loss for how to prove that Jiang Dafei had indeed stolen their fish. Jiang Dafei, however, was unperturbed. After all, he had only an old father and an unpleasant woman at home. Had it not been for circumstances beyond his control, he would never have married that wretched woman. Thankfully, the child she bore had not survived. He felt no sorrow for it, not even a twinge of regret. The crowd began to believe Jiang Dafei's fervent declarations, especially since Su Qiming had antagonized him, which seemed unwise. Someone advised Su Qiming, Ming, let this matter go. Let us not escalate the situation further. The tide will soon rise. We should gather some seafood while we can. They could hardly conceive of a way for Su Qiming to substantiate his claims against Jiang Dafei. What is happening? Why all this commotion? I thought something serious had occurred. Why are a Ming and a Fei at odds? A deep voice inquired as a robust man approached with a cheerful demeanor. This man was Su Hongdong, a member of the Su family, to whom Su Qiming referred as uncle. Their ancestors had fled from Hunan during the Qing dynasty, which is why the surname Su is prevalent in Dongshui village. Upon Su Hongdong's arrival, the villagers greeted him with respect and smiles. In the days before the fishing collective was disbanded, Su Hongdong had served as the captain of the militia, following the government's dissolution of militia units beginning in the 1980s. He had transitioned into overseeing the collection of weapons in the village. In his spare time, he often organized hunts for rabbits, wild chickens, and boars, as the threat of wolves was ever present. During winter, it was common to see female wolves descending with their pups, and the village had suffered the tragedy of a young girl being snatched away, later found in a canal, her skull exposed. Thus, Su Hongdong took it upon himself to cull wolves during the colder months. This strategy proved effective, as the presence of wolves had diminished significantly over recent years. For these reasons, Su Hongdong held considerable esteem in the village, second only to the village secretary. He often took part in resolving village disputes, particularly when conflicts arose over seafood collection. For instance, there was a previous incident where two women argued over a large octopus, leading to a decisive intervention at the village office, where the creature was divided, allowing both women to return home with their share. It was thus, dear Dong, that we were all at the beach when we heard. Someone hurriedly relayed the situation to Su Hongdong. After listening, Su Hongdong understood the matter and first glanced at Su Qiming, feeling somewhat troubled. He had inquired earlier, but there were no eyewitnesses, making this situation quite difficult to handle. Su Qiming was surprised to see Su Hongdong present. He held a certain fondness for this uncle from his family, primarily because of the 50 yuan betrothal gift that Su Hongdong had helped him secure, which had been used to treat his parents' ailments. Su Hongdong had been a great support to their family. Had it not been for his care, perhaps his parents would not have survived until his return. Regrettably, due to his fair dealings, Su Hongdong had made many enemies, and as he aged, he became a target for their vengeance. One night he was assaulted resulting in a broken leg and a loss of sight in one eye. Su Qiming had rushed him to a major hospital, saving his life. His son, Su Qiha, was a few years younger and had always been in poor health. He had also been submerged in the sea. Although he didn't drown, he developed a chronic illness that led to a persistent cough, and despite his efforts, he passed away prematurely, leaving Su Hongdong to mourn the loss of his son. A few months later, Su Hongdong succumbed to depression, for the afflictions of the heart cannot be mended by mere financial means. Alas, in his past life, Su Qiming often lamented the many things he had failed to do and the regrets he had not rectified, feeling deeply that good deeds often go unrewarded. Su Hongdong had performed so many acts of kindness, yet met with a tragic end. To see Su Hongdong standing before him in good health stirred a mix of emotions within Su Qiming. He quickly called out, "Uncle Dong, I apologize for making you come here tonight because of my issues. I truly feel terrible about it. I also want to extend my apologies to Uncle, aunts, and everyone else for delaying your work. I am sincerely sorry." He promptly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards those around him. The onlookers were taken aback by Su Qiming's eloquence. When had this child become so articulate? His words were pleasant and polite. Su Hongdong was equally astonished. Previously, Su Qiming had never greeted him, and this unexpected warmth left him incredulous. "It's no trouble at all. I merely came to see. You mentioned Jiang Dafei stole your fish. Do you have any evidence?" Su Hongdong inquired. At this, Jiang Dafei, overhearing, raised his head with a smug expression, scoffing at the notion of evidence. "Evidence? Nonsense," he retorted, doubting that Su Qiming could produce any proof. "I do have evidence," Su Qiming confidently declared, seizing Jiang Dafei's bucket. "Look, everyone, what fish are in this bucket? Red mullet, indeed. There are 3 of them." Many leaned in to take a closer look. Su Hongdong, unsure of Su Qiming's intentions, patiently awaited his explanation. "These are the fish I found. What of it?" Jiang Dafei continued to stubbornly deny the accusations. Su Qiming promptly brought over his bucket and remarked, "We are seasoned fishermen, well aware that the red-haired fish congregate in schools. If they become stranded, they do so collectively in a small pool. It is rare to encounter a solitary one. When we drag our nets for red-haired fish, we invariably capture them in large numbers, correct?" "Indeed. Just last time, I collected a whole bunch of red-haired fish." Another responded, "Yes, these fish do appear in groups. Now, take a look at my bucket," Su Qiming exclaimed, presenting his container brimming with flapping red-haired fish. "This is what I gathered tonight. It is evident who has more or less. Clearly, they were taken from my bucket. Moreover, Jiang Dafei mentioned he came from the east, an area of reeds and sandy beaches, devoid of rocks. Those of us who gather by the sea do not traverse that way, as we know even during high tide. It doesn't flood, and there are no catches. How could he have come from there to collect red-haired fish?" After Su Qiming's explanation, everyone grasped the situation. The eastern terrain is elevated, filled with reeds. Where could there be substantial catch? One couldn't even find stone crabs there. Furthermore, red-haired fish appear in clusters. It is impossible for Jiang Dafei to have caught just 2 or 3. With so many red-haired fish in Su Qiming's bucket, it was clear who had been pilfering. Su Hongdong was taken aback by Su Qiming's sharp intellect, as he deftly unraveled the matter and implicated Jiang Dafei with just a few words. Nearby, Jiang Xiao watched in astonishment, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh my, how eloquent my man is," she thought, feeling a twinge of pride. With the situation clarified, Su Hongdong turned directly to Jiang Dafei and said, "What do you have to say now?" Chapter 39. The intimate relationship between 2 individuals caught red-handed. Jiang Dafei was finally flustered. He stubbornly retorted, "Uncle Dong, do not listen to his nonsense. I merely picked up." "Picked up what?" Su Hongdong interjected, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Dafei's face. The evidence was irrefutable. How could he still argue? "Let me tell you, Jiang Dafei, the times may have changed, but just a few years ago, you were stealing fish from our production team. I let you off the hook several times. Had I been stricter back then, you would have faced dire consequences. I thought you could mend your ways for the sake of your village. But what about your father and wife if you were to perish? Your wife sacrificed her qualifications to return to the city for you. How have you treated her these past years? The mere thought ignites my fury." Stealing again tonight and still being obstinate. I see you remain unchanged. This decisive slap left Jiang Dafei dazed, a vivid red imprint marking his face. He was no match for Su Hongdong. The militia captain was not to be trifled with. The slap was quite cathartic. Jiang Dafei dared not retort, bowing his head submissively, though resentment flickered in his eyes, which he was careful not to raise. Su Qiming felt a surge of satisfaction, seizing the moment to add, Jiang Dafei, do you not realize the value of everyone's time? Because of you, we have all been delayed. Perhaps those present could have gathered more. My stolen items are of little consequence compared to the time wasted for everyone. He sought to redirect the collective ire towards Jiang Dafei. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in indignation, hurling insults at Jiang Dafei. This fellow is worthless. We should have never trusted him. Indeed, he even swore an oath earlier. What a sham. A leopard cannot change its spots. Their voices overlapped in condemnation. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiming poured all the fish from Jiang Dafei's bucket into his own, discovering, to his delight, 2 striking black and white spotted prawns. These were prize specimens, often referred to as the Hermes of shrimp. In a fine restaurant, one could fetch a starting price of 188. Even now, each could sell for 4 to 5 jiao. Such prawns are elusive during the day, but at night, a simple beam from a headlamp renders them motionless, allowing for easy capture. Observing Su Qiming claim the 2 prawns, Jiang Dafei hastily shouted, "Those are the ones I caught on the road." Nonsense. Those prawns were also caught by me. Su Qiming was determined to reap some benefits. After all, he had been delayed for so long. No one would believe Jiang Dafei's claims. Oh, and he has stolen a Ming's prawns too. How outrageous. Jiang Dafei was on the verge of exploding with rage, but found himself at a loss for words. Fearing another slap from Su Hongdong, he clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Once Su Qiming had emptied Jiang Dafei's bucket, he tossed the empty container with a clang at Jiang Dafei's feet. Jiang Dafei, feeling humiliated, grasped the bucket and attempted to leave, but Su Qiming interjected, "Hold on. This matter is far from over." Having already offended someone as despicable as Jiang Dafei, it would be better to completely sever ties. He harbored no fear of retaliation from Jiang Dafei, should the latter resort to petty tactics. Su Qiming would not hesitate to turn the tables on him. Su Hongdong, puzzled, wondered what Su Qiming intended to do. Generally speaking, the fish would soon return. What else could happen? The onlookers were equally intrigued. Su Qiming spoke directly. "Uncle Dong, he stole from me. If I report this to the village committee, which subsequently informs the border defense station, what do you suppose will transpire?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hongdong replied, "Last month, a thief from the neighboring Haifeng village, who stole fish traps, ended up at the border defense station for over a year." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dafei's bravado faltered, and he broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Su Qiming would contemplate sending him to jail. Su Qiming cast a cold smirk at Jiang Dafei, knowing full well that he was merely intimidating him. In truth, unless the theft was egregious, the punishment would not be severe. The individual who had stolen the fish traps was a habitual offender and had pilfered over 10 traps along with hundreds of pounds of fish before being apprehended and sent to the border defense station. Jiang Dafei's transgression would likely result in a mere reprimand lasting a couple of days. However, Su Qiming took advantage of Jiang Dafei's ignorance. Recognizing that the villagers were not privy to such nuances, he menacingly declared, "Jiang Dafei, you've wasted half an hour of my time, and you have yet to compensate me for my losses. I now present you with 2 options. Reimburse me for this half hour, or I shall escort you to the border defense station. Choose wisely." Terrified, Jiang Dafei stammered, I don't want to go to the border defense station. If you wish to avoid it, then pay up. In half an hour, I might have caught a substantial grouper, Su Qiming asserted, extending his hand. 5 yuan. Jiang Dafei exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Why don't you just rob me instead? Refuse to pay? Then, Uncle Dong, we shall pay a visit to the border defense station." Su Hongdong regarded Su Qiming as if seeing him for the first time, noting how quickly the young man's mind was working. He discerned that Su Qiming was determined not to relent and sought to extract further benefits from Jiang Dafei. Thus, he remained silent. adopting a stance that suggested he would advance to apprehend Jiang Dafei should he refuse to comply. Wait, please. Jiang Dafei, genuinely frightened, wiped his brow and rummaged through his pockets for a while before producing a handful of small bills. I only have 2 yuan and 32 cents on me. That will suffice. Qiming swiftly seized the money, counting it with satisfaction before dismissively saying, all right, let us be on our way. Don't waste everyone's time. I sincerely thank all of you for your assistance. Had it not been for your help, I might have truly lost my belongings tonight. I am profoundly grateful to all the uncles, aunts, and elder relatives here. Please feel free to visit my home sometime. Qiming hurriedly expressed his gratitude once more, understanding the importance of basic courtesy. This incident had leveraged the support of the community, and given that it cost him nothing to be polite, he deemed it wise to utter a few more pleasant words. What need is there for formalities? We are all from the same village. After witnessing the lively scene, everyone murmured that Qiming seemed different now, shedding his previous despondency as if he were truly ready to start anew. However, some remained skeptical. After all, Qiming had been adrift for too long, and it was only natural for one to question whether he could maintain this newfound resolve or if it would fizzle out in a matter of days. Qiming expressed his gratitude to Su Hongdong multiple times, insisting he take a few fish from his bucket, saying, Uncle Dong, please bring these back for my brother to eat and help restore his health. Despite Su Hongdong's attempts to decline, Qiming firmly pressed the fish into his hands. While he may not possess the means to offer much to Su Hongdong, sharing a few fish was within his capacity. Su Hongdong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Previously, he had been disheartened by Qiming's lack of ambition, but now, witnessing a change in his nephew, he wondered if perhaps he had truly awakened. He hoped this transformation would endure. After handling matters on that front, Qiming called for Jiang Shuyao to help carry the bucket. Seizing the opportunity before the tide, returned to venture elsewhere for seafood. Upon hearing Qiming call Jiang Shuyao, the crowd suddenly noticed her presence. Concerned for her safety, Qiming reached out, grasping her hand as he said, "Be careful, I'll support you." The intimacy between the two left onlookers in stunned silence. Those who had initially turned to leave quickly returned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been speculating about Jiang Shuyao's origins, admiring her graceful figure and melodious voice, to learn that she was with Qiming, and that their closeness suggested a romantic relationship, struck like a bolt from the blue. How could she have chosen Qiming? Meanwhile, Jiang Dafei, who was about to depart while carrying his bucket, caught sight of Jiang Shuyao and was instantly captivated. Heavens, how could there be such a beautiful girl? He marveled, especially when he saw Qiming holding her hand so intimately, a wave of jealousy washing over him. Chapter 40. Fishing for Answers. Su Hongdong stared blankly at Qiming, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation as he observed Jiang Shuyu in a daze. In their era, simply holding hands between a man and a woman signified a relationship. Could this fair-skinned girl truly be Qiming's partner? How astonishing. Normally, Qiming was so reticent. Yet today he not only seemed enlightened, but had also attracted such a stunning girl. Qiming held Jiang Shuyu's hand openly, fully intending to marry her soon. Feeling there was no need for secrecy, he thought it appropriate to share some news in advance, allowing everyone to become acquainted. Ming, who is this? Su Hongdong inquired hastily. Uncle Dong, this is my fiancée, Jiang Shuyu. She was introduced to me by a distant relative from Sichuan. She traveled for several days by train to reach us. We have just finalized our marriage plans and intend to wed in a month, though we haven't yet informed everyone. Qiming had already devised a suitable excuse, fearing that mentioning Jiang Shuyu's escape from hardship might cast her in a negative light, or that her family's background might lead to disdain. Reputation held significant weight in this era. So this is my future niece-in-law. Splendid. Ming, you ought to have mentioned this earlier. It left everyone in suspense, Su Hongdong remarked, causing Jiang Shuyu to shyly lower her gaze. With so many eyes upon her, she felt a flurry of embarrassment and instinctively grasped Qiming's hand. This engagement is quite recent, and we simply haven't had the opportunity to inform everyone. Tonight seemed the perfect occasion to share our news, Qiming said cheerfully, Sensing the envious glances of the crowd, particularly from Jiang Dafei, whose envy was palpable, he felt a rush of satisfaction. Very well. As your uncle, I shall attend the banquet in a month. Also, Ming, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Now, continue your fishing. We shall disperse for now and gather our belongings. Su Hongdong gestured, subtly hinting that he could lend a modest sum if Su Qiming needed assistance for the wedding. I understand, Uncle Dong, Su Qiming replied, touched by his uncle's kindness. Soon, the crowd dispersed amidst a flurry of chatter. The gossiping relatives expressed their astonishment at Su Qiming's choice of a beautiful bride, discussing how his demeanor had shifted today and speculating whether he had resolved to start anew with marriage. Yet, they pondered the uncertainty of such matters. After all, many individuals were known for their inconsistency, like Jiang Dafei, who was often criticized but remained undeterred in his antics. Gradually, they began to avoid discussing Su Qiming's marriage, as it was customary for families to provide a room for their children upon marriage. However, they were all too aware of the Su family's circumstances. Given the biased nature of his mother, Su Qiming's family was relegated to a dilapidated room in a boathouse, while his uncle's family occupied several spacious rooms. Where would this girl reside after a marriage? Would she be expected to live in the boathouse? Moreover, marriage undoubtedly requires a considerable sum of money. Su Qiming's family has yet to reclaim the betrothal gifts, so from where shall they procure the funds for the wedding? Even if Su Qiming works diligently now, what can he accomplish in just a month's time? At this point, a sense of sympathy and sorrow enveloped the gathering. One could not help but feel pity for the girl. Meanwhile, Jiang Dafei, leaving with a bucket in hand, cast a shadowy glance at Su Qiming, his thoughts inscrutable, before silently departing. On the other side, Jiang Xiao, observing that everyone had left, breathed a small sigh of relief. Under the gaze of so many, she had felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, akin to a monkey in a zoo. Yet, hearing Su Qiming openly declare their engagement before such a crowd filled her heart with sweetness. Let us venture to the rocky area over there. It appears no one has explored it yet, and there may be treasures to uncover, Su Qiming suggested. Glancing at an almost empty sack, he felt a pang of urgency. The tide would soon rise, and if he did not fill it, his cherished finds would be lost. To deter any potential thieves, he carefully transported the filled bucket and sack to a nearby spot, frequently looking back, reassured that after such commotion, no one would dare to steal. This rocky area was rugged and abundant with mussels and spicy snails, densely clustered together, alongside numerous barnacles and clusters of various sea vegetables washed ashore by the waves. The sight of such a bounty of sea vegetables made Su Qiming's mouth water. Let us gather some sea grapes to take back, boiled and then tossed in a salad. They are quite delectable. This sea vegetable, which we call sea cabbage, is also beloved by our people. With that, Su Qiming and Jiang Xiao collected a generous handful of sea grapes and sea cabbage, the latter known as shichin, resembling tender kelp shoots. His favorite was undoubtedly the sea grapes, which in later times accompanied sashimi in Japan, yet were served in meager portions. Fishermen, however, would gather them in handfuls to enjoy in their meals. Can this be eaten? Jiang Xiao, unfamiliar with the greenery, pointed at the dense clusters of sea vegetables nearby. That is called deer-horn seaweed. It is edible, also known as dragon-beard seaweed. Some even refer to it as nerve endings. Once dried, it becomes translucent and, when tossed into a salad, is crisp and delicious. Su Qiming gathered a substantial amount of deer-horn seaweed and stuffed it into the sack, knowing it could be cooked, dried, and later rehydrated for consumption. To ensure the sack was filled, he diligently harvested all the deer-horn seaweed from that rocky patch. Although it seemed he had amassed only half a sack, once dried, it would suffice for both of them for quite some time. Seaweed was also included. He recalled a tale of a child who had consumed compressed seaweed and suffered abdominal pains after drinking water, requiring a hospital visit where the child began to vomit seaweed, leaving the doctors bewildered, thinking perhaps a water ghost had arrived. Above are the rehydrated seaweed delicacies, while below lies the fresh seaweed from the intertidal zone. Jiang Xiao assisted in gathering the sea vegetables, her laughter resonating as she remarked, Ming, I find beachcombing quite fascinating. Do the fishermen by the sea simply collect whatever they desire? It reminds me of home, where if we crave scallions or radishes, we just venture into the garden to dig some up. Indeed, replied Qiming, here if we fancy some oysters, we simply take a hoe and gather them. Much like how you pick vegetables from your garden. In no time, we can return with a bowl of fresh fare. As the saying goes, we eat from the mountains if we are near mountains, and from the waters if we are by the sea. We coastal dwellers thrive on the bounty of the ocean. Qiming chuckled softly, advising Jiang Xiao to tread carefully, as the abundant seaweed and slippery algae could pose a risk of slipping. After gathering a generous handful of sea vegetables, Jiang Xiao rolled up her sleeves, wiped the sweat from her brow, and felt a delightful sense of fulfillment. Observing Qiming, deeply engrossed in his tasks, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling she had never known before. It was difficult to articulate. It was as if their shared labor and endeavor could indeed lead them to the life they envisioned, regardless of how the wedding would unfold a month later. She felt a profound sense of contentment, and with that thought, she beamed at Qiming with a silly grin. Qiming returned her smile, his gaze falling upon a puddle beneath a rock. Concerned that Jiang Xiao might tread on the algae within, he cautioned her to be wary. As he illuminated the puddle with his headlamp, he discovered a peculiar large sea snail resting within. The sight of this magnificent creature made Qiming's eyes sparkle with delight. Recognizing it as a prized find. Chapter 41. The Turban Shell and the Clam. Shu Yao, don't move, there's a large sea snail beneath your feet. Qiming exclaimed. Ah, a sea snail? What is that? Jiang Xiao's local dialect from Sichuan emerged, causing her to tense up in alarm, her small frame instinctively shrinking. Qiming nearly chuckled at her reaction and reassured her, no need to be frightened. It won't bite. Do you know what a rice snail is? A rice snail? Is it similar? She inquired. Quite so, though the sea snail is larger and adorned with more exquisite patterns. Look, it's right here. He illuminated the shallow puddle with his flashlight, revealing that the water barely reached his knees, with a layer of clear mud beneath. Emerging from the mud was a large sea snail, its white shell adorned with black patterns, slowly moving and leaving a trail in the clear mud. Oh, is this a sea snail? It truly is different. Our rice snails have round shells while yours is oval, resembling a mallet, Jiang Xiao remarked, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. What is this sea snail called? You seem quite pleased. Is it valuable? This is a turban shell. It's rather commonplace. Worth a bit more than ordinary sea snails, but not excessively so. My excitement stems from the fact that treasures lie beneath this clear mud. Qiming chuckled, bending down to pick up the turban shell, causing the creature to retract in fright. Let me have a look, Jiang Xiao eagerly requested, taking it into her hands. It was her first encounter with a sea snail, and she examined it from every angle, reminiscent of an inquisitive child. The shell is truly beautiful. It would look lovely displayed at home. If you like it, next time we go beachcombing, we can collect some shells to decorate the house. By the way, didn't you mention treasures beneath this mud? Jiang Xiao gazed at him with anticipation. Indeed. Do you believe I can perform a magic trick for you? Qiming believe. Plunging his hand into the mud and effortlessly unearthing a large white clam, roughly the size of his fist. Wow, what is this? How did you know such a large treasure was hidden beneath the mud? Jiang Xiao marveled at the discovery, gazing at the seemingly smooth surface of the clear mud. This is a clam, and the turban shell enjoys feasting on them, which is why I was so delighted to find it. If you look closely, you'll notice that the mud is slightly raised in certain areas. Qiming patiently explained to Jiang Suo. These clams can fetch a good price. I see. So, the raised areas conceal clams? Exactly. Qiming encouraged her dig. Cautiously, Jiang Xiao extended her hand into the water, probing the mud. And soon she unearthed another large clam, her joy evident as it matched the size of her fist. These clams can even move. Watch closely. Qiming placed the clam into the water and gently pressed it. Instantly, the clam opened its shell, revealing a segment of pristine white flesh, which propelled itself into the distance with remarkable speed. The water puddle was not particularly large, so Qiming was unconcerned about the clam escaping. The whirlpool snail preyed on the clam, prompting it to launch its flesh and flee. Ah, what a sprinter! exclaimed Jiang Xiao, who hurried over to capture the clam, her face alight with joy. Let's dig up all the clams in this area. Without hesitation, Su Qiming meticulously searched through the patch of clear mud, quickly uncovering several large clams to toss into the bucket. Although Jiang Xiao lacked his keen eyesight, she carefully sifted through the mud and managed to find a few sizable clams as well, and soon the bucket was filled to the brim. There were numerous clams in this area, typically hidden beneath the mud, seldom seen by others. Had it not been for the sight of the whirlpool snail, Su Qiming would not have realized the abundance of clams below. The two worked in silence for quite some time, lost in the joy of their fruitful harvest. In the end, they had dug up over 20 kilograms of clams. The bucket could not accommodate them all, so they resorted to placing the excess into a burlap sack, which quickly filled as well. All right, that's enough. We should head back now. Su Qiming tossed the final large clam into the sack, tightly secured the opening, and wrapped it with rope several times to ensure it would not come undone. Although he had not made a wish to Ma Zhu, the evening's bounty was commendable. A bucket filled with red mullet, a large mackerel, 2 shrimp, and over 30 kilograms of clams promised a handsome return. Additionally, a sack filled with green mussels, scallops, oysters, and stone crabs, along with half a sack of seaweed, was to be cooked and dried for use as side dishes. All in all, it was a satisfying haul. With their arms laden, Su Qiming and Jiang Xiao left the sack behind, opting to carry the bucket first, before returning for the burlap sack. Su Qiming hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, while Jiang Xiao carefully supported it. After 2 trips, they finally moved their haul to the shore. On their second return, the tide had already risen to their ankles. Su Qiming was keenly aware of the time. The tide could surge rapidly. What appeared to be merely ankle-deep could soon reach one's neck. Many had perished, caught off guard by the rising waters while greedily pursuing their catch. With a sigh, Su Qiming set the sack down, stretching his aching back. His body felt weary. Carrying 2 sacks for a short distance had left him exhausted. Tomorrow, I must buy a small cart. It would certainly ease the burden. Jiang Xiao, equally fatigued, had worked up a sweat despite the cooler evening air. She sat down, wiping the perspiration from her flushed cheeks with her sleeve. If we had to stay out during the midday tide, we would surely suffer from the heat. She too had come to appreciate the hardships faced by fishermen. The pair first removed their footwear, feeling an immediate sense of relief once freed from their confines. Beneath the serene moonlight, Jiang Xiao perched gracefully upon a stone, joyfully extending her delicate little feet, playfully swaying them as her lotus-like toes wiggled about. Su Qiming found himself involuntarily captivated by the sight of Jiang Xiao's petite feet and, somewhat absent-mindedly, remarked, "Indeed, the sun by the seaside is quite fierce. Just look at how many of the ants and mothers have purplish-red necks, all from sun exposure. Tomorrow, I shall head to the supply cooperative to procure some fabric. We ought to venture out to the shore more often. We must create some sleeve protectors and sew a strip of cloth around the brim of our straw hats to shield ourselves from the sun." At this moment, his thoughts are consumed by the idea of filled sacks and the tantalizing kiss. Chapter 42. Stealing glances at the young lady bathing. Whether Jiang Xiao had forgotten about the incident or not, Su Qiming felt too shy to bring it up again. In truth, he longed to gather the courage to inquire. Yet he was at a loss for words. A gentle sea breeze wafted by, accompanied by the raucous calls of several seabirds, which flapped their wings and played about in the nearby reeds. 2 of them affectionately rubbed their long beaks together before nestling close and drifting off to sleep. Su Qiming cleared his throat, intending to hint at something, but he was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Xiao's flushed cheeks. He observed as she playfully buried her little feet in the cool sand, relishing the sensation and playfully toying with the grains. Bathed in the moonlight, her fair ankles dusted with fine sand appeared particularly charming. Su Qiming decided it would be wise to wait until her perspiration subsided. After all, both of them were quite sweaty, and he worried that if Jiang Xiao were to lean in for a kiss, she might find him repugnant. In anticipation of the forthcoming sweet kiss, Su Qiming discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, yet to his dismay, the perspiration only seemed to increase. Whenever he thought about broaching the subject of their wager, his heart raced as if ignited by a flame, and the sweat flowed unchecked. How could he be so pathetic? He lamented the thought of being perceived as a fool if anyone discovered his nerves. Regretting his lack of romantic experience in his previous life, he mused that had he pursued a few girls, he might not feel so anxious now, utterly devoid of wit and unable to conjure a playful remark. While Su Qiming was engulfed in anxiety, Jiang Shuyao brushed the sand from her feet, donned her sandals, and scampered off to pluck a banana leaf, which she used to fan herself. With her large eyes crescent-shaped from laughter, she exclaimed, "Well, didn't I tell you last time? My needlework is quite proficient. Sewing a sleeve cover and a hat brim is no challenge for me." Su Qiming nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, the tide had quietly begun to rise in the distance, surging over the intertidal zone with a rush, the tumultuous sea shimmering under the moonlight with waves that glimmered like silver scales, resembling countless tiny diamonds dancing upon the azure satin. Wow, it's truly magnificent. Ming, this is so much larger than the reservoir back home. Jiang Shuyao gasped at the sight of the distant sea, her apricot-shaped eyes sparkling with clarity. Su Qiming, too, had not encountered such a breathtaking ocean in quite some time. The seas of his era were plagued by pollution, with coastal beaches littered with plastic debris. Seeing Jiang Shuyao's delight brought a smile to his face. In truth, no matter how beautiful the sea might be, it had never stirred his heart. Yet at this moment, sharing the experience with Jiang Shuyao rendered the ocean extraordinarily beautiful, and an inexplicable sense of contentment washed over him. Upon reflection, he realized that this feeling was likely not tied to the scenery itself, but rather to the company with whom one shares such moments. This was an experience he had never truly appreciated in his past life. He once believed that accumulating wealth in his past life signified success, yet upon reflection, he realized that one cannot truly comprehend life's beauty without undergoing certain experiences. This epiphany filled him with anticipation for the future he would share with Jiang Shuyao. Indeed, the ocean's splendor was not confined to the night. The sunrise over the waves was equally breathtaking. Next time, when the tide recedes, let me take you to witness the sunrise, Su Qiming proposed. Absolutely. We must savor every beautiful moment the sea has to offer, so that when we grow old and can no longer roam, we can reminisce together about our countless cherished memories, Jiang Shuyao replied, turning to him with a smile, her hair glimmering with silver strands. Sounds great, Su Qiming said, feeling warmth flush his cheeks. He could almost envision the day they would grow old together, hand in hand, as the sea breeze enveloped them, filling their hearts with inexplicable joy. It's time to go, he added, and together they returned to the boathouse. The journey that had taken them half an hour to arrive stretched to over an hour on their way back, primarily due to the abundance of their catch, with Su Qiming stopping intermittently to bear the weight of the burlap sacks. Upon reaching the boathouse, Su Qiming grinned as he bent down, carefully placing the 2 burlap sacks beneath the house to allow the seawater to preserve the catch until the morrow. The fish he had touched were placed in a net and secured to the house as stilt. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Yet the thought of the profits to be made invigorated his spirit. In a barrel, there was fresh water, and Su Qiming allowed Jiang Shuyao to wash herself first while he waited below. Soon, the sound of splashing water reached his ears, and his heart leapt at the delicate melody, stirring his imagination. He felt a surge of curiosity and contemplated sneaking a glance. Why not take a peek? After all, she's my wife now. It shouldn't be a problem, he rationalized, convinced that Jiang Shuyao's silence about the wager implied a desire to evade it. If she wants to avoid the bet, I might as well enjoy a little interest, he reasoned, justifying his intentions to himself. Feigning a casual turn, he discreetly stole a glance. However, the dimly lit walkway revealed little. Under the moonlight, he saw Jiang Shuyao, her back turned as she rinsed herself. Her graceful figure shimmered softly in the ethereal light, accentuating her fair skin. He could discern her slender waist and exquisite curves as the glistening water cascaded down her body. After that fleeting glimpse, Su Qiming's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look up again. The image lingered in his mind, evoking a blend of shame and exhilaration. He felt a twinge of lewdness, but dismissed the notion of being a prudish man. Such restraint would be dull. At last, The melodious voice of Jiang Xiao resonated, proclaiming that she had finished her bath and entered the room. It was only then that Su Qiming, feeling a twinge of guilt, hurriedly rinsed his body. After lying on the bed, weary and aching, he was enveloped by the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from Jiang Xiao beside him. Unable to suppress a swallow, he found himself yearning to embrace her, a thought that startled him. Should he discuss the wager? He contemplated speaking, yet his eyelids grew heavy, succumbing to slumber instead, deciding it could wait until the morrow. Meanwhile, upon her return, Jiang Xiao noticed the 2 sacks were brimming, which reminded her of the wager she had casually mentioned earlier. She had been anxiously awaiting Su Qiming to broach the subject, contemplating which cheek she should kiss him on, or perhaps his lips. As she pondered, her thoughts had wandered during her bath, filled with a blend of shyness and unexplainable anticipation. However, after they both finished bathing, and noticing Su Qiming had yet to mention it, she stole a glance at him, only to find he had fallen asleep. What? This scoundrel? How outrageous! After waiting in vain for so long, fuming, she turned away, her anger mounting as she thought about his foolishness. Did he expect her to bring it up herself? Turning back, she gazed at Su Qiming's peaceful face and, almost as if possessed, leaned in closer, holding her breath, and gently pressed her lips against his cheek. Just that fleeting touch sent her heart racing and her face aflame, prompting her to withdraw quickly, covering her flushed visage with the blanket. "Oh dear, Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Have you no shame? Sneaking gokish." Lifting the blanket slightly, she darted out her tongue to moisten her lips, exhilarated by the experience. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she furtively glanced at Su Qiming, musing that since she had already kissed his cheek, perhaps she should try kissing his lips as well. Considering he was asleep and had forgotten the wager, it would be a sweet return on her investment. With that thought, Jiang Xiao cautiously sat up. Chapter 43. Where the girls who take the initiative. As Jiang Xiao cautiously sat up, she noticed Su Qiming stir slightly. In a panic, she quickly lay back down, feeling too guilty to meet his gaze. Once Su Qiming's movements became less pronounced, she sat up again, holding her breath as she stealthily inched closer. The proximity made her heart race to the point where it felt as though it would leap into her throat. Closer and closer she drew. But just as her lips were about to brush against Su Qiming's, she hesitated, retreating her head in a flurry of shyness. Perhaps it was best to wait until he proposed a bet tomorrow before making such a bold move. After all, what girl takes the lead in kissing a boy? That would be far too indiscreet. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Xiao soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Not long after she fell asleep, Su Qiming groggily opened his eyes, bewildered by a dream in which Jiang Xiao had kissed him multiple times. What a delightful dream it was. Dismissing the thought, he resolved to return to sleep, mindful of the dwindling bamboo baskets at home. With the seaweed he had collected, he planned to sell the seafood at the market in the morning and return to weave more baskets for drying the seaweed. He had much to occupy his day. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Xiao, Su Qiming quietly grasped her hand and fell asleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Su Qiming awoke to find Jiang Xiao's arm and a fair, delicate leg draped across him, her head nestled against his neck in blissful slumber. The morning sea breeze, cool and refreshing, dispelled the lingering heat of the night. It must have been around 7 o'clock. Carefully, he extricated himself from her embrace, slipping on his shoes. At that moment, Jiang Xiao stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she sat up. "What time is it, Ming? Am I late?" "No, it's probably just past 7. I'll take the goods to the market to sell, and you can prepare some porridge. We can eat together when I return. Didn't we gather some deer horn vegetables and sea cabbage last night? Just take them out, wash them, blanch them in hot water, chop them up, and they'll be ready to eat." Su Qiming outlined the tasks at hand. Jiang Xiao listened attentively, nodding in agreement, determined to make her first cooking experience a success without any negligence. However, once Su Qiming departed, she recalled that he had completely forgotten to mention the bet. This foolish boy, was he truly planning to let it slip his mind? She had even prepared herself last night to kiss him. Never mind, she thought. I shall rise and prepare the meal first. If he still doesn't bring it up upon his return, then I shall let it be. Meanwhile, Su Qiming had indeed forgotten about the bet. He packed the items he intended to sell into a burlap sack, placed the seaweed and other food items on the dock, and then set off to the market with the sack slung over his shoulder. As the boats ventured into the sea, the dock was bustling with vendors. Particularly numerous were the middle-aged women eager to sell their wares, gathered from the shore the previous night. Su Qiming stood in line, when suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by Zhang Dehai, who approached with a large bucket in hand. With a broad smile, he inquired, "Qiming, how was your night? Did you find anything valuable?" Curious, he reached to inspect Su Qiming's burlap sack, discovering it filled with hard, sturdy shells. "What are these? Oysters?" Today's oyster prices seem decent, around 3 to 5 cents per pound. "With this many, you can make a couple of bucks." "These are not oysters," Su Qiming replied, recognizing Zhang Dehai's desire to boast. "What treasures did you unearth last night?" "Hee. I stumbled upon a stroke of luck. I caught 5 or 6 stone bass and even managed to snag a red snapper, although it's nearly dead and I need to sell it quickly." Zhang Dehai proudly showcased the contents of his bucket for Su Qiming to see. "Ah, your fortune seems promising," Su Qiming remarked, eyeing the 5 or 6 fist-sized redstone bass. While these fish hold little value, the red snapper, known for its exquisite taste and sometimes referred to as the sea chicken, could fetch around 80 to 90 cents per pound, with prices soaring to 33 yuan per pound in later years. Indeed, Zhang Dehai's luck was commendable. However, in some regions, a fish resembling the snapper, known as the two-long-spined bream, bore a similar name. The distinction lay in its dorsal fin, which featured 2 elongated spines. He illustrated this difference, displaying the two-long-spined bream prominently. Zhang Dehai, having worked diligently the previous night, was animatedly boasting to Su Qiming about his catch, expressing his intention to treat him to a fried cake with the profits. Su Qiming, however, cautioned him against becoming overly complacent. "It's best to hold on to your earnings. After all, your mother's health has been frail, and she requires medication. That money is better spent on her well-being." Zhang Dehai was a generous soul, albeit a little too loyal and trusting, often surrounded by fair-weather friends who were primarily drawn to him for his wealth. Years later, when his mother's condition suddenly deteriorated and urgent funds were needed, not a single one of those so-called friends offered assistance. It was Su Qiming who came to his aid, yet tragically, Zhang Dehai's mother succumbed to her ailments. Having neglected timely medical attention, it was vital to impart this wisdom to him, to save diligently, and encourage him to seek medical care for his mother sooner rather than later. The two friends conversed, finding solace in their exchange, oblivious to the slow-moving queue. As they awaited the arrival of the two, Su Qiming observed that Wu Yuyi, who had been bustling about since dawn, was glistening with perspiration. His blackwater suit was speckled with silver fish scales, and his hair, soaked with sweat, clung to his forehead. Wu Xiaoxiao also appeared exhausted. Her cheeks flushed as she sat there busily tapping on an abacus. "Ah, Amin has arrived. Oh, Zhang Dehai, you've shown some enthusiasm today, haven't you? Where's Xiao-san?" Never mind, given his mother's cautious nature, she surely wouldn't let him roam about at night. "How was your haul last night?" Seeing Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai come early, Wu Yuyi greeted them with a smile. To be honest, he felt a sense of relief that these two had not been idle the previous night and had indeed gone to fish. "Ah, Uncle Wu, my catch yesterday was quite satisfactory. You must offer me a favorable price," Zhang Dehai declared gleefully as he approached with a bucket. "Stone 9 fish, an exceptional choice for soup. This one must weigh 3 or 4 taels, quite substantial. Oh, and you've also caught some catfish? Well done, lad. You shall receive a handsome price for these." "Thank you, Uncle Wu," Zhang Dehai responded with a grin. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 2 stone 9 fish and placed them in a nearby basket, stammering slightly. "Uncle Wu, please take these fish for soup. Consider my respect for you. I reflected on your words from yesterday, and they truly resonated with me. I promise to conduct myself well alongside Amin. My mother also said that you speak to us as if we are family, which is why you offered such advice. Typically, who would dare speak to us in such a manner, fearing it might upset us? You've learned well from Amin, haven't you?" Wu Yi chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he watched the two with amusement. These children were indeed delightful. It seemed that for some, maturity could indeed occur in an instant. Hee. Zhang Dehai scratched the back of his head, a little shy, his face turning crimson. Su Qiming felt quite pleased watching Zhang Dehai grow alongside him, realizing that he must continue to strive to lead his brother towards prosperity. Amin, what treasures have you managed to procure? Wu Yi inquired, moving to assist in carrying the sack. He thought to himself that if Su Qiming had managed to acquire oysters, he would certainly offer a preferential price. Acknowledging the boy's hard work through the night and willing to extend a favor. Chapter 44. What a delight! Su Qiming opened the burlap sack, allowing Wu Yi a glimpse inside. Upon seeing the contents, Wu Yi became transfixed, exclaiming, "Is this merely satisfactory? This is an exquisite, big, colorful bream. And look at all these red ladyfish. Such specimens are rare. If sold, they would fetch a significantly higher price than ordinary fish." Hence his delight was palpable. But there was more. Su Qiming retrieved the top layer of the net, revealing dozens of pounds of bird clams. The sheer sight of the gleaming white clams nearly dazzled Wu Yi. So many bird clams? This is quite a feat. Typically, only those skilled at diving might occasionally gather 5 or 6. How did you manage to procure such a bounty? Did you stumble upon a nest of them? Wu Yi's exclamation drew the attention of numerous individuals at the purchasing point. Goodness, so many bird clams. This is truly a rarity, and each one is sizable. Where did you unearth these? Why didn't I see them last night? Indeed, such a treasure is seldom found, and this big, colorful bream is also a long-lost sight. Ming, you must have been favored by the goddess Ma Zhu recently. Haven to you? A crowd gathered, offering their opinions, while some less discerning village women reached out to touch Su Qiming's bird clams, weighing them in their hands. Say Lin Mu, Ming. I thought I was fortunate to catch a single catfish, but what is this incredible stroke of luck you possess? Not only do you have this nest of red ladyfish, but where did you catch this big, colorful bream? Such a catch can only be achieved with nets and long-line fishing. Zhang Dehai, initially feeling quite proud, suddenly wilted upon realizing Su Qiming's harvest far surpassed his own. He gazed at him with a hint of envy. You are indeed fortunate. Where did you wander last night? Had you come to my spot, you might have caught even more. Our rocky area is known for hiding fish. Your location is too far. I accompany my mother to the east. I shall visit your area next time. A few extra steps are no burden if it means a bountiful catch. However, one can never be certain. Perhaps I would fare worse at your spot than here. Oh well, no use fretting. It's all a matter of personal fortune. Noticing Wu Yi weighing the catch, Su Qiming winked at Zhang Dehai. After we finish our meal, let us call Zhao San and weave some more traps. The last batch was insufficient. We only made 10 per person. Today, let us aim for 20 or 30 each. The more we set, the more we shall catch. Sounds good, but I can only join in the afternoon. I'll take advantage of the cool morning to help my mother harvest the soybeans. I too think those 10 traps were inadequate. If we could set 20 or 30, we could catch even more big jumping fish. Imagine if we could set 100. We will be quite prosperous. We could earn enough from catching jumping fish each day. Seeing Zhang Dehai's elated demeanor, Su Qiming replied, "Don't be so naive. Such idyllic scenarios are rare. With the pace at which the 3 of us weave traps, I estimate that within a month, we will have nearly depleted the jumping fish in that area. We must exercise restraint, allowing them to reproduce. Otherwise, what will we catch in the future? Moreover, the jumping fish are seasonal. Once the weather turns cold, they will cease to appear, making them impossible for us to catch. Capturing jumping fish is merely a temporary measure. The ultimate solution lies in possessing our own vessel, which is truly the key to success." Indeed, Zhang Dehai scratched his head, realizing this crucial point. With a hint of frustration, he remarked that we cannot pursue the jumping fish indefinitely. What shall we do once we have caught them all? Why rush? Su Qiming replied, already having contemplated their next endeavor after the jumping fish. With the tidal flats at their disposal, he had numerous ways to earn a living, though it was not yet the opportune moment to discuss it. Meanwhile, Wu Yi concluded his calculations. The colorful mullet was priced at 1 yuan per jean, selling for a total of 4 yuan and 50 cents. The red mullet fetched 8 jiao per jean, totaling 9 yuan and 60 cents for 12 jean. The bird clam was sold at 5 jiao per jean, amounting to 16 yuan for 32 jean. In total, they garnered 30 yuan and 10 cents. Goodness, Amin, your earnings today surpass the monthly income of a dock worker, exclaimed Wu Yuyi, completing the receipt. Wu Xiao, having finalized the accounts, handed the money to Su Qiming. Wu Yuyi's assertion was no exaggeration. Indeed, a dock laborer could earn over a yuan in a single day. Their town, Ludo, was the most prosperous in the vicinity, especially the Man-Fish Pier, which was situated across from a certain strait, fostering frequent trade between the two areas. Several shipyards thrived in their city, indirectly stimulating local economic growth. Despite being in 1982, their town already boasted numerous grand hotels and stores catering to Taiwanese goods. Occasionally, one could even glimpse rare speedboats at the pier, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps spot a beauty clad in a bikini, though most were from the port area. As their locality was not so liberal, Su Qiming and his companions often enjoyed purchasing magazines from department stores that showcased images of fair-haired, blue-eyed beauties from Taiwan or the port area. Grateful for the money, Su Qiming expressed his thanks to Wu Yuyi before returning home. Upon arriving, he discovered that Jiang Shuyao had prepared a delightful meal. The cold dishes of deer-horn vegetables and sea grapes were skillfully made, accompanied by a few boiled oysters. A smile graced his lips as he surveyed the bountiful spread, his heart swelling with happiness. No wonder the elders often extolled the virtues of marriage. It indeed brought a new dimension to life, with an additional caring presence, someone who thought of you. He entrusted the money to Jiang Shuyao for safekeeping. Combined with their previous earnings, they now possessed 62 yuan. Jiang Shuyao counted the money, her joy evident as she beamed from ear to ear. "Oh, Su Qiming, your rate of earning exceeds my expectations," she exclaimed, although she mused that perhaps their recent luck was a mere stroke of fortune. As one could never predict the whims of fate, especially when reliant on the caprices of nature. After their meal, Su Qiming and Jiang Shuyao took the seaweed they had gathered the previous night, thoroughly washing it before blanching it. They then hung it on the drying rack fashioned by Jiang Shuyao to sun-dry. Observing the plentiful deer-horn vegetables and sea cabbage drying in the sun, Su Qiming chuckled. It appeared they would have 2 to 3 jin, enough to sustain them for quite some time. This would serve as their food reserve for the future. As for the oysters, scallops, and mussels, they were all thoroughly cooked. During the interval of preparing these shellfish, Su Qiming busied himself weaving a large bamboo tray. Subsequently, the two of them extracted the flesh from the shellfish and laid it out on the tray to dry. In due time, this shellfish meat could serve as a side dish or be used to prepare a savory porridge. Despite the half-sack of shells, they ultimately managed to collect only a tray's worth of meat, and achieving a pound of dried flesh was already a commendable feat nonetheless. The accumulation of provisions is a gradual process. Afterward, Su Qiming gathered banana leaves and wove them into neat rows, placing them atop the roof to provide shade. Otherwise, the afternoon heat would be unbearable. Given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to make do. "Is it hot? Have some water." Jiang Xiao supported herself on a chair as she carefully assisted Su Qiming down and handed him a bowl of water. Observing Su Qiming's industriousness throughout the morning filled her with both concern and joy. She feared he might feel idle, yet appeared her worries were unfounded. Who said her man was slothful? The sight of Su Qiming, his forehead glistening with sweat, only made him increasingly appealing to Jiang Xiao. "Ah, a man who is capable and hardworking is the most handsome. He exudes an aura of masculinity that irresistibly draws her in." Meanwhile, noticing Jiang Shuyao's unwavering gaze upon him, Su Qiming recalled their wager from the previous night and boldly inquired, "Shuyao, you mentioned last night that if I managed to gather 2 sacks of seafood, you would kiss me." Jiang Xiao was taken aback that he brought it up now. Earlier that morning, she had been upset that Su Qiming had not mentioned it, and after a busy morning, she had entirely forgotten. But upon his mention, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Ah, I remember. I thought you had forgotten," she stammered, feeling a rush of heat in her ears. Chapter 45. The Sensation of a First Kiss. Su Qiming suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and tension wash over him. He cleared his throat and stammered, "Well, I thought you might be trying to back out. I was merely suggesting it. If you're not interested, then let us forget it." It's all right, really. I was just saying it casually. He feared that mentioning this matter would cause Jiang Shuyu to become even more awkward, so he hastily added these words. Yet, he regretted at the moment he spoke. If Jiang Shuyu truly was unwilling, he would feel a tinge of disappointment, as he suspected she might harbor some disdain for him. In truth, Su Qiming was perplexed by the flood of thoughts swirling in his mind. As a magnate navigating the business world, why was he now behaving like a bashful child? He simply did not comprehend that love could render one foolish. He only felt the salty sea breeze tightening around his throat. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Shuyu puffed out her cheeks and retorted, I'm not backing out. It's clearly you who forgot. Besides, I do not want to, oh no, that is not what I mean. She covered her flushed face with her hands and quickly turned her head away, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. The notion that she did not want to seem to imply a strong desire, which felt so improper. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and yet, if she were to allow him to kiss her, she felt an inexplicable hesitation. Not that it was impossible, but rather, she needed to clarify a particular matter. Ming, may I ask you something? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shuyu looked at Su Qiming and inquired. What question? Su Qiming found himself caught off guard by her sudden seriousness. Jiang Shuyu tightened her grip on her apron, her voice trembling as she stuttered. I want to know, we've spent a few days together now. Do you actually like me? Or do you simply feel sorry for me, and that's why you're willing to take me in and marry me? If that's the case, then I cannot kiss you, of course. She mentally added an exception for last night. Su Qiming was taken aback by Jiang Shuyu's seemingly foolish question. He quickly responded, what do you mean by feeling sorry? If I felt sorry for every girl in need, would I marry all of them? That is simply impossible. Then what does that mean? Jiang Shuyu dared not meet Su Qiming's gaze, choosing instead to fixate on the faded collar of his shirt as it rose and fell with his breathing. Su Qiming, unable to contain his feelings any longer, boldly declared, what does it mean? It means I like you. I am with you because I like you. If I didn't like you, why would I constantly think about how to treat you well? That's not pity. I just feel that life with you shines brightly. I'm not sure if this feeling is love, but I believe it must be. ISNT, they're saying that love often comes with a sense of indebtedness. I believe I must be quite. At this moment, Jiang Xiao could hardly discern what Su Qiming was saying. From the very first words he uttered, of course I like you. Her heart blossomed with joy. How wonderful it was to discover that the boy she adored truly harbored feelings for her, not out of pity, but genuine affection. Ming, Jiang Xiao suddenly exclaimed with a bright laugh, her voice startling the seagulls nearby. I'm here. Su Qiming, while speaking, had been fixated on Jiang Xiao's lips, noticing today how particularly radiant they appeared. He couldn't help but ask, did you put something on your lips? Yes. I brought a lip balm during my escape and finally decided to use it today. How could you be so clueless? Did you just notice? What is the purpose of wearing lip balm? What do you mean? It's obviously to prepare. Prepare for what? Oh, how can you be such a foolish boy? Before Su Qiming could process her words, he saw Jiang Xiao suddenly close her eyes and lean towards him. The moment their lips met was like two rocks clashing in the tide, sparking fire. Su Qiming halda delightful fragrance, and in the next instant felt her soft lips touching his, warm and tender. This was Su Qiming's first kiss, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. He experienced a sensation unlike any other. Jiang Xiao's lips were soft against his, a wondrous feeling akin to kissing a cotton candy. When she lunged towards him, her hair brushed against his face, tickling him, and he sensed the flustered warmth of the girl's breath enveloping him, infused with a sweet aroma that sent his heart racing. This was all so sudden, yet it felt as if time had stretched infinitely. If one were to define happiness, it might very well be the moment when a girl, filled with fervor and sincerity, rises on her toes to kiss you without reservation. His heartbeat momentarily ceased. The world began to spin. In his vision, the sea breeze slowed its hurried pace, transforming into a gentle caress, while droplets of water, cast up by the crashing waves, hung suspended like enchanted crystals, refracting dazzling light under the sun. But before he could fully grasp the situation, Jiang Xiao had already pulled away. He caught only a glimpse of her turning away, her hair brushing against his collarbone, sending a cascade of tingling sensations through him, rendering him weak. Jiang Xiao had never anticipated that she would bestow her first kiss here. She had imagined it might occur after a romantic confession or in a moment of deep emotional intimacy. Yet this very moment, she felt that the seaside, the boathouse, and the vibrant youth made this kiss even more exquisite than she had ever envisioned. Snap! Snap! Su Qiming chuckled foolishly, splitting bamboo into strips. Nearby, Zhang Dahai and Zhao Sin scratched their heads, glancing at Su Qiming, who was crafting a fish trap while grinning, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The two exchanged a glance, shrugged their shoulders, and resumed weaving the cages in their hands. Zhao Sin inquired, "Hi, are there many bean weevils at your home this year?" "Not too bad. I've prepared a dozen or so to cook for dinner tonight." "Why do you want some?" "Indeed, my father is coming back, and my mother said to get some weevils to fry for him as a treat. If you can bring some over, I'll trade you for some brown sugar." "Sure. If you had mentioned it earlier, I'll soak the weevils in water to kill them for you." "At your home, you actually use oil to fry them, while in my family, we merely roast them over coal." After both had woven 10 more jump fish cages, Su Qiming and his companions ventured to the mudflats to catch another batch of jump fish, remaining busy until 6 in the evening before returning. On their way back, Su Qiming noticed a woman herding a flock of ducks along the same path. The local salted ducks thrived on shrimp and crabs from the sea, and their eggs were particularly delicious, especially when made into salted duck eggs, which were rich and flavorful. Furthermore, duck eggs were quite popular in their region, as those boarding the boats often took them along. In their dialect, the pronunciation of duck eggs closely resembled that of riding the waves, bringing a sense of good fortune. The woman was tall and strikingly attractive, with a somewhat aloof demeanor and a well-proportioned figure, particularly noteworthy in her ample bosom. The blue blouse she wore was stretched taut, accentuating her beauty, making her an exceptionally lovely girl. Upon spotting her, Zhang Dahai quickly nudged Su Qiming with his elbow, exclaiming, Hey, look, Ming, isn't that her?" Chapter 46. The Enigmatic Woman. Who is she? As Su Qiming laid eyes on the woman, a sense of familiarity washed over him. However, he could not quite recall her identity. After all, he had returned to this life several decades later, and even the sharpest memory cannot retain every single face. There was something about her that seemed vaguely recognizable. Glistening with sweat, Zhang Dahai interjected, "Have you forgotten? It's Yang Huahua. A few years back, before the fishing production team disbanded, she was one of the educated youth sent to our village. Didn't she end up marrying that scoundrel, Jiang Dafei? Back then, Jiang Dafei, as father, Jiang Erbao, served as our team S accountant and custodian. If it weren't for Jiang Erbao's status, how could such a delicate beauty have married someone like Jiang Dafei? Indeed, it was she." Su Qiming's recollection sparked, and his gaze towards Yang Huahua grew increasingly complex. The accountant and custodian was responsible for managing the commune S accounts and distributing the catch, while also overseeing the tool warehouse, wielding considerable power. After marrying Jiang Dafei, Yang Huahua transitioned from the arduous tasks of mending fishing nets and drying fish to the role of a propagandist, which involved writing for the bulletin board and crafting slogans, much lighter duties. After all, the educated youth who came to the village were unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life in a fishing community, where one had to brave the sea, mend nets, and sort fish, not to mention the seasonal agricultural labor of planting rice and harvesting fruit. The vast Longan and Loquat orchards were so dense that newcomers often found themselves lost. There were instances where several youth entered the Longan Grove and could not find their way out, nearly succumbing to hunger before being rescued. However, the Jiang family eventually fell from grace. Why? Just before the disbandment of the production team, Jiang Erbao was arrested for embezzlement, though the identity of the informant remains a mystery. After confessing and returning all the embezzled funds, he is still languishing in prison. Jiang Dafei, who had thrived under his father's shadow, saw his fortunes dwindle. Yet, he remained indolent, unable to shed his lazy disposition. Were it not for Yang Huahua's diligence, raising ducks and mending nets to support the family, they would have perished from starvation long ago. Curiously, among that batch of educated youth, Yang Huahua stood out as the most industrious. She never complained or lamented her burdens and rarely engaged in conversation with others, possessing a cool demeanor, coupled with her striking beauty, which garnered her much admiration. Su Qiming had exchanged a few words with Yang Huahua and even assisted her once. Yet he found himself unable to recall the specifics of that incident. What had transpired that prompted him to lend a hand? Time had blurred the details, and he was certain it had not been anything of great consequence. Otherwise, it would not have slipped his mind after all these years. In truth, he remembered two flirtatious young women who had deliberately approached Jiang Dafei, hoping to lighten their workload. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Yang Huahua who quietly ascended in status. People often remarked that one should not judge by appearances. Yang Huahua was undoubtedly a woman of considerable depth, though who could fathom her true nature? Beneath the facade of propriety, who could tell what mischief lay hidden? Shortly after Yang Huahua married Jiang Dafei, she became pregnant. Strangely, no one in the Jiang family seemed pleased at that time. Subsequently, Yang Huahua experienced a miscarriage, leaving her in a fragile state. Yet, just a few days post-miscarriage, she was seen at the beach, scavenging. Why did no one in the Jiang household express concern for her well-being? From that moment onward, Yang Huahua became increasingly reticent, exuding an icy demeanor, reluctant to engage in conversation with anyone. Occasionally, one could hear quarrels erupting within the household, accompanied by her piercing screams. Whispers circulated that her mental state had deteriorated due to the loss of her child, but who could truly know? It was as though she was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Su Qiming, however, was aware of her eventual fate. She silently took her own life by jumping into the sea. Even in death, she garnered no sympathy from the gossipy villagers, who claimed she could not accept the decline of the Jiang family. Regardless, there was not a kind word spoken about her. At that moment, Zhao San chuckled and remarked, "I thought you had forgotten, Ming. Didn't you say that you and Ahai once watched her bathe? What? Is that true?" Su Qiming was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. When had he ever done such a thing? Zhang Dahai wiped his nose with disdain, saying, "Come on, Su Qiming, don't act so innocent. Just a few years ago, those young women loved to bathe under the bridge by the river. Didn't we see that when we went to gather pig grass? She was so fair, especially Yang Huahua. It left quite an impression on me. I couldn't sleep a wink that night. That was then, and this is now. We can't let this information slip. If my sister-in-law finds out, I'm finished." Su Qiming recalled that this was an event from many years ago when he was still young and naive, having glimpsed it accidentally. The impulsiveness of youth and its thrill had merely caused him to steal a few glances. After all, who hasn't he gone through a phase of curiosity regarding such matters? Zhao San puffed up his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Ming, my lips are sealed. I want to tell your sister-in-law that you peeped at Yang Huahua bathing." Su Qiming swiftly covered Zhao San's mouth, warning, "Zhao San, if you dare to see my wife during this time, I swear I'll take you down. You must not approach her." Given Zhao San's loose tongue, one could easily imagine him greeting Jiang Shuyu with sister-in-law. "I promise I won't tell you that Ming peeked at Yang Huahua bathing." After warning Zhao San several times, Su Qiming finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, Yang Huahua seemed to have heard the three men bickering as they walked and glanced back at them. Upon seeing Su Qiming, she quickly lowered her head, pursing her lips as she hurried away. On the other side, Su Qiming and Zhao San arrived at Wu Yuyi's place to sell their goods. Just as Zhao San finished selling, he stood by, grinning foolishly at Wu Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao was accustomed to this and gave a resigned smile, her flushed cheeks revealing two adorable dimples in response, as she assisted Wu Yuyi in weighing items. Meanwhile, Zhang Dahai hatched a mischievous plan. "Stop smiling, it's creepy. Do something useful. Do you see that enamel cup in front of Wu Xiaoxiao? Pour her some water. How could I have overlooked that?" Without uttering a word, Zhao San strode over, seized Wu Xiaoxiao's enamel cup, and poured out the water within. Grasping the thermos beside him, he said, "Xiaoxiao, allow me to pour you some water to drink." Just then, having just wiped the sweat from her brow, Wu Xiaoxiao tossed her two braided pigtails over her shoulder and, seeing Zhao San had emptied her cup, exclaimed furiously, "Zhao San, are you out of your mind? I had just cooled that water for later. What do you expect me to drink now? How can I drink boiling water?" Zhao San was left dumbfounded. Chapter 47. Off to Zhao San's. This sudden turn of events left Zhao San utterly bewildered, holding the thermos without any idea of what to do, stammering. I was just thinking that the water might get cold if left too long. Enough, enough. Put the thermos down. I shall serve myself, Wu Xiaoxiao interjected. Zhao San hurriedly filled a porcelain cup to the brim, leaving Wu Xiaoxiao utterly speechless. After a long, tiresome day, she had not managed to drink a single sip of water. And now Zhao San had filled her cup so full and with such scalding heat that it was nearly impossible for her to hold it and drink. Wu Yuyi snatched the thermos from Zhao San and delivered a firm kick to his backside, exclaiming, "Get lost. You can't even serve a person properly. What girl will want to marry you?" "Uncle Wu, I can learn. My mother has always praised my cleverness," Zhao San replied, still grinning. "Oh, clever are you?" "Yes, yes. Just because you have a tuft of fur doesn't make you a spirit. Off you go. Let Xiao settle the accounts with you, and be quick about it," Wu Yuyi retorted, no longer wishing to converse with Zhao San. He muttered to himself, "Even a dung beetle finds beauty in its own offspring. What mother in this world would disdain her own child's looks?" Wu Xiaoxiao cautiously poured half the water from the cup and set it aside on a table to cool, then began calculating the accounts for the three of them. The scorching weather had kept the big jumping fish at bay, resulting in a meager catch. Su Qiming had made a wish once, and the goddess Ma Zhu had granted him 2 cups of laughter, depleting his chances. Thus, they relied solely on their luck. Fortunately, among the trio, Su Qiming earned the most, netting a total of 6 yuan, while Zhang Dehai and Zhao San earned just over 6 and 5 yuan respectively. Both were overjoyed with their earnings, which amounted to what others would make in 5 or 6 days. As they stepped out with their earnings, noticing the two still reveling in their good fortune, Su Qiming remarked, "It's clear that catching jumping fish isn't a sustainable strategy anymore. The population in this area has dwindled significantly, and with the heat, they are reluctant to surface." Zhang Dehai, while stuffing money into his underwear, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we set more than a dozen traps today, yet our earnings did not surpass the first day's total. Thus, to secure stable income, we must broaden our avenues for making money. Only then can we enhance our resilience against risks. The more paths we have, the less we need to fear hunger, even if one route becomes unviable. What should we do then?" "Zhao San and I are clueless. We're happy just to follow your lead," replied Zhang Dehai, giving Zhao San a pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Zhao San was oblivious to their conversation, instead gazing back at Wu Xiaoxiao as she busied herself in the acquisition shop. When Zhang Dehai nudged him, he muttered, "It's so hot today. Why doesn't T Xiaoxiao wear shorts? Are you really concerned about whether she is hot or not?" "Well, if she were shorts, I could see Xiaoxiao's lovely legs." Zhang Dehai's lips twitched in annoyance, choosing not to engage further with Zhao San. Glancing at the money Zhao San clutched, he teased, "Are you planning to hand over all your earnings to Wu Xiaoxiao from now on?" "Of course. My father's money goes to my mother, so my money will surely go to Xiaoxiao," Zhao San replied. "Having sold goods today, you received money from Wu Xiaoxiao. Should it not rightfully belong to her? Indeed, should I return home and give it to her?" Yet, as Zhao San took a few steps away, he angrily returned to glare at him, exclaiming, "We are not even married yet. Why should I hand over any money? I shall save this for our future wedding." "Enough of your teasing, Zhao San. It is already evening. Let us disperse. Come to me tomorrow morning, and I shall teach you other methods of earning money. Arrive early, for the morning is cool. Otherwise, the afternoon heat may be unbearable." "All right. Yesterday my family harvested a substantial amount of soybeans that have yet to be dried. I shall bring you a small bag to cook and enjoy." Zhao San will not share, as his family indulges daily in fried peanuts. Zhang Dehai pondered, realizing that Su Qiming had consistently taught him ways to earn money, albeit with limited options. He could only offer whatever was available at home. Zhao San added, "I promised to bring you some braised chicken last time, but forgot. My father has returned and purchased 3 more. I shall bring one over tonight. You might as well come back with me, since it is on the way. Will your mother not say anything?" Su Qiming was taken aback. Previously, Zhao San frequently brought him items, and he was aware that Zhao San's mother likely disapproved. However, Su Qiming could not hold that against her. Ultimately, despite her disapproval, She did not prevent Zhao San from giving him gifts. At most, she would voice her concerns. Yet she still showed him compassion. She was merely a tough exterior with a soft heart. After all, if he lacked ambition, how could he fault others for looking down upon him? Su Qiming, instead, felt indebted to her, for throughout the year, Zhao San had bestowed upon him countless gifts. What are you saying? Do not worry about my mother. I have the final say at home. She cannot object, not even to 3 chickens. Zhao San pounded his chest emphatically. Hearing this, Su Qiming understood Zhao San's mother-esque concerns. After all, it was common knowledge that Zhao San was somewhat simple-minded, and she worried about his future. She wished to find him work, yet with his limited intellect, what could he possibly do? A grown man cannot always rely on others for support. History had shown that Zhao San's mother's apprehensions were not unfounded. After his father went to prison, their once stable family had quickly fallen apart. Thus, a man is better off depending on himself. Although Zhao San was not particularly bright, it would be unfair to label him as foolish. Rather, he was simply naive. Sometimes, interacting with such straightforward individuals is far more pleasant than with those who are overly cunning. Zhao San had been misled into investing money in his past life, leading to financial loss. Therefore, in this life, the goal was to assist his father in avoiding prison while helping him earn a modest income, establishing a stable business, allowing Wu Xiaoxiao to manage the finances, so that even away from his parents, he could lead a happy life with her. That was enough. After parting ways with Zhang Dehai, Su Qiming visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few items, bringing along some noodle cakes. He did not intend to ask for a braised chicken, but rather hoped to use this opportunity to express his gratitude for the care Zhao San's mother had shown him throughout the year. Zhao San lamented that the gifts he brought were a sign of disdain towards him. Su Qiming then explained to Zhao San that their relationship was a personal matter, distinct from his familial ties. Yet Zhao San struggled to comprehend this. As they conversed, they arrived at Zhao San's residence, the most opulent house in their village, a grand red brick structure. The exterior walls had been adorned with a unique finish known as yangshi, which involved mixing crushed glass with small stones, creating a dazzling effect when sunlight struck the surface. Su Qiming mused that if he were to build a house, it too should be embellished with such a finish and constructed of red bricks, for that would exude grandeur. He envisioned erecting 2 homes, one for his parents, inciting envy from his uncle's family. However, he digressed. Outside, a young girl, about 10 years old, was playing, with her hair styled in 2 little braids. She was engrossed in a tin frog toy, Zhao San's younger sister, Zhao Susu. However, due to the familiarity of the villagers, she was often referred to as Zhao Xiaoxi. This delightful girl was quite charming, in stark contrast to Zhao San's foolishness. She was sharp-witted and had a sweet disposition. Zhao San also had 2 older sisters. The eldest, Zhao Shui, was already married, while the second, Zhao Yu, 2 years his senior, remained single, primarily due to... Just as he pondered this, the door swung open with a loud bang. A woman with 2 twisted braids tossed her head, letting her shiny braids fall over her shoulders, and stormed out, grabbing Zhao San by the ear, scolding him. "You, Zhao San, where have you been wandering off to? Have you skipped dinner? How long must your mother and I wait for you? Are you off gallivanting with that rogue, Su Qiming again? How many times must I tell you to steer clear of him?" Chapter 48. Did Su Qiming involve you in thievery? Upon hearing those words, Su Qiming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhao Yu, taken aback by his presence, momentarily released her grip on Zhao San's ear. However, she remained unperturbed. After all, she had already scolded him, and what was a scoundrel if not deserving of reproach? There was no need for an apology. Zhao Yu harbored a lingering displeasure toward Su Qiming for frequently leading her younger brother astray, particularly in recent days when Zhao San returned home each evening covered in mud, oblivious to where he had been roaming. When she inquired about his whereabouts, he merely asserted that he was making substantial profits alongside Su Qiming. Substantial profits? If Su Qiming possessed the acumen to earn such wealth, would he have languished in despair for a year? Zhao Yu held a deep disdain for such ineffectual men. They were, in her eyes, utterly worthless. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Qiming, Zhao Yu greeted him coolly. "Ming, you've arrived." Yet, that was the extent of her acknowledgement. as she turned her attention back to Zhao San with a fierce glare. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come back with me. Father is home, and you've been gallivanting around with unsavory characters. How many times must I tell you? Can't you just stay home like a good boy?" Zhao Yu chastised Zhao San once more, this time omitting Su Qiming's name. Yet it served as a veiled rebuke aimed at him as well. Su Qiming forced a chuckle, dismissing Zhao Yu's words. He was well aware of her fiery temperament, which was renowned in their village, starkly contrasting with the gentle disposition of Zhao San's older sister. This very nature contributed to her single status. The men of her age, having grown up alongside her, were all too familiar with her character. Even as a child, she possessed a bravery surpassing that of boys, daring to catch toads in the fields at the tender age of 5 or 6 to cook and eat them. Hearing their altercation, Zhao Xiaoxi scrunched her face and discreetly made a silly face at Su Qiming before retreating to play with a tin frog. Su Qiming felt a pang of regret. Reflecting on the past year, he recalled a time when, during his more industrious days, Zhao Xiaoxi would affectionately call him Brother Ming. Now, she seemed disinclined to acknowledge him. Perhaps her mother had advised her to steer clear of him. Such a decline in his standing was disheartening. Zhao San, feeling particularly aggrieved, interjected, "Second sister, I've told you, I'm earning money alongside Su Qiming." "Earning money? What profits could you possibly make? Previously, when mother secretly gave you some money, you squandered it on rice wine and sorghum liquor." Zhao Yu retorted, wholly unconvinced. "This time it's true. Ming is genuinely helping me, and I had to earn money," Zhao San exclaimed, growing increasingly defensive of Su Qiming. He found Zhao Yu's accusations today to be excessively harsh. It was one thing to speak ill of Su Qiming in private, but to do so in front of his good friend was entirely unacceptable. "And what about your money?" "I've saved my money. I'm not sharing it with you. I intend to use it for my own bride," Zhao San shouted, fully aware that he was clever enough to keep his earnings concealed from the family, always claiming he was making a fortune alongside Su Qiming whenever asked. "Huh, so you were short on funds. When did you start learning to lie? Have you been influenced by unsavory characters?" "Zhao San, you have always been so honest. How have you come to this? What does it mean to mix with others? Do you believe I won't strike you with a gold bar right now?" As they conversed, a woman with permed hair emerged from within. It was Zhao San's mother, Ho Qin. Noticing their raucous chatter at the door, she stepped out, cracking open a sunflower seed, and frowned, saying, "What are you making such a fuss about at the entrance? People will only laugh at us. If your brother is back, let him in." "Mother, Zhao San is out gallivanting about, claiming he is earning money with Su Qiming." Zhao Yu exclaimed indignantly, glaring at Su Qiming. She felt he was utterly outrageous for teaching her brother to lie. After all, Zhao San was a bit naive, but he had never uttered a falsehood. With Ho Qin now outside, she saw no need to hold back and spoke her mind, regardless of Su Qiming's presence. For he was indeed lacking ambition. Even if she spoke harshly in front of him, what did it matter? This was a reflection of many. When people openly criticize you, it's clear they do not regard you highly. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words and noticing Su Qiming's presence, Ho Qin was not as agitated as Zhao Yu. Instead, she shot Zhao Yu a disapproving glance. After all, Su Qiming was right there. How could she speak so openly? She quickly laughed awkwardly, attempting to smooth things over. "Zhao Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't Ming quite diligent in previous years?" Back then, Zhao San was always following him, frequently attending market fairs and scouring the docks for fish. How can you claim he has not done any meaningful work? It's just that Ming has had some troubles this past year and is taking a break at home. She had delicately reframed gallivanting as taking a break at home. In the village, women are shrewd. They may speak freely in private, but they must maintain appearances. That girl truly does not comprehend social nuances. No wonder she remains unmarried. With such a mouth, who would dare take her as a wife? Previously, Ho Qin did not mind Zhao San associating with Su Qiming for this reason. Su Qiming had worked tirelessly to support Zhou Shuhui's education, and when Zhao San sought him out, he would join in the labor. At that time, Ho Qin thought it was better for Zhao San to engage in work rather than languish at home. Interacting with others and working might just awaken his intellect. Yet, the outcome was contrary to her hopes. Su Qiming was visibly declining, and as a mother, she harbored her own concerns. Naturally, she preferred that Zhao San not associate with Su Qiming, but she felt helpless to intervene. Seeing Su Qiming as a pitiable figure, she loosened her grip, allowing them to play together. After all, Zhao San had few true friends in the village. However, hearing Zhao Yu accuse Su Qiming of teaching Zhao San to lie still left a sour taste in Ho Qin's heart. Su Qiming had truly fallen to such depths. He had once been a fine young man. How had he become this? Has he even taught his son to lie? It seems that Zhao San and Su Qiming can no longer associate together. Just as Ho Qin was preparing to utter some polite remarks to send Su Qiming back, Zhao San, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "I truly went to earn money with Ming. Look, this is the money I made today, and also from the day before yesterday. I've hidden it in the chicken coop." With that, he dashed into the courtyard, seized a laying hen, and tossed it aside. He then reached into the crevices of the coop and extracted a small cloth pouch. Presenting the money within, he proclaimed, "Second sister, mother, look, this is the money Ming and I have earned over the past few days. There's at least a dozen or two." Zhao Yu and Ho Qin were taken aback. They typically kept a tight rein on Zhao San, rarely allowing him any pocket money. Could it be that this money was indeed earned by him? Truth be told, both the sister and the mother were perplexed. How could Zhao San, with his limited intellect, who could hardly distinguish between excrement and sea cucumbers, have managed to amass such a sum in just 2 days? Did Su Qiming lead him into thievery? Zhao Yu felt a wave of panic. Chapter 49. A transformative impression. This truly belongs to us. It is through Amin's unique method that we have captured the jumping fish. The earnings we have made from selling them are substantial. Amin even mentioned that he would teach us other ways to earn money tomorrow. Catching jumping fish. Zhao San, if you're going to fabricate a story, at least choose a credible reason. Do you really think you can catch the jumping fish over there in the mudflat? Zhao Yu admonished Zhao San, pointing an accusatory finger at him, causing the hen to flap its wings in a frenzy and fly away over the wall, disappearing into the unknown. "Oh, third sister, I could truly catch them. Amin has taught us a special technique just like this. Oh, how am I supposed to explain? Amin told me not to divulge the methods of catching jumping fish." Zhao San, in his desperation, stomped his feet, at a loss for words, feeling wronged by his sister's disbelief. Su Qiming stood awkwardly by the doorframe, observing Zhao San's struggle to articulate his thoughts. He decided to clarify his intentions of revitalizing himself during this period, explaining that his year of despondency had not been in vain, as he had been contemplating how to catch jumping fish in the mudflat and had entrusted this special technique solely to Zhao San. He refrained from mentioning Zhang Dehai, as there was a subtle art to social interactions, much like delivering gifts to 2 households. One must never mention the other, lest it diminish the sincerity of one's intentions. He then suggested that if they doubted him, they could inquire at the Wu family's purchasing point at the dock, where their recent catches had all been sold. He was genuinely intent on turning his life around and hoped to guide his good friend Zhao San onto the right path. Listening to Su Qiming's account, which was detailed and convincing, Zhao Yu and Ho Qin were taken aback. Could it be that Su Qiming had truly resolved to better himself? Considering his previous reckless behavior, they found it hard to believe, unsure whether this was merely a fleeting enthusiasm. At that moment, Su Qiming extended the items he was holding and said, "Third sister, Aunt Qin, you have taken care of me during my year of despondency, and I have not forgotten. My father often taught me the importance of gratitude. These past few days, I earned a little money from clam digging and bought some flour cakes and brown sugar. I've also brought some shampoo and hair clips for third sister and Xiao Si. Though modest, it is a token of my appreciation. Rest assured, I will strive to uplift Zhao San alongside me." Su Qiming's words brought comfort to their hearts, especially the final sentiment, which resonated deeply with them. They wished for Zhao San to associate with capable individuals who could guide him, as his future had become a source of concern for their family. Thus, Zhao Yu's previously cold demeanor softened, and she regarded Su Qiming with unexpected scrutiny. It was then that she realized whether it was an illusion or not. Su Qiming seemed profoundly transformed. Previously, one could detect an unpleasant odor when near him. Now, he appeared clean and tidy, standing tall with a smile, his eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding an invigorating zest for life. Regardless of the veracity of his words, Qiming's eloquence had certainly improved, and his speech was now quite pleasant to the ear. Previously, he had resembled a taciturn figure, unresponsive during conversations. Zhao Yu's eyes were fixated on the shampoo in Qiming's hand. Her hair was her pride, styled in thick, lustrous braids that garnered admiration from all who beheld them. Though the shampoo was costly, she seldom indulged in such luxuries, so it was quite thoughtful of Qiming to present it as a gift. Nearby, Zhao Xiaoxi, who was playing with a tin frog, perked up at the mention of hairpins, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qiming first handed a hairpin to Zhao Xiaoxi and then offered her a piece of tea cake, encouraging her to eat. Zhao Xiaoxi, delighted, took a bite of the cake and exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Min, you are so kind." After savoring the treat, she discreetly glanced at Ho Qin, tugged at Qiming's collar, and whispered in his ear, "I won't listen to my mother or sister. I will still play with you in the future." Indeed, a mere piece of tea cake had won over Zhao Xiaoxi. Children often lacked guile. Nonetheless, it seemed he had secured her favor. "Oh, dear child, you really shouldn't take this back with you. We have plenty at home. You're just starting to earn money and already spending it frivolously without saving any for yourself," Ho Qin remarked, a smile gracing her face as she heard Qiming's words. Though she had felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the gifts Zhao San had bestowed upon Qiming, she now found some solace in his gratitude. If Qiming were to succeed, their exchanges might foster mutual goodwill. However, his lack of ambition had left her feeling uneasy about the gifts. The age-old adage of a kindness given, a grudge born was well understood, and she worried about the implications should Zhao San choose to withdraw his support. After listening to Qiming's heartfelt sentiments, she felt a weight lift from her heart. A child who knows gratitude is cherished by all. Reflecting on her earlier reprimand of Zhao San for associating with Qiming, she felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing her thoughts had been rather petty. "Please take it, Aunt Qin. This is hardly a precious item. If you do not want it, I shall leave it at the door," he insisted, engaging in a courteous exchange of pleasantries, as if refusing to accept the gifts outright would be impolite. After much back and forth, Ho Qin finally accepted Qiming's offerings with a warm smile. He then shared that his method for catching the elusive jumping fish was not to be divulged, even revealing that the trap was first placed in his home. Ho Qin nodded in understanding, recognizing the difficulty of catching such fish. Much like the skillful methods employed by her third uncle to capture earth dragons, which had brought him considerable success. Their household had even acquired a radio, as she often saw him enjoying operas alone at home. Zhao San added, "Amin said he plans to save money to buy a large boat. Perhaps I will join him in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. This fishing boat cost several thousand, and to procure it entirely would require at least 3,000 to 4,000. Could it be purchased merely through mere words? She was incredulous. "Hey, Zhao San, could you wrap up a Dazhou braised chicken that your father brought for me?" Ho Qin cheerfully called out, to which Zhao San nodded in agreement. Inside, Zhao Daniu was bewildered. He had already heard the commotion outside and assumed it was merely Qiming, not someone of significant importance. So he had no intention of stepping out to greet them, thinking it sufficient to exchange a few pleasantries and send them on their way. Why was a braised chicken being given away? When Ho Qin and the others returned, he inquired with displeasure, after all that time, "Why did you still send out a braised chicken? Couldn't you have offered a leg instead? They are hardly esteemed guests. Look at your stinginess. Do you not understand my frugality? I deny myself luxuries outside, all for the sake of our son's future. Mind your tone. We cannot let them overhear that." Upon hearing Zhao Daniu's words, Ho Qin's expression changed, and she hurried to close the door. Chapter 50. Whispers of a young couple as the conversation progressed. Zhao Daniu grew increasingly discontented. He had purchased a few roasted chickens, only to give an entire one to an insufferable brat. Enough is enough. It's not as if he could reclaim what he had already bestowed. Nonetheless, he advised caution in the upcoming deliveries. Having heard whispers of a certain individual from the neighboring village who was apprehended for smuggling while navigating the seas, it would be wise to tread carefully. After all, time was on their side, and the matter of establishing the new nation was not pressing. There were still several years ahead. He understood this principle, yet aside from that issue, a substantial sum would be required for his future marriage. They would also need to secure a new residence. Having completed his current assignments in Fujian province, it was uncertain when he would be assigned to the next route. Some provinces lacked profitability, with the more lucrative routes already monopolized by those with connections. Speaking of which, this brief respite meant he would need to procure some eel jerky to curry favor with his superiors. Maintaining good relations was essential, as those unscrupulous individuals were quite ruthless. A newcomer in their section had recently been ambushed and beaten by seasoned operatives. Such acts of violence had become all too commonplace, particularly within the railway system. Zhao Dainiu referred to his workplace as a section, a term denoting the organizational structure of the railway bureau, where sections are subordinate to the bureau and stations fall under the jurisdiction of sections, with certain exceptions like the capital S train station, which reports directly to the capital S railway bureau. Zhao Dainiu worked in the passenger section of Fujian province, responsible for the attendance, greeting passengers, and maintaining cleanliness. In this era, regardless of one's profession, securing a position within the passenger section promised untold riches, especially in Fujian, where numerous smugglers traversed the waters. The Shishir port was a veritable haven for contraband. Many audacious fishermen engaged in such endeavors, operating twin-engine boats and utilizing silver dollars for transactions. A single silver dollar, which cost just a few yuan to acquire, could be exchanged on the other side for 10 times its value. In a single night, they could transport watches, radios, sewing machines, and other goods, only to sell them at a staggering profit of 150 to 200. However, the rampant smuggling brought with it dire consequences. The prices of smuggled goods were significantly lower than those sold by supply and marketing cooperatives, which did not require receipts. This disparity rendered the cooperatives' products unsellable, leading to factory shutdowns and widespread unemployment. Consequently, the government initiated a crackdown. With the issuance of a 12-character prohibition order, smuggling was met with severe repercussions, prompting countless individuals to suffer. Zhao Dainiu had, in a previous life, found himself incarcerated due to the upheaval surrounding this issue. All right, I shall venture out tomorrow to procure some supplies. You needn't bear such heavy burdens. Ho Qin sighed, sinking into the sofa, unable to resist. She once again recounted the earlier events, chuckling as she remarked on how Su Qiming had matured, even teaching Zhao San the method for catching jumping fish. It was heartening to see the boy express gratitude, bringing gifts shortly after earning his first wages. Zhao Dainiu nodded in acknowledgement, his attention partially captured by the radio broadcasting the tale of Yu Fei. He glanced at the tea cakes resting on the table and casually remarked, "So that is how it is. As long as he stays on the right path, it's all good." After all, there's not much for Jiang Wo to do at home. Accompanying him wouldn't he hurt. He had not invested much thought into it, considering it merely the trivial antics of children. Catching jumping fish was hardly a matter of significance. One could not possibly spend an entire lifetime catching jumping fish. Ho Qin shared this sentiment, yet felt a sense of joy at Su Qiming's success and his fondness for her. However, Zhao Dainiu was right. Zhao Jiangwo could not spend his life merely following Su Qiming. For now, they could enjoy their time together, and perhaps in the future, they could lend Su Qiming a helping hand. After all, they possessed their own abilities. She thought this way primarily because she felt that Su Qiming was a good-hearted child who had been somewhat severely bullied by Zhou Shuhui, which was truly pitiable. As summer vacation approached and Zhou Shuhui was set to return, she wondered if they should send something over. Many people had suggested sending gifts to curry favor, especially since he was the first university student from their Eugene Island. Ho Qin tentatively inquired, "What should we send? Why bother? The Zhou family is ungrateful. Do you think they would appreciate our gifts?" Jiang Wo would be displeased too, considering his close friendship with Su Qiming. Yet he didn't take Su Qiming seriously either. Complaining for ages after sending him a chicken, Ho Qin remarked with a smile, "True, I didn't regard him highly, but that doesn't mean we should seek to appease the Zhou family. Besides, Jiang Wo has already sent that child plenty over the past year." "What have I said?" Zhao Dainiu turned over, scratching his belly. "Ha ha." Ho Qin chuckled silently, appreciating her husband's good nature. Meanwhile, Su Qiming was unaware of Zhao Daniu's opinion of him. Yet, what difference did it make? One could not entirely blame others for their pride, lacking status and identity. One was often subject to disdain. If Su Qiming were to achieve great success, perhaps with a grand vessel at home, Zhao Daniu would not exhibit such a nonchalant attitude. With the chicken in hand, he happily returned to the boathouse, where he found Jiang Shuyu turning over the seaweed that had been sun-dried in the back. The June sun was scorching, and the seaweed had shrunk considerably within a day. It would suffice to dry it for another day. As for the clam meat, it had dried perfectly within a day, and Jiang Shuyu had brought it inside. Seeing Su Qiming return, Jiang Shuyu joyfully exclaimed, "I knew you would be back now. I've already started cooking rice. It will be ready soon. We can prepare a dish later." "No need for a dish. Look what I have." Su Qiming cheerfully revealed the chicken he had hidden behind him. "How fragrant! Is this chicken?" Jiang Shuyu's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Could you tell just by the smell?" "Yes, my father brought this back from a business trip. It's been quite a while since I last had it. This is from Zhao-san. Our task tonight is to devour this chicken. It won't keep in this heat." Su Qiming placed the chicken down inside the house, which was much more comfortable than the previous day. The banana leaves on the roof had wilted after a day in the sun, but they had shielded much of the heat. Once the rice was served, Su Qiming and Jiang Shuyu sat down together to enjoy the chicken. This chicken was unlike the young chickens of modern times. It was not yet a month old, and both of them feasted until they were quite full. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up. Su Qiming handed the money he had prepared earlier to Jiang Xiao, who joyfully placed it in the box behind her. Ah, how wonderful her man was, always bringing home such a substantial amount of money. With this thought, her smile lit up her eyes. Seeing Jiang Xiao's blissful demeanor, Su Qiming felt a sense of happiness within himself. What man does not wish for the happiness of his woman? At that moment, Su Qiming gazed at the vacant land behind the boathouse and remarked, "Now is the perfect time to plant peanuts. Tomorrow, I shall tidy up the space back there, procure some fertilizer, and plant peanuts. We can also set up a few trellises to grow loofah and cucumbers, and perhaps plant water spinach, amaranth, and wood ear mushrooms. This way, we won't have to purchase vegetables every day." The construction of their new house was uncertain, and they would have to reside in the boathouse for quite some time. It was their little home, and they needed to nurture it well. With such a vast area of vacant land, it would be a pity not to cultivate something. It would be ideal to erect trellises, allowing the loofah vines to climb and envelop the boathouse, thus providing shade during the summer heat. The fertilizer Su Qiming referred to was human waste. Their usual restroom was a simple grass hut at the back, containing a wooden bucket, which was perfectly suited for making fertilizer. In this era, there were no commercially produced chemical fertilizers. Fertile soil relied on manure. As a child, Su Qiming would rise before dawn to collect cow dung, sometimes even getting into scuffles over it. His parents had repeatedly admonished him to refrain from defecating outdoors, insisting that he must return home to do so. Chapter 51. A more romantic affair. In consideration of the young lady's feelings, Su Qiming diligently empties the wooden bucket each day, ensuring it is spotless. The initial usage is reserved for her, and previously, it contained only bamboo strips. Recently, he even purchased some straw paper specifically for her use. He has been careful not to dispose of the waste carelessly. Instead, he dug a pit and placed straw in it to compost, intending to use it for farming in the future, not realizing it would indeed come in handy. Jiang Xiao attentively listened to Su Qiming's plans and then remarked, "That sounds wonderful. I will follow your lead. I will do whatever you ask. I do not know why, but I feel so happy right now." "Why are you so cheerful about farming?" he asked with a chuckle. "I do not know. I just feel happy. If I must articulate it, it feels as though our home is becoming a true home. As I said before, there will be bread, there will be milk, everything will come to us. I sense that soon we will have it all. A house, land, food, and savings." Jiang Xiao sat on the walkway, beaming at him with a radiant smile. Her large eyes crescent-shaped, her little legs swung playfully, and her dainty feet were simply adorable. "Do you know how to farm?" "No, I have never participated in rural work before. I was too young back then. Had I been able to experience it, I would have likely learned. My neighbor's sister returned to the city, and I hardly recognize her anymore. Tomorrow, we shall rise early to plow the fields. You need not come. I bought some fabric at the supply store today. You can sew a sleeve and a hat brim. We can divide our tasks. A man and a woman working together makes the labor less strenuous. Qiming felt reluctant to let the young lady toil in the fields. The heavy work was better suited for him. Her fingers were delicate and slender. How could she wield a hoe? Yet, with June nearly half gone, he had only managed to save 60 or 70 yuan. He needed to exert more effort. Otherwise, he would not have enough for their wedding. At least 200 yuan would be necessary. This thought stirred a sense of urgency within him. Tomorrow, he intended to take Zhang Dehai and Zhao San to explore new avenues for earning money. Additionally, he hoped that the Mazu Sacred Cup would reveal its treasures the following day. After the day's work, he planned to purchase some items to visit his parents. He had always felt a pang of guilt towards them. Since his rebirth, he had hesitated to visit, fearing he might be unable to contain his tears. Fortunately, he had managed to adjust his state of mind during this time. Tomorrow, he would buy more items to bring to them and fulfill his filial duties. For now, that was all he could do. I almost forgot to give this to you. Qiming returned to the room and retrieved a fountain pen and a notebook, handing them to Jiang Shuyao with a sheepish grin. You mentioned wanting to be a poet, so I bought you these. Whenever you have free time, feel free to write poetry. Wow, you remembered. Jiang Xiao quickly wiped her hands and joyfully accepted the pen and notebook, examining them with delight. The joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She was not merely pleased with the gifts, but also cherished the fact that this young man remembered every little word she had spoken in passing. As Jiang Xiao held her notebook tightly, smiling like a cherished treasure, Qiming couldn't help but smile back. There were few things that could bring joy to the young girl, and he was doing his utmost to care for her. After a brief respite, Jiang Xiao suddenly declared, I'll go boil some water. Later, we can take a shower and then sleep. I'll fetch the water, she added. No need. You've been busy all day. I can manage on my own, she insisted promptly. Why should you do it alone? He questioned. My mother said that to be a good wife, I should take the initiative to do more housework. However, Qiming looked at Jiang Xiao and remarked, Who says girls are destined to do all the chores? He did not wish for her to always appear pitiful in front of him, though they had known each other for merely a few days. He could keenly sense that she was not being her true self. She feared abandonment, which made her act so cautiously. Xiao, there is no need to become someone you do not wish to be. Just be yourself. This single statement left Jiang Xiao momentarily stunned. The sound of crashing waves filled her ears, creating a soothing symphony as a gentle breeze tousled her long hair, transporting her back to a familiar afternoon. As if she were dreaming. Against the gusts of wind, she shielded her eyes from the golden sunlight streaming through the window and approached her home. Each time she reached this spot, inhaling the delightful aroma of twice-cooked pork, she would joyfully push open the door, exclaiming, Mother, I'm back. Oh, you've made twice-cooked pork again. In her memories, her mother would emerge, beaming with a smile while tying her apron, and ask her, yes, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. How was school today? Huh? Why is it always this question? I did well. Didn't I score first in the last exam? She would often respond with a playful roll of her eyes. Her mother would then chide gently. I want you to study hard because I hope you will have a good future. I don't want you to end up like me, trapped in the mundane cycle of daily life. I hope you can study well and get into college, so you'll have different choices. Then why didn't you go to college? Didn't you say you had the opportunity to study abroad? I had my reasons for staying here. That's pointless. Don't say any more. Jiang Xiao found herself unable to understand. She didn't mean to sound so harsh, but for some reason, her words often turned sharp when speaking with her parents. People tend to reserve their gentleness for outsiders while unleashing their tempers on family. In her memories, her mother always looked at her with a warm smile, seeing her as a capricious child. Until that fateful night, when calamity struck the family, her mother, tears streaming down her face, held her hand tightly and said, Xiao, remember, head south to the seaside, find someone who loves you, and let them accompany you on your journey. Promise me, Xiao. No, mother. I don't want to. She cried out in anguish. Xiao, be obedient. In her memories, the clumsy man who often faced his mother's reprimands was the first to gently tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Parents can only accompany you along a portion of life's journey. Such is the nature of existence. where no one can walk the entirety of the path with you. Regardless of the circumstances, do not kneel and weep, pleading for that which cannot be changed. Allow what is unchangeable to unfold, and instead, rise up and face it with a smile. It is time for you to grow up, Shuyu. The man's broad palm steadied her as she wobbled to her feet. He embraced her tenderly, imparting one final lesson. No, I do not wish to grow up. Jiang Shuyu longed to remain that headstrong little girl who dared to defy her parents. Listen, Shuyu, seek someone who loves you. What kind of person would love me? I do not understand. It is quite simple. If he truly loves you, he will allow you to be yourself. Remember that. Jiang Shuyu's cries became futile. As the sound of the car engine roared to life, her earlier sobs began to merge with the rhythmic crashing of the waves around her. The sound of the tide surged. Jiang Shuyu looked up to find the boy beside her observing her intently. The echo of his words lingered in her ears. Shuyu, there is no need to become someone you do not wish to be. Simply be yourself. Ming, she suddenly called out boldly. What is it? Nothing. I just wanted to call your name. Jiang Shuyu turned to him and asked, Did you say you want me to be myself? Yes. Qiming pondered for a moment before continuing. Shuyu, you should pursue your studies. He could not bear the thought of Jiang Shuyu being confined to this small fishing village. If he had the means, he hoped to help her reach greater heights. Aren't you afraid that if you support me through college, I might call off our engagement? Not at all. You're not that kind of person. Ah, so you know I'm not that kind of person without even understanding me? You're not. Qiming said earnestly. Then I shall not study either. Jiang Shuyu tilted her head and smiled, glancing at Qiming before resting her head gently on his shoulder. At that moment, she finally comprehended why her mother had relinquished the opportunity to study abroad. She wished to be by this boy's side, day after day, night after night, sitting together, listening to the ebb and flow of the tides, and gazing at the silver moon and starry sky. This was a pursuit far more romantic than that of academic achievement. Chapter 52. Cultivating a land for vegetables. The following morning, Qiming and Jiang Shuyu rose early. After breakfast, Qiming took a hoe and ventured to the back to till the soil. He chose a plot somewhat distant from the bamboo grove, as the area was rife with bamboo roots that needed to be severed entirely to prevent them from siphoning off nutrients. The morning was pleasantly cool, accompanied by a refreshing sea breeze. Jiang Shuyu changed the water for the flowers in a vase, then brought over a small chair and, while holding a water jug, began to sew sleeve protectors. She assisted Qiming by gathering the wild grasses and roots he unearthed, which could later be dried for use as firewood. It was evident that she had little experience with heavy labor, as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead and her clothes became thoroughly damp. Nevertheless, she did not complain of fatigue. Even when Qiming suggested she take a break, she insisted she was fine. Ah, this girl is truly resilient. I must work hard to earn money and ensure she does not suffer in the future. At that moment, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San arrived, with Zhang Dehai carrying a half-sack of mung beans. Qiming invited them to help with the tilling. Are you two here just to provide free labor? Zhang Dehai wiped his brow and first handed the mung beans to Jiang Shuyu, calling her sister-in-law, and asked her to place them in the house. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Of course not. The two men immediately got to work, showing no signs of reluctance. Zhang Dehai chuckled, remarking that Qiming had helped them earn so much money in recent days that they would gladly do anything, even if it meant shedding their trousers. Get lost. I have no interest in your backside. Men are like that. They forget old loves when new ones come along. Wait until I pour manure into your mouth. The plot was quickly turned over, and Qiming instructed Jiang Shuyu to till the seaweed that had been drying. He then took a manure bucket to fetch compost and spread it over the land. This fertilizer needed to be composted to be effective through high-temperature fermentation. Any pathogens and parasite eggs contained within would be eliminated, a testament to ancient wisdom. The smell was rather unpleasant, but fortunately, the sea breeze was blowing in the opposite direction, alleviating the issue. After wiping his brow, Qiming headed to town to purchase some seeds, as the market had a variety of goods available. At noon, he returned with several sesame pancakes, which were filled with shrimp or oysters and smelled delightful. Interestingly, the origin of these pancakes is quite fascinating. They are said to have been invented by Qi Jiguang and were initially called Jiguang cakes, which over time became known as light pancakes. Jiang Shuyao was trying them for the first time and found the taste quite novel, reminiscent of the sesame cakes from her hometown, though theirs typically contained meat. After finishing the pancakes, Su Qiming led them in planting peanuts, then set up supports to plant loofahs and cucumbers, watering them thoroughly afterward. The frame has been constructed all the way to the boathouse, allowing the tendrils of the loofah to climb up to the rooftop. With the loofah vines providing shade, the space will become pleasantly cool. Loofah is indeed a wonderful ingredient, especially when stewed with oysters, creating a delicious soup. Alternatively, it can be preserved for the elderly, or used for washing dishes and pots due to its convenience. As for the plot of land on the right, it is planted with water spinach, lettuce, and wood ear mushrooms. Unfortunately, raising chickens here is not feasible due to the abundance of weasels. If they were kept in the bamboo grove, they would be devoured. Otherwise, it would be ideal to raise some chickens and ducks here. At this moment, Zhang Dehai was fanning himself with a straw hat. Hearing Su Qiming's complaints, he remarked, "What are you afraid of weasels for? Just raise a few geese. You can easily catch some large geese from someone else's farm. They are quite vigilant and will guard the place like dogs. The weasels would be deterred by their honking." "That makes sense. Let us build a fence with bamboo to enclose the area, and I'll raise some geese and chicks as well. Do we still have to work? I've never done so much labor at home." Zhao San sighed, pulling out a small mirror to adjust his hair, ensuring it remained perfectly styled. "Zhao San, what hair oil are you using?" "Huh? Shitankang. My father said it's a foreign brand." "Damn." Su Qiming scoffed and decided not to press further, recalling a certain movie. Nevertheless, Zhao San truly could afford Shitankang hair oil. After all, the train conductors at the passenger station were all quite well off. The white rabbit candy that children go years without tasting was a common treat for others, alongside an abundance of imported goods. There seems to be no shortage of wealthy individuals at any time. Observing Zhao San still fussing over his hair, Su Qiming added, "Zhao San, don't shy away from hard work. Let me tell you, which girl doesn't appreciate a diligent man these days? If you marry Xiao Xiao in the future and can't help out during the busy farming season, just imagine how upset she would be with you. Right now, gaining experience through hard work is invaluable. Regardless of what is said, nothing is more effective than mentioning Wu Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhao San perked up, exclaiming, "Then I must thank you even more. I mean, you're truly a good brother." "Of course." Su Qiming clapped Zhao San on the back. "You should be grateful for the work I'm giving you." At this moment, Zhang Dehai, resting his head on a stone, was nearly asleep, exhausted from several hours of plowing the field earlier in the day. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had finished sewing the sleeve covers and the hat brim. She approached Su Qiming to have him try them on. Upon seeing the sleeve covers, which were truly beautiful with neat stitching, he admired the craftsmanship of the hat brim as well. Zhang Dehai, though seemingly asleep, was secretly watching the affectionate interaction between Su Qiming and Jiang Xiao, feeling a pang of envy. Yet, thinking of the girl he admired, he couldn't help but sigh and quietly turn his head away. Here, Zhao San is filled with envy, dreaming of being so close to Xiao Xiao. Once Jiang Shuyao departed, Zhao San remarked, "Ming, your sister-in-law is truly delightful. I wonder if Xiao Xiao possesses the same allure. If I were to be near her, would I also catch a whiff of her fragrance? Haha, she must be just as enchanting. Can we expect any success? Once I help you earn a fortune, you can embrace Xiao Xiao, and that would be even more splendid." Zhao San was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Subsequently, the three of them gathered bamboo to construct a fence, centering it around several trees. They fashioned a chicken coop from stones, lining it with straw. Additionally, they prepared 2 more nests for geese. "You've worked hard. Come have some water." Jiang Shuyao approached with a water jug, serving them all, ensuring her friends were well taken care of, as it was essential to uphold her husband's honor. Observing Su Qiming and the others working diligently all morning to clear the land, plant vegetables, and build the chicken coop, Jiang Shuyao felt a wave of joy. Their place was increasingly resembling a home. This gradual transformation was truly delightful. Su Qiming was also elated, reflecting on how they had begun with nothing in the boathouse. And now they had land. In the afternoon, they planned to bring back some chicks and geese, which would imbue their home with a sense of warmth. Moreover, Chicken manure could be composted to enrich the soil, a dual benefit. Having completed their tasks, Su Qiming called Zhao San and Zhang Dehai over, stating previously, "Our fishing for jumping fish was merely a light-hearted endeavor. However, if you wish to work alongside me moving forward, we must discuss the matter of profit sharing. As brothers, we must be clear about our accounts. While the previous fish-catching venture yielded little profit, I didn't mind. But now, as I aim to accelerate our earnings, we must address the distribution of funds." Chapter 53. Fishing for crab-tiger fish. Su Qiming had an excellent plan. If the two were to disagree over profit sharing, he would teach his brothers some lucrative methods, allowing them to venture out independently. The techniques he imparted would undoubtedly enable them to earn money. However, should they choose to work alongside him, they would need to negotiate a fair distribution of profits. He conveyed this notion simply to the two of them. At that moment, both Zhang Dehai and Zhao San responded in unison. "Is that even a question? Of course, we will follow you." "Indeed, why the formality between us?" Zhang Dehai continued. "In truth, we have benefited greatly from you over the past few days. The method for catching the jumping fish was your idea. We ought to share the earnings with you." Having been brothers for so many years, their camaraderie surpassed that of blood relations, and Zhang Dehai felt no need for pretense. Hearing this, Su Qiming felt a surge of joy in his heart. He proposed, "From now on, when we earn money, you each will take 20%, and I will take 60. Does that sound agreeable?" "That's quite fair," they replied. Zhao San, rarely one to engage in arithmetic, was now counting with his fingers. Typically, Su Qiming earned the lion's share, while they received far less. 20% was still an improvement over their previous earnings. "All right, as long as you agree. My only wish is for the three of us to earn well together, so that those who look down upon us in the village will have no choice but to smile at us." Su Qiming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He then inquired, "Do you know of any valuable resources in the mudflats?" "Green crabs," Zhao San quickly interjected. The price of green crabs had remained consistently high, primarily due to the coastal folks' belief that consuming them would fortify the body. They were often purchased for children who had fallen and needed nourishment. However, in their local dialect, green crabs were colloquially referred to as sturgeon. "Indeed, but there is another valuable creature I have in mind." Su Qiming chuckled and asked, "Do you remember the crab-tiger fish?" "Of course. How could we forget? They are even harder to catch than jumping fish. They typically reside in muddy holes and rarely come out. To catch one, you must dig a pit at least 2 or 3 meters deep." Zhang Dehai, recalling his previous encounter, vividly remembered how he had spent half an hour digging in the mudflat before finally capturing a single crab-tiger fish. The crab-tiger fish, scientifically known as Chinese Sinoperca, is renowned for its high protein content, reputed to accelerate wound healing. This precious fish typically inhabits the muddy burrows along brackish waters or mudflats, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. In later years, wholesale prices for this fish soared to around 100 yuan per pound, and currently, its price was estimated at around 2 yuan per pound. Do you have a method for catching crab-tiger fish?" Zhang Dehai was visibly excited. The difficulty of capturing crab-tiger fish was well known. At the slightest disturbance, they would swiftly retreat into deep holes. If Su Qiming possessed a strategy to catch them, they would surely strike it rich. Zhao San gazed at Su Qiming with equal enthusiasm, thinking that if they could earn a fortune, he would be able to marry Wu Xiaoxiao sooner. "The mountain man has his clever tricks. Is mountain man your nickname?" Zhao San inquired. "Do not mind him. Continue, Follow me." Su Qiming had often returned to play in his past life, learning numerous fishing techniques from the elders, which had gradually been disseminated among future generations. Many remain unaware of these methods, much like the technique for catching jumping fish. Su Qiming equipped the three of them with bamboo rods, roughly the thickness of a thumb, binding fishing lines and hooks, declaring, "To catch the crab-eating fish, we must rely on this. Such a small rod. Do you intend to fish for crab-eating fish?" Zhang Dehai responded swiftly. "That is because they do not understand. One cannot use earthworms for crab-eating fish. Crabs are necessary." After exchanging a nod with Jiang Shuyu, Su Qiming led the two on their mud horses to the tidal flats. Along the way, Su Qiming cast the Holy Grail, inquiring of Mazu whether their luck would be favorable at the tidal flats today. To his delight, he immediately retrieved a Holy Grail, signaling a promising day ahead. As per tradition, they first set down the jumping fish trap. With the sun shining brightly, the small jumping fish remained hidden, prompting Qiming to take them fishing for crab-eating fish. Typically, these fish prefer to dwell in shallow waters, particularly in rocky areas. Here lay a spot abundant with both water and stones, featuring ample crevices suitable for the crab-eating fish to inhabit. Qiming prepared some red crabs, removing their legs while leaving the crab bodies intact to prevent the crab-eating fish from escaping should they bite. The three affixed the hooks to the crabs, and Qiming instructed them to cast the hooks into the stone crevices. As soon as they did, a fierce tug indicated a bite. Quickly lift it, Sukimineri. In this place, no one had ever attempted to catch crab-eating fish, which had thrived here for an undetermined time, each measuring a palm's length and exhibiting a remarkable naivety. Once they clamped onto the crab, they would not let go, thrashing wildly when pulled up. One by one, they were captured and tossed in the bucket behind them. The cycle continued, removing crab-eating fish and casting the rod anew, and within moments, another fish would be biting. The pace was exhilarating. Splashing sounds echoed as the three continually added crab-eating fish to the bucket. "Ha ha, this is delightful," Zhang Dehai exclaimed, thrilled at the sight of what he perceived as bundles of gold. Meanwhile, Zhao San reveled in the joy of fishing. The indescribable pleasure of feeling the tug of a bite and the satisfaction of a catch is what makes many addicted to this pursuit. In just 1 hour, the trio had filled an entire bucket with crab-eating fish, covering it with grass to prevent the fish from jumping out. What a thrill it was! A barrel now weighs over 20 pounds, which translates to more than 40 yuan. For the first time, they realized how effortlessly one could earn money. There was still a considerable amount of time before the tide would rise, allowing them to continue for another hour. However, they anticipated that the subsequent catch would be significantly slower, likely due to the crab-eating tigers having been nearly exhausted. Qiming instructed Zhao San and Zhang Dehai to fish nearby with their buckets while he remained at a spot. An hour passed, and both buckets were filled to the brim with thrashing, crab-eating tigers. They then proceeded to retrieve their jumping fish traps, consisting of 60 enclosures, yielding over 40 large jumping fish. Qiming's traps had captured the most, while those set by Zhang Dehai and Zhao San collectively caught only a little over 10. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing their luck was simply not on par with Qiming's. In truth, this was advantageous for them. They only claimed 20% of the catch, and it was fortunate they did not take more, for that would have been quite awkward. As the tide began to rise, they prepared to return when suddenly, a rustling sound caught their attention. Qiming turned to see a shadowy figure dart swiftly between the crevices of the nearby rocks, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 54. Encountering Zhou Shuhui's father. 5 updates. Hi, my goodness, I have spotted a mountain peak. What? Where? Zhang Dehai, brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling, immediately glimpsed the several-meter-long cobra slithering through the grass. He exclaimed, "Incredible! Such a large mountain peak. I mean, catch it. Let us return home and buy a chicken to make a nourishing dragon and phoenix soup." Stop. Stop. Why catch it? I know you can catch snakes, but one bite can be fatal. Let us go. There is nothing to eat. Qiming shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Dehai, unwilling to let him take the risk. What is there to fear? I've caught mountain peaks countless times without being bitten, Zhang Dehai retorted, disregarding the warning and dashing forward. He seized the cobra by its tail and gave it a vigorous shake. The snake turned back, attempting to bite Zhang Dehai, but he was quick to prevent it from gaining the upper hand, shaking the creature again, causing it to lose its balance. Qiming watched anxiously from a distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai remained calm, using a pair of tongs to grasp the snake's head, then casually picked up a stone and smashed its head. "See? I am quite skilled at catching mountain peaks," he boasted, proudly draping the cobra around his neck. He wiped his nose and declared, "When we return, we shall cook it. Zhao San, go catch a chicken. Once the soup is ready, bring a bowl for Uncle Zhao." "Sure. My hen hasn't laid eggs lately and keeps nesting, so I'll just slaughter it." Zhao San's mouth watered at the thought. Then he inquired, "Shall I bring a bowl for Xiao Xiao as well?" "Girls will be too busy to eat. Why bother?" "True. Then let us just enjoy it ourselves. They laughed and chatted on their way back, selling their goods to Wu Yuyi. Upon seeing Zhang Dehai with the cobra, Wu Yuyi expressed interest in buying it, but Zhang Dehai refused, intent on cooking it for his ailing mother. His mother had been unwell, and though he had once feared snakes, he learned that they were highly nutritious. Given their poverty, he took to catching snakes, gradually overcoming his fear. Shall we soak the snake gall in liquor? Forget it. Don't eat the gall, not even in the liquor. So Qiming quickly interjected. There was a local custom of consuming raw snake gall, but it often harbored parasites like the sparganum. Having been reborn, he naturally sought to prevent such consumption. Zhang Dehai was puzzled, but Su Qiming explained that the snake gall was not beneficial for his mother's health and suggested selling it instead, citing its cold properties and elaborating for quite some time until Zhang Dehai reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, they handed over 2 barrels of crab-eating fish to Wu Yuyi. Wu Yuyi, previously captivated by the cobra, was momentarily bewildered upon seeing the 2 large barrels, covered with branches, failing to recognize their contents. What is this? Take a guess. Sukimin Chekiv. It can't be 2 barrels of mud, can it? Haha, we're not that dull to entertain you with such nonsense. Su Qiming removed the branches, revealing the barrels brimming with crab-eating fish. Incredible! Wu Yuyi's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him a fright. How difficult it was to catch a crab-eating fish. What were these children thinking? What on earth had happened? He had been puzzled by the previous jumping fish, but this crab-eating fish was even more elusive. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoxiao noticed her father's shock and hurried over with quick little steps. What's the matter, Dad? Are there cobras in here too? Oh my, so many crab-eating fish. Her mouth formed a perfect O. Zhao San gazed at Wu Xiaoxiao's rosy lips, swallowed hard, and pondered for a moment. He stealthily edged closer, his nose twitching, and then glanced around before taking a few more steps forward, his nose moving again. Nearby, several fishermen who had just finished selling their catch were equally astonished to see Su Qiming and the others carrying so many crab-eating fish. They rubbed their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Is that a giant eel? So many. How did this happen? Some even referred to the crab-eating fish as giant eels. Indeed, such a bountiful catch, each one so plump, was enough to evoke envy. Ming, how did you manage to catch these? A crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion, their astonishment only deepening. They too wished to know how it was done. Outside the dock, Jiang Dafei heard the commotion and came in to take a look. Upon seeing the pile of crab-eating fish, he felt a pang of envy. He glanced at Su Qiming and then silently walked away, lost in thought. Uncle Wu, give us a good price, Zhang Danghai said with a cheerful smile. Of course, of course. I never expected you 3 to be so capable. Why didn't you put in this much effort before? It seems you possess some secret technique, Wu Yuyi said, delighted as he began to weigh the catch. It was all thanks to Ming. I was just assisting Zhao San, they replied. Curiosity bubbled among the onlookers, but they remained tight-lipped about how they had caught the fish. How about 2 yuan and 10 cents per pound? They were negotiating when suddenly a stout man entered carrying a basket of fish and shrimp. Old Wu, weigh this. Today I caught quite a few large white shrimp and golden pomfret. Everyone exchanged peculiar glances, for the stout middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Shuhui's father, Zhou Yuanping. The Zhou family was quite rare on Jiujin Island, while the surname was more common on the neighboring Bailang Island. The Zhou clan there had been thriving recently, reportedly with a successful individual emerging from their ranks, even building an ancestral hall and engaging in aquaculture. It was said that Zhou Yuanping had sought to connect with them, but they had reportedly rebuffed him after discovering his daughter's broken engagement. Zhou Yuanping was taken aback to see Su Qiming here. He paused, perhaps shocked that Su Qiming was out working instead of wallowing at home. How fortunate he was for not marrying his daughter off to Su Qiming. Just look at him, with such a lackluster demeanor. His daughter was a university student. After all, their statuses were worlds apart. Marrying her to this vagabond would have been a tremendous loss. Just look at his parents. They had lived their lives in mediocrity. What success could their son achieve? Upon encountering Su Qiming, Zhou Yuanping immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, raising his head and dismissively curling his lip, neglecting to acknowledge Su Qiming and instead demanding that his goods be weighed first. The sight of Zhou Yuanping ignited a fire within Su Qiming, This shameless old man had yet to return the 50 yuan betrothal gift he had taken. All present were eager to witness how Su Qiming would respond, for he had previously displayed a subservient attitude towards Zhou Yuanping, treating him with utmost respect. However, the current Su Qiming was no longer so meek. Having embraced a life of recklessness, he felt no qualms about indulging further. He boldly addressed Zhou Yuanping, saying, "Uncle Zhou, when do you intend to return the 50 yuan betrothal gift from my engagement to Zhou Shui?" It had always been his intention to reclaim the money, but he had lacked the opportunity to confront this old scoundrel until now. Zhou Yuanping was taken aback by Su Qiming's audacity in demanding the betrothal gift. In his eyes, Su Qiming had always been an easy target, someone who would never dare to oppose him. This unexpected challenge only served to irritate him further. He believed that Su Qiming should regard him with deference, speaking to him with respect, which brought him a sense of satisfaction, especially given the previous year when he had relished in Su Qiming's apparent despair, convinced that Su Qiming could not live without his daughter. "Well, Su Qiming, what is the meaning of this? How dare you ask for the betrothal money? My daughter, Shu Hui, has been engaged to you for quite some time. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. Consider this money as compensation for my daughter. How can you shamelessly make such a request? My daughter's reputation as a university student was nearly tarnished due to her association with you, and yet I have not demanded more from you. You dare to ask me?" Su Qiming merely chuckled at this, recognizing Zhou Yuanping's audacity. "Oh, you wish to play the shameless game, do you? Allow me to enlighten everyone on why Zhou Shuhui called off our engagement. Just after she was accepted into university, she was seen entering the office with a professor from her department. This revelation stemmed from his previous life experiences, where Zhou Shui had married a man a decade her senior, a professor who was already married with children, promising to divorce for her sake. Their affair had blossomed shortly after her enrollment, and the last time he saw Zhou Shui, she bore a mark on her neck, purportedly from a mosquito bite, which was, in truth, the reason behind her eagerness to end their engagement. In his past life, that very professor had mocked Su Qiming for his impotence, noting that despite their prolonged engagement, he had never laid a hand on Zhou Shui, while he himself had swiftly won her over. Zhou Yuanping suddenly panicked. "You dare to speak such nonsense, Su Qiming?" Chapter 55, 200. The eyes of the villagers who had just sold their goods sparkled with excitement, particularly those women who had just brought buckets of clams to sell. Their radar was instantly activated. On the dock, the vendor selling fried dough and pancakes abandoned his wares, stretching his neck to peer inside. "Old Joe, what does Aiming mean? What has your Shui done? Is she involved with a teacher? Hey, don't listen to his nonsense. That's impossible. It's not like that at all. You know very well whether I'm speaking out of turn." Su Qiming, with a nonchalant demeanor, gazed at Zhou Yuanping. "Hurry and return that $50 to me. The money I provided for Zhou Shuhui's education over the past couple of years must amount to more than 100. You'd better gather it all and return it to me. Otherwise, I might just go to the secretary and use his loudspeaker to let everyone in our village know. It's no big deal. Could the secretary really let you use the loudspeaker?" Zhou Yuanping feigned calmness. "Oh, that is fine then. Aunt Lu and Zhao, come here. Let me clarify the details for you. I'll explain everything clearly, ensuring it's more entertaining than a storyteller. Oh, by the way, my Uncle Zhou is quite a character too. Wasn't my aunt's son dead for a while? My Uncle Zhou visits my Aunt Xin every few days." The women in the village had tongues sharper than any loudspeaker. Su Qiming was unafraid of Zhou Yuanping's attempts to dodge the issue. By now, the women's eyes sparkled like cats at night. "What? When did Zhou Yuanping start mingling with outsiders? Oh my, how thrilling. Stop. How much do you want? All right, I'll be kind today and return the money to you." Zhou Yuanping was genuinely losing his composure. He was baffled at how Su Qiming knew about his escapades with widows, as well as the matter concerning Zhou Shuhui and her teacher, which only he was privy to. In truth, Su Qiming was merely toying with Zhou Yuanping. He was aware that Aunt Xin was not virtuous, entangled with many men in the village. Yet he had not anticipated striking a nerve. Goodness, Aunt Xin is truly indiscriminate. Zhou Yuanping is as short and stout as a weight. And yet he could end up entangled with her? I wonder if the child in Aunt Xin's womb belongs to a peddler. $200. Su Qiming's declaration startled Zhou Yuanping, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Why don't you just go rob someone? 200? Didn't you just say the bride price was 50 and the usual educational support was 100? That totals 150. Just tell me whether you're giving it or not. At this moment, the surrounding women could no longer contain their curiosity. Qiming, quickly tell us. Has your Uncle Zhou really been involved with Aunt Qin? Fine, 200 it is. I'll give it. Zhou Yuanping dared not let Su Qiming continue. He abandoned the catch of the day and hurried home to fetch the money. After a considerable time, he returned with 200, shoving it into Su Qiming's hands and urging him to cease his words. At that moment, the onlookers regarded Zhou Yuanping with knowing glances. Although Su Qiming had not finished his sentence, their imaginations filled in the gaps. Wu Yuyi settled the account for Su Qiming, totaling 101 yuan for 2 buckets of crab tiger fish and a basket of jumping fish. Zhou Yuanping was taken aback by the substantial amount Su Qiming had earned from selling goods. It was only upon overhearing the surrounding discussions that he learned Su Qiming had been diligently fishing these past few days, reaping rewards that others could not attain. A wave of discomfort washed over him. Had Su Qiming remained despondent, he would have felt more at ease. Yet, witnessing Su Qiming's newfound determination made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. What of it? He still could not compare to his daughter, nor to the man she was destined to marry, a university professor earning a monthly salary in the hundreds, with excellent benefits that far surpassed the hardships of a fisherman's life. Zhou Yuanping cursed under his breath, disdainfully dismissing Su Qiming, and left in a huff, firmly believing that Su Qiming's future held nothing promising. His own choices were indeed validated. Having unexpectedly earned 200 yuan, Su Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Ha! Regardless of the circumstances, the wedding preparations were well underway, though he wished to elevate the occasion further, and naturally, more earnings would be welcome. As he exited the purchasing point, he distributed the money to Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, both of whom were elated, each receiving 20 yuan. They had never dared to dream of earning such an amount. Splendid. I'll give this 20 yuan to my mother. She'll be overjoyed. Come on, Zhao San. Let us go catch a chicken at your place and make soup at mine. I want to be going, Zhao San replied. What? I was counting on you to help me with the fire. Your fire-starting skills leave much to be desired, and you're not even brave enough to kill the chicken. In the end, I'll be left to do all the work, and dealing with the snake is also quite the hassle, Zhang Dehai lamented. Zhao San, however, defended himself. But I did bring a chicken, didn't I? All right. Just don't know if your mother would be agreeable. She will be. I've earned over 20 yuan. What is wrong with giving her a chicken? Let us catch a couple of chicks to exchange with her. That works. I want to go, though. I still need to visit my parents. I haven't seen them since I started earning. Make sure to bring me a bowl when you're done. I need to replenish myself. Fine. Who can argue with you now that you're our big brother? It's only right for us younger ones to show you respect, Zhang Dehai chuckled. How about we grab some pancakes filled with pea shoots and shrimp? Called out Yi Kai, the vendor in the greasy apron, who had been calling to them from his cart. Su Qiming and his companions had frequented his stall lately, and familiarity had bred a sense of camaraderie. No thanks, we're heading back for dragon and phoenix soup. Didn't Ming just buy pancakes from you today? Brother Kai, are you trying to lighten our wallets again? What do you mean by lightening your wallets? I saw you all received quite a sum just now. If it were me, I would have to sell pancakes for several months to earn that much. Keep your money close. There are many thieves around here. Let us avoid the more remote areas of our town. There are plenty of ruffians and even highway robbers lurking. Understood. Zhang Dehai waved his hand and departed with Zhao San. Meanwhile, Su Qiming pondered for a moment before approaching Yi Kai, saying, Brother Kai, I would like to purchase 2 crispy pancakes filled with oysters and shrimp. Please make them generous. Oh, do you have any pottage crust as well? If so, please prepare me 2 bowls. He intended to take some treats home for his parents. Are you dining here? Yi Kai inquired. I'll take it to go. To go? Where's your lunchbox? Oh, never mind then. Su Qiming had forgotten that there were no disposable lunchboxes available at the moment. Yi Kai looked at him curiously and began to slice the pancakes. Cut deeper, please. I plan to bring some back for my parents. You've been a loyal customer for quite some time. I shall certainly fill it generously for you. You are quite a filial child indeed. I heard about your recent endeavors and how you've started earning to treat your parents to good food. Yi Kai deepened the cut further, ensuring the filling was ample. It was merely a lack of understanding before. Now it's different. It is never too late to turn over a new leaf. The two exchanged a few casual words. And Su Qiming, clutching the warm pancakes, then purchased a package of flour tea cakes, wrapping them in oiled paper and tying them with string to carry in his hand. He also visited the supply and marketing cooperative to cut several meters of fabric, intending to take it home for his parents to make some new clothes. He bought 2 pairs of sandals and a bottle of Baisui Ling snow cream. As his mother was busy with fish and patching nets, her fingers cracked and in disarray. Additionally, he weighed out a pound of brown sugar. The coastal area had its advantages, as generally, apart from particularly scarce items, there was no need for receipts. His parents still shared a pot of food with his uncle's family, so he refrained from purchasing any additional provisions. Otherwise, they would end up preparing a large pot for the whole family to share. Chapter 56. Homecoming to see my parents. His residence was not far, situated in the village where a grand tiled house had been erected. It is worth noting that Su Qiming's grandfather was indeed a man of considerable capability. In his earlier years, he amassed a significant fortune. The old man treated his 2 sons equally, yet his grandmother displayed an undeniable favoritism towards his elder uncle. Before the old man's passing, he had expressed his wishes for the family fortune to be divided equally, with both brothers sharing the same ship. However, despite their verbal agreement, once his grandfather closed his eyes, his uncle's tears swayed his grandmother to alter her decision. But such matters are best left in the past. What Su Qiming now contemplated was the prospect of an early separation of households. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he spotted a seemingly delicate woman who was both soothing a child and mending a fishing net with a shuttle. As he approached, the woman lifted her head, momentarily taken aback, before hastily rising to greet him. "Qiming, what brings you here? Have you eaten?" This woman was none other than his sister-in-law, Li Ruyun. The little girl squatting beside her, playing with ants, was his cousin's daughter, Su Fubao. Su Fubao had slightly yellowish hair and a slender frame. The family favored boys. And unfortunately, Li Ruyun had only borne a daughter, with no further pregnancies following. Consequently, both mother and daughter found themselves somewhat marginalized within the household. It had been previously mentioned that Li Ruyun often endured beatings and scoldings at home. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to administering rat poison to her husband and brother-in-law, leaving behind a letter that only the elderly matriarch could decipher. In truth, his sister-in-law treated their family quite well, embodying the essence of a good elder sister-in-law. Yet her husband, his cousin, was truly a worthless man. Perhaps in this lifetime, he could offer a modicum of assistance to his unfortunate sister-in-law. "I've come to visit my parents. Have you all eaten?" He called out. "Come here, Fubao, uncle has brought you some rice cakes. Go on and enjoy." Su Qiming waved at Su Fubao, who was just 4 years old. The little girl, resembling her mother, was quite endearing and held a fondness for him, as his family was the only one that treated her kindly. Thus, she felt a special bond with them. Uncle, pick me up." Su Fubao did not rush to seize the rice cakes, but instead requested Su Qiming to hold her. At home, her mother was often too busy to embrace her, while her father and grandmother showed her little affection. Only Su Qiming was willing to hold her, and at such a tender age, children naturally crave the closeness of adults. Su Qiming felt a pang of sympathy. Fubao was so starved for love that she prioritized being held over her rice cakes. He lifted her into his arms, placing the rice cake in her hands. "Uncle, you eat," she insisted, cheerfully attempting to feed him a piece. After he took a bite, she gleefully allowed him to carry her to her mother. Su Qiming, wary of sharing his saliva with his sister-in-law, directly handed her a package of rice cakes. Having purchased 2, he intended to gift 1 to her. In later years, the little girl grew up to excel academically, gaining admission to university, and she maintained a close relationship solely with Su Qiming's family and Li Ruyun, which brought him a sense of solace. In truth, children are not foolish. They recognize who treats them with kindness. The gratitude of upbringing is a sentiment that is understood even before one is nurtured. Indeed, having an early meal, your uncle and cousin just returned from the sea and finished their breakfast promptly, then retired for the day. The weather has been pleasant lately, and they're set to head out on the boat again at dawn, hence the early dining. Li Ruyuan smiled, glancing at Qiming. Sensing that her brother seemed somewhat different, though she could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. It had been quite some time since Qiming's last return, and she felt unexpectedly delighted to see him in such good spirits this time. Unbeknownst to her, a few days prior, Qiming had gotten into a scuffle with Su Hongtian and Su Qibua, an incident they deemed shameful and had chosen to remain silent about upon their return. Upon witnessing Qiming share a package of rice cakes with Su Fubao, Li Ruiyun quickly expressed her concern, saying, "You've returned home, yet you still purchase such expensive treats? You've worked hard for your money. Shouldn't you save it?" She lamented, "Every day you just buy frivolous items. Big sister-in-law, I earn a bit of money from gathering at sea these past days, and I also managed to retrieve the betrothal money from Zhou Yuanping. So I have a little more to spare now. Money should be spent wisely, otherwise it merely becomes worthless paper. I also brought some brown sugar for you to enjoy. Don't let my aunt find out about this. If she knows about the rice cakes and brown sugar, she'll surely take them for my second cousin." Qiming handed the brown sugar and rice cakes to Li Ruiyun. Previously unmentioned, his second cousin, Su Qishue, had a penchant for mischief and gambling, remaining unmarried with no one willing to wed him. In fact, compared to the eldest cousin, the second cousin was even more troublesome, all of which could be attributed to their aunt's favoritism. Li Ruiyun felt a surge of emotion as she held the rice cakes and brown sugar, and she pushed them back, saying, "You should leave these in our parents' room. I cannot keep them here." "Very well." Qiming sighed inwardly, glancing towards the side room. "Are my parents not home? Your father should be returning soon from collecting traps. Your mother is over at the dock sorting fish. She is restless and refuses to take a break, stating that sitting at home makes her anxious. Besides, sorting fish at the dock at least yields some earnings. Your uncle brings back a mix of fish, and your mother helps to prepare them without compensation." Li Ruiyun shukala taukuarli. When their boats return, the economically valuable fish are sold, while the less valuable small fish are brought home for personal processing. Many fisherwomen have spent their lives gutting fish. Yet your uncle expects assistance without remuneration, and Su's mother, being somewhat blunt, is at a loss for words and thus opts to sort fish at the dock instead. By now, she should be returning soon. They likely went back together. You should go inside and have a drink while you wait. Li Ruiyun stood up to fetch water. "Why are you adding white sugar? Mother, has Ming returned?" That scoundrel's return hardly warrants sweetening his water. This voice belonged to Aunt Huqin, sharp and unpleasant. She was known for her materialistic nature and domineering attitude, often taking pleasure in belittling Li Ruiyun at home. She frequently admonished her for not bearing a son. Li Ruiyun awkwardly emerged holding a bowl, followed by a middle-aged woman who was somewhat plump with slanted eyes. Upon seeing Qiming, she mockingly remarked, "Oh, has Ming finally decided to come home for a visit? Not planning to lounge around at the boathouse anymore? Are you here to mooch off food and drinks? Or perhaps to ask your parents for money?" "I have no intention of mooching. I simply came to see my parents," Qiming replied, finding it unnecessary to address her as his aunt. Upon noticing the packet of noodle tea cakes and brown sugar wrapped in oil paper, along with his sandals in his hands, his aunt's expression softened slightly, and she forced a smile as she approached, saying, Well, look who knows to bring something home. Who said these are for you?" Qiming retorted, stepping back with Su Fubao in his arms, displaying a look of disdain. His aunt truly had a thick skin. She didn't even bother to ask, and simply approached, expecting to take them. Chapter 57. Let us part ways. "This is a gift for my parents," he stated, his tone calm. The response from his aunt was a sharp glare as she proclaimed, "What you give to your parents is the same as giving to us. We haven't divided the family, so what's the difference? Hand it over. How can you be so ungrateful? Is it truly the same?" Qiming smiled knowingly at his aunt, fully aware of her hypocrisy. He boldly retorted, "At every meal, when there are exquisite fish and shrimp, have my parents ever had a share? Have my sister-in-law and Fubao ever been served? Last time, when a precious mudfish was stewed into a medicinal soup, my uncle and his family each received a bowl. Yet when it came to my mother and sister-in-law, there was nothing left." Qiming recalled the incident vividly. The mudfish was indeed a treasure, one that could have been shared among all, yet his aunt deliberately chose not to serve his parents or Li Ruiyun and Fubao. On that day, The uncle selling the mudfish had curiously asked, in a family of this size, is the smallest mudfish sufficient? His aunt had chuckled. It's more than enough. Qiming had returned home disheartened, choosing silence over voicing his discomfort. He remembered Fu Bao seated at the table, eating a cheap fish with countless bones, her big eyes fixated on his uncle's glistening lips. Unexpectedly, his aunt had scolded, "Your uncle and cousin are sailors. You know how perilous the sea is. They need to eat well to replenish their strength. Why must you be so petty about such trivial matters? As a nephew, why aren't you showing respect to your uncle, but instead are criticizing him? How can you be so shameless? Is it necessary for those who sail large ships to feast more? Is it not my father who bears the greater financial burden for those voyages? Does my father not wish to run the larger ships? Qiming countered, "Aunt, if we are to abandon our dignity, let us not engage in such convoluted arguments. Besides, I have not held grudges over these minor matters. Who truly counts? Yet, is this not a recurring issue? When has there been a feast that you have fairly divided? When has there been arduous labor that you managed impartially? And what the fish my mother has tirelessly prepared for my uncle? Have you ever compensated her?" His aunt's face alternated between shades of blue and red, yet she found herself unable to retort against Qiming. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "You a mere child should refrain from speaking out of turn. I manage the livelihood of this large family. Do you think it is easy? How can you be so heartless to speak thus? Whether my words are unfounded, you know in your heart. The communal funds were primarily provided by my father. These funds, which include our meals, why should my parents not receive the best?" The youth cradling Fu Bao stood unwavering, his gaze steady like a rock amidst tumultuous waves. His aunt felt an inexplicable anxiety. The boy who once cowered at her scolding seemed to have vanished. She shouted, "Put that girl down immediately. Li Ruiyun, how could you let her indulge in such delicacies? What will happen if she doesn't eat her meals? And were you not supposed to teach her how to mend nets? Mother, Fu Bao is still young, and I wish for her to focus on her studies." "Studying? At my age, I was already catching fish. Why would you want her to pursue an education? What purpose does it serve for a girl to study? I am illiterate, yet I manage to live well enough. Some are born into a wretched fate. What can be done about it? Why should Fu Bao be cursed with such a fate?" Hearing these words, Qiming felt a tightness in his chest. The plight of women in this era is indeed sorrowful. If one is a girl, she must bear numerous stigmas, such as being forbidden from boarding a boat or receiving an education. She is also your granddaughter, a member of the Su family. Are you not a woman yourself? You claim that women are destined for misery, yet why not take on the burdensome tasks yourself? Why leave all the dirty work to my sister-in-law and mother? What kind of person does that make you? Alas, life has become unbearable. Everyone confronts me. Women ought not to be educated, lest they usurp the fortunes of the men in the household. If she were to study, what would happen when she bears a son in the future? The aunt could not articulate a response, and instead began to wail, striking her thighs in despair. She was accustomed to her lofty position and could not tolerate such defiance. Qiming listened as Fu Bao tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Uncle, I don't want to eat meat either. In truth, I have no desire for it. Please stop shouting, all right? Don't be angry. It's fine, no worries." Qiming reassured her, patting her back. The aunt's lamentations attracted the attention of the elderly matriarch, Li Ho Hot. "What are you crying about? Hong Tian and Chi Bo were just resting in the backyard. What if you woke them? Mother, life has become unbearable. Look at your good grandson, daring to publicly scold me and insisting that Fu Bao should be educated. Is it easy for me to manage this family?" Upon seeing the matriarch's arrival, Qiming called out, "Grandma," and succinctly recounted the injustices faced by his parents over the years. As the aunt wiped her tears, she furtively glanced at the matriarch. The elderly woman regarded Qiming, her gaze shifting before she finally spoke. "Ming, your father possesses greater abilities. He has endured hardships. Please try to understand." Though a flicker of hope remained in Qiming's heart, the matriarch's words left him feeling quite disheartened. They say that the palm and the back of the hand are both flesh, yet flesh is not entirely the same. Mother, at that moment, an unexpected voice echoed from outside. Qiming turned to see his parents returning. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had no idea when they had come back. Seeing them standing outside, it seemed they had overheard part of the earlier conversation. His father, typically dull and unassuming, and his mother, a genuinely kind-hearted woman, bore faces lined with wrinkles and flecks of fish scales, likely from sorting fish, and they had not even washed their faces. Their temperament was a contributing factor to the bullying they endured at home. Qiming's father had returned long ago and had intended to enter. But upon hearing the argument, he hesitated. He was astonished to see his once timid son now exhibiting unexpected courage, standing up for himself in front of others. For reasons unknown, both parents chose to remain outside a while longer, listening, until he heard the elderly woman say that he should endure a bit more suffering due to his greater capabilities. He could no longer contain himself. He gazed at his mother, his eyes reddened, feeling an overwhelming chill within, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had exerted himself in countless endeavors, yearning for his mother's approval. Yet what he received in return was the notion that his suffering was entirely justified. Upon seeing his father, Qiming smiled and remarked, "Father, you have returned." As he looked at his son, Su's father lifted his gaze, realizing that his son had indeed transformed. His eyes were clear and bright, radiating a vibrant vitality. If he were to remain weak for a lifetime, would his son be condemned to toil in place of his brother's son? Due to his own cowardice, his son resided in a humble boathouse. Because of his weakness, his son struggled to find a wife and became the subject of ridicule. It was his cowardice that forced his son to confront his aunt with such resolve. He could no longer afford to be feeble. His household had long ceased to feel like home. His life was over. He could not allow his son to be ruined as well. "Mother." Su Hong knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times, then rose to his feet and calmly declared, "After you departed, I have devoted myself to work for several years, supporting my elder brother. I have done enough to assist. Let us divide the family." Chapter 58. Armed with a kitchen knife. Qiming was momentarily taken aback, as he never expected that his father would finally muster the resolve to divide the family. Indeed, it was high time for a separation. Was this truly a family? They called themselves a large household, yet his father and mother were evidently mere laborers. The elderly matriarch was stunned. She could hardly believe her youngest son had audaciously proposed a division of the family. "Shall we really separate?" she pondered. At that moment, the elder aunt vociferously insisted, "If we are to separate, then let it be. With grandchildren already born, the time for division has long since arrived. Mother, let us divide the family." And thus, the separation was set in motion. The elderly matriarch's gaze faltered, as she could not bear to meet Su Hongdi's eyes any longer. The commotion had roused the elder uncle and the eldest cousin from their slumber. Upon learning of the impending division, they expressed their surprise, directing a stream of curses at Qiming, their words unintelligible, yet undoubtedly harsh. Curiosity piqued, neighbors gathered outside, drawn by the ruckus, forming a large crowd at the entrance, peering in with keen interest. A family division, a mix of joy and discontent. Clearly, the Su family was experiencing the latter. "Very well, let us commence the division. First, let us distribute the communal funds." Qiming sat down Sufubao. "Of course we must divide," he declared. The total communal funds amounted to over 360 yuan, with 6 members in his family and 3 in theirs. The calculation revealed that they would receive 120 yuan, leaving the remainder for his family. Upon hearing this inequitable distribution, Su Hongdi was deeply distressed and looked to the elderly matriarch for support, but she feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Taking a deep breath, Qiming resolved to speak on behalf of his grandmother. "Aunt, is this how you calculate? The communal funds were primarily contributed by my parents. Are you suggesting we divide by head count? Has my second cousin ever contributed? Why should he be included in this? Furthermore, my parents' contributions to the communal funds have been double that of yours. After so many years, hasn't this money predominantly come from my family?" At this juncture, Qiming turned to the villagers who were munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts while observing the spectacle. He raised his voice, "Dear villagers, do you find my aunt's method of division justifiable? Are we not being shamelessly bullied? Is this how family divisions should be conducted?" His family's long-standing grievances were well known among the villagers. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The elderly matriarch's favoritism was not a recent development. especially after the incident when Su Qiming had bested his elder uncle and cousin in a confrontation. The villagers began to comprehend how the boat had been unfairly allocated. One villager called out, "Indeed, how is this fair? Your eldest son received such a large fishing vessel, yet your second son suffers this injustice. And now, even the communal funds are being calculated so unreasonably. Is there no sense of conscience?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. In life, one cannot be so shameless. If this is how you calculate, you might as well include your chickens and ducks in the head count. Don't give your second son a single cent. Just divide the 2 rooms between you." The crowd rallied behind Su Qiming, unable to bear the sight of such blatant injustice any longer. How could one be treated in such a manner? Ant was about to scold, "This is my family's money. I can distribute it as I please. What business is it of yours? Why are you meddling? I assure you, this matter is not yours to dictate." At this moment, Su Qiming's heart hardened, and he strode into the kitchen to retrieve a kitchen knife. Upon seeing him brandish the knife, those outside were thrown into a panic, gasping in shock. Ant's face turned pale, startled by the sudden display. Su Qiming understood that dealing with such shameless individuals necessitated an even bolder approach. With nothing to lose, he brandished the knife toward Ant, declaring, "If you cannot clarify the distribution of this money today, I shall strike you down. After all, I have nothing to lose. With this knife in hand, let's see who among you dares to stop me." With that, he kicked a nearby fish basket violently, sending the fish tumbling onto the floor. Seeing Su Qiming wielding the knife, Ant truly felt fear, while his cousin sat back in terror. Ant, attempting to maintain a semblance of composure, implored, "Ming, let's speak calmly. Put down the knife." "I shall not relent. Quickly hand over the money." He retorted, "I am declaring it here and now. If you do not distribute it properly, my knife shall find its way to your head. Be cautious when you retire tonight. Furthermore, mark my words, if you find my threats distasteful, be wary of your fishing boat, lest one day your engine takes on water, or you discover a gaping hole in the hull while adrift at sea." Upon hearing this, Ant furiously exclaimed, "You insolent brat, do you dare to threaten us? Is this the behavior of a civilized person? Have you no shame in threatening your own aunt?" Yet Su Qiming replied, "Everyone here is a witness. It is clear who has acted shamelessly. Am I the one lacking decorum? Let me remind you, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Do not underestimate my resolve." The crowd rallied behind Su Qiming, asserting, "Indeed, look at how you have driven this boy to such extremes, and has truly acted most unreasonably. This old woman may be robust, but alas, her vision and hearing have long since failed her." As the murmurs of discontent grew, the elderly woman could no longer remain seated, rising with a huff before retreating to the back. Witnessing Su Qiming's unwavering stance, Ant begrudgingly handed over more than 400 yuan to his family. Su Hong, for the first time, seemed to see his son in a new light, realizing that he had never before stood before him with such fortitude. Suddenly, he recognized that his son had truly matured, while he himself had been an inadequate father. One day, his son could stand before him, shielding him from the storms of life, while he still cowered in weakness. Thus, for the first time, he spoke earnestly, "Once the money is settled, let us discuss the matter of the fishing boat. When we divided the vessels, I had agreed to let my elder brother use it first. However, after all these years, he has never once allowed me to utilize it. Today, we must address the distribution of the fishing boats. Do you still wish to discuss the allocation of fishing boats?" Auntie suddenly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "The large vessel is the lifeblood of our family. How could it possibly be relinquished?" Meanwhile, Su Hondi had no intention of reclaiming the fishing boat. He merely stated, "Initially, I contributed half of the funds for this boat, amounting to over 1,000 yuan. You must repay that sum." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you want money, you might as well take my life." "Very well. Your life it shall be. I shall end it right now." Su Qiming charged forward, and when his uncle attempted to intervene, Su Qiming delivered a kick to his uncle. Fueled by wrath, his eyes blazing, he brandished a knife and brought it down with a resounding thud, narrowly missing his uncle's ear. The blade struck the floor, sending sparks flying and nearly causing his uncle to wet himself in fear. He had not anticipated that Su Qiming was dead serious. In a furious roar, Su Qiming declared, "Uncle, Do you wish to forfeit your life? Should you obstruct me again, this knife will find your neck. Chapter 59. The Treasure Left by Grandfather. Qiming was resolute, brandishing a knife against his uncle's throat. The cold blade pressed against his uncle's neck instilled a profound sense of fear for the first time. He realized that if Qiming truly exerted force, he could indeed inflict a grievous wound. In a state of urgency, he shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring out the money. Give me my brother's share for the fishing boat." Meanwhile, his aunt interjected, "We can't split it. That's over 1,000 yuan. His uncle was on the brink of exasperation, shouting in frustration, "What nonsense are you spouting, you spendthrift? Is that 1,000 yuan worth more than my life? Do you want me dead? Quickly, hand over the money. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, his aunt hesitated, but eventually retreated to the room, returning with a cloth bag filled with cash, which she handed over to Qiming. Upon receiving the bag, Qiming tossed it to his father, saying, "Father, count this money and see if it's enough." Fu was taken aback that his son had actually managed to reclaim the funds. The bag brimmed with 10 yuan notes, amounting to over 1,000 yuan. He quickly nodded, affirming, "It's enough, certainly over 1,000. With the money in hand, a sense of tranquility washed over him, rendering the grievances and hardships of past years insignificant. This money signified a new beginning, instilling hope for the days to come. His son had transformed, demonstrating ambition and resilience. In every conceivable way, everything had changed. Only then did Qiming lower the knife and rise to his feet. The subsequent matters naturally pertained to the division of the household. Initially, the division fostered discontent, leading to further discord. His aunt was still nitpicking over the ownership of a pair of scissors, a basin, and a fish basket, causing chaos for over an hour. As dusk settled and the lights within the house were dimmed, they finally concluded the division. Observing the proceedings, Qiming suddenly recalled something and rummaged through the room, ultimately discovering a box within the cabinet. Inside lay a painting, a rather ordinary New Year's painting that every household would typically display. His aunt, following closely behind, saw that he had merely retrieved an old painting left by their grandfather, and she sighed in relief, thinking Qiming was after something of great value. However, upon obtaining the painting, Qiming felt an immense joy, for this was no ordinary artwork. Within it concealed a map. If his memory served him correctly, this was something his second cousin had unearthed in a previous life. It was said that following this map led to numerous treasures. Alas, his cousin had not proven to be wise, squandering all the riches he found through gambling, ultimately losing everything. Upon receiving the New Year painting, Qiming's heart blossomed with joy. He carefully unwrapped the artwork and, upon examining it closely, discovered that when viewed from the back, it revealed a map. The illustration depicted islands and surrounding waters, suggesting it was a maritime chart. With his own boat, he pondered the possibility of embarking on a treasure hunt. He meticulously folded the painting and placed it back in its box, securing it close to him. The division of property concluded swiftly, and predictably, his parents ended up with the 2 dilapidated side rooms. However, these rooms were not meant for prolonged habitation. At present, they possessed over 1,000 yuan, which in that era could easily purchase 2 modest rooms at around 500 to 600 yuan each. Coincidentally, Qiming had recently returned with an additional 200 yuan from Zhou Yuanping, which he handed over to his father. This sum was more than sufficient to secure the 2 rooms. Furthermore, constructing a house wouldn't deplete their funds all at once, as expenses would be incurred gradually. Building a house would take at least a month or 2, during which time Qiming believed he could earn enough to sustain them. After the property was allocated, Qiming surveyed the courtyard. His aunt had taken a stick and drawn a line in the ground, indicating plans to erect a wall that would separate their courtyard from his parents, allowing them to construct a door for future access. Although they would still reside in the same courtyard, they would no longer share the same entrance. Qiming had no objections, if they preferred not to share a door. So be it. This would spare both families from unnecessary discomfort. His aunt muttered discontentedly, claiming that Qiming was increasingly unruly, daring to threaten his uncle with a knife. She lamented that such behavior foretold a future devoid of promise, predicting that he might end up imprisoned and living off prison food for the rest of his life. The surrounding villagers regarded Su Qiming with a mix of astonishment and concern. They acknowledged that while his actions were somewhat vindictive, they were also a response to desperation. Yet, they found merit in his aunt's words, recognizing that if Su Qiming continued down this path of extremism, it would ultimately lead to his downfall. In life, one might assert themselves for a moment, but one cannot persist in such defiance indefinitely. There will always be obstacles one cannot overcome. Su Qiming had no intention of remaining obstinate forever. He understood that the essence of life lay in self-improvement and diligent work. Once he established his own capabilities, there would be no need for threats. Respect would naturally follow. However, he deemed it unnecessary to articulate this sentiment to others, as they might merely perceive it as boastfulness. Upon returning home, Su Qiming placed his purchases neatly in their designated spot. Meanwhile, his aunt had already begun preparations to build the wall, proclaiming that it would be completed by the following day. Indifferent to her bustle, Su Qiming entered the house and prepared a bowl of sweetened water for his parents, offering them a tea cake as well. Seeing their son so diligent and considerate brought immense comfort to Su Qiming's mother and father. Although the afternoon was filled with commotion, the burdens in both their hearts were finally lifted after the division of the family. At that moment, Su Qiming turned to his father and said, "Father, now that the family has been divided, I, as your son, assure you that we shall live well together from now on. I shall resolutely abandon my former despondency and strive to improve our lives, so that my uncle and grandmother may gaze upon us with envy and regret." Upon hearing Su Qiming's heartfelt declaration, Su's father quickly wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse as he replied, "Good son, it is my past failures that have burdened you. From now on, let us cherish our time together as a family. Living well is more valuable than anything else. We need not aspire to great wealth, but as long as we can find happiness and joy, that suffices." Su's mother nodded, both crying and laughing, feeling a sense of hope as they beheld their son's promising spirit. Suddenly, Su Qiming remembered that he had yet to inform his parents about his plans to marry. Chapter 60. Discussing the division of property and house construction. Su Qiming spoke of Jiang Xiao's situation, assuring his parents that there was no need for deceit. He mentioned that Jiang Xiao had come from a place of hardship and that he had taken her in. The two had developed feelings for each other and had agreed to wed in a month. Upon hearing this, both Su's mother and father were astounded, eagerly inquiring about Jiang Xiao's circumstances. Su Qiming reassured them that she was a fine young woman, urging them to remain at ease and promising to introduce her in a few days. This news delighted Su's parents, who had often fretted over their son's prospects of finding a wife. Little did they expect such a wonderful daughter-in-law to come their way. At that moment, they cared not for her appearance. All they wished for was that their son could marry someone, and their expectations were modest. Being a young lady is different from the girls in our village. It is said that young ladies are accustomed to a life of ease. Can she endure the hardships of our simple existence? Su's mother, with a keen eye, expressed her concerns. "Fear not, Xiao is quite resilient. She has stayed in the boathouse for several days without uttering a word of fatigue. This morning, she even helped me till the soil and uproot weeds." "If you hadn't mentioned her status, who could tell?" replied Su Qiming with a smile. "Oh dear, how could you have her toil in the fields? You should be the one exerting more effort," Su's father remarked, a hint of displeasure in his voice, for this was to be his daughter-in-law, and he didn't want her to bear such burdens, especially after the hardships she had already endured. It was nothing too strenuous. She merely gathered the weeds I had uprooted and set them aside. If I let her do nothing, she would be unhappy. Today, she just helped me plant seeds and water the crops. Su Qiming chuckled. Jiang Xiao was indeed a diligent learner, asking him questions about the planting process, such as how deep to bury the peanuts and whether to press down the soil. After all, farming is no simple task and entails great knowledge. Very well then, as a man, you must take on more responsibility, especially for such a wonderful girl, Su's parents exclaimed joyfully, with smiles illuminating their faces. Su's mother grasped Su Qiming's hand, her rough, calloused fingers repeatedly caressing his. Noticing the cracks in his mother's hands, with her dark, thick thumb and deformed knuckles, Su Qiming felt a pang in his heart. The women of their coastal village labored year-round, and he vowed to work hard in life to ensure his parents could enjoy a life of comfort. Mother, this is a moisturizing cream I purchased for you. Please use it regularly. It is specifically meant for treating cracked skin. Your hands have endured years of seawater, and they often become chapped. Apply this generously. Do not hesitate to use it. If you run out, I shall buy you more. Your son is capable now and can earn money. In just these few days, I've made nearly 100 from fishing, and I've also borrowed 200 from Zhou Yuanping. With this sum, along with our savings, we can build our house. Su Qiming recounted his recent adventures at the tidal flats, where he had been catching jumping fish and crab-eating fish. He had nothing to hide from his parents and candidly shared his experiences, primarily to assure them that his earnings were entirely legitimate. He mentioned that he had not been idle this past year, instead experimenting with various methods to capture the elusive sea creatures, which had ultimately led to his success. Both Su father and Su mother listened in a state of bewilderment, astonished by their son's newfound maturity and willingness to communicate so openly. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Regardless of the circumstances, their hearts swelled with warmth as they absorbed Su Qiming's words, and their eyes brimmed with emotion. After such a long wait, their son had finally come to his senses. Previously, Su father had mustered the courage to engage Su Qiming in conversation, but their dialogues often devolved into arguments, ending in discord. Now, however, their son was actively conversing, demonstrating that sometimes the gap between a father and son could be bridged through calm and sincere communication. Su father, beaming with joy, engaged in animated conversation with Su Qiming, feeling optimistic about the future. Su mother, holding a jar of moisturizer, looked at it with mixed feelings of joy and concern. After all this effort to earn a little money, you just splurge it carelessly. Normally, I would just use a bit of tea oil. Who among us coastal folk doesn't use tea oil for bumps and bruises? Must you buy this fancy moisturizer? At my age, it's quite ridiculous to use such things, she chided, though her eyes sparkled with delight. Su father, equally cheerful, remarked while lifting a bag of brown sugar. Did you really divide this into 2 packages? One is for my sister-in-law, but I didn't dare let her keep it. You know how my aunt is. She dotes on my younger cousin and give him all the good things. If I give this brown sugar to my sister-in-law, it's like giving it to him. She is kind-hearted, so I'll keep it here for when Fu Bao comes. I'll secretly make her a drink with it. The same goes for the flour cake. I have another package for her. Su Qiming placed the brown sugar and flour cake in the cupboard, reminding them that with the warm weather, they should not hesitate to consume the treats within the next few days, lest they spoil and cause discomfort. He assured them that he would buy more brown sugar after they finished this batch. By the way, I brought cloth for you both to make some clothes, along with new sandals I bought for you. He retrieved the fabric and sandals from the ground, and without uttering a word, Su father and Su mother failed to notice how much he had purchased, feeling a pang of regret over the expenses. Did you not eat well last night? Here, take these pastries to enjoy, Su Qiming said, recalling that the pastries were tucked away inside. He handed them the paper-wrapped pastries, but they, reluctant to indulge, insisted he eat instead. He had to explain that he would return to share a meal with Jiang Xiao, which finally prompted them to start eating. Curiosity about Jiang Xiao piqued their interest, as they wondered what she looked like. Don't fret, mother and father. She is quite shy and has only been here a few days. Once she gets more comfortable, I'll bring her home for you to meet, Su Qiming assured, having already made plans for the future. It is indeed too hasty to meet. We have yet to prepare the red envelopes, the two of them joyfully remarked, their curiosity about Jiang Xiao's appearance growing ever stronger. Su's mother gently stroked the fabric and said, "Let me hasten to complete the garments in the coming days. This way, both your father and I will have new clothes to wear. Otherwise, when our daughter-in-law arrives and sees us, 2 old folks in such shabby attire, who knows what she might think? And look at our home. Alas, it's like rain pouring outside and drizzling inside, and we haven't tidied it up properly. There's no rush. Let's wait for 10 days to half a month. Did you not say that you plan to marry in about a month? Then, let us use this money directly for building a house. We cannot stay in the side room for much longer. If we bring our bride home to live in a boathouse, how unseemly would that be? Building a new house will let the entire neighborhood know. and they won't claim we are destitute. Sue's father, cheerfully holding the money in his hands, said, "All right, let us build 2 houses." "Why 2?" replied Sue. "Your mother and I are quite old. We can manage here. The remaining funds I intend to set aside as your capital. Once married, expenses will abound, and after having children, the need for funds will only increase." Sue's father shot him a glare, settled into his chair, and took a puff from his pipe. "Previously, I lacked the means and was rather ineffectual. Now, having finally managed to obtain some money from your uncle, we shall not dwell on that matter any longer. Building a house will cost at most 500 or 600. The rest will be your startup capital. Besides, don't you need money for your wedding? There's the engagement and feast to consider. Although we won't see the in-laws, we must still fulfill the customary rituals, which will cost at least a few hundred. How can we afford to build 2 houses and still have enough for the wedding?" Sue's mother echoed, "Indeed, my child, you are unaware of the priorities. Your father and I have no other expenditures. Why build a new house?" Chapter 61. A heartfelt conversation between father and son. Mother and father, I am still young, and I have ample time to earn money in the future. At present, I do not lack these few $100s. Have I not mentioned that I have already made a substantial sum from gathering seafood these past few days? If I put in a bit more effort over the next fortnight, I will surely earn enough for the expenses of marriage. Qiming took a sip of water, patiently analyzing the situation. He explained that the funds for building a house would not be spent all at once. Over the course of a month or 2, he would have ample opportunity to earn gradually. His desire was simply for the 2 families to reside in a new home, which would be more convenient for him to raise a child. Living here, with the uncle's family just a glance away, was quite bothersome. Moreover, since they had not divided the kitchen, his parents would need to construct a new stove. His words stirred the hearts of both parents, but they remained hesitant, feeling that moving into a new house might be an extravagant choice. Enough. Even if you insist, I still cannot agree. You young man, you do not understand the cost of daily necessities, Sue's mother remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and casting him a sidelong glance. Indeed, in these times, earning money is no easy feat. Those fish you catch are not available every day. Come autumn and winter, they will disappear entirely. Will you survive on nothing but the cold winds of the Northwest? Do not let a little money inflate your ego. Sue's father, leisurely extracting tobacco from an iron box, meticulously filled his pipe, muttering, "Now that you have earned some money, be prudent with it. In the future, you could purchase a small boat, set traps, and cast nets. This would provide a stable income. Life is lived gradually. I see that you have made a little money these past few days, and you seem somewhat carried away. Do not take offense at my words. I have traversed the same path at your age." I understand, Su Qiming sighed. This secondary house was in disrepair, particularly the beams, which had been gnawed by termites. He recalled that it had stood for over 20 years before collapsing in the previous generation. There was no way he could allow his parents to reside here. However, he found it difficult to express his concerns. He could hardly claim to foresee the future, lest they think him mad. In truth, Su Qiming felt a sense of urgency. Having been reborn, who knew whether some butterfly effect had been triggered? What if the beams could not withstand the weight any longer? Hence, relocating as swiftly as possible was imperative. The reason his parents were reluctant was ultimately simple: poverty. If their financial situation were more favorable, they would undoubtedly agree if he contributed a sum of 1,000 or 1,800, rather than persuading them to consent. It would be wiser for him to earn more money during this time. Delaying the construction of their house by a month or 2 would not be a significant issue. With this thought, Su Qiming chose not to press the matter further. Better early than late. Tomorrow I shall speak with the village chief regarding the foundation. I will seek a suitable site, and in the afternoon, I will find someone to expedite the construction. Once the house is completed, it will take at least 2 to 3 months before it is ready for occupancy. Yes, it cannot be delayed too long. Sue's mother nodded in agreement. Speaking of the foundation, Su Qiming hastily remarked, "Father, Mother, I have my eye on a promising piece of land. When the time comes, I hope you can consider acquiring it. It's the plot of vegetable garden we divided today. To the left, there's a slightly elevated area. Do you recall?" "Yes." "You intend to build there? It's closer to the sea, making it convenient for tidal observations, but it's a bit distant from the village," they replied. "Indeed, that's my plan. although I want to face the sea, as the sea breeze can be unpleasant, and it's known that metal can corrode easily in such conditions. I believe it's quite suitable being near our land, allowing for quick access to the tides and ease in farming. Qiming articulated his prepared rationale. Yet he withheld a crucial thought. This area is slated for future development, and the compensation for relocation could amount to a significant sum, an investment in what lies ahead. Furthermore, the land possesses commendable feng shui, nestled against the sea, with a view of woodlands and fields distanced from the village, providing a comfortable existence. Well then, it's your house, and you shall decide. In the future, your mother and I might find ourselves heeding your counsel more often. Amin, his father, suddenly called out to him. Hesitant, he continued, with age, I find myself more talkative. Please don't mind my ramblings. Having lived longer, I possess a measure of experience. If you truly wish to lead a good life, strive for it with conviction. Let's all work diligently and not abandon our efforts midway. Your mother and I are still in good health, and our recent division of property was less than amicable. Everyone in the village is watching. Sue's mother interjected. The division was indeed unpleasant, and whether right or wrong is irrelevant. In the end, it will be a laughingstock if anyone fails to thrive. What your father means is that we should all strive earnestly, aiming to live lives of merit. This exchange rendered Qiming somewhat solemn. Previously, he would have dismissed their lengthy discourse. However, after his rebirth, he recognized that enduring his parents' chatter is, in fact, a form of happiness. It was only after losing such connections in his past life that he learned to cherish them, and in this life, he vowed not to let it slip away again. He nodded and declared, I understand, father and mother. This time, I shall work diligently. We must surpass Uncle S' family, letting the villagers witness our success. That is reassuring. His father responded, but do not act presumptuously. Your uncle is accommodating. We are family. If you were to threaten him with a kitchen knife, and he cried out for your elder cousin to intervene, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Remember, if it were an outsider, they might not hesitate to send you flying with a kick. I understand, today's events were driven by desperation. Qiming sighed, pondering aloud, Father, when did my uncle become like this? Like what? Just as he is. It's not beneficial for our family. Alas, your uncle and I were once close as brothers, growing up together in harmony. I cannot pinpoint when things began to change. Perhaps it was after we both married, once he established his own family, and we began to live our separate lives. The warmth of our kinship seemed to sour, especially as his family's fortune surpassed ours. Once the close-knit brothers became two separate families, everything changed. Every matter now prioritized the interests of one's own household, compounded by the incessant whispers of the domineering aunt. As Su's father spoke, he gradually fell into silence. Qiming felt as though he had grasped some truths, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Ultimately, it boiled down to their family's lack of success, leading to their disdain from others. He resolved to strive doubly hard in the future. After carefully placing the old man's cherished map of New Year paintings, Qiming decided not to linger, for Zhang Shuyuan was still waiting for him at home, and he needed to return promptly. Be cautious on the road. By the way, regarding the wedding in early July, it is indeed urgent. How could we marry without selecting an auspicious date? We must find a favorable day in July. Do you know the girl's birth date? They instructed him. As Qiming departed, he overheard his aunt berating their family with disdainful remarks. Surprisingly, his uncle still maintained some semblance of dignity and urged her to tone down her insults. What more do you want? We've already separated. However, the aunt's voice only grew louder, lamenting that without him, could he have acquired a grand ship so easily, and with the birth of two sons? What further discontent could there be? Chapter 62. Returning home, his uncle fell silent, merely stepping outside with a cigarette in his mouth. Upon seeing him, the expression on his uncle's face conveyed everything, as he touched his neck, hesitant to emerge, and began to pace alone in the courtyard. Spotting a hen that had yet to return to its nest, he kicked it with disdain, exclaiming, Damn it, worthless creature, still unaware of returning home? I shall stew you one of these days. Regardless of his uncle's veiled criticism, Qiming said little. On his way back, he stopped by the home of a familiar relative, procuring 2 large geese and over 10 chicks. This relative specialized in selling chicks, typically hatching around 100 from a hen to sell, though payment was deferred until the chicks matured and their genders were determined, as male chicks were less valuable. Currently, every household relied on selling eggs for extra income. In the previous years, during the communal farming period, food was scarce, and people survived on the proceeds from selling eggs. They humorously referred to hens as chicken but banks. At this moment, since the chicks had not yet been sexed, he remarked, "If you find the hens to be insufficient later, I can provide more." The man, with feathers stuck to his clothing, squatted before the chicken coop, where a bright yellow light bulb illuminated the space. He jotted down notes: 10 chicks, 2 large geese, payment for the geese settled. By the way, in a few days, there will be ducklings available. Would you like any? After contemplating, Qiming declined, reasoning that ducks loved to wallow in water, and their small stream, used for meals, will be sullied by their droppings. Very well, we can settle the payment once the chicks grow, the man concluded, putting away his notebook. After Qiming left, a woman's voice emerged from inside. Who has come? Today, amidst the uproar of his family's division, Qiming had allegedly brandished a knife at his uncle's throat to assert his claim. Had someone just mentioned that? Is that lad? So young, yet so ruthless. That's his own uncle, though his uncle's family is rather unscrupulous, engaging in unworthy acts. What brings him to catch chicks? Rumor had it that a distant relative introduced him to a girl who was to be married by the end of the month. I asked about it, and was told he wished to live independently, raising some chickens and ducks for sustenance. What a girl? The woman inquired, intrigued. What can be said? Regardless, we will all be contributing to the wedding gift. We shall see then. I suspect she may not be remarkable. What good girl would marry into his family? Just the other day, I heard someone say that the girl appeared quite beautiful, but I find it hard to believe. With their circumstances, would such a fine girl truly wed into their family? Meanwhile, Qiming arrived back at the boathouse, placing the geese and chicks within the fenced area and securing the gate. Turning around, he beheld the warm orange glow of candlelight within the boathouse, instantly easing his heart. The seaweed that had been drying outside had all been gathered. The young girl was indeed diligent. "Ming, why are you so late today?" Jiang Shuyu, upon hearing his footsteps, peeked out from the window, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I made a trip home." Qiming recounted the day's events, deliberately downplaying the gravity of the situation, suggesting that the family had split and that a new house would soon be built, which he deemed a positive development. Jiang Xiao, in a fit of indignation, berated her uncle's family for quite some time. However, her vocabulary was limited. She merely reiterated how wicked and heartless they were, her insults lacking the potency of even a mosquito's sting. After venting her frustration for a while, she finally inquired, "Are we moving away?" "No. The new house won't be ready until September, so we still have a few months here." "Are you worried about the freshly planted crops?" "Indeed. I was thinking that we just finished tilling the land and planted the seeds. If we move right away, all our efforts today would be in vain." Jiang Xiao had invested considerable sweat and energy into this land. It was her first experience in farming, as she wished to nurture it with care. The thought of leaving so abruptly troubled her. "Don't worry, the vegetables will sprout in less than a month. The loofah will cover our entire boathouse in no time. Even if the peanuts take longer to mature, we can return occasionally to water them and pull weeds after we move. That's a relief. Let's eat first." That evening, Jiang Xiao prepared dinner. The oysters they had dug up previously remained uneaten, preserved in a net submerged in the sea, allowing for convenient retrieval. Qiming savored a large pot of oysters alongside porridge, only stopping when he could eat no more, as he felt the need to consume more in preparation for the future. Jiang Xiao was not particularly fond of oysters, finding them somewhat peculiar. However, she relished the cold dishes, especially the sea grapes and sea cabbage, which were crisp and refreshing when dressed with vinegar and fish sauce. She also added some steamed mussels and meat from the general's hat, which complemented the meal nicely. "Next time, let us get some pork belly, and I'll buy some small chili peppers. We can make braised pork and keep some lard on hand. Otherwise, these dishes lack nutrition." Qiming noticed Jiang Xiao's aversion to shellfish. It made sense. As people from the seaside, they were accustomed to certain foods, while those from the inland regions found them unappealing. Let us buy more meat tomorrow, and some greens as well, to cater to your tastes. Since you enjoy spicy food, I'll add more chili when we stir-fry the greens and meat. He thought it would be wise for him to learn to enjoy a bit of spice too. After all, they say that capsaicin is good for one's health. Eating this is fine. Why do we need meat? We just had pork ribs a few days ago. Besides, pork belly and lard are not easy to come by. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of sympathy, not so much for the money, but for Su Qiming, realizing how hard he worked to earn it. She produced little income herself, and she thought it unreasonable to indulge in lavish meals every day. Don't worry, I have my connections. Besides, I earned 50 or 60 today. After buying some things, we still have 50 left. Count it. Su Qiming took out the money and handed it to Jiang Xiao. How'd you earn so much? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. Clutching the money. This was over 50 yuan. Haha, don't fret. I earned it while gathering seafood. Your man is quite capable. In the future, I'll earn this much for you every day. Are you still reluctant to indulge in meat? With the money in hand, Su Qiming felt a newfound confidence. Who wouldn't enjoy the admiration of a woman while holding cash? Jiang Shuyao remained silent, her cheeks flushed, for she had overheard Su Qiming's remark, your man, which inexplicably left her feeling a mix of embarrassment and delight. After carefully arranging the money, she couldn't resist counting it once more. How much was it? Su Qiming approached her, revealing that they had earned over 130 yuan in just a few days, an unexpected sum indeed. Jiang Shuyao tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and turned to him with a joyful smile. In truth, her New Year's red envelope had contained more than this amount, yet the money she held now felt particularly substantial, heavy in her hands, imbued with a profound sense of happiness. This was the fruit of their hard work and perseverance. Though she couldn't quite articulate it, a wave of contentment washed over her as she began to understand the sentiments her parents must have felt emerging from a life of hardship. It dawned on her that perhaps difficult times were not as burdensome, especially depending on whom one shared them with. Initially, Jiang Shuyao had little expectation, believing that whether they earned more or less, any income was a blessing as long as they put in the effort. However, she was astonished at how much Su Qiming had managed to earn. This revelation sparked an unforeseen fantasy within her. Could it be that one day, should Su Qiming achieve great success, he might truly be able to rescue her parents? Yet, this thought flickered briefly before her gaze dimmed with melancholy. Chapter 63. Utterly disgusted. Observing Jiang Xiao's rather petty obsession with finances, Su Qiming chuckled lightly and initiated a discussion regarding their wedding preparation schedule for the beginning of next month. He suggested that they should consult the zodiac for auspicious dates, to which Jiang Xiao readily agreed, acknowledging the significance of such an important occasion. The couple lay in bed, conversing for quite some time. Su Qiming shared his plans, expressing his intention to reserve their funds for the wedding. He mentioned that after receiving some of the monetary gifts, he would save up to purchase a small boat, allowing him to venture out for fishing with traps and nets. After all, beachcombing was not a daily pursuit. Possessing a boat would stabilize their income significantly and enable them to explore more distant islands for fishing, as the nearby beaches were often overcrowded with people rather than fish. The conversation veered towards the matter of sourcing meat. He revealed that he was cultivating relationships with certain individuals and planned to offer fish as gifts twice more before inquiring with a particular woman about obtaining some lard. As Su Qiming spoke passionately, Jiang Xiao listened quietly, occasionally nodding and smiling, feeling a deep admiration for his adeptness in navigating various matters and social intricacies, knowledge that eluded her. When relatives visited their home, she remained silent, often criticized by her parents for her lack of decorum, as she failed to engage in even the most basic pleasantries like greeting guests or asking if they had eaten. By the following morning, the couple arose early. Su Qiming reassured Jiang Xiao that there was no rush to water the fields, as they had been thoroughly irrigated the previous day and would not need attention for several days. He emphasized the importance of watering either in the morning or evening, cautioning against midday irrigation due to the scorching sun that could scorch the plants. After presenting the zodiac information to his parents, he returned to make a wish to the Mazu goddess. This time, he refrained from requesting the Holy Grail, saving it for later when they reached the tidal flats. He dismissed any further thoughts, rationalizing that perhaps the goddess was simply in a less favorable mood that day. With a mud horse in tow, he joined Zhang Dehai and the others to gather supplies from the tidal flats. However, not long into their journey, Zhang Dehai noticed someone stealthily trailing them on a mud horse. Upon turning around, Su Qiming recognized the figure following them as Jiang Dafei. Why was he shadowing them? Su Qiming's frustration grew. Despite changing directions twice, Jiang Dafei persistently followed. He finally understood why his wish had gone unfulfilled today. Someone was deliberately causing trouble. The fishing community upheld an unwritten rule. One must not follow closely behind another, whether fishing or setting out to sea. If someone arrived first, others were expected to yield. It was evident that Jiang Dafei, envious of their successful catches of jumping fish and crab-eating fish, sought to uncover their methods. Seriously, Jiang Dafei, what's your game? Why are you trailing us? Zhang Dehai vented, hands on his hips, indignantly scolding. Zhao San, equally enraged, exclaimed, Jiang Dafei, do you believe I could have my father run you over with a train? You think you can dictate my movements? I'll go wherever I please. This tidal flat is not your property. Clearly, it's you three who are blocking my path. Jiang Dafei, unwilling to concede, exclaimed angrily while observing the jump fish traps they carried. Are you using this to catch crab-eating fish? Or perhaps jump fish? Damn it, what business is it of yours? Zhang Dehai replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and stuffing the traps into a bucket. What shall we do now? What can we do? He retorted. He is correct. This mudflat does not belong to us, and we cannot impose our will upon it. Let us return for now. We cannot allow him to learn our methods. Su Qiming felt equally powerless. After all, it would be unreasonable to physically confront Jiang Dafei. At that moment, he also felt a wave of disgust. The method of catching large jump fish and crab-eating fish was easily observable, and if a crowd gathered to watch, there would be little one could do. After all, one cannot simply hide behind a cloth. Surely he won't truly learn it, will he? Even if he grasps the concept of the trap, if he cannot replicate it, it will be futile. Didn't I mention this before? Let's head back. Sighing, he expressed his frustration, lamenting the wasted day, as he had hoped to see Xiao Xiao again. Zhao San, equally dejected, concurred, let's return for now. The three of them trudged back through the muddy terrain. Upon witnessing their departure, Jiang Dafei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had intended to glean knowledge from them, believing Su Qiming and his companions to be naive. To his surprise, they were far more vigilant than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, as Su Qiming returned, he noticed a few individuals stealthily following them. When they saw the trio return, their expressions shifted to one of surprise, revealing a hint of unease in their eyes. These three were also from their village. Ming, hi, why have you all returned? Aren't you going to catch large jump fish today? One inquired. Yes, why didn't you go since the tide has receded? Or are you planning to change locations? They gazed at them eagerly. Damn it, Su Qiming thought, his eyes widening in realization. It was not only Jiang Dafei who had followed them. A few clever individuals were lurking behind, seeking to learn their methods. This was truly underhanded. With a darkened expression, he replied, we are not going. The conditions are unfavorable today, so we decided to return home early. What do you mean, unfavorable? Haven't you been catching plenty these past few days? We were hoping to learn a few tricks from you. Another chimed in. Yes, we are all relatives here. Why not share your methods with us? We have families to support, and people say this technique has taken you a year to perfect. It would be generous to share it. Su Qiming nearly erupted in anger. How could one be so shameless? It was his method. Why should he share it? What method is there? It's all based on luck. Now, let us go back. Today is not suitable for beachcombing. He called out to the visibly frustrated Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, urging them to return. Just then, someone leaned in to peer at the traps in their bucket and said, Hey, is this what you use to catch them? Let's take a look. Can you give us one? The individual in question is named Xia Hua, slightly older than the others, having wed at an early age, and his reputation within the village is rather unsavory. He frequently engages in card games with Jiang Dafei and his cousin, who is notorious for his late-night escapades. Only someone of his character could stoop to such shameless acts. Hey, remove your hand. Are you attempting to rob me? Zhang Dehai exclaimed. anger surging through him as he shoved the man, causing him to stumble back onto the ground. What was that for? Why did you push me? Xiahua retorted, his temper flaring as he stood up, ready to grab Zhang Dahai by the collar. I pushed you because you were being inappropriate. What's the matter? Do you wish to fight? Your hand was the one that dared to touch my belongings. Fortunately, a companion intervened, quickly restraining Xiahua. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel over this. It is not worth it. Ahai, do not be upset. He was merely curious, and he harbors no ill intentions. Besides, what harm is there in allowing him a glance? A cage is hardly valuable. Your words are quite foolish. That cage is our prized possession. How can it be deemed worthless in your eyes? Are you so selfless? Then why not donate your wife for me to inspect as well? Zhang Dahai spat, his sharp tongue igniting the man's ire, causing his face to redden with indignation. Zhao San, chuckling, chimed in, then I too wish to have a look. Su Qiming pulled Zhang Dahai aside, saying, come, let's not bicker. Since it is still early, we should venture out to sea. Out to sea? Both Zhang Dahai and Zhao San's eyes brightened at the prospect, though confusion lingered in their minds. For how could they embark without a boat? Every household's vessel was not available for rent. Chapter 64. The Devious Jiang Dafei. For fishermen by the sea, their fishing boats are their lifeblood. Seldom lend out unless there is an urgent matter at hand. If they find themselves unable to utilize their boats for a period, it seems a waste to leave them idle at home. Thus, they might consider renting them out. Zhang Dahai and Zhao San were intrigued by Su Qiming's notion. That could be discussed later. Su Qiming first created a sense of suspense, then cast a deep glance at Jiang Dafei and Xiahua, the latter still muttering curses under her breath. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiahua spat disdainfully. What is so impressive about them? 3 good-for-nothings, 2 rascals, and 1 fool. Just because they have a trick for catching shrimp? After venting her frustration, she turned to Jiang Dafei and remarked, you were pulling me back earlier. Aren't we capable of dealing with those 3? If we give them a thrashing, surely they'll reveal their methods to us. There is no need to rush things. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Dafei's eyes. As long as that fellow is out and about, we will shadow him relentlessly. We can afford to wait. What if he doesn't come out at all? Xiahua's irritation lingered as she wiped the mud from her clothes. Jiang Dafei dismissed her concerns with a scoff. How could he not? Haven't you heard he just married? Weddings are costly affairs. He will be eager to earn money. We can simply act as persistent shadows, and as long as he struggles to make money, he will be anxious. Eventually, we can approach him for a conversation, and he will have no choice but to relent. Jiang Dafei's desire to target Su Qiming was fueled by the memory of that night, when Su had taken 2 prize shrimp and some cash from him, leaving him feeling slighted. Usually, he was the one to intimidate others in the village, who dared to cross him, if he couldn't reclaim his dignity. How could he continue his life in the village? All right, Brother Fei, your strategy is indeed clever. We shall follow your lead. We have plenty of time to wear him down. Xiahua's eyes sparkled, and the 2 young men behind her chuckled in agreement. They then began to discuss the wife introduced to Su Qiming by a distant relative, unanimously declaring her exceptionally beautiful and well-proportioned, with everyone expressing envy and bitterness. It was perplexing to them how a mere ruffian like him could land such a remarkable spouse, although they had yet to see her. The village gossip painted her as a paragon of beauty, fueling their curiosity. That night, Jiang Dafei had indeed encountered her. As he listened to their chatter, a twinge of jealousy crossed his face. Yes, she is tall, speaks sweetly, and is quite attractive. I, too, wonder how he managed to marry such a stunning girl. She doesn't resemble a typical village girl. She looks more like she belongs in the city, with skin so fair it almost glows at night. Is it really that exaggerated, Brother Fei? He could marry a girl from the city, but how could a city girl possibly wish to come to our fishing village? Indeed, I find it puzzling as well. That girl must surely be from the city, and I am equally curious as to why she would choose to marry into our fishing village. A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Dafei's eyes as he mumbled, I have not heard of any distant relatives of the Su family in Sichuan. Did they not originally migrate from Hunan? What connection do they have to Sichuan? Do you remember a few years ago when those educated youth were sent to the countryside? Many children of capitalists were sent to the cow sheds, accused of engaging in capitalist activities. Are you suggesting that Su Qiming's wife is also one of those sent down? Precisely. If she were not sent down, why would a perfectly fine city girl come to our fishing village? Xiaohua asserted emphatically. We have witnessed similar occurrences in recent years, haven't we? Back then, several educated youth were enamored with you, Fei Ge, and in the end, wasn't Yang Huahua the one who married you? The group chuckled. Yet Jiang Dafei's expression suddenly darkened as he said, All right, enough of this. Let us talk about his wife. Why drag me into it? However, we could use his wife to irritate him. How do we do that? What better way than to circulate rumors that his wife is the daughter of a capitalist, sent down to our fishing village, and claim that she is unclean and inauspicious? We fishermen hold great reverence for feng shui. If such an ill-omened girl were to marry into our village, many fishermen would surely be reluctant. If we spread this rumor, it would surely irk him. Jiang Dafei, with a belly full of malice, mused on the destructive power of rumors, relishing the thought of Su Qiming's misfortune. Not long ago, in a neighboring village, several children of capitalists were sent there, and when a storm claimed the lives of several fishermen, they were blamed for the misfortune and nearly driven out. I believe our speculation is quite reasonable. After all, why would a city girl willingly lower herself to marry a mere fisherman like him? Upon returning, we should discuss this and let those aunts and uncles overhear, allowing the rumor to spread. Yes, we must tarnish her reputation. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai, fuming, exclaimed to Ming, Are we really going to let this slide? Did you not see that those individuals had ill intentions, trailing behind us just to provoke us and attempt to steal our skills? Bah, they should have been beaten into submission earlier. On the other hand, Su Qiming responded, Let us not resort to violence at every turn. The adult world is not about fighting and killing. If we truly wish to deal with them, we must rely on our wits. Ming, yesterday, when you divided the family property, you brandished a knife at your uncle, yet now you hesitate? Even if we were to give them a good thrashing, the villagers would not blame us, as they were the ones acting unscrupulously first. Zhang Dehai remained somewhat unconvinced, primarily due to his earlier surge of anger. Zhao San nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Indeed, while I may not be adept at strategizing, I am certainly skilled in action. However, to deal with these ruffians, we must employ alternative tactics. After uttering these words, Su Qiming felt a twinge of discomfort, for they, too, at present, were akin to the very thugs they spoke of. He clarified, Consider this. If we do not eliminate them decisively, how can we escape their incessant harassment? For the past few days, we have abandoned our pursuit of the jumping fish, as they are undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on us. What shall we do, then? Asked Simu. We should incapacitate them to the extent that they are unable to rise from their beds for several days, thereby preventing them from following us. Zhang Dehai's eyes blazed with frustration. It was a rare opportunity to earn money, yet he found himself unable to seize it, which left him in a state of deep anxiety. Do not fret. There is no need for brute force. The true skill lies in subduing them completely without resorting to violence, Su Qiming asserted, having returned from his rebirth no longer a mere Navi youth. Zhang Dehai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So you have planned? Chapter 65, Setting Sail. Alas, I am not a sage capable of instant wisdom. Let's first venture out to sea and observe. Patience is essential. The more anxious one becomes, the more one plays into the hands of others. Su Qiming jestingly admonished. When matters arise in our village, aside from Uncle Dong, does not the village secretary also have to intervene? He inquired. Indeed, while Uncle Dong may handle minor issues, for significant concerns, we must summon the secretary. What is the matter? Shall we seek out the secretary? However, that seems futile, does it not? We cannot approach the secretary directly. His verbal admonishments are of little practical use. We must invite him at a crucial moment. What shall we do then? First, let's go tide chasing. We can discuss further upon our return. At this moment, Su Qiming already harbored an immature notion. If Jiang Dafei and his associates wished to oppose him, so be it. He would engage them in their little game, for they should not perceive him as a benevolent figure. In his past life, amassing great wealth was no small feat, and kindness alone does not suffice. Moreover, having been reborn, he still lacked sufficient insight into Jiang Dafei and his companions. It was imperative to uncover their backgrounds before devising a strategy to counter them. As he contemplated, Qiming cast the Holy Grail, and indeed, he wished for a smooth voyage. The goddess Mazu granted him her blessing. Very well, then. Let us set sail. Today, this expedition promises considerable profit. Observing Qiming's confidence, Zhang Dehai grumbled a few more times before relenting. Zhao San scoffed. Next time, let him experience my guanine sitting on a lotus. Alas, Zhao San, that technique is not meant to be employed in such a manner. Qiming rolled his eyes. Zhang Dehai, you ought to refrain from showing Zhao San those comic strips henceforth. That's not my fault. He simply fails to focus on the essentials. Zhang Dehai protested, claiming innocence. Pray tell, what are you two discussing? Nothing of consequence. Continue with your technique. When the time comes, they will surely be terrified into submission. Is my voice truly that loud? Haha, fear you? Not at all. What does that even mean? Zhao San scratched his head in confusion. Simultaneously, Qiming and Zhang Dehai chuckled, leaving Zhao San perplexed as he muttered, "What on earth are you laughing about? Can't you share it with me?" "No, we cannot divulge it. You will understand in due time. By the way, you have yet to mention how we shall embark on our voyage. I have also not heard of anyone needing to borrow a boat." Zhang Dehai resumed the conversation. As they made their way back, having removed their mud-soaked footwear, they hoisted the mud horse upon their shoulders. Qiming had already anticipated this, stating, "A few years back, when our production team disbanded, there were many boats left unsold. They were entrusted to the management of various teams. If memory serves me correctly, our team still has several idle small boats. Renting one at market price should be quite straightforward." "Are you referring to the boats within our team?" "The issue is those boats are all rowed by hand, lacking engines. Wouldn't they exhaust us after a mere mile? Moreover, the coastal waves can be treacherous. With even a slight swell, we might not return. Isn't that too perilous? Who said we should rent a boat without an engine? In our team, there exists a small wooden boat equipped with an engine. Have you forgotten?" With Qiming's reminder, Zhang Dehai slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I remember now. That boat was not sold. I later heard that the family, unable to repay the subsequent loan, returned it." "Yes, that's the very boat. Let us rent it for a day. The market price should be merely a few yuan, and we will cover the cost of diesel ourselves." He continued, "Agreed. We shall split the expenses among the three of us. However, let us hope we do not venture out to sea only to return empty-handed and out of pocket for both the rental and fuel. Indeed, going out to sea relies heavily on fortune." Zhao San nodded in agreement, grasping this simple truth. Qiming pondered for a moment. "Let us set sail and explore. We might just encounter some schools of fish. We have cast nets and fishing lines on the boat, do we not? We can first employ the cast net, and then try our hand at fishing. We could venture into the rocky waters, as this boat is not prone to grounding, and such areas often conceal fish." "Very well, let us give it a try. After all, we cannot lose much," they concurred. They temporarily left the mud horse at Zhang Dehai's home, stopping by to greet his mother. Although she was only in her 40s, her hair was already streaked with gray, and her complexion appeared somewhat gaunt. Upon their greeting, Zhang Dehai's mother smiled at them. Qiming recalled that when he last saw her, her eyes lacked luster, but today there was a glimmer of vitality in her gaze. Reflecting on Zhang Dehai's mother's past illness, he suggested, "Ahai, once we have some money, take your aunt to the county for a checkup, for does she not often suffer from liver pain?" Zhang Dehai scratched his head and replied, "I have thought about it before, but we lack the funds. Once I earn some money alongside you, I will take my mother for a visit." "Very well," Qiming reassured, pleased with Zhang Dehai's intent. The group proceeded to the dock managed by the production team, where a man named Liu oversaw the rentals. Upon learning they wished to rent a boat, and recognizing them as fellow villagers, he promptly registered their details and handed over the vessel. Zhao San returned with a barrel of diesel, muttering, "Why has the price of diesel risen again? With more people using boats, the cost is bound to increase." Qiming replied, "Ever since this production team disbanded, our nation's economic situation has been improving day by day. Every household is striving to save money for a boat, hoping for a better life, with more boats in operation. The demand for diesel inevitably drives the prices up. Who among you can operate the boat?" He inquired. "I shall take the helm," Su Qiming replied, reluctant to let the others steer. While navigating a boat does not require exceptional skills, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San had little experience. Su Qiming had merely accompanied his father in piloting small boats to set traps. They purchased a barrel of assorted fish for bait. With the scent of diesel wafting around them, they soon departed from the dock. As the three individuals set sail, many on the dock couldn't help but take notice, murmuring amongst themselves, "Ah, it seems these three rascals have truly reformed. I wonder whose vessel they have taken out to sea. They just emerged from the shipyard. It must be a rental from the production team." Sighing, they continued, "Ah, today's youth, they have no idea how challenging it is to fish at sea. What is the point of venturing out in a modest boat? They might even end up spending more on fuel." A few men chuckled as they crossed their legs, sharing their thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Qiming and his companions navigated the boat at a leisurely pace. As Su Qiming gazed upon the vast ocean, his spirits lifted slightly. Nearby, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San had already readied their fishing lines, winding them around their hands in preparation for a hand-fishing approach. "Ming, why aren't you fishing?" Zhang Dehai and Zhao San noticed Su Qiming's hesitation, and he forced a smile in response. Yet, the memory of his past life, where he met his end at the beak of a ferocious swordfish, caused a sharp pain in his chest. "You go ahead and fish. I'll just take a moment to compose myself," he said. "Come on, you're not seasick, are you?" Zhao San asked, bewildered and staring at him in shock. "It's possible," Su Qiming thought, recalling that he hadn't been out to sea in over a year. Seeking to calm his nerves, he decided to observe Zhang Dehai and Zhao San as they fished. Chapter 66. Yachts and Beauties. Fortunately, the dizzying sensation did not linger for long, and Su Qiming soon regained his composure. Over on Zhang Dehai's side, his fishing line began to stir, prompting his jubilant exclamation, "Catch incoming! Catch incoming!" He swiftly began to reel in the line, pulling out a large black fish that was thrashing about. With great excitement, Zhang Dehai shouted, "Damn, it's a black sea bream." A black sea bream. The scales of this fish often shimmer with a bronze hue, and the local fishermen refer to it as copper basin fish. Black sea bream are omnivorous, typically dwelling in rocky waters, and they possess remarkable adaptability to their environment. Furthermore, they fetch a handsome price at market. In this region, families with children suffering from poor appetites often purchase black sea bream to bolster their health. The fish had developed a pink bulge near its rear, a result of rapid changes in water pressure, which had ruptured its internal organs. Zhang Dehai quickly dispatched the fish with a knife to release the air, before tossing it into the bucket. Seeing Zhang Dehai's success, Su Qiming could no longer contain himself. After all, which angler could bear to witness a friend catching fish while remaining empty-handed? He hastily retrieved his hook, baited it with a small bait fish, and cast it into the water. While Su Qiming awaited his turn, Zhao San became the second to experience a tug on his line. With glee, he shouted, "I have a catch too! I have a catch too!" However, upon reeling in the line, he instantly cursed. "Damn, it's a sea slug. I can't believe this." Indeed, he had hooked a fist-sized sea slug, nicknamed the sea blue dragon, a true ocean sprite. "Ha ha, Zhao San, your luck is unmatched. How on earth did you manage to catch that?" "How would I know? At least it's not a puffer fish. If I had caught one of those, my line would have snapped in an instant." Zhao San carefully removed the sea slug, aware that its slimy secretions are toxic and can cause itching upon contact. He leaned the hook against the side of the boat, searching for a pair of tongs to delicately detach the creature. After rinsing the hook in seawater, he reattached a small bait fish and, feeling somewhat disheartened, cast it back into the depths. Su Qiming chuckled at Zhao San's misfortune, recognizing his friend's unique talents. Suddenly, he felt a vigorous tug on his line. He too had hooked a fish. As he reeled it in, Su Qiming was astonished to discover a fish weighing several pounds, its body glistening with a golden sheen. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Could it be? Am I about to catch a yellow croaker?" "What? A yellow croaker?" The price of yellow croaker has been quite favorable these past 2 years. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, momentarily forgetting their own lines, turned their attention eagerly towards Su Qiming. Before them lay a magnificent fish resplendent in golden hues. However, As Su Qiming hoisted it from the water, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. "Damn it, this is not a yellow croaker. This is a mackerel," he exclaimed. Yet Zhang Dehai, grinning broadly, replied, "Well done, Qiming. The price of mackerel isn't significantly lower than that of yellow croaker these days. They are all part of the same family of yellow fish. The 7 types of yellow fish include the yellow-lip fish, the hairy catfish, and both large and small yellow croakers, as well as mackerel, the yellow croaker, and the white croaker. One might assume that the large and small yellow croakers are simply variations of size. However, they are, in fact, entirely different species. Occasionally, fishermen might mislead outsiders. The smaller yellow croaker was caught in the mix. Su Qiming recalled that at this moment, they had yet to embark on a widespread catch of the large yellow croaker. He remembered a mass capture in Zhoushan that had led to a dramatic decline in their numbers, putting them at great risk, which in turn caused the price of wild large yellow croakers to soar. Therefore, he mused, the current population of large yellow croakers remained stable, and their prices were not as exorbitant as in later years, which brought him some comfort. After tossing the mackerel into the bucket, Su Qiming and his companions resumed their fishing. Soon, Zhao San had a bite, and fortune smiled upon him as he reeled in a sizable sea bass. However, the sun was beating down mercilessly, and after less than half an hour, they felt their necks burning painfully. They had no choice but to retrieve their straw hats from the boat. At that moment, the distant sound of an engine drew their attention. They looked up to see an ostentatious white yacht approaching, with several beautiful young women standing at the bow. Such sights were not uncommon in their area, as these were often the private yachts of affluent local businessmen. Many of the women aboard were not locals. Their origins were uncertain. Rumor had it that these girls were wealthy heiresses returning from studying abroad, hence their more liberated demeanor. These young women typically dressed modestly at the port, but once out at sea, they would shed their outer garments to reveal their swimsuits, making it awkward for anyone to comment should they be seen. Clad in bikinis from the harbor, the women displayed their fair thighs and decolletage. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Dehai's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the sight. Realizing Su Qiming was equally captivated, he thought to himself that it was no wonder they shared such camaraderie. Zhao San stopped fishing. "Look at those stunning women," Zhang Dehai exclaimed. "No, I'm only looking at the little ones," Zhao San replied, lowering his head. "Come on, you pretender. Don't you know that someone else's wife is the most enticing?" Zhang Dehai dismissed Zhao San's retort and turned back to Su Qiming, saying, "Hey, Qiming, I have a question. Why do those people have such a variety of hair colors? Red, yellow, and everything in between. Are they foreigners? But why do they look so similar to us? Their hair must be dyed," Su Qiming surmised. Su Qiming elucidated that, after all, Zhang Dehai and his companions were still oblivious to these matters. "Hair can be dyed too? I only knew that the nail grass could color nails." He marveled, the affluent truly live in a different realm. "Look, there's even a man in floral shorts. Could they all be his partners? How extravagant." Zhang Dehai was so captivated that he scarcely dared to blink. Meanwhile, several individuals aboard their vessel noticed the trio of women and a man on their boat and cast curious glances in their direction. However, their interest waned quickly. After all, they were merely fishermen, hailing from disparate worlds with little commonality. Yet, one girl in a blue swimsuit approached, playfully leaned over the railing, deliberately exposing her alabaster skin, and blew a kiss toward them. "Celestial beings. Qiming, I can't take it anymore." Zhang Dehai felt a rush of warmth surge through him, hastily bending at the waist. Soon after, the yacht glided swiftly past them, creating ripples that rocked their boat several times. Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai both saluted, turning their heads as the vessel sailed by. As men, how could they not gaze upon such beauty? Is there no sense of decency? Zhang Dehai muttered under his breath, cautious not to raise his voice for fear of being overheard, lest they retaliate and capsize their boat. Yet he could not help but exclaim, "How exhilarating! Truly exhilarating! This trip has been worthwhile. Too bad Zhao San missed it." As he spoke, they noticed Zhao San persistently bowing his head, wiping his nose. Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai turned to see Zhao San bleeding from his nostrils. "Good heavens, and you claimed you didn't look? You're such a hypocrite." They chastised in unison. Just after Su Qiming finished his rebuke, he suddenly felt an immense tug on the line in his hands. This force was all too familiar. It was the unmistakable pull of a large fish. Chapter 67. Taken away by the boat. Upon experiencing the sudden and forceful tug, Su Qiming was immediately struck by a wave of panic and dizziness. Why was this happening? In his previous life, he had met his demise at the hands of a swordfish while fishing, and the force exerted by that creature had been far greater than this. Instinctively, his legs grew weak, causing him to stumble forward slightly. Fortunately, Zhang Dehai was quick to react, grasping him and asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Damn, I was just admiring a beautiful woman, and didn't realize what was happening." Su Qiming quickly regained his balance. Reflecting on the fact that this voyage was a vow made to Mazu, the sea goddess, he felt reassured, believing that as kind-hearted as she was, everything would turn out fine. Most importantly, he sensed that the tension in the fishing line was not as formidable as he had anticipated, leading him to conclude that the fish's weight was likely around several dozen pounds. Fortunately, their lines were coiled around wooden poles, which they held firmly at both ends. If they were to catch such a sizable fish with insufficient line, it could have potentially caused severe injury to his hands. Thus, it was evident that deep-sea fishing carried its risks. However, those who engaged in such activities typically did not catch fish of this magnitude. Noticing the tautness of the line, Zhang Dehai quickly reeled in his own hook and stowed in the cabin, assisting Su Qiming in pulling on the line as he exclaimed, "What kind of fish is this? The line is so tight. It can't possibly break, can it? Damn, why utter such ominous words? It won't break. I'll let out some more line." Su Qiming promptly loosened his grip, allowing the line to slacken a bit, hoping to tire the fish out. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai slapped his mouth, realizing his previous words. "Oh dear, how could I say that? We will definitely catch it. Zhao San, hurry and wipe the blood from your nose, and come help." "Oh, right. I was looking at all. I was just gazing at the sky. The sun is simply too scorching." Zhao San mumbled, retracting his hook and tossing into the cabin, then wrapping his arms around Su Qiming's waist from behind. Su Qiming, bewildered, exclaimed, "Why are you hugging my waist? Are you trying to reenact Titanic?" "What is Titanic? What are you talking about, Amin?" "Never mind, just hold on tight." "All right, I will hold on tight, Amin." Zhao San embraced Su Qiming from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. Su Qiming was instantly disgusted and quickly nudged Zhao San with his rear. "What the hell are you doing? I asked you to hold my waist, not rest your head on my shoulder." In that comic book Zhang Dehai lent me, the female protagonist hugged the male lead like this from behind. I didn't know how else to embrace someone. Quit your rambling and crouch down. Zhang Dehai, if you ever show Zhao San those bizarre comics again, I swear I'll kick you to the moon. Just as Su Qiming finished scolding Zhang Dehai, he felt Zhao San crouching down, resting his face against his backside. "Zhao San, what on earth do you mean by putting your face on my backside? Where am I supposed to place my face?" Zhao San felt quite aggrieved. "Tilt your head back," he replied. "Oh, very well." Thus, Zhao San embraced Su Qiming's waist with both hands, tilting his head back. He then added, "Ming, the sunlight is quite blinding. May I lower my head?" All right, just lower your head quickly. As long as you aren't afraid that I might let out a fart that could blow you away." As they continued to fish, it became evident that the struggle with this particular fish was indeed formidable. Zhao San could feel the line beneath them thrashing violently, indicating that a large fish was engaging in a fierce battle. One cannot help but be captivated by the thrill of such a contest. It is no wonder that fishing enthusiasts find themselves enamored by the sport, as the sense of accomplishment from reeling in a catch is truly overwhelming. Yet, the identity of this fish remained a mystery. After several minutes of this struggle, Su Qiming and his companions began the arduous task of reeling in the line. Just as they were making progress, the fish suddenly erupted with a burst of energy, dragging their boat forward. "Good grief!" Su Qiming exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment as he bent down and positioned himself at the bow of the boat. The fish continued to pull their small vessel across the surface of the water, gradually increasing in speed. Fortunately, their line was sufficiently thick, otherwise it would have surely snapped. What kind of fish possesses such strength? At this moment, a sense of urgency gripped Su Qiming as he noticed that the large fish was heading directly toward the nearby yacht. The occupants of the yacht, a group of 3 men and 1 woman, had already taken notice of them. As they drew closer, Qiming could clearly see the figures aboard the yacht. Among the 3 women, 2 sported red hair, while 1 had blonde locks. The blonde girl was the very same who had earlier boldly showcased her figure in a swimsuit, her short hair framing a face adorned with charming freckles, enhanced by makeup that accentuated her strikingly red lips. The man, dressed in oversized shorts and sunglasses, had been lounging on a chair but quickly sat up, removing his sunglasses to gaze at them with a look of confusion. "Move aside! Move aside!" Qiming shouted. "We've caught a fish, and it's dragging our boat." Upon hearing this, the crew members on the yacht swiftly altered their course, allowing Qiming and his companions to glide past the edge of the yacht. The 3 girls leaned over the side of the yacht, curiously observing their frantic antics. Among them, the girl in the blue swimsuit with ear-length hair erupted into laughter, seemingly amused by their predicament. "Lisa, what is happening to them?" one of the girls queried. "It appears they've hooked a fish, and now that fish is towing their boat away. How intriguing it is that one dares to fish without even purchasing a fishing rod." The 2 red-haired girls chuckled, remarking, "I never anticipated that accompanying you to see your father would lead to such amusing events. Life on the mainland truly is captivating." "Oh dear, I am equally unaware. This is my first encounter as well," replied another. "Uncle, could you increase the boat's speed? Let us follow and discover what they have caught," suggested the girl named Lisa, playfully tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, the man clad in floral shorts also became intrigued, cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us hasten and see what they have reeled in." As he spoke, he flashed a charming smile at Lisa. However, Lisa did not engage much with him, merely offering a polite smile in return. This scene indicates that the relationships among the individuals aboard the vessel are not as straightforward as Qiming and his companions had presumed. The man's status appears to be inferior to that of the girl named Lisa. Chapter 68. Can fishermen handle such fish? On this side, Qiming felt the tension on the fishing line gradually diminishing. Fortunately, Zhao San had crouched behind him, holding onto his waist for when that fish had surged with force. It could have easily pulled him into the sea. Zhang Dehai was also thoroughly exhausted. He and Qiming were tugging at the fishing line, feeling as though their arms might snap. Luckily, they sensed the fish's thrashing had lessened. "Hurry, let us bring this fish aboard. I must see what it is. This struggle has nearly exhausted me," Qiming urged as he swiftly reeled in the line alongside Zhang Dehai. As the line was drawn in, they glimpsed a large fish emerging from the depths, thrashing about in an attempt to free itself from the hook. At that moment, the yacht approached, and Lisa cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out, "Hey, what kind of fish are you all catching? Can you bring it over for us to see?" Zhang Dehai, upon hearing Lisa's voice, excitedly nudged Qiming with his elbow. Hey, Amin, look, that beauty is calling us. What does she want? We need to get this fish aboard. That's the priority," Qiming replied, less enthused than Zhang Dehai. He believed that such people were destined to remain strangers to them. Merely catching a glimpse was sufficient. Expecting anything more was folly. A man should not be so easily swayed by a pretty face, lest he lose his sense of direction and ambition. As the fish gradually surfaced, Qiming finally discerned its identity and exclaimed joyfully, "By the heavens, it's a tuna!" Noticing its yellow dorsal fin, he recognized it as a yellowfin tuna. Although this variety was not as costly as the prized Atlantic bluefin, it still held significant value. It was worth noting that a bluefin tuna had once fetched a staggering price of 21 million. What? Tuna? ISNT that's supposed to be quite valuable? Are we truly reeling in a genuine tuna? This can't be real. Zhang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief. It was well known among fishermen that this species was powerful and could command a high price. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this particular tuna was relatively small, weighing around 100 to 180 pounds. Had it been an adult tuna, it would have easily dragged them into the sea. There was no way they could have captured it. The girls on the yacht, upon witnessing the fish being hauled aboard, recognized it as well and excitedly chimed in, "Hey, look, they've caught a tuna. This fish is delightful for sushi and sashimi. It's my first time seeing a live tuna." Indeed. Meanwhile, as Qiming and his companions brought the tuna onto the boat, its tail continued to thrash vigorously. due to the necessity of constant movement for these large fish to obtain oxygen. Ceasing their motion signifies their demise. At that moment, a young man aboard the fishing vessel, sporting sunglasses, shook his head in a pretentious manner, remarking, "These fishermen probably lack the knowledge to handle the tuna properly. If they don't understand how to bleed and acidify it right after catching, it will be rendered worthless." His assertion held merit. The exquisite quality of tuna necessitates immediate bleeding and acidification upon being caught. This urgency arises from the fact that, after being captured, the tuna continues to exert itself, resulting in an accumulation of lactic acid within its flesh. Without timely intervention, the meat will sour, diminishing its value. Observing the tuna, which still twitched, Zhang Dehai patted Su Qiming on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a fortune, Ah Ming! This sizable tuna must fetch a handsome price." However, Su Qiming interjected, "Hold on. We must process this tuna swiftly." Processing? Both Zhang Dehai and Zhao Sin scratched their heads, puzzled by what he meant. With no time for explanations, Su Qiming, a seasoned angler from the previous generation, understood the crucial need for acidification. He drew a knife and swiftly commenced the bleeding process. The initial step involved severing the nerve between the third and fourth dorsal fins to minimize blood pooling in the tail, followed by cutting the blood vessels behind the pectoral fins, a depth that required precision, for an overly deep incision could lead to blood seeping into the flesh. Finally, he plunged the knife into the tuna's head, disrupting its brain nerves. The next step was to extract the internal organs, and Su Qiming's hands became stained with blood. Yet this meticulous process was essential to preserving the tuna's quality. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, observing in confusion, heard Zhang Dehai muttering, "Why kill the fish? Wouldn't it be worth more alive?" Su Qiming clarified, "No, the tuna only holds value once deceased. You wouldn't understand, just leave it to me." After extracting the internal organs and piling them into a nearby fish basket, he instructed them to fetch some seawater in buckets to rinse the tuna and clean the blood from the cabin. Otherwise, upon their return, the sight of blood would certainly raise eyebrows, complicating future requests to borrow the boat. Meanwhile, the young man on the yacht, who had underestimated their ability to process the tuna, contemplated whether to teach them the proper techniques, lamenting the potential waste of such a magnificent catch. However, just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Su Qiming deftly and efficiently handling the tuna with remarkable skill. Lisa, observing the scene, expressed her astonishment. "Oh my, look at this fisherman. His processing technique is impressively smooth. During my previous dining experience in Japan, I witnessed the meticulous handling of tuna right before my eyes. Indeed, it appears he possesses quite a wealth of knowledge." Furthermore, the two red-haired girls chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, a young man on this side awkwardly remarked, "Perhaps the fishermen by the sea are well-versed in such matters. I had assumed they lacked understanding." He found himself perplexed, for he was Huang Danyang, having grown up in this very place. His father, Huang Zhijian, is a renowned businessman from Yuejin Island. So how could he be unaware that the local fishermen were adept at processing tuna? Chapter 69, Boarding the Yacht. Noticing that the girl named Lisa had taken an interest in the tuna, I remarked, "It's almost noon. Shall we purchase this fish? We can fillet it on the boat, which has soy sauce and wasabi for dipping." Lisa's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds great. Hurry and call them over." The two red-haired girls chimed in, "Absolutely. I believe this tuna will taste far superior to those that have been sitting for days. Just wait a moment, I'll call them." Huang Danyang shouted toward the yacht, "Hey, fisherman over there, are you selling that fish? I will buy at market price, and I assure you, I can offer a generous sum." Meanwhile, Su Qiming had just cleaned the blood from his hands in the sea and wiped his knife when he heard Huang Danyang waving his arms and calling out, "Amin, those folks over there are asking if we want to sell our fish. What do you think? They seem quite affluent. Perhaps they will offer us a higher price." Zhang Dehai suggested. Seeing the wealthy demeanor of these young gentlemen, Su Qiming knew that selling the fish would be worthwhile. These rich kids will surely be generous. We should definitely sell. Who would refuse? Only a fool would pass up this opportunity. Thus, he quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Yes, we are selling." "All right, then bring your boat over," Huang Danyang replied with a smile, relieved that the fishermen agreed to sell. I was worried that these fishermen might hesitate to sell to us. After all, we are all human. There is nothing to fear, right? You see, our people can be rather old-fashioned. They might feel intimidated just by your attire. Not at all. Those three lads were staring at me just moments ago, Lisa said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earrings. As Qiming and his companions cautiously approached, the crew from the yacht frowned and warned, "Slow down, you lot. Reduce your speed. Be careful not to damage our yacht." Seeing their condescending demeanor, Zhang Dehai felt a surge of irritation and muttered under his breath, "What arrogance! If we were to damage their yacht, would it matter? Is our boat worthless?" However, he dared not voice this loudly. Qiming quickly nudged Zhang Dehai with his elbow, signaling him to be cautious about his words. "Zhang Dehai, your temper will lead to trouble one day," he thought. "By the way, we don't have a scale on board, so I'm unsure how much this fish weighs." Huang Donyang suddenly realized as he watched Qiming and his crew bringing the fish closer. "This fish appears quite large. Let us estimate it at 100 pounds. Huang Donyang leaned over the side of the boat and proposed, "It looks to be around 80 or 90 pounds. So how about we agree on 100 pounds? Qiming readily agreed, for he knew that the tuna, once eviscerated, could hardly weigh 100 pounds. The fact that these individuals were willing to pay for a weight of 100 pounds guaranteed him a substantial profit. "So, how much can you offer?" Qiming kuwayeth. At this moment, Huang Donyang hesitated before responding, 1 yuan per pound. "How does that sound?" "Really? That's quite steep," Zhang Dehai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. It was common knowledge that many fish along the coast were sold for mere pennies or dimes per pound. This was the first time they encountered fish priced so high. With this particular fish weighing over 100 pounds, it equated to a guaranteed 100 yuan in hand. However, Qiming had no intention of selling at such a low price. Observing that these individuals were clearly affluent, he thought it would be unwise not to capitalize on the opportunity. Thus, he replied, 1 yuan is insufficient. It is far too low. My friends, given your apparent wealth, you must realize the peril we face to catch this fish. I've already prepared it for you, saving you considerable effort. Would you consider 1 yuan 50 per pound? Huang Donyang's expression soured at this, muttering, "These fishermen have quite the appetite." He had assumed Qiming and his companions would be easily swayed, given their youthful appearance. At this juncture, Lisa smiled at Huang Donyang, saying, "Oh, look at them. They are quite pitiful. Earning a bit of money is no easy feat with your wealth. An extra 50 cents per pound is hardly significant. Miss Lisa, your modesty is commendable. I could never compare to you. However, since you have so graciously suggested it, let us settle on 1 yuan 50 per pound for the fish. You can find a way to hoist it up, and I will tally the payment." Huang Donyang then went to count the money while they lowered a large basket with a rope. Qiming and his companions placed the tuna into the basket. After hoisting the fish up, Huang Donyang emerged with the money and placed it into the basket, subsequently lowering it again. Qiming and his group happily counted the money, confirming it was indeed 150 yuan. Meanwhile, the wealthy youths were intrigued by this rare catch of tuna, eager to create some excitement around it. The red-haired girl remarked, "Oh dear, we've only ever eaten pre-cut pieces. Does anyone know how to fillet a tuna?" "No, we've always hired a master chef to do that," came the response. Huang Donyang was equally clueless. As he watched Qiming and his companions preparing to depart, he called out, "Hey you, weren't you the one who handled that tuna so well? Can you help us fillet the fish? I'll give you 5 yuan. Qiming, who was nearly ready to leave, immediately acquiesced upon hearing this. 5 yuan for simply filleting a fish was an opportunity too good to pass up. He turned back and said, "All right, I'll help you with that, but do you have a knife? Mine is too small." "Yes, we have all the necessary tools on the boat. Come aboard." They lowered a soft ladder over here. Qiming said to Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, "Let's ascend together." Zhang Dehai replied coldly, "Do we also need to go up? Or should we remain here to watch the boat? There's no one aboard. We wouldn't want it to drift away with the tide." "That works. You wait on the boat for me. I'll go up and take care of some tasks before coming back down." "All right, but Amin, you must keep a close watch for your brothers." "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll toss you into the sea." "Hee, you have no filter." Qiming climbed the soft ladder and reached the deck. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed that this yacht was indeed different. although it was not as opulent as those of future generations and appeared to be a commercial fishing vessel repurposed. It was still quite comfortable with an expansive view. Especially upon his ascent, he caught a whiff of a rich fragrance wafting across the deck, prompting him to muse internally. It pales in comparison to the scent of my wife, which is truly delightful. How do you know so much? Aren't you a local? Inquired a girl named Lisa, dressed in a blue swimsuit. I learned from others before. There are people in the village who know. Qiming lied effortlessly, maintaining his composure. This demeanor piqued the interest of several girls. This fisherman lacked the typical ignorance associated with his profession, instead exuding an air of cleverness. He looked at them without any hint of trepidation, which enhanced his allure. They had never encountered someone like him before, especially since Qiming was quite handsome, further endearing him to them. Chapter 70. Returning with Fortune. In this instance, Huang Donyang observed that several young women were captivated by Qiming, leaving him speechless, akin to a man hiring a male model to amuse his favored ladies. He harbored a fondness for Lisa. Marrying her would undoubtedly benefit his family's business, considering that her grandfather was a renowned tycoon in the harbor district. "Hello, ladies," Qiming greeted with a composed demeanor. "Haha, quite charming, aren't you?" A girl with fiery red hair sashayed over, playfully reaching to touch his face. "You hardly seem older than 20, so youthful." Qiming quickly recoiled, internally muttering a disparaging remark, yet maintaining a cheerful facade, replied, "Indeed, I just turned 20 this year." "Wow, you flirt, always up to mischief." Another red-haired girl chimed in with a playful taunt. "Please, calling me a flirt. You're quite the seductress yourself." "It's rather bothersome," the first girl retorted, then turned to Qiming. "Brother, you're not married yet, are you?" "Ahem, I am on the verge of marriage." Qiming quickly stepped back, wary of further entanglements with these audacious women, determined to uphold his integrity. He noticed a crew member carrying a box of kitchenware and seized the opportunity to excuse himself, moving to the side to prepare the yellowfin tuna. As Huang Donyang contemplated the situation, he felt increasingly despondent. Throughout their journey, he had acted like a jester, showering attention. Yet these three young women displayed no interest in them. Others mistakenly assumed they were his companions, but in truth, the two red-haired girls were classmates of Lisa, accompanying him to visit her father. Whether they would even meet Lisa's father remained uncertain. Everyone knew of his notoriously eccentric temperament. It was hard to believe that the father of the granddaughter of a prominent harbor magnate was a fisherman from a small village named Dongshui. Rumors hinted at a hidden past, yet remained unverified. Seeing Qiming maintain his composure without a lecherous demeanor somewhat eased Huang Donyang's discomfort. The young women grew more intrigued by Qiming, gathering around him as he skillfully prepared the yellowfin tuna. Huang Donyang initially intended to offer some guidance, but after uttering a couple of sentences, he realized the girls were not engaging with him, prompting him to awkwardly retreat. He had feared Qiming might falter in his preparation, but to his surprise, the young man displayed remarkable proficiency, capturing Huang Donyang's rapt attention. Before long, the fish was expertly filleted and artfully arranged on a platter. Qiming picked up the soy sauce and wasabi paste, squeezing a bit for each person to dip and savor. Lisa took a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up as she exclaimed, "Oh my, this is truly delicious." It's undeniably different from the frozen variety. The flavor is extraordinarily fresh. Huang Donyang also took a bite and found the taste remarkably exquisite. He then encouraged the others to sample some, as there was an abundance of fish that they could not possibly finish among themselves. Not one to be shy, Qiming selected a piece from the fatty belly of the fish, known for its rich oil content, dipped it in soy sauce and wasabi, and took a mouthful. Instantly, he was enveloped by the unique aroma of the fish's oils, relishing the delightful flavor. "We can't finish all this fish. You should pack some for your friends to try as well," Lisa said with a warm smile. Qiming felt a favorable inclination towards this girl named Lisa, as she differed from the two red-haired girls whose behavior seemed frivolous. He discerned that Lisa did not possess the same overt allure as her companions, instead exuding a subtle sense of detachment. This air of aloofness was somewhat indescribable, reminiscent of the wealthy heiresses he had encountered in a past life, a sentiment that subtly indicated a disparity in social standing. However, Qiming had no aspirations for furthering his relationship with this girl. His focus was solely on earning the $5. He tucked the money Huang Donyang had given him into his pocket, and as someone handed him a bag to pack some fish, he waved goodbye to them, carrying the soy sauce and wasabi with him. The two red-haired girls paid him no mind, continuing to indulge in the fish. It became clear that the earlier flirtation from one of the girls had merely been a jest. If he believed there was genuine interest, he would be gravely mistaken. In their eyes, he was merely a lowly fisherman. Conversely, Lisa politely nodded at him, advising, "Be sure to take it slow when you head back out to sea." "All right, thank you. You all take care as well," Qiming responded courteously. Such was the demeanor expected of a gracious young lady. For her, he was but a fleeting ripple in the grand tapestry of her life. Yet, Qiming was resolute in his belief that he would excel more than in his previous life. Perhaps in a few years, they would meet again, standing on equal footing. Upon returning to the boat, he instructed them to steer clear of the yachts before unveiling the fish for them to enjoy. The coastal fishermen had a habit of consuming raw fish, though they typically favored oysters and shrimp. Upon seeing each of them take 2 pieces of sashimi and curiously dip it in soy sauce, they were soon met with an overwhelming spiciness that brought tears to their eyes. "What on earth is this? Why is it so spicy?" one exclaimed. "That is wasabi, meant to counteract the fishy taste. Just dip a little," Qiming advised. "You should have mentioned it earlier. I thought it was something else, and ended up with a whole heap." Zhang Dahai gently touched his tongue with his hand, then dipped it slightly before savoring a piece of fish. To his dismay, the fish was not as delectable as he had anticipated. Earlier, he had heard the enchanting calls of the girls aboard the boat, leading him to believe he was about to experience a culinary delight. Instead, the fish tasted akin to a chunk of fatty pork. Zhao San, seated nearby, nodded in agreement while chewing, his words muffled. "Indeed, I too fail to discern any remarkable flavor. Yet we might as well indulge, considering this pound costs 1.5 yuan, which is several times more expensive than pork." After a moment's reflection, Zhang Dahai concurred. Yes, let's hasten our consumption. We must not squander such an extravagant treat. We can boast about having enjoyed fish worth 1.5 yuan a pound in the future." The two of them feasted heartily. Qiming had brought about 3 pounds, all of which vanished between the two. As noon approached and the tide began to rise, Qiming suggested, "Shall we return? We can come back this afternoon when the tide recedes. We've already made a sufficient profit today, so there's no rush to head to the solitary island for clamming. Let us return and sell the fish you've caught. Then divide the earnings." "Excellent." Zhang Dahai and Zhao San nodded enthusiastically, pleased with their substantial gain. However, halfway back, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 71. Fortune is not yet exhausted. Having been dragged a considerable distance by that yellowfin tuna, they were now slowly steering the boat back to shore, with at least half an hour's journey remaining. "Oh dear, my stomach aches terribly." Zhang Dahai clutched his abdomen, his complexion turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "I feel the same," Zhao San echoed, also clutching his stomach and wailing, "Could I have been poisoned?" He then sat cross-legged on the boat, attempting to emulate the meditative masters from comic books. However, before he could steady himself, he abruptly sprang up, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't hold it. Where's the restroom? I need to relieve myself." Upon witnessing their distress, Qiming quickly deduced the cause. Earlier, each of them had consumed over a pound of raw fish, and it was no surprise they were experiencing gastrointestinal turmoil. It is important to remember that they were accustomed to cooked food. After all, humanity has evolved over millions of years to master fire and the art of cooking. Yet, in a bid to savor the unadulterated essence of food, modern individuals have regressed to consuming raw meat. Human digestive systems have long adapted to cooked meals, and an abrupt return to raw meat would undoubtedly be unsettling. Despite the popularity of dishes like tuna and salmon in contemporary society, those who indulge often face similar digestive dilemmas. They simply choose to suffer in silence. Naturally, those whose stomachs have acclimatized to such fare experience far fewer issues. Now, both men were in dire discomfort on the vessel. As the saying goes, one can endure great distances when holding back urine, but it is nearly impossible to move an inch when suppressing a bowel movement. Su Qiming was growing increasingly anxious, hoping fervently that neither of them would relieve themselves on the boat. He hurriedly instructed, "You two, remove your trousers and sit by the edge of the boat to do your business." "Is that feasible?" Zhao Xin queried. "Ming, slow the boat down a bit." "No. Stop completely. If you keep sailing, we might end up in the water." Zhang Dehai quickly shed his trousers, eager to position himself by the boat as edge. Zhao San, mimicking him, hastily followed suit. At that moment, Zhang Dehai pointed at Zhao San and exclaimed, "Wow, Zhao San, your backside is both pale and ample. I didn't realize your rear was whiter than your face." Zhao San retorted, "So what? Is it wrong for a man to have a fair backside? My mother always said that men with fair rumps are fortunate." After a brief exchange of banter, their expressions turned serious. Su Qiming, feeling nauseated, instinctively distanced himself from the two. Suddenly, a wave surged, causing the boat to lurch, and neither of the men could maintain their balance, resulting in a splash as they fell into the sea. In a state of panic, Su Qiming called out, "Are you both all right?" "No worries, we can swim," came the response. "But don't pull us up just yet." "Oh no, it's too late." Zhang Dehai's face contorted in anguish, his features momentarily crumpling before relaxing again. Su Qiming's pupils constricted as he quickly covered his nose with his hand and retreated, for he had noticed a murky yellow liquid rising beneath Zhang Dehai. "Zhao San, why are you still lingering there? Swim somewhere else. For heaven's sake, your excrement is floating up, and soon it might end up in your mouth." Zhang Dehai, having just enjoyed a moment of relief, turned to see the surrounding waters had transformed. His face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly swam to the side. Meanwhile, Zhao San lay on his back, already experiencing an unfortunate bout of diarrhea, with bubbles surfacing from the water. This sight thoroughly disgusted Su Qiming, who dared not look any longer. After several minutes, the two finally returned to the boat. Su Qiming forbade them from boarding, insisting, "You must clean yourselves first. I won't allow you to come aboard reeking of filth. I'll toss you back into the sea if you do." "All right, we're clean now," Zhang Dehai and Zhao Xin protested, feeling quite aggrieved. They climbed aboard, rinsed their trousers in the water below, and only then donned them again. "Oh, that fish was delightful. But I didn't expect it would lead to such an upset stomach." "Never again," one lamented. "Whose fault is it for eating so much? Did you not see that I only had a few pieces?" Su Qiming thought to himself, though he had forgotten to remind the two of their limits. He was also surprised at the rapidity of their gastrointestinal distress. Just as Su Qiming readied the boat for departure, they suddenly noticed the water below churning. Zhao San, slicking back his hair into a slicked-back style, peered into the depths and exclaimed, "Come look, there are so many fish down there feasting on our waste. How could you utter such disgusting words?" Su Qiming was at a loss for words, but Zhao San, brimming with excitement, insisted, "No, you must see. There are so many fish. It's a frenzy. Look, there's a cast net. Let us catch some." Zhang Dehai quickly leaned over the side of the boat, realizing that the underwater scene had indeed changed. Numerous fish, though he couldn't identify them, had gathered and were thrashing about in a ball-like formation. "What a rare opportunity," Zhang Dehai exclaimed, rushing to grab the cast net. "Ming, what are you waiting for? Cast the net." Their cast net was circular. Once thrown, it would unfurl like flowers scattering in the wind, enveloping the water before being pulled back. Su Qiming hesitated momentarily, but then reassured himself, "Well, since we've already tainted the waters, we can still enjoy our vegetables and fruits, can't we? Should I throw the net, or will you?" he inquired. "Of course, you should. We're not adept at using the cast net," Zhang Dehai replied, hastily handing it over to Su Qiming. With one hand gripping the net, Su Qiming steadied himself, took a deep breath, and aimed at the cluster of fish below before forcefully hurling the net into the water. As soon as the net was cast, a powerful tug surged from below, prompting Su Qiming to feel the swift pull. "Come on, everyone, pull together. Zhao San, stop holding onto Amin's waist and help with the net." Zhang Dehai and Zhao San hurried over to assist in retrieving the net. Before long, they had hauled in a bountiful catch, and upon seeing the haul, their faces lit up with joy, smiles stretching from ear to ear. "It's a bonito! It's a bonito!" Zhang Dehai exclaimed, recognizing the fish and unable to contain his excitement. "Ha ha, what splendid luck! Su Qiming knew that their fortune at sea today was remarkable, and he was overwhelmed with happiness. Bonito could fetch a handsome price these days. What is bonito? Its scientific name is Catsuonus pelamis, a pelagic fish known for its remarkable speed, resembling a bullet in its swift movements. There have been instances in their village where someone was struck by one, leaving them momentarily dazed. The most renowned preparations for bonito are canned and dried fish. Many have savored the dried bonito flakes, which are the delicate shavings atop takoyaki. Made from hardened fish, these flakes are thinly sliced with a wooden plane and placed on hot dishes, causing them to curl and dance in delightful motion. Chapter 72. A Bountiful Harvest. In the 1980s, most of the bonito were processed into canned goods or dried and exported to Eastern Europe. In the city, there was a state-owned canning factory that purchased a substantial quantity of bonito during the summer months. As a result, the current price of bonito was quite favorable, primarily because these fish were easy to catch. Whenever they appeared, it was always in large numbers. At this moment, Su Qiming and his companions had successfully pulled up a net brimming with fish, yielding at least 100 pounds of bonito. The weight of the fish opened the net wide, and with a splash, they tumbled into the cabin, lively and flapping. "Wow, what a fortune! We're really hitting the jackpot!" exclaimed Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, their eyes wide with excitement. "No time for chatter. Let us quickly haul them in." With fish still congregated nearby, it was common for schools to linger for a while, allowing them ample time to catch more. Su Qiming hastily gathered the net, shook off the water, and cast the second net. Although it was not as full as the first, he could still feel a considerable weight upon reeling it in. Zhao San, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Who said we couldn't make money on this trip? Just look at how many fish we're bringing back. This will surely astonish them." Zhang Dehai, equally elated, wiped his nose and added, "Indeed, how dare they underestimate me? Enough talk, let us get to it." "My arms are getting tired," Su Qiming said, giving them both a playful glare. The two laughed and helped him in casting the net. When the catch from the second net was pulled aboard, it tumbled into the cabin with another splash. This time, there were also a fair number of mackerel mixed in, which, though worth only a few cents per pound, could still be enjoyed by the crew. As they set the boat in motion, chasing after the school of fish, Su Qiming cast the third net. In doing so, he nearly lost his balance and fell overboard, but his companions quickly steadied him. Soon, the third net was drawn in. They no longer felt the heat or fatigue. Smiles adorned their faces, brimming with energy. With such an abundant catch, who could complain about exhaustion? After bringing in the third net, Su Qiming emptied its contents onto the deck. To their delight, it contained even more fish than the previous two nets combined, a veritable cascade of bonito spilling forth. "Wow, Amin, your luck has truly been extraordinary lately. I never imagined our outing would yield such a bounty." Zhang Dehai laughed, his eyes nearly disappearing in joy as he surveyed the full cabin of bonito. Glancing at the sea, he lamented, "Alas, these bonito will likely swim away once they realize there's nothing left to eat." Suddenly, Zhao San began to loosen his belt, saying, "Why don't we try to catch a few more while we're here? Do you think you can manage that?" "I'm all tapped out," Zhao San replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Enough of your antics, you two." It was likely mere fortune that those fish passed by earlier. Attempting to catch more now would probably yield no further success, Su Qiming remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the fish below. "I wonder which of these tuna have ingested your excrement." "Never mind. We aren't consuming them anyway. We'll sell them all at the dock," he added. "All right, let us include these barracudas in the sale as well. I initially intended to keep them for drying, but considering they may have consumed your waste, it's best to sell them collectively. A few cents per pound. The folks over there will gladly accept them. I doubt we'll make much from these dozens of pounds of barracuda. You two, please begin to process the fish while I head back to the boat." "Of course. You hurry along," replied Zhang Dehai and Zhao San as they began to separate the inedible fish from their catch. Among the haul, they discovered several smaller and less valuable fish, which they promptly discarded back into the sea. "Look, there are several catfish in here," Su Qiming cautioned. "Be careful not to get pricked by their spines. Catfish possess sharp spines, making them hazardous to handle. The ocean harbors many venomous species, such as lionfish and scorpionfish, both of which are toxic, not to mention stingrays, whose tails can inflict a painful sting that would leave one yearning for divine intervention. Fortunately, we followed Amin's advice and returned promptly. Had we ventured to the lonely isle, we would have missed this school of fish. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. After a hearty lunch, we can venture out to the isle again this afternoon. At that moment, Qiming felt an abundance of invigorating energy coursing through him. As the two sorted through the catch, they suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Lo and behold, there's a substantial fish in here." "What sort of fish?" Qiming inquired, turning back to see what had caught their attention, his eyes lighting up. "A stone bream?" Zhao San swam over, equally astonished. Zhang Dehai held aloft a shimmering golden fish that flailed energetically, his own eyes widening in surprise. "Remarkable. I can't believe a voracious stone bream found its way into our hall. This is a significant windfall." The stone bream, a member of the bream family, is scientifically known as the starry bream. Common bream varieties include black bream, yellow bream, and true bream, with the black bream caught by Zhang Dehai being among them. However, the stone bream commands a price nearly double that of its brethren. This particular stone bream weighs no less than 5 to 6 pounds, ensuring a lucrative return. Meanwhile, the less valuable fish, shrimp, and crabs were separated into a basket. Zhang Dehai had no qualms about taking them home for his own consumption, while Qiming and Zhao San expressed reluctance, uncertain whether the seafood had indulged in the earlier refuse. Qiming gazed at the multitude of fish before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. How abundant the fisheries are now, unlike in the future, when one ventures out to fish and is likely to catch only a plethora of worthless catches. Amidst laughter and jovial banter, they soon arrived at the dock. The men idly chatting on the pier, upon seeing their return, rose to their feet, grinning as they remarked, "Look, the 3 scoundrels from our village have returned. I wonder if they managed to catch any fish this time. What do they possibly catch in such a small boat? Do they expect to haul back hundreds of pounds of fish?" Another man shook the ash from his cigarette. However, no sooner had he spoken than another man exclaimed in astonishment, "Look at their fish hold. There are so many fish flopping about in the boat." "What?" The first man instantly lost his composure. Chapter 73. A Promising Future. At this moment, Qiming was busy unloading the cargo. He remarked, "Hi, if you don't mind. You can take some bonito home for your mother to help her regain her strength. And Zhao San, you too. Let your sister and mother have a taste." Although it was mentioned that these fish had consumed waste, they did not eat the fish entrails. Everything was thoroughly cleaned, so they were not particularly finicky about such matters. Zhang Dehai hesitated momentarily before responding. "All right, I'll take just 2 or 3. That should suffice. If there are leftovers, deduct it from my share." "Sukimin Chekev. Oh, come now, we're brothers. Why quibble? A few 100 pounds of bonito, and you're worried about a few fish?" He tossed several large fish into the bucket. Zhang Dehai felt a warmth in his heart. After all, they were brothers, and he said nothing more. Zhao San nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly, take them home. I won't be taking any. My family doesn't fancy bonito. Just the other day, my father bought a box of canned fish that remains untouched." "Goodness, how affluent!" Qiming and Zhao San exclaimed in unison, feeling a tinge of envy as they lamented their own circumstances while Zhao San's family had grown weary of canned bonito. As their boat just docked, they were preparing to unload the fish. Since they had baskets, they suggested that Zhao San go procure some fish baskets. Meanwhile, 3 men loitering at the dock approached. They were from the same village. The leader among them was Zheng Tai, who had a distant familial connection with the Su family, prompting Qiming to address him as uncle. Upon seeing the abundance of fish, Zheng Tai exclaimed, "Ming, you've caught quite a haul of small tuna." Bonito is also colloquially referred to as small tuna due to its similar characteristics. It is a fish that can suffocate if it ceases swimming, and its flesh exhibits a delicate pink hue akin to that of tuna. The other 2 men, puffing on cigarettes, joined in astonishment, asking, "Wow, this is indeed bonito. Where on earth did you manage to catch so many?" Their surprise and curiosity were well-founded. The primary method for catching bonito involves using live bait. Fishermen sprinkle sardines to lure the fish, then cast their lines to catch them one by one, an incredibly tedious process. Occasionally, a drag net might capture a school of bonito, but that requires an extraordinary stroke of luck. Seeing Su Qiming and his companions return with several hundred pounds of bonito after merely venturing out in a small boat left them utterly astonished. Goodness gracious, you youngsters are truly fortunate. Zheng Tai exhaled a plume of smoke, his face brimming with envy. At that moment, others arrived upon hearing the news. Spotting the numerous fish in the boat, they inquired, "Whose catch is this?" "Zheng Tai, has your boat returned to port?" "What nonsense! Can't you see I've been sitting here playing cards and chatting with them since early morning?" "This catch is from the boat rented from the production team by Ming and the others. Such a small boat can yield so much fish. I thought you had a large fishing vessel that offloaded its catch onto this small boat for convenience." Many were astonished as they gazed at Su Qiming and his companions, murmuring to themselves, "Just the other day, we heard that Amin and his group intended to pursue a righteous path. During their last excursion to the sea, they expressed their diligent reflections. Now they have ventured forth to fish and have caught such an abundance of skipjack tuna. Oh, how enviable!" Typically, the dock was bustling with people. After a morning of disdain towards Su Qiming, Jiang Dafei and his friends had gathered here to handle some cargo, taking the opportunity to disparage Su Qiming's wife, and they were pleased to see their rumors spreading effectively. They were initially seated, sharing laughter and relaxation. But upon hearing of Su Qiming's remarkable catch, their expressions darkened with palpable discontent. So what if they caught a few fish? "It's merely a stroke of good fortune today. I wager they will return tomorrow empty-handed," Jiang Dafei sneered as they approached for a closer look. "Only to leave in dissatisfaction," Xiao Hua murmured. "Indeed, they cannot continuously rent a boat to go to sea. However, we have been hearing tales of substantial catches lately. Perhaps we should give it a try." Hearing this, Jiang Dafei's eyes flickered with interest, yet he ultimately replied, "But we don't have a boat." Xiao Hua leaned in, whispering a few words into Jiang Dafei's ear, and then wore a chilling smile. As news of the substantial catch spread, the crowd continued to swell. Su's father, who had just returned from setting the traps, was met with shouts from the crowd. "Hey, Su Lair, your son has truly made a name for himself, catching hundreds of pounds of skipjack. What? Is that true? You want to see?" Su's father was taken aback, and he called out to Su's mother, who was sorting fish nearby, urging her to join him in the excitement. Su's mother, equally astonished, acknowledged that while they had known their son was becoming more responsible lately, they had not anticipated such remarkable success, merely hoping he could earn a modest income. Who would have thought he would diligently fish today and return with such a bounty? Witnessing their son's newfound success left the elderly couple in disbelief, feeling as if they were walking on air. They made their way, still incredulous, towards a collection point. There, Zhao San had already brought over a dozen baskets and set them down. The most elated were Wu Yuyi and his daughter Wu Xiaoxiao, nearly beside themselves with joy. It is well known that skipjack tuna is among the most sought-after catches in summer, with little concern for unsold stock. A telegram or a phone call would suffice for the local factories to dispatch personnel for collection. Wu Yuyi couldn't believe Su Qiming had brought back such a significant haul. He felt fortunate for having assisted Su Qiming a few days prior. Otherwise, he might not have chosen to sell to him. Perhaps in the future, Su Qiming would catch even more to sell here, though that remained uncertain. For now, Wu Yuyi was content, leaving the future to unfold as it may. Acknowledging that today was merely a stroke of luck, Su's father gazed in astonishment at the bustling skipjack tuna in the cabin. Turning to Su Qiming with a questioning expression, "Did you catch all these just now?" "Indeed, we have been at sea for only a few hours." Su Qiming replied cheerfully, lifting the catch. He refrained from mentioning that he had also caught a sizable tuna, understanding the wisdom of keeping such fortunes discreet. Zheng Tai, with a jovial demeanor, handed Su's father a cigarette, remarking, "Ah, Su heir, your son has truly made a name for himself. To gather such a bounty on his maiden voyage is indeed remarkable." Su's father, somewhat taken aback by the compliment, accepted the cigarette, saying, "This is the first time in a year that I've seen such fortune. Had he not invited me to witness it firsthand, I might have remained skeptical." He held the cigarette without lighting it, as he typically smoked low-quality brands. It was rare for anyone at the dock to offer him a cigarette, but today, seeing Su Qiming's success, They were eager to share. A mix of joy and pride filled Sue's heart. Ah, fortune has finally smiled upon us. If you continue to work diligently, you may find yourself enjoying endless blessings. I hear your son is considering marriage, Zhang Tai teased. At that moment, many curious men and women turned their gazes toward them. Sue's father chuckled and recounted what Su Qiming had taught him. Ah, this girl was introduced by a distant relative. The crowd erupted in envy and admiration. They had heard tales of the girl's beauty, but were initially skeptical. However, hearing it confirmed by Sue's father dispelled any lingering doubts. Yet, some remained unconvinced, insisting they would reserve judgment until they could see her for themselves. Rumors of discord within the Su family had circulated, with many assuming that Su heir's fortunes had dwindled since the division. Today, however, they witnessed a surprising turn of events. His son had proven himself. And now, with the prospective bride, perhaps Su heir's life could flourish again. While he might not rival his elder brother's family, at least he could hope for a semblance of success. Amidst the crowd, Aunt Qian, with a skeptical glint in her eye, remarked dismissively, "Everyone is so full of praise. Mark my words, his luck will soon run out. Just wait and see." Chapter 74. Profoundly profitable. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Aunt Qian's words. After all, fishermen rely on the sea for their livelihood, and a single day's fortune cannot dictate a lifetime. Aunt Qian glanced around before continuing. "Let me tell you, I just heard someone mention that Su Qiming's wife is not as simple as she appears. She is, in fact, tainted. Just a couple of days ago, didn't someone in our village get their net snagged? They almost didn't make it back. There is something amiss here. I must share this with you." "What?" "I believe I heard someone mention this earlier today." Many exclaimed, their excitement directed toward Aunt Qian. She elaborated, "What I'm about to say is also hearsay, so I cannot vouch for its truth. Nevertheless, the rumor suggests that this girl is the daughter of a capitalist, and she brings misfortune with her. Otherwise, why would our villagers find themselves with a net so ensnared?" Upon hearing Aunt Qian's claims, everyone appeared contemplative. Wasn't there a well-known, educated youth-s parent here a few years back? Their son, well, due to some wrongdoings, Yama punished him by leaving him with only one arm in the underworld, and his life has been far from pleasant. Subsequently, her husband would beat her, and the educated youth's son would stay out all night. Indeed, just a few years ago in the neighboring Bailang U.S. Su family village, there were many surnamed Su, all descended from the same great-grandfather as us. I heard there was an alcoholic named Su Dajing, whose daughter had mismatched eyes, one blue, glowing at night like a ghost, quite terrifying. This should not be spoken lightly. I've heard that girl-esque peculiar eyes are a sign of a reincarnated lucky star. Eventually, she married into a family with the surname Zhou, and Haven Tea, they've been thriving. They now possess their own fleet. That is one matter, Aunt Qian continued. Such a beautiful girl willing to marry him must have some unspeakable secrets. Those who begrudge Su Qiming's family for their fortune nodded in agreement, finding her assertions compelling. Meanwhile, other villagers, bewildered, chattered away as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. This reflects the village's current state, a disdain for the poor and a fear of the rich. Furthermore, it is said that daughters of capitalists are pampered, never lifting a finger. What could she possibly contribute to our fishing village? I suspect she wouldn't even recognize a fish, nor know how to gather seafood or cook. Wouldn't that just mean bringing home an ancestral burden? What use is that? Disdain was evident on everyone's faces. Year after year, the villagers would speak ill of Su Qiming's family, while Aunt Qian wore a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Su Qiming, Zhang Dahai, and Zhao San were busy selling goods. The total weight of the bomb fish was 303 pounds, and at present, the price was favorable, selling swiftly for over 60 cents per pound. Regarding the booming sales of the bomb fish, Su Qiming was not particularly surprised. For the primary purpose of the bomb fish at this moment was to be transformed into canned goods. However, he turned to Wu Yuyi and said, "Uncle Wu, could you possibly raise the price by another penny or two?" Hearing this, Wu Yuyi hesitated and replied, "I am already making a meager profit. Increasing the price further would mean cutting into my own margins." Su Qiming quickly approached, throwing an arm around Wu Yuyi's shoulders as they stepped outside together. Given their similar heights, An ordinary person might have found it difficult to reach Wu Yuyi's stature. With a cheerful grin, Su Qiming remarked, "Uncle Wu, we have become quite familiar over time. I am certain to bring you more fine goods in the future. Why don't you take a few bomb fish home for yourself? Consider it a gift from me, not counted in the total price. You're up to your old tricks again, aren't you? Fine, fine. I'll give you an extra penny, making it 61 cents per pound. That is already my utmost limit. It pains me a bit," Wu Yuyi conceded. "All right then, let us settle on 61 cents. Meanwhile, those nearby, overhearing their bargaining, were nearly moved to tears with envy. Over 300 pounds of bomb fish at 61 cents a pound amounts to over 180 yuan. This rascal's luck is astonishing. A single outing at sea yields what others might earn in several months. Indeed, perhaps these youngsters secretly worship Ma Zhu at night. They certainly haven't been seen during the day." One remarked, "Damn, you've reminded me. I haven't visited Ma Zhu this month. I ought to bring some nice offerings to seek her blessings." As Su Qiming licked his lips, he felt somewhat dissatisfied, pondering how such a quantity of fish could only fetch a mere 300 yuan. Yet, he had yet to adapt to the prevailing price norms. Reflecting on how a simple cold salad could command hundreds in certain urban districts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, on the other hand, were grinning from ear to ear, having previously sold a single tuna for over 100 yuan. The current haul of bomb fish would surely add another 100 or more, totaling 300 to 400 yuan. "Oh my, what a fortune!" Wu Xiao, while fiddling with her abacus, curiously inquired, "How on earth did you catch so many bomb fish?" She smiled at them, revealing her charming dimples, which captivated Zhao San, prompting him to almost spill the truth. Zhang Dehai quickly pinched Zhao San to silence him, then beamed, "We happened upon a school of bomb fish while at sea, likely hunting in that area. We seized the opportunity to cast our hand nets, and to our astonishment, we caught quite a few. Wow, your luck is truly remarkable. After years of receiving goods here, I've yet to hear of anyone catching so many bomb fish with a hand net," Wu Xiao said, finishing the calculations. She then handed them the receipt, adding, "Today's haul is quite substantial, so I won't settle the payment just yet. Once the factory sends someone this afternoon to collect the remaining stock, and they settle with us, you can bring the receipt to claim your payment." This indeed constitutes a rule at the acquisition point. Su Qiming, holding the receipts, mentally calculated the figures when he suddenly heard the sound of approaching vehicles outside. Several military green trucks arrived, and as the owner of one truck descended, he called out. Wu Yuyi glanced over and, with a spark of delight, exclaimed, "Ah, it's fortuitous. We settled the accounts with you before today. The collectors have arrived just in time." Wu Xiao proceeded to settle the bill for them. It turned out that the trucks belonged to a state-owned factory from the city, here to collect goods from their dock, coinciding with the payment schedule. "How splendid. I was a bit anxious since the money hadn't reached my hands yet." Zhang Dezai chuckled. The sale of the bomb fish yielded 184.8 yuan, and Wu Yuyi, in a generous spirit, rounded it up to 185 yuan. Both the sea bass and black bream had sold as well, albeit for just over 3 yuan each. Adding the 155 yuan from the tuna, the total amounted to 343 yuan. Initially, the 5 yuan from dividing the tuna was to be claimed solely by Su Qiming, yet he accounted for it nonetheless. Zhang Dezai and Zhao San each received 68.6 yuan, while Su Qiming took the lion's share of 205.8 yuan, a substantial profit indeed. After counting the money at the acquisition point, they eagerly stuffed their pockets with the cash. Wu Xiao, accustomed to such scenes, merely cast a sidelong glance before lowering her head once more to continue tallying the accounts. Chapter 75. The Manager Arrives. After Su Qiming and his companions finished counting their earnings, it became evident that business was thriving. Zhao San and Wu Xiao exchanged a few words, and in a buoyant mood, Wu Xiao engaged him in conversation, much to Zhao San's delight. Meanwhile, Wu Yuyi was conversing with a young man outside, who, despite his youth, commanded a great deal of respect from Wu Yuyi, who offered him tea and cigarettes. In this era, a young individual capable of driving a freight truck was certainly not an ordinary person. Sitting in the passenger seat was a bespectacled gentleman, exuding an air of managerial poise. albeit with a hint of arrogance. Wu Yuyi offered him a cigarette, to which the gentleman merely nodded in acknowledgement before leisurely calculating figures in his ledger. Observing the abundance of bomb fish on the ground, the manager seemed in good spirits as he remarked, "I have visited several collection points and encountered no bomb fish. Who would have thought you would have such a plentiful supply, and all so fresh?" "Indeed, all thanks to these young lads here," Wu Yuyi responded, gesturing towards Su Qiming and his friends. "Without them, I doubt I would have managed to procure so many bomb fish." "Oh, is it them? Quite youthful," the manager said, casting a cursory glance at them before appearing at a loss for further conversation. Eventually, as if recalling something, he inquired, "Do they often find good catches?" Wu Yuyi awkwardly explained, "They rented a boat today and were fortunate to gather such a bounty." "I see," the manager replied. "I was contemplating whether a few young men here could consistently supply quality fish. If so, I would prioritize your establishment for future dealings. Some of the fishing boats I regularly contact also have a fair share of good catches." "Well, the fish they provide are just mediocre," Wu Yuyi retorted. "Besides, the last time, your supply was short by several £100 due to a fallout with someone." "Yes, that did happen, but I figured losing one boat wouldn't matter much." "That is hardly the case. One less boat means a weekly loss of several £100 of fish, and I must source from elsewhere," the manager said, waving his hand impatiently. "Enough, enough." In the end, he settled the payment for the goods with Wu Yuyi. Although Wu Yuyi had faced the manager's impatience, he merely smiled awkwardly, refraining from displaying any annoyance. It dawned on Su Qiming that the proprietor of their supply dock was not an easy role to fulfill. Not only did he have to cater to various prominent clients, but he also needed to maintain relations with the state-run restaurants. Ultimately, this was the nature of sales. One must often play the subordinate role. Furthermore, if one did not receive payment, fretting over it was of no consequence. Reflecting on his uncle's fallout with Wu Yuyi, Su Qiming realized it had repercussions on Wu Yuyi's business. Witnessing Wu Yuyi being treated in such a manner left him with an uncomfortable feeling, and he regretted his earlier negotiation over a mere penny. He wished he had simply conceded it to him. After waiting for the manager to settle the payment, Father Su approached Wu Yuyi to apologize once more, then inquired whether he could reach out to his uncle to see if supplies could continue to be delivered to him. Wu Yuyi managed a forced smile and replied, "No need for that. Once Qiming becomes successful and buys a boat, he can prioritize selling goods to me." Father Su awkwardly smiled in agreement, though he internally pondered when Su Qiming might eventually purchase a large vessel to supply him. Who knows when that would be? This sentiment was shared by others as well. Once the vehicle loaded with fish departed, the villagers who had gathered to watch also dispersed. On the way home, Father Su suggested that if there were goods available in the future, they should be sold here first, hoping to repay Wu Yuyi's kindness. Su Qiming nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San waved goodbye, saying, "We're heading back for a meal. All right, after dinner, let us meet at the dock during low tide. We could take advantage of the afternoon's high tide to explore the isolated island." They agreed. Father Su then asked, "Are you going out to sea this afternoon?" "Of course. We rented the boat for the day. We might as well make use of it. We originally planned to head to the island this morning, but we thought it best to bring the fish back first." "That is fine, but do be cautious on the island. I heard that there have been more snakes lately, and some areas are difficult to approach. Be careful not to scrape the bottom of the boat on the rocks." Father Su and Mother Su cautioned seriously. "All right, Dad, will you be going out this afternoon?" "I certainly will. Every little bit counts. I set some traps last night, and I'll collect them this afternoon. Your mother will also head to the dock to gather supplies." Su Qiming turned to look at his father's graying hair, noticing patches of thinning scalp. Hearing his father's cheerful words, he noticed his lips were cracked from the dry air. His mother's fingers were also severely chapped, despite having applied lotion the previous day. The demanding work took a toll on their health. Feeling a pang of sadness, he said, "Dad, Mom, please don't overexert yourselves." His desire to earn money grew stronger. He felt that only by accumulating wealth would his parents be inclined to take a break. Otherwise, without money, his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Unsurprisingly, his father casually remarked, "We're not as old as you think. We can still work for many more years. Besides, Uncle Lou from the neighboring village worked until he was in his 70s or 80s, still out on the boat, and he seemed just fine. One cannot afford to be idle. Idleness leads to aging quickly. In truth, these were just excuses. Impoverished families have no choice, lacking pensions, working until they can no longer do so. Those with wealth do not need to toil for such extended periods. There was no point in arguing. As a son, all he could do was strive to earn a little more to alleviate the family's burden. Listening to Sue's mother recount, she mentioned how his aunt had swiftly erected a wall over there, constructed of earth, adorned with shards of glass bottles and cacti, seemingly to deter any attempts at climbing over. Furthermore, upon dividing the household, they deliberately prepared an abundance of delectable dishes previously concealed, now laid out for all to savor, filling the air with enticing aromas that even reached them. The neighbors were all observing, remarking that ever since the family split, the aunt's household seemed to flourish increasingly. Let us finish the sweet noodle cakes today, and there is no need to reserve any of the brown sugar water. We have plenty at home, Qiming remarked. Hearing their son express such concern brought joy to Sue's father and mother. Their son had indeed changed, perhaps truly maturing. Sue's father patted Qiming on the back, saying nothing, but his smile seemed to harbor unspoken sentiments. Qiming felt he understood, grasping the essence of his father's thoughts. Chapter 76. The desire to purchase a ship. Subsequently, the individuals over there mentioned that after consulting the birth dates, it was determined that the two of them were quite compatible with no issues at all, and the date was also auspicious. If they were in a hurry, they could expedite the wedding to the 6th of next month. Qiming pondered that an additional week was not a significant delay, and moreover, it would afford him an extra week to earn more money. Sue's father and mother began discussing the engagement and the series of customs involved, noting that their side had quite a few complexities. The formalities needed to be meticulously observed, otherwise they would be ridiculed. They planned to construct a new house, and the foundation had already been discussed. They had sent a few gifts to the village leader, and thus it was settled. As for the workers, arrangements had already been made, and the earliest opportunity would allow Qiming to oversee things. Nodding at his parents' arrangements, Qiming reflected on how, in his previous life, after separating from his parents, he had never lived in a large house. In this life, he was determined to earn well, aspiring to provide his parents with a spacious home as a means of compensating for a regret he harbored in his heart. However, they had yet to acquire any furniture. We were thinking of hiring the carpenter from the neighboring village to craft you a set of 36 legs, Sue's mother remarked. What are 36 legs? Qiming inquired, recognizing it as a unique term of this era. It referred to a complete set of furniture, cabinets, tables, dressing tables, chairs, and the like, totaling 36 legs. How much will it cost to make this set of 36 pieces? Qiming asked. Just a matter of a few dozen coins, though the wait time may be a bit longer. You need not worry about the wedding expenses. I have money available. I earned over 200 today alone. You can keep your funds. We don't need to build a new house. Once your house is completed, we should still have 600 or 700 left, which will certainly suffice for your wedding. We will see how much is needed for the marriage, and the remainder will be entrusted to you as seed capital. Your mother and I want Teeny to keep much money on hand, Sue's father stated. Qiming opened his mouth to respond, but realized that reasoning at this point was futile, so he refrained from speaking and resolved to focus on earning money instead. After parting from his parents, Qiming returned home to find Jiang Shuyu had prepared dinner for him. Though Jiang Shuyu was not adept at stir-frying, she excelled at making cold dishes and steaming fish. After finishing the meal, Qiming took out a substantial sum of money, having planned to retrieve it from his pocket earlier. But the sheer amount surprised Jiang Shuyu when he revealed it. She gathered the money in her hands, counted it, and finally asked, "How did you earn so much today?" Qiming did not evade the question and recounted the events of the day, explaining how he encountered wealthy individuals. Ultimately, he attributed his good fortune to luck. How about that? I've earned back all the money we had set aside for the wedding in just one day, Qiming asked with a smile. Jiang Shuyu listened, grinning, and expressed her own yearning for the sea. Our boat is rather small and not very safe, and you cannot swim. However, once I acquire a larger vessel, I shall certainly take you out to sea, Qiming declared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao hesitated, responding, While I was gathering firewood today, I encountered several ladies from your village and exchanged pleasantries with them. They mentioned that the current customs dictate that women are not permitted on boats. It is considered troublesome for women to board. Even simple necessities like using the restroom become inconvenient. Moreover, fishing and net pulling are predominantly male endeavors, as they require considerable strength, making it hazardous for women. Thus, this belief has taken root over time. But when I procure the boat, you shall accompany me. It belongs to both of us, and I shall defy anyone who dares to object, Su Qiming asserted boldly. All right, Jiang Xiao thought to herself. Feeling elated by Su Qiming's favoritism, her heart swelled with happiness. In just a few days, Su Qiming had brought home a significant amount of money. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity with only a few hundred yuan at home. He aspired to purchase a small boat equipped with an engine, not excessively large, perhaps around 10 meters long. This type of boat, characteristic of their Minnan region, featured a red bow and was equipped with a diesel engine, suitable for placing traps for crabs and nets. It was not practical to continue catching fish in the tidal flats, especially since Jiang Dafei had set his sights on them. Venturing out to sea with traps would undoubtedly yield greater profits. However, such a boat would cost around 400 to 500 yuan, and he was short on funds. After dinner, the two rested for a while. As the tide receded, Su Qiming headed to the dock to fetch Zhang Dahai and Zhao San for their trip to the deserted island. They had earned a considerable sum that morning, but Zhao San bore a slap mark on his face. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that upon returning with so much money, his mother suspected him of theft. No amount of explanation sufficed. His sister had slapped him, accusing him of stealing alongside Su Qiming, which created quite a scene. Eventually, when his mother and sister arrived at the dock and discovered their mistake, Zhao San felt deeply wronged, but both his mother and sister apologized. They were astonished. Could it be that Su Qiming had truly turned over a new leaf? Consequently, in the afternoon, they allowed him to accompany them to the deserted island, where his mother even sent along a few canned fruits for Su Qiming as a gesture of apology. Nevertheless, his sister remained obstinate, attributing their good fortune to luck and refusing to believe in Su Qiming's reform. Zhao San urged Su Qiming to make them proud, lamenting his sister's irritating demeanor as he retrieved the canned goods. Zhang Dahai and Su Qiming each received 2 cans, which they could not bring themselves to consume, resolving instead to share them with their families upon returning. The deserted island they visited comprised 2 round islets connected together. Zhang Dahai grinned and proclaimed that he would name the island Nizi Island. Goodness, this fellow. Su Qiming rolled his eyes, nearly speechless. Upon landing, they were taken aback by the island's abundant resources. It was evident that few had ventured here. The stones on the island were covered in a lush layer of green seaweed, damp and vibrant. Beneath the seaweed lies an array of glistening black mussels, alongside items such as military hats, bitter snails, and cowrie shells. The cowrie shells, in particular, hold significant value, as there are collection points at the docks. These cowrie shells are the most sought after, collected in baskets upon baskets. Once cooked, they are placed in baskets and gently shaken, causing the flesh within the shells to emerge effortlessly. Eventually, the meat can be sold directly to processing factories. With such an abundance of goods at the edges, it seems there is great potential to be realized. Chapter 77. Zhao San's remarkable discovery. Zhang Dahai and Zhao San were exhilarated upon spotting an abundance of goods at the edge, their eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaiming, "Goodness, so many treasures! Why does no one come here usually?" Su Qiming rolled his eyes, responding that fishing boats typically set out to sea to deploy traps and nets. Who would have the leisure to borrow a small boat to venture to this isolated island like they did? There were many foragers along the shore, predominantly women and children, who generally scavenged only in the vicinity of their village's beach. This was considered customary. Each household's designated area near their entrance was essentially the property of the entire village, discouraging individuals from other villages from encroaching upon their territory. Their boat soon reached the shore, showcasing the advantages of its size. Despite the rocky terrain, the shallow draft of the small vessel spared it from any danger of grounding. They arrived at a rock formation, securely tying the rope to the rocks before disembarking and swimming towards the front. This stretch could only be traversed by their own efforts, and before long, their feet touched the seabed. After wringing out their clothes, they joyfully approached the rocky outcrop. After just a few steps, Zhang Dehai exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, what a large orchid crab!" He reached out, and with a little effort, captured a crab the size of a fist. This crab boasted a striking white and blue hue, with patterns that were particularly beautiful. It was named the orchid crab due to its coloration resembling that of blue orchids. Typically, blue crabs are male, while the females are yellow, thus distinguishing the genders is quite straightforward. Although this size of orchid crab may not fetch as high a price as the female, its substantial size still commanded a decent value. "How is your luck so remarkable?" Zhao San grumbled, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the crevices of the rocks below, searching in vain for anything of interest. Su Qiming suggested, "Don't just focus on the larger catches. With so many cower shells around, if we could gather a few £100 to cook and sell the meat at the collection station, we could earn a significant sum." The cower shell, scientifically known as the abalone snail, earned its name due to its shell, which gleamed brightly, resembling a cow's eye. While other regions might refer to different mollusks as cowrie, the nomenclature varied by locality, and this was their term for it. "Indeed, we should gather more cowries. There are simply too many here," he continued. Furthermore, these shells adhered loosely to the rocks, easily dislodged with a mere tug. They filled their buckets, hands busy scraping off the shells, and soon the delightful sound of clinking echoed around them as they filled their containers. The abundance of cowries here was astounding, clustering densely upon the rocks. Once they finished with one rock, they began to shift their focus to another. Before long, their buckets were once again filled to the brim. Su Qiming then procured a sack, pouring the cow's eyes into it. After all three men had emptied their buckets, the sack was nearly half full. Within a mere 20 minutes of diligent work, a large sack was filled to capacity. Gazing at the bounty of cow's eyes, Zhang Dehai exclaimed with delight, "Shall we take these back and sell them directly, or is there another plan?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Qiming replied, "It is wiser to sell them outright. Upon our return, we would still need to steam and prepare the meat. Although the flesh detaches from the shell with a simple shake, it still requires considerable effort. Instead of laboring over this, we might as well seek out more lucrative opportunities elsewhere." At this point, Zhang Dehai felt a twinge of frustration and remarked, "Curse it, if it weren't for that Qingdi fellow, would we have needed to come to this desolate island for sea gathering? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to catch jumping fish there? Do not engage with him. I have my own plans to deal with such a man. Besides, catching jumping fish is merely a temporary fix. We cannot spend our entire lives pursuing them. Acquiring a boat is the ultimate goal." Meanwhile, as they conversed, Zhao San had successfully captured a crab, though he expressed disappointment upon inspecting it. This is a three-eyed crab. The price of three-eyed crabs pales in comparison to that of orchid crabs, as many locals experience allergic reactions, resulting in itching. Consequently, purchasing points are generally reluctant to acquire such crabs, with most opting to consume them personally. To be honest, when they first arrived on the island, they felt a flicker of excitement. After managing to fill 2 more sacks with cow's eyes, fatigue began to set in, primarily due to the overwhelming abundance of cow's eyes on the rocks, leaving little room for other valuable finds. Just as they were resting, Zhao San announced his intention to use the restroom. "Why do you need to run so far for that?" they inquired, to which Zhao San replied, "It's because Zhang Dehai commented on my fair backside. I wish to distance myself from him." After a considerable duration, they suddenly heard a piercing scream from Zhao San. They rushed over, inquiring what had transpired. There, Zhao San, with his trousers in hand, joyfully exclaimed, "I was relieving myself here when I noticed a hole. I aimed my stream, and lo and behold, a large blood eel emerged." "What? A blood eel? You must be mistaken." Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai were equally exhilarated. Blood eels are the most prized variety in their region, as locals believe consuming them replenishes vitality and prevents children from suffering nosebleeds. Thus, blood eels are consistently in high demand, fetching prices of $1 or $2 per pound. However, they are notoriously challenging to catch. Typically, Only trawlers manage to haul in a few, and even then, it is a remarkable feat to obtain just a pound or two from several hundred pounds of fish. Zhang Dehai was indeed not deceiving them. There, in the muddy ground, wriggled a blood eel, approximately the thickness of a thumb and measuring 20 to 30 centimeters in length, perhaps stimulated by Zhao San's urine. It was desperately searching for a hole to escape into. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Zhao San hurried over, attempting to capture the slippery creature, only to have it evade his grasp. Zhang Dehai, exasperated, shouted, "Are you foolish? You can't catch it with your hand. Use the gap between your index and middle fingers to pinch it." Chapter 78, The Deceptive Gathering of Eels. Zhao San exclaimed, "They've all fled to your side. Go and catch them." To which Zhang Dehai retorted, "What have I consumed of your urine? I'm not going to catch them." Zhao San rolled his eyes, reluctantly trudging over until he finally managed to seize a small blood eel. Qiming happened to bring a bucket and toss the eel into it. Once in the bucket, the eel thrashed about for a moment before settling down. Witnessing the commotion on the rocks invigorated Qiming, who declared, "Surely, there must be more than just one blood eel here. Let us search, for perhaps there are others lurking nearby. No more digging for cow-eye snails. If there are many blood eels, what need do we have for cow-eyes?" Upon hearing Qiming's words, Zhao San and Zhang Dehai brightened, quickly squatting down to search for eel holes. Blood eel holes are relatively easy to locate. Qiming recalled having heard that such holes are surrounded by slime and crawling traces, making them simple to find if one follows these indications. Before long, they each discovered a blood eel hole. However, extracting the eels was no trivial task, as blood eels tend to burrow deeper into their holes when startled. The one they had just caught had emerged only because it was provoked by Zhao San's urine. As they reached to dig, Zhang Dehai managed to unearth a blood eel, but as it darted away, he attempted to continue digging, only to find it had already vanished into the mud. "Damn it, next time we come, we should bring a few hoes," Qiming muttered. He also attempted to dig, but ultimately conceded, finding the endeavor to extract blood eels far too laborious. Each eel seemed to require a good 20 minutes of digging at the very least, for these creatures were remarkably clever, diving into the mud at the slightest hint of danger. Who knows how deep they burrow into their holes? "Forget it," Qiming suggested, "without hose. Digging by hand is inconvenient. Moreover, there are numerous shells here. I wouldn't want to cut my hand and risk infection in this mud." He quickly urged the two to reconsider. It seemed they would have to wait until their next visit with hose in hand, but even then, digging would not be a simple task. Why, you might ask? Because the area was filled with marine mud and sand, interspersed with many small stones. If one were to strike a stone while digging, the hoe could rebound dangerously high. Even without hitting a stone, the mud, laden with seawater, would cling stubbornly to the hoe, making it exceedingly difficult to dig. This is precisely why the price of blood eels remains so high. They are simply too challenging to extract. "Oh, how frustrating it is to see such wealth before me, yet remain unable to grasp it," Zhang Dehai lamented, scratching his head in desperation. "Let us head back and gather some cow-eyes instead. We shall return for the blood eels another time. Let us rent the boat for another day tomorrow. Tonight, I will ponder strategy." Qiming recalled that in his previous life, there was a method employed during the harvesting of blood eels that could entice these creatures to emerge willingly, yet he could not quite remember the specifics at this moment. Perhaps he would ponder it later. With no other options, they returned to acquire some cow-eyes, and the three of them managed to gather 5 sacks of them. They dragged the heavy sacks to the sea, where the boat drew closer, and they heaved the sacks onto the deck, piled high like small hills. The 5 sacks awaited them, as they climbed aboard and lay on the iron deck to rest for a while. Damn, each sack must weigh over 100 pounds. Totaling at least 500 pounds of cargo, it's not a wasted trip. However, the collection point for cow-eyes would not accept them. They were meant specifically for sale at the locations that dealt in sea conchs. As they approached the dock, they encountered a few men idly chatting, who were taken aback upon seeing the 5 hefty sacks, inquiring about their contents, apprehensive that they might be transporting something of great value. Qiming did not conceal the truth and revealed that they were merely cow-eyes. Given the low market price for this commodity, even 500 pounds would not yield much profit for each of them. Thus, he felt no fear of inciting jealousy. Many of the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief upon learning it was just cow eyes and settled back down. By chance, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when he coincidentally encountered his uncle and his older cousin, both returning from the sea with sunburnt necks. Upon seeing the 5 sacks of cow eyes, they inquired further, soon realizing that Qiming and his companions had ventured out to sea. His uncle remained silent, while his cousin, unable to contain himself, chuckled and remarked, "You lot borrowed money to go out to sea and ended up with just a few £100 of cow eyes? Don't let it be that you can't even cover today's boat rental and fuel costs." As he spoke, he joyfully lifted a basket brimming with fish. No wonder his cousin was so pleased today. It turned out they had caught a significant amount of golden pomfret, along with a small basket of white pomfret. The price of white pomfret was higher than that of golden pomfret due to its more delicate texture and superior flavor, though it was notoriously difficult to catch. In later times, many who consumed white pomfret were actually eating freshwater varieties or farm-raised ones. At that moment, onlookers noticed the bounty of white pomfret caught by his cousin's family and approached, praising their good fortune and remarking on the excellent catch of the day. It was worth noting that the winds had been rather strong that morning, and other fishing boats had not fared as well. Hearing this, his cousin puffed up with pride, resembling a peacock flaunting its feathers. However, someone soon could not resist commenting, "I heard Qiming and his crew caught several £100 of bombfish this morning and made a tidy sum." Upon hearing this, his cousin and uncle could hardly believe their ears. When they realized that others were proclaiming Qiming's remarkable luck, they recalled their earlier remarks, and, with faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, silently carried their catch towards the nearby collection point. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune these past few days. Who could predict what the future held? Some individuals were ingratiating themselves with the elder's family, laughing and chatting amiably. Meanwhile, Qiming lacked the interest to engage in banter with their cousin, recognizing that such individuals merely sought to validate their own existence. It was unnecessary to pay them any mind. The paramount concern was to live one's own life well. Today, Qiming had acquired a small cart, having previously mentioned his intention to purchase one, but ultimately forgotten. Managing numerous goods without a cart proved to be rather inconvenient. The group placed their burlap sacks onto the cart and proceeded towards the nearby shellfish collection point. The collection point was bustling with activity, with large pots simmering nearby, fueled by crackling firewood, cooking baskets of lively cow-eye snails. Several women donned in headscarves were busily transferring the snails into bamboo baskets, the cooked snails rattling within as the meat naturally detached from their shells. At the forefront of the collection point stood a matron with a slightly dark complexion, diligently recording in a ledger while manipulating an abacus. This collection point, named Lixian Collection Point, was conveniently close, prompting the group to sell their goods here first. Upon seeing them approach with the cart, the matron inquired about the type of snails they had. Qiming replied that they were cow-eye snails, emphasizing their particularly large size, and opened a burlap sack for her inspection before asking her for the price she would offer. The matron glanced at the snails and remarked, "These cow-eye snails are just SOSO, priced at 8 cents per pound." Qiming's expression darkened upon hearing this. Did they think him a naive fool? Such substantial cow-eye snails should surely fetch at least 10 cents per pound. Even negotiating up to 11 cents was reasonable. Did they truly believe they could lowball him? Chapter 79. Something seems amiss. Zhang Dahui and Zhao San, unaware of the true value, were about to lower their goods upon hearing the woman's words. However, Qiming intervened, stating, "What are you selling? This woman clearly regards us as easy prey. She is not the only buyer in town. We have 2 other collection points. Let us inquire elsewhere." Zhang Dahui and Zhao San were taken aback, realizing the woman's offered price was indeed too low. They had not been cautious, as the area was bustling with people. If one were to deliberately deceive customers, they would surely lose future business. Why was this woman offering such a low price? It was primarily because she perceived them as inexperienced, believing they would only make a few purchases rather than engage in long-term trade, prompting her to attempt to reap a large profit. Qiming shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and prepared to leave with them. Zhang Dahui hesitated, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The woman, busy calculating her accounts, grew anxious. Earlier, she had intentionally lowballed her offer, feigning indifference in hopes of profiting from these three unsuspecting individuals. But to her surprise, the leader proved to be quite astute and not easily deceived. Seeing them about to depart, she quickly raised her hand, saying, "Hey, let us discuss this amicably. Prices can be negotiated. How about 9 cents per pound? That price is certainly generous. If you go to another collection point, you will have to walk over a mile further. My place is much closer." At this point, Qiming was genuinely irritated. He furrowed his brows and replied, "Aunt Li Xiang, do you truly take us for fools? These cow eyes are large, plump, and should easily sell for at least 10 cents or more per pound. Even negotiating at 10 or 12 cents is reasonable. Yet you offer 8 or 9 cents. How can we sell to you at that rate? Furthermore, we are not selling just 10 or 20 pounds. We are selling 500 pounds at a time. Given the volume of our goods, the price should naturally be higher." With that, Qiming lost all desire to continue the conversation and pushed his cart away. Aunt Li Xiang muttered curses under her breath several times. Her greed had led her to attempt to exploit the situation, only to end up stepping on her own toes. Nearby, several women boiling water in a large pot glanced at Qiming and his companions, wiping sweat from their brows, as one remarked, "Aren't those the three rascals from Dongshui village? I've heard they have been particularly industrious lately, selling a considerable amount of goods. This morning, they seem to have caught several hundred pounds of bomb fish, and this afternoon, they've managed another 500 or 600 pounds of cow eyes. Truly commendable work. Indeed, only these young men possess such vigor. We women simply lack the strength to accomplish such feats. My own husband lies around all day, utterly useless, incapable of any work. Day or night." Aunt Li Xiang, who had just suffered a business loss, felt somewhat relieved upon learning that it was the three rascals from Dongshui village involved. She remarked, "I was wondering who it could be. If this business deal falls through and affects our future dealings, it would be quite a loss. But those three rascals? That's nothing to worry about. They're likely just short on cash for a day or two. Once they make a bit of money, their true character will resurface. Such individuals are destined for failure in business, so there's no real loss at stake." With that, she resumed her calculations with a sense of ease. Meanwhile, Qiming and Zhang Dehai had walked over a mile to another shell collection point, which was run by Ding Tao, the wife of their village's secretary, Chen Luowa. Ding Tao was there with her daughter, Chun Danny, managing their business. Thanks to the influence of Secretary Chun, the shell collection point had consistently thrived. Interestingly, Secretary Chun was not always known by that moniker. In his youth, he had been a soldier. After returning from the war, having been injured, he was brought back in a military vehicle and promptly appointed as village secretary. He had endured hardships, shed blood, and earned great merit during his service. Yet the toll of age and injury had left him stooped and somewhat hunchbacked, earning him the nickname Chun Luoguo over time. Upon arriving at the shell collection shop, Zhang Dehai suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I've upset my stomach again this morning. I need to find a place to relieve myself. Timing is everything, it seems. All right, go ahead. Isn't there a small grove behind us? You can take care of it there while we handle the selling." Qiming waved him off. With a guilty conscience, Zhang Dehai hurried off to the grove, unaware of any abnormality. Qiming and Zhao Xin wheeled their cart into the shop, immediately spotting several women busily working. "Aunt Ding, I brought over 500 pounds of cow eyes. Are you buying? What's the price?" Qiming called out as he approached. One of the women, who was lifting a basket of shells, turned to see Qiming and her eyes widened in surprise. She had heard that he had been working diligently lately, but seeing him in person was unexpected. After a moment, she said, "Let me take a look." Upon assessing the size of the cow eyes, she added, "These are quite rare and plump. How about one? 1 yuan per pound? Does that work for you?" Qiming pondered for a moment and then smiled. "I prefer to settle here for a fair price. I just came from the adjacent collection point where they offer me only 0.8 yuan per pound. Thankfully, I came here instead. Feng Li Xiang is becoming increasingly unscrupulous. How can one conduct business like that? She relies on her proximity to the dock, making it inconvenient for many to bring their goods here." Aunt Ding meticulously examined the shells before transferring them to a basket for weighing. Then she called out, "Danny, come help me with the accounts." "Coming, mother," responded a girl with 2 braided pigtails as she rushed over. The girl possesses a striking beauty, her brows and eyes reminiscent of Aunt Ding, and a beauty mark graces the corner of her mouth, making her smile utterly enchanting. She is the cherished daughter of the village secretary, their only child, treasured like a precious gem. Upon encountering Chandanier, Su Qiming felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, suddenly reminded of events that transpired in his previous life involving this girl, which cast a shadow of inexplicable heaviness upon his heart. Chandanier, raised in a family that dotes on her, is rather innocent and later wed the son of a friend of Chen Luo from the army. Unfortunately, her husband harbored deep insecurities and suspicions, constantly doubting her fidelity. One fateful day, consumed by paranoia, he tragically took her life, along with that of their child, insisting that the infant was not his own. It was only upon examination that it was revealed he had long been suffering from mental illness. This sorrowful tale ultimately tarnished the good reputation that Chen Luogua and Aunt Ding had maintained in the village. The grief of burying a child is a burden that few can bear. Chen Danier looked at the two of them and inquired with a smile, "Isn't Dahuai here?" To which Zhao San replied, "He went to relieve himself due to a stomach ache." "Very well," Chen Danier said, glancing back without further comment. Aunt Ding shot her a glance, somewhat irked, and urged, "Hurry and settle the matter. Why the questions?" "Oh, I see." Su Qiming blinked, sensing something amiss. Could it be that? Chapter 80. Zhang Dahai's concerns reflecting on Zhang Dahai's sudden retreat. Could it be that he harbors feelings for Qindani? Otherwise, why would he choose this moment to flee? It is worth noting that Zhang Dahai lives not far from the village secretary's residence, merely a house apart, and the two have essentially grown up together. If Zhang Dahai indeed has affections for Qindani, it is hardly surprising. It is no wonder he hesitates to express his feelings. Su Qiming is well aware of Zhang Dahai's thoughts. What kind of family does Qindani come from? Particularly with her father, Chen Luohua, being a military man of integrity who cannot abide a man of dubious character. Qindani is the cherished daughter of their family. How could Chen Luohua permit her to marry an ne'er-do-well like Zhang Dahai? Moreover, Zhang Dahai's family background has been less than respectable, rendering him unworthy in the eyes of society. Thus, in his previous life, Zhang Dahai has concealed his love for Qindani for so long and so deeply. It is likely that Aunt Ding also sensed a mutual affection between the two, which is why she became displeased upon hearing Qindani inquire about Zhang Dahai's whereabouts. In truth, Su Qiming's conjecture was not mistaken. Aunt Ding and her husband had long been aware of Zhang Dahai's interest. However, what are Zhang Dahai's circumstances? Not only is he impoverished, but his carefree attitude and notorious reputation in the village make him an unsuitable match. How could Aunt Ding possibly allow her daughter to associate with him? Over the years, she has strictly prohibited any interaction between her daughter and Zhang Dahai. On Qindani's part, her feelings for Zhang Dahai have not yet blossomed into love. She merely harbors a slight fondness for him. Yet, even this modest affection is enough for Aunt Ding to seek to extinguish any budding romance. After all, Qindani is renowned for her beauty in the surrounding area, and her family standing is quite respectable. The brothers of her peers in the military are eager to introduce their sons to her. None could compare unfavorably to Zhang Dahai. Thus, Aunt Ding remains resolute in her opposition to this union. In truth, she is not entirely traditional. She would reconsider if Zhang Dahai were diligent and accomplished. However, the reality is that Zhang Dahai has been a source of disappointment. What significant endeavors has he undertaken over the years? Recently, she heard whispers of him having done a bit of honest work. But how long could that last before his true self reemerges? With this thought, Aunt Ding scoffed and remarked, "Zhang Dahai isn't out at sea with you today, is he?" So Qiming quickly clarified, No, Aunt Ding. We all dug these clams together. Ahai contributed the most, and I would estimate he dug at least half of them. He just drank too much water on the way and stepped aside to use the restroom. He will be back shortly. Understanding now, Aunt Ding's demeanor softened slightly, and she instructed the group to carry the clams aside for weighing. Once weighed, they totaled 580 pounds, amounting to a sum of 63. 8 yuan at a rate of 0. 11 yuan per pound. Aunt Ding was rather generous, With a casual gesture, she remarked, "All right, I want to quibble over these 2 dimes. Let us settle it at 64 yuan. It's a rare sight to see the 3 of you engaging in something worthwhile. So consider this a token of encouragement. Keep up the good work." "Certainly, absolutely. We 3 have resolved to turn over a new leaf and embark on a righteous path." "You can rest assured," they replied with a sense of conviction. Aunt Ding raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Qiming's newfound eloquence after a few days of absence. Before long, they had settled the payment, and Qiming, beaming with joy, said, "All right, Auntie, we'll take our leave now. In the future, we'll prioritize selling our good wares to you." "That is splendid. I will be delighted to have you all come by daily to sell." Aunt Ding waved them off. With a small cart and empty sacks in tow, Qiming and Zhao San began their journey back. In the distance, they spotted Zhang Dehai sitting there, waiting. Qiming approached him and playfully inquired, "Haven't you just finished your business? Why aren't you joining us?" Zhang Dehai, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "I thought I'd take a break since you all were done selling." Noticing the insincerity in Zhang Dehai's tone, Qiming understood his reluctance stemmed from fear of Aunt Ding's reprimand. He said pointedly, "Enough of the pretense, Zhang Dehai. Do you really think you can conceal your little schemes from me?" "What schemes?" "I don't have any schemes," Zhang Dehai stammered, panic evident in his voice. Zhao San, still oblivious, looked curiously at the two. Qiming continued unabashedly, "Is it not your fondness for Chendani? Why the timidity, man?" "Ah, do you like Chendani?" "I had no idea," Zhao San exclaimed, utterly astonished. "With that head of yours, by the time you find out, the whole neighborhood will already be aware." Qiming shot Zhao San a glare, then turned to the blushing Zhang Dehai, saying, "We are all brothers. What is there to hide?" Zhang Dehai sighed with a resigned smile. "It's not that I wish to conceal it, Amin. Look at my circumstances. Do you think I dare approach Dani's mother? Every time she sees me, she either rolls her eyes or scolds me to keep my distance. For a year now, I haven't dared to face Dani, only stealing glances from afar, and even then, I find contentment in just a fleeting sight of her." Qiming, taken aback by this confession, stepped forward and slapped Zhang Dehai on the face, exclaiming, "Zhang Dehai, do you hear the nonsense you're uttering? What kind of man says he's content with merely gazing from a distance? What will you do when Dani gets married? Burn Joss' paper and silently wish her well?" At a loss for words, Zhang Dehai could only stare blankly. Qiming began to impart wisdom. As a man, what is paramount? Beyond wealth, is confidence and a lack of shame. With your timid demeanor, do you truly believe Dani would ever have feelings for you, even if you were wealthy and capable? Zhang Dehai paused, contemplating Qiming's words, and finally asked, "Amin, what should I do then? I truly cherish Dani. We have grown up together since childhood, and my affection for her has endured for many years. However, as time passes and I find myself at a certain age, I am beset by the harsh reality of my circumstances, without a penny to my name, devoid of any skills or resources. Dani's mother looks upon me with disdain, as if I were nothing more than refuse, and I feel an insurmountable distance separating me from Dani. But what nonsense! Are we not currently striving to earn a living?" Qiming, frustrated by Zhang Dehai's lack of resolve, scolded him, exasperated at how someone who appears so lively and audacious could be so timid in matters of the heart. Today, he felt compelled to elucidate the situation to Zhang Dehai. "You are now on the right path," Qiming asserted. "Your foremost priority should be to present your best self before Dani and Aunt Ding, showcasing your diligence and ambition. In due time, as I help you earn substantial wealth, their perceptions of you will surely improve. You will shed the label of a slacker, and then, do you truly believe that marrying Dani will remain a challenge?" Chapter 81. A Solution is Found. Zhang Dehai remarked, "Indeed, what you say is true, but can we truly earn such substantial wealth? Can we amass enough to alter Dani's mother's perception of me?" To be candid, he himself suspected that today's fortune was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, the life of a fisherman seldom offers such serendipity on a daily basis. Regardless of what the future holds, focusing on the present is paramount. Without a modicum of confidence, one can scarcely accomplish anything. Moreover, in the past few days, you must have earned a few hundred yuan, haven't you? Surely you have. Isn't that sufficient? In these few days, you've already earned what others take months to make. What more do you desire? If you maintain this momentum, will marrying to NI still pose a challenge? Not to mention building a new house. That will be a mere trifle. Zhao San thumped his chest and declared, when the time comes for your wedding, feel free to ask me for money. Get lost, get lost. How much money do you even have? Hearing Su Qiming and Zhao San's words, Zhang Dehai felt a sense of relief wash over him. He stood up and proclaimed, Ming, I will heed your advice and strive alongside you. The three of U.S. brothers shall endeavor to achieve something remarkable. Now, that's the spirit of a true man. We fishermen ought to possess some grit. Otherwise, how shall we contend with the mighty storms? Indeed, Ming, you speak wisely. Su Qiming nodded in satisfaction and said, All right, it will soon be dark. We must hurry back. Tomorrow, let us inform the production team and rent a fishing boat for another day. We must devise a way to catch those blood eels. Zhang Dehai, pulling out a cigarette, took a drag and remarked, But those creatures are so challenging to unearth. I doubt we could even procure a couple of Gene in a day. At that moment, Su Qiming pondered what could potentially entice the blood eels to emerge from their rural burrows. As he observed the cigarette in Zhang Dehai's hand, an epiphany struck him regarding how to extract these elusive eels. Hey, Ming, why are you looking at me like that? Do you wish to smoke as well? Zhang Dehai felt an involuntary shiver at the glimmering excitement in Su Qiming's eyes. Yet, Su Qiming, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, I have figured out how to catch those blood eels. How so? Both Zhang Dehai and Zhao San were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Su Qiming's sudden exhilaration. Su Qiming instructed them to applaud, then sent them home while he ventured alone to purchase 2 boxes of Daffodil brand cigarettes. The selection of cigarettes in their area was quite varied, with options like Lonely brand, but Daffodil was slightly more expensive. Having some money on hand, Su Qiming opted for 2 boxes of Daffodil cigarettes. He then stopped by a nearby shop to buy some pork. The vendor, Lu Jie's husband, received a box of Daffodil cigarettes from Su Qiming, who lit a match and handed it to the man, personally igniting the cigarette for him to enjoy. Su Qiming mentioned Sister Lu, to which Sister Lu's husband joyfully responded, Ah, you must be Amin. She has been speaking of you frequently these past few days. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, she mentioned wanting to prepare boiled eggs for you, yet you have not graced us with your presence. He continued, These days, I've been busy out at sea catching fish. By the way, Brother Chun, do we still have any pork belly and lard available? I would like to purchase a bit more, 10 pounds of each if possible. From Lu's words, Su Qiming learned that her husband's surname was Chun, and he decided to address him as brother. Yes, indeed. How could we possibly not have any? The man glanced around and then retrieved some hidden pork belly and lard from beneath the counter. Such items were only sold to familiar faces. The cuts displayed on the counter were predominantly lean meat with little fat. Afterward, he returned to the old residence to find his parents. Upon arriving, he noticed that a gap had been opened in the original wall, replaced by a dilapidated wooden door. Entering through this door, he found himself in the side room where his parents resided. The former yard had been fortified with a mud wall, which had risen in height over just 2 days, adorned with shards of glass and cacti. Seeing this, Su Qiming scoffed, but said nothing. Sooner or later, he would construct larger houses and take his parents to live elsewhere. With this thought in mind, he entered the house, where his mother was mending a fishing net, while his father sat nearby, preparing some small fish. Upon his arrival, his father joyfully shook the water from his hands and remarked, I've been drying some fish these past few days. You could take some home. I have more than enough. No need to rush. By the way, father, do you still have the tobacco leaves you bought earlier? What do you need tobacco leaves for? Have you taken up smoking? Su's father looked at Su Qiming, puzzled. Su Qiming waved his hand dismissively. Father, I do not smoke. I have great use for the leaves for fishing. He recalled how fishermen in his previous life employed a special method to catch blood eels hidden in holes by dripping water infused with tobacco. The pungent tobacco water would irritate the eels, prompting them to emerge for air, making it easy to capture them. He briefly explained his need for the tobacco for fishing purposes. Although Su's father was curious, he retrieved a small wooden box from under his bed, filled with crumpled, grayish-brown tobacco leaves, some of which had developed mold, but this did not affect their usability for smoking. The leaves might have a few cobwebs, but were unlikely to attract pests, as the strong scent deterred them. Sue's father handed some of the tattered leaves to Su Qiming. Since he was not using them for smoking, Su Qiming only needed scraps. He decided to leave the rest for his father to enjoy. He also placed the remaining box of Water Lily brand cigarettes into his father's hands, along with half of the pork belly and lard for both of them. His father, holding the box of cigarettes, was both delighted and surprised, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you brought tobacco leaves, but why buy me 2 boxes of cigarettes? And this pork and lard, how did you manage to procure them?" Many struggle to acquire such goods. He usually refrained from indulging in these fine cigarettes. And upon realizing they were of the exquisite Narcissus brand, his heart ached with a sense of loss. The sight of the rich, succulent pork made his mouth water. Sue's mother quickly interjected, "You should take this pork and lard home to enjoy. We have dried fish here. Each of us has taken 10 pounds. Let's divide it equally. If you want to eat it, I shall discard it." This box of cigarettes didn't cost much. "Father, please smoke these first and set aside the tobacco leaves." "Very well," he replied, his joy evident as he tucked away the 2 boxes of cigarettes. Holding the cigarettes and meat in his hands, he felt all the weariness from the day's labor dissipate. The essence of fatherhood is indeed such that one can find contentment in simple pleasures. "Mother and father, I shall return home now. Do remember to drink the brown sugar water I bought for you regularly. As for the pork, prepare it for dinner tonight, and render the lard into cooking fat. When I visit next time, I will bring you something different." Sue's mother shot him a pointed look. "Next time, do not buy so many things." Though she spoke sternly, her eyes betrayed a sense of gratitude. Previously, Su Qiming had not understood how to honor them, but these recent visits, laden with good gifts, had warmed their hearts. Just then, a commotion erupted from the neighboring house. Chapter 82. Earning a few hundred more tomorrow. Su Qiming was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, when he had brought over the meat, he had not been evasive. He had seen his uncle's family bustling about in the courtyard, laughing and chatting. Yet now, a quarrel had erupted. The 3 of them stepped outside to investigate, only to discover that the cause of the commotion was quite simple. His second cousin, Su Qishua, had returned home inebriated. Though but 2 years his senior, this cousin had led a more disreputable life, indulging in vice of every kind, drinking, gambling, and lewd pursuits. Whenever he had a little money, he would either squander it with dubious friends in town or indulge in the pleasures of the second floor of a bathhouse. Each time he returned home, it was with ill tidings. Either he would come back to sleep or to beg for money. At that moment, Su Qiming's uncle and aunt were already in a foul mood. Upon hearing that Su Qiming had returned with over 10 pounds of meat, their discomfort only intensified. Particularly distressed were Su Qiming's uncle and aunt, who had long since been disenchanted with the lack of filial piety demonstrated by their older and second sons. Thus, when the second cousin returned, he immediately demanded money from them. It was no wonder that they were incensed. How could they not be angered by their good-for-nothing son? They began to argue, blaming each other for his failings. Su Qiming's uncle believed that the second cousin's behavior stemmed from the indulgence of the women in the family. Meanwhile, the second cousin lay drunkenly on the ground. Observing the fierce argument, the elderly matriarch noticed her husband's eyes reddening with fury as he picked up a stick, seemingly ready to strike the inebriated cousin. She hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If you must strike someone, strike me instead. Why harm my precious grandson? He is still young. He will improve with time. There is no need for punishment." Witnessing this scene, Su Qiming's parents felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps it was due to their 2 children being born prematurely, but the matriarch favored her 2 eldest grandsons and held little affection for Su Qiming. No matter how foolish the second cousin behaved, he was still favored. In contrast, when Su Qiming had been despondent, the matriarch had not hesitated to criticize his parents for their perceived shortcomings, expressing disdain for Su Qiming himself. With the matriarch intervening, Su Qiming's uncle had no choice but to relent. At that moment, he glanced outside and saw Su Qiming's father holding a pack of cigarettes, which only deepened his discontent. He could not help but compare the situation. Other children, upon earning money, would promptly show filial respect to their parents. When Su Qiming had been aimless, his heart had remained somewhat balanced. Yet now, Seeing Su Qiming diligent and striving for success while his own two sons fell short, a miserly eldest who hoarded his earnings and a second son who was nothing but a burden, his frustration grew. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Casting a sidelong glance at his burly wife, he scoffed, dropped the stick from his grasp, and retreated to their quarters to sleep. The aunt, noticing Su Qiming and the others watching the spectacle, redirected her ire towards them, barking, "What are you staring at? What is there to see? Even if my son may lack ambition, he still surpasses yours. Your son's efforts are futile at this point. No amount of hard work over the years can compare to our family's achievements. What is this? Carrying meat home and deliberately flaunting it at her doorstep? Judging by your demeanor, it seems you can barely afford meat." Su Qiming and his two companions had no intention of engaging with his eccentric uncle's family. Su's father, feeling displeased, remarked, "Ming, let us show your uncle's family what we are made of." "Absolutely, father." Su Qiming, harboring a sense of determination, concurred. After sending his parents back, Su Qiming returned home alone, still clutching a small half-bucket of miscellaneous fish he had caught today, intending to feed the chickens. Upon arriving home, he noticed Jiang Shuyu returning from the bamboo grove with a basket, likely having just finished cutting grass to feed the large white geese. The geese consumed quite a substantial amount of grass daily, although they occasionally let the geese roam free to forage. They still needed supplemental feeding in the evenings to ensure they had enough energy to guard against weasels and snakes. Su Qiming observed Tian Suyo, who appeared as if she had just emerged from a strenuous endeavor, likely having watered the fields once more in the late afternoon. The vegetables in the garden were sprouting vibrantly, a pleasing sight. Noticing the effort Jiang Shuyu had exerted, he expressed concern. "You've worked so hard this afternoon. Some tasks could certainly wait until I return." However, Jiang Shuyu, ever diligent, set down her basket, wiped the sweat from her brow, and replied with a smile, "How could I let you bear the burden alone? I must learn to work as well. How do you find my efforts? I've fed the chickens, the geese, and watered the fields again." "Well, you've done even better than I could have." Su Qiming praised her, marveling at the resilience of this girl who was once a lady of affluence. If not for her delicate complexion, no one would believe her past. Delighted by Su Qiming's compliment, Jiang Shuyu smiled broadly, feeling a sense of fulfillment. "Didn't you go to the island this afternoon? How was the catch?" "It went reasonably well. I managed to catch several hundred pounds of cow-eye fish. I also brought back some meat today. I mentioned before that you needn't buy meat every time I return. We cannot rely on such luck daily." "Nonsense. Today's earnings allow for a little indulgence. Besides, this meat was acquired through fostering good relations. It won't be consumed in a single meal. We can render the pork fat into lard. And let us prepare a lean meat and vegetable soup for dinner." Su Qiming handed the earnings to Jiang Shuyu, and together they entered the house to commence cooking. The lean meat was sliced, coated with sweet potato starch, and plunged into the pot. This method ensured the meat emerged tender and succulent. Once cooked, they seasoned it with pepper, salt, and a dash of soy sauce, and added a handful of greens, creating their local specialty, lean meat and vegetable soup. Jiang Xiao began to speak of a dish from her hometown known as water-boiled sliced meat. Su Qiming, though already aware of it, feigned ignorance, listening intently as she described the dish's spiciness. He suggested that he would prepare it for her next time. Surprised, Jiang Xiao inquired whether he could cook, to which Su Qiming, with a steady demeanor, replied that based on her description, he felt confident he could. In his previous life, he had a fondness for spicy food, but in this life, his palate had yet to adapt, rendering him somewhat averse to chili. However, seeing the young lady's preference for lighter fare, he was willing to learn to appreciate a bit of spice for her sake. After preparing a soup of lean meat and vegetables, he noticed there were still plenty of beef eyes unsold, so he steamed a potful, and they both enjoyed the tender meat with chopsticks. Following their meal, they rendered the pork lard, adding water to boil the chopped pork fat. Once completed, they ended up with a basin of lard, which Su Qiming had specifically purchased a yellow ceramic bowl to store, complete with a lid for easy access during meals. The leftover cracklings were seasoned with salt and a pinch of chili powder. They sat on the walkway, savoring half of the cracklings, knowing that the remainder would last for several days without spoiling. Before retiring for the night, Su Qiming found a bowl and chopped the tobacco leaves, kneading them gently before placing them in the bowl to soak overnight, preparing for the following day's endeavors. Jiang Xiao was taken aback to see him diligently preparing the tobacco infusion, initially concerned about his actions. Su Qiming resuscitated, declaring that this was crucial for earning a substantial amount the next day. He was certain he would make a tidy sum of around 100 yuan. However, Jiang Xiao remained skeptical. Chapter 83. Intercepted? Oh dear, spare me the boasting. We fishermen and the farmers from our region are alike. We rely on the whims of nature and fortune for our sustenance. Such good luck cannot be expected each time. Jiang Shuyao called it back to sleep, carefully storing away the unfinished pork. Here, once the pork is cooked and preserved in lard, it can last for quite a while without spoiling. As the two lay in bed, Jiang Shuyao joyfully recounted to Su Qiming the tasks she had accomplished that day. She had repaired the damaged areas of their home, fed the chickens, let the geese roam freely for the day, and now they recognized the house, returning on their own at night, needing only the door to be secured. She had also watered the fields, and the loofah and cucumbers were growing remarkably fast, reaching nearly 10 centimeters in a single day. The water spinach, lettuce, and wood ear mushrooms were thriving as well, promising a harvest within a fortnight, thus saving them from daily trips to the market and allowing for a bit of financial relief. Jiang Shuyao expressed how fulfilling her day had been. Previously, when she was at home, she sometimes found herself restless at night, unable to sleep. However, after a day filled with labor, her mind was tranquil come evening. As she spoke, Su Qiming realized that there was silence from Jiang Shuyao's side. Turning his head, he discovered that his dear wife had already drifted off to sleep. Perhaps she was a bit uncomfortable, for she suddenly turned over, resting her hand and arm on him. Su Qiming gently patted the young lady's small hand and, with a smile, succumbed to slumber himself. Earning a living outside, while having such a devoted partner at home, filled him with happiness. They say that a man and woman working together makes the toil lighter. In his previous life, he had never experienced such a sentiment, having remained unmarried. Having someone at home was quite comforting, and as he held her hand, he noticed that it had developed blisters from the labor, yet she had tended to them herself, never mentioning it to him. On his last visit, he had specifically bought some iodine, for such remedies were scarce in this era. He took out the iodine, applied it to her hand, and then finally went to sleep, pondering when he might take Jiang Shuyao back to meet his parents. He would wait until they finished their tasks that day before bringing his wife along for a visit. The following morning, during breakfast, Su Qiming prepared a bamboo tube, filling it with a large basin of tobacco water, enough to fill 5 or 6 tubes, which he hung on himself. He preferred not to contaminate his water flask with it, as the odor would linger. Today, I anticipate earning at least 100 yuan. Just you wait and see. All right, I shall wait at home. Can we explore that area ahead for clams today? The tide is out, so I'll take a look. Good. Remember you identified clams and razor clams last time? Just dig a few up. It'll make for a nice dish at noon. Understood. However, upon reaching the dock, he noticed that Zhang Dehai and Zhao San appeared somewhat glum, as if they had just had a disagreement. Concerned, he hurriedly inquired, what happened? Didn't Tiwi plan to rent a boat this morning? Zhang Dehai expressed his frustration, exclaiming, damn, someone else got ahead of us. Just yesterday, we returned the boat, and now Jiang Dafei and Xia Hua have rented it. The elderly man overseeing the rentals accepted their payment, stating he was unwilling to rent the boat to us, opting instead for them. Hearing this, Su Qiming furrowed his brow. While it was indeed improper for the rental man to act thus, logically, if you intended to rent a boat today, you should have priority the following day. There was little that could be done. After all, it was his prerogative to rent to whomever he pleased. Zhao San added, that old man is somewhat related to Xia Hua's family, so there's no arguing that. What shall we do? I mean, this is the only boat equipped with an engine. We certainly can't rent a small wooden boat and paddle our way over, exhausting ourselves to the point of breaking our bones, especially with such turbulent seas. That would be utterly perilous. At this moment, Zhang Dehai was so enraged that he began to curse. Haven T. Jiang Dafei and the others arrived yet? Su Qiming glanced at the nearby boat, still docked peacefully. Indeed, the Haven T arrived. They certainly don't rise as early as we do. A bunch of lazy bums. They wouldn't dream of waking up before the sun is high in the sky. Zhang Dahai muttered several more curses, feeling a bit ashamed of his own words. Were it not for his commitment to working diligently alongside Su Qiming, he might well be sleeping at this hour. Su Qiming examined the boat and remarked, "Though they have rented our boat and we cannot reclaim it now, we cannot simply swallow our indignation. We must find a way to retaliate. The last incident where he vexed us is far from settled." "Oh, how shall we retaliate?" Zhang Dahai and Zhao San perked up at this notion, both feeling that they could not let this matter rest. Zhao San, lacking creativity, could only think of throwing dung at his house one night. Yet, such an act as becoming a human excrement superhero was out of the question. So, what should we do to annoy him? Listen to me carefully. We could do it this way. Su Qiming quickly summoned the two, and, after a stammering discussion, their eyes brightened with understanding, and they nodded vigorously. They then sauntered over to a row of houses in the distance, the ancestral property they managed, where the elderly man responsible for the boat rentals was dozing in his rocking chair, listening to the radio. The three deliberately began conversing. "This is infuriating. If we could rent the boat, we would have gone to gather abalone today, easily making a couple of 100 yuan. Didn't we see how large the abalones were yesterday? Each one was the size of a fist. If we brought just one back, we'd strike it rich." "Indeed," Zhao San chimed in. "I suggested we go for abalone yesterday, but you insisted we wait for the tide to rise, only to have them rent the boat for 3 days." The elderly man, who had been dozing in his rocking chair with the radio murmuring in the background, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze darting around. He stroked his goatee and stealthily approached the door, straining to hear the commotion caused by Su Qiming and his two companions, particularly perking up at the mention of big abalone, his eyes glimmering with the curiosity of a mouse. "Are you certain you haven't misremembered that place?" Su Qiming teased upon hearing footsteps inside. Zhao San immediately replied, "How could we possibly be mistaken? We simply head south from here, right? It's at the southernmost tip of that island shaped like a cane. All right, let's plan to return another time. Come on, let's not linger here with our bickering. We must be cautious of eavesdroppers." The old man's dwelling was quite close. Surely, he wouldn't overhear, would he? After saying this, the three deliberately increased their footfalls as they approached, while the old man promptly reclined back into his chair, closing his eyes to feign slumber. No, this old fellow is sleeping quite soundly. Let us depart." Chapter 84. A subtle scheme. As Su Qiming and the others approached the side, they could not help but chuckle. Ha ha, that old fool truly believed it. He was quite the actor. Indeed, he would certainly inform Xiahua, urging them to procure some abalones to share with him. The distance to Guizi Island was considerable, necessitating the purchase of an entire barrel of diesel to reach it, with 2 refueling stops along the way. "Remember to follow my instructions," they urged. "All right, we understand." The trio awaited Jiang Dafei and Xiahua's arrival. Before long, they noticed 3 figures sauntering towards them: Jiang Dafei, Xiahua, and a young man from their village. As anticipated, upon reaching the old man, Yi Laotu promptly beckoned them inside. The trio watched intently as Jiang Dafei and Xiahua emerged shortly after, beaming with joy and expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the elder. "Rest assured, once we return from the island with the abalones and sell them, we will certainly share 10% with you." Guizi Island was quite far. In his youth, Jiang Dafei had made the journey during his time in the production team, and he recalled the need for refueling along the way. "You all should buy some diesel. Xiahua, fetch the money for the diesel. We will split the cost upon your return." "Understood." Xiahua quickly went to procure a jug of diesel, placing it aboard their vessel. Just as they prepared to depart, Su Qiming and his companions emerged as per their plan. Without hesitation, Su Qiming confronted Jiang Dafei, accusing him of stealing their boat. Jiang Dafei, initially filled with pride, believed he had unraveled Su Qiming's secret. "You dare to steal my boat? Do you not fear capsizing? Go out to sea, while you venture forth. I shall be at home dealing with your mother." As Su Qiming's insults grew increasingly vulgar, Jiang Dafei could not contain his anger, and he, along with Xiahua and his companions, charged from a boat to engage in a brawl with Su Qiming and his crew. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to stealthily board their vessel, swapping out the diesel jug filled with seawater. After ensuring the swap was complete, he quietly exited the boat. With Zhang Dehai's task accomplished, Su Qiming turned to Zhao San and said, "Let us not waste our breath on these fools. Away we go. Next time, I shall teach them a lesson." Jiang Dafei rubbed his cheek where Su Qiming had struck him, drawing in a sharp breath. Ultimately, the three returned to their boat and set sail. Once they departed, Su Qiming rubbed his eyes and touched his arm, which had just been kicked. However, the thought of those three having to row back after running out of fuel brought him amusement. It would take at least 3 to 4 hours to return from Guizi Island, and he relished the idea of deliberately inconveniencing them. Well, this matter is settled. What shall we do next? Naturally, we must venture out to sea. But don't we lack a vessel? Are you foolish? My father possesses a boat, and he undoubtedly intends to set out today to tend to the fish traps. We shall assist him by placing the traps, and then we can conveniently take the boat out. Su Qiming had already devised a plan. He hesitated to borrow his father's boat previously, fearing it might interfere with his father's work. After discussing it with his father, who expressed some trepidation, given that Su Qiming had not handled fish traps in quite some time, fate intervened. Today, Su's father was afflicted by arthritis, experiencing a twinge of pain that rendered him unable to leave the house. He rubbed his aching limbs, lamenting, "My leg is throbbing. It seems rain is imminent. The tide may rise earlier today, so after you finish setting the traps, return promptly to avoid any misfortunes." "Understood, father," Su Qiming replied, nodding with cheerful enthusiasm as he prepared to commandeer his father's boat. As he approached the dock, he overheard a discussion concerning his family and, more troublingly, his wife. Initially dismissive, he thought little of their idle gossip. After all, had he not endured countless rumors before? However, as their conversation unfolded, he felt a growing unease. They spoke of his wife as a wealthy heiress who had fled here, supposedly bringing misfortune with her. How dare they utter such slander? He never claimed that his wife was a refugee. These gossips were truly repugnant, spreading baseless rumors. His reluctance to disclose that Jiang Xiao was indeed a refugee stemmed from a desire to shield her from the village women's incessant chatter, as relentless as an old woman's frayed waistband. Upon hearing them connect a recent drowning incident in the village to the day his wife arrived, he could hardly believe his ears. "What nonsense! What are you all discussing?" Su Qiming interjected as he approached. The women, engrossed in their gossip, failed to notice him until he drew near, at which point their expressions shifted to one of embarrassment. "We were merely—" "Oh, nothing at all," one stammered. "I distinctly heard you claim that my wife bears ill fortune," he retorted. "I am aware of the drowning incident. The man was unfortunate, entangled by his own net. Everyone knows that if one's net ensnares one's foot, the remedy is to cut the net and return to the boat. Why would anyone risk themselves in such treacherous conditions? His misfortune cannot be laid at my wife's feet. Mark my words, you would do well to watch your tongues. If my wife were truly unlucky, how have I managed to earn so much in recent days?" One woman, unwilling to concede, countered, "But since your wife arrived, you have quarreled with your uncle and separated your households." Su Qiming, with indignation, retorted, "Do you consider my division from my uncle misfortune? You are all aware of the mannerisms of his family. I find great comfort in our separation. My family is quite capable of thriving independently. How can this possibly be deemed a bad thing?" Upon hearing these words, the woman offered a wry smile and refrained from saying more, muttering under her breath, "What a show-off! I am eager to see how well you manage after the division." Su Qiming, his expression darkened, retorted, "Just ensure that I never hear anyone from your side gossiping about my family again. Otherwise, you should be wary of your own boat if you have one, and guard your ducks if that's your lot. Do you think I'm an easy target?" "What do you mean by that, Su family lad? Your words are rather venomous." "Venomous? I have no intention of indulging these people any longer. Damn it, a bunch of foul-mouthed women. After all, I'm just a newcomer. It is reasonable to expect some resentment in such circumstances." The women hastily clarified it was Aunt Qin. It was all Aunt Qin who spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming realized that it was indeed Aunt Qin, the vile woman who bore a grudge against him for previously exposing her entanglement with a peddler. He resolved to take his revenge on her. The most effective way to combat such slander in a village was to unveil a significant scandal. In later times, when faced with a scandal, people often resorted to revealing an even bigger story to overshadow the previous disgrace, a classic diversion tactic. With a plan forming in his mind, he noted that the wind was picking up outside and decided he must hasten to Seaside Island to dig for blood eels without delay. He had made promises to Jiang Shuyu and could not afford any slip-ups. Chapter 85, discussing the partnership to purchase a boat upon arriving at the dock. Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai set out to prepare the fishing nets. The area designated for their father's nets was specific, as each family possessed their own territory, generally respecting one another's boundaries. However, the prime locations had already been claimed by others. The fishing overlord from the neighboring village, a formidable figure among them, was none other than Jiang Dafei and his cohort of seasoned fishermen. To place nets in a desirable spot, one must relinquish a portion of the catch, 2/10. To be precise. Indeed, such is the audacity of the fishing overlord, who imposed crab taxes per boat. Those who resisted faced dire consequences, from destroyed nets and lost catches to, in more severe instances, physical altercations resulting in a month of recovery at home. The section where Su's father set his nets was not particularly lucrative, thus escaping the watchful eyes of competitors. A buoy floated nearby, adorned with red and blue ribbons, marking their family domain. Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai arranged the nets with care before heading to Seaside Island to dig for blood eels. Along the way, Su Qiming began to make a wish, and once again he hoped for a favorable outcome, reminiscent of the first time he had wished for the Holy Grail. Upon their arrival, Zhao San remarked, "It doesn't seem too hot today, does it?" Su Qiming glanced up, noticing the sky had taken on a faint gray hue. Logically, it should have been midday, with the sun blazing, but instead, the clouds hinted at impending winds and rain. "Let us hurry and dig for blood eels. After that, we should head back home swiftly." With their hoes and buckets in hand, they soon reached the stretch of mudflats they had scouted the previous day. Although the sun was not overly harsh today, the sight of the distant mudflats, with puddles glistening in the wind, was mesmerizing yet blindingly bright. Su Qiming distributed bamboo tubes to his companions, instructing them to find the holes and pour in the tobacco water. The blood eels, unable to withstand the concoction, would surface, allowing them to turn over the mud with their hose, trapping the eels with no escape. Tobacco water? Indeed, how did we overlook this before? We once had a pest issue at home and soaked the area with tobacco water. While the scent was rather potent, it effectively eliminated the pests. Enough flattery. Let us get to work, Su Qiming commanded as he took charge. He located a hole and poured in the tobacco water, soon witnessing yellow liquid bubbling to the surface. Shortly thereafter, a blood eel, roughly the width of a finger, emerged from the hole. Quick and nimble, Su Qiming used his hoe to flip the mud, revealing the eel, which darted about. Unable to grasp it immediately, he tossed it into the bucket, which had been pre-filled with seawater, ensuring that the tobacco flavor would be washed away later. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai and Zhao San experimented with the method, pouring tobacco water into multiple holes without the need to guard a single one, ready to flip the mud as soon as an eel surfaced. They had been laboring diligently for over 2 hours, with one person managing to unearth nearly half a bucket of blood eels, among which were several robust specimens, weighing at least half a pound each. Such large blood eels are a rarity, warranting a separate pricing. The trio was overjoyed, particularly given the abundance of these substantial eels in this remote area, where they never anticipated anyone would come to extract them. It must be said that this method proved remarkably efficient. If they had resorted to traditional means of digging for blood eels, it would have taken at least an entire day, leaving them utterly fatigued. However, following Su Qiming's approach, they worked for merely a few hours, each harvesting at least over 10 pounds. It is noteworthy that the current price of blood eels is quite high, fetching at least $2 to $3 per pound, and in later years, the price could soar to hundreds per pound, making the current rate quite reasonable. Moreover, this is merely the wholesale price. It is said that in the hotels of their town, blood eels are even more sought after, with a dish of blood eel potentially costing $3 to $4. They dared not entertain such thoughts, as such indulgences were reserved for the affluent. Nonetheless, even under these favorable circumstances, the three of them were thoroughly exhausted, sweating profusely as they rested beneath the shade of a tree, occasionally swatting away flies and gnats. The area had been nearly depleted of blood eels, and Zhang Dehai sighed, noting that on their next visit, they likely would not find such a bounty again. To secure a stable income in the future, owning a boat is essential. Only with a vessel can they explore greater earning opportunities. Qiming, drenched in perspiration, felt the sun's rays burning down upon him, leaving his neck sunburned and painful despite wearing a straw hat with a brim. When he bent over, there were surely areas of his neck exposed. His throat felt parched, stinging painfully as he spoke. He envied those reincarnated individuals with systems, equipped with abilities like X-ray vision. He possessed none of that, only the capacity to make wishes to the sea goddess, yet he still had to wield a hoe and toil. At first, the work was tolerable, invigorating even, but trudging through the mud, one foot sinking deeply while the other barely grazed the surface, soon left him utterly exhausted, sustained only by sheer determination. Zhang Dehai, fanning himself with a straw hat, remarked, "Ahai, when will we have enough money to buy a boat? With a boat, we could go anywhere with ease, and we wouldn't have to endure the frustrations caused by Jiang Dafei and his crew today. In a fishing village, lacking a fishing boat is akin to being without hands or feet." Previously, when Qiming mentioned purchasing a boat, he hadn't given it much thought, but now, upon reflection, it seemed they had indeed made a decent profit in recent days. Perhaps buying a boat was within reach after all. For fishermen along the coast, having a boat ensures a steady income, as relying on luck to dig up their catch every few days is inherently uncertain. Furthermore, as autumn and winter approach, the cold weather transforms the labor into an arduous task. In summer, they merely endure the heat. In winter, the frigid sea water is unbearable. A day or two in the water may be manageable, but enduring a month submerged in the winter chill would be detrimental, inevitably leading to ailments like rheumatism. Qiming's father had suffered from rheumatism due to such hardships. Calculating the money in his hands, Qiming declared, "I wish to purchase a boat measuring over 10 meters. It is not too large, and the three of us could venture out to sea together. However, we have yet to save enough, haven't we? Calculating the cost of such a vessel, it would undoubtedly amount to no less than 400 to 500. To procure all the necessary items, one would need at least 600. For an ordinary fisherman, acquiring a boat like this would necessitate enduring hunger and thirst, saving diligently for a year or two. At present, Qiming possessed a few hundred yuan, yet it was still insufficient. Zhang Dehai remarked, "This money cannot be borne by you alone. If we are to accompany you on the boat, we must also partake in the earnings, a share of 2/10 each. How can that be feasible?" At this moment, a thought struck Qiming. If he contributed 60%, the burden would be significantly alleviated. His 60% would equate to approximately 360 yuan, and he already had around 350 in hand. The minimum cost for the wedding would be 200 yuan, and fortunately, his parents could assist him financially, allowing him to prioritize the purchase of the boat. Moreover, with half a month remaining until the wedding, today being June 25th, he could seize this opportunity to earn additional money with the vessel. Since it would be a full cash purchase, all profits would be his own. With this in mind, Qiming felt a surge of excitement. All right, let us exert ourselves in the coming days to accumulate more funds and see if we can gather enough. Upon hearing this, he felt invigorated. The mere mention of buying a boat ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the three of them. After all, owning a boat in the village signified a legitimate livelihood, allowing one to walk with an upright posture. It was disheartening to think of young men of marrying age who possessed nothing, still struggling at sea for their sustenance. Such tales evoked sympathy and earned little respect. Indeed, in this era, for fishermen by the sea, owning a boat was akin to possessing a car in later times, instilling confidence regardless of where one ventured. After a brief respite, Qiming suggested, if we could procure a second-hand boat, it would save us a couple of hundred yuan. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San were indifferent to this idea, acknowledging that the first boat did not need to be of the finest quality. As they conversed, the three donned their straw hats to shield their faces and dozed off momentarily. Eventually, Su Qiming was roused by a chilly breeze, feeling a slight discomfort and disturbance. Unsure of the time, upon opening his eyes, he was utterly taken aback. The grass had vanished. Chapter 86. Overslept and Consequences. Alas, could it be that a tempest is brewing? Rise, rise, do not linger idly. Hasten to set sail. Su Qiming swiftly kicked Zhang Dehai, who had succumbed to slumber, a straw hat shielding his face. The kick jolted them both into a state of bewilderment as they rubbed their eyes, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances. Upon opening their eyes, panic ensued. A fierce wind was howling, causing the trees to sway and rustle ominously. The atmosphere was shrouded in a gray haze, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust that clouded their vision. The trio instinctively bowed their heads, curling their bodies to shield themselves from the onslaught of the wind. Zhao San, what time is it? They implored urgently. Zhao San squinted at his watch, his voice tinged with alarm. We are doomed, Aming. We have overslept. It is already past 2 in the afternoon. Damn, how could we sleep for so long? Su Qiming exclaimed, anxiety creeping in as they had initially planned to return for lunch. Fortunately, he had informed the young lady that if they were delayed, she should dine alone, sparing her from worry. However, with the tumultuous winds raging, returning was now a daunting challenge. The sea was now alive with surging waves, each more formidable than the last. Let us go, quickly abandon the barrel here, and return to the boat before the tempest claims it, he urged. They hurried to the vessel, relieved to find it securely moored to a large reef, safe from the worst of the tide. Su Qiming swam to the boat and maneuvered it forward. Ultimately, they strained to haul the vessel toward the shore, though the size of the boat limited their efforts, managing only what they could. The lower the tide, the safer they would be. Once they had dragged it to a secure distance, they gathered stones to weigh down the boat, tying it firmly to nearby rocks with sturdy ropes. With the boat secured, Su Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. The vessel represented their lifeline and must not be compromised. Emerging from the water, he wiped his face and wrung out his clothes, gazing at the approaching waves with a rueful smile, realizing that returning today was an impossibility. They would have to wait and see if the waves would diminish in the afternoon. Should they remain relentless, they would be forced to spend the night on the island. Fortunately, the island was rich in resources, albeit they had arrived ill-prepared. On board, he discovered a small basin, likely left by his mother for breakfast, which could serve as a makeshift pot. This would suffice for their evening meal, ensuring they would not go hungry. As for firewood, one can easily gather some around here to kindle a fire. Zhang Dehai, being a smoker, carries matches with him. They must remain vigilant tonight. Even if they feel the need to rest, they should find someone to keep watch over time. Su Qiming remarked to the visibly distressed Zhao San and Zhang Dehai, both of whom nodded in agreement. Their current concern was not whether they could return, but rather the anxiety that would arise at home if they did not make it back tonight. Unfortunately, there were no mobile phones at this time to make contact. The trio hoped that by afternoon, the winds and waves would subside. However, as they waited until 5 or 6 o'clock, the sky darkened ominously, and rain began to fall in a chaotic downpour. The sea winds and waves showed no sign of abating, indicating an impending typhoon. It is generally understood that a typhoon goes through several phases, and they were clearly witnessing the prelude to its formation. They could not risk sailing back in such conditions. Well then, let us spend the night on this island, Su Qiming consoled them. The blood eels submerged in seawater would not perish immediately, nor would it affect their appearance. They changed the seawater for the eels once more, covered them with leaves, and sought refuge from the wind and rain beneath a large stone. This stone formed a slanted shelter, providing protection from the elements and a patch of dry ground. After stacking the gathered firewood with stones, they lit a fire to warm themselves, as the wind and rain made the air quite chilly. Earlier that afternoon, while digging for blood eels, they had also collected a considerable amount of other seafood, as the tidal flats were abundant with shellfish. Each of them had gathered nearly half a bucket of clams and cowrie shells, intending to prepare a meal from them that evening. They poured the shellfish into a basin. Boiling these clams required no additional water, as the shells would release their own moisture upon cooking. Tasking Zhao San with tending the fire, Zhang Dehai and Su Qiming set out with tools in hand, hoping to find additional food. Shortly after departing, they stumbled upon a bird's nest that had been dislodged, containing several intact blue and white eggs. What fortune! They gathered the 6 eggs, 2 for each of them, placing them into their bucket. Utilizing banana leaves to shield their heads from the rain, they made their way to the shore to observe the tide, only to find that the waves were even more formidable than before. While they were watching, they suddenly spotted several fish tossed ashore by the surf, thrashing about on the sand. "Fish! Fish!" Zhang Dehai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Seizing the opportunity as the tide receded, Su Qiming and Zhang Dehai rushed forward and managed to catch one of the fish. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a sizable yellow croaker. In the summertime, this particular fish is quite prevalent, as they congregate to spawn during this season. Their swim bladders emit sounds reminiscent of croaking frogs, hence the name yellow drum. The flesh of this fish is remarkably tender and delectable. Roasting such a sizable specimen, approximately the length of an arm, would indeed be delightful. Just as one had stumbled upon this fish, another wave surged forth, bringing with it several more fish that were swept ashore, all of which were, without exception, yellow drums. It was often said that during typhoons, the shoreline yields bountiful treasures. Regrettably, during those tempestuous times, one would often retreat indoors to slumber, unaware of the fortunes missed over the years. Zhang Dehai excitedly tossed the other 2 yellow drums into the bucket, exclaiming joyfully. However, before Su Qiming could respond, a sudden wave crashed in, knocking Zhang Dehai to the ground and tipping over his bucket, causing the 2 fish to splash back towards the encroaching sea. Zhang Dehai was also swept away by the water, and the fright was enough to send anyone into a panic. Initially intending to assist Zhang Dehai, Su Qiming was met with Zhang Dehai's frantic cries, "Forget about me. Go after the fish." The fish. Chapter 87. The worries of each family. Su Qiming, feeling helpless, hurriedly lifted the 2 yellow croakers by their gills and tossed them into the bucket. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai quickly scrambled to his feet and made his way to higher ground. Upon seeing that Zhang Dehai was unharmed, Su Qiming followed suit, breathlessly exclaiming as he ran, "Now you understand why people are reluctant to venture out during typhoon, don't you? With waves like this, we could easily be swept away. I get it now. Let us just leave it be." Zhang Dehai, still shaken, recalled how the last wave had caught him off guard, leaving his back stinging and breathless. The formidable waves of the sea are indeed terrifying. A single wave can prove fatal. Nonetheless, having collected 3 yellow croakers was satisfactory, enough for each of them to enjoy one grilled upon their return. They lingered a while longer, watching as more fish and crabs were tossed ashore by the relentless waves, yet they dared not approach any further. The currents were dangerously fierce, and the rain was intensifying, obscuring their path. They shielded themselves with banana leaves, which crackled in the wind like bees buzzing in their ears, as they awkwardly sought refuge beneath the rocks. Meanwhile, Zhao Sen had finished cooking a pot of bullseye clams and other shellfish. His eyes brightened upon seeing the 3 return with yellow croakers, for he knew well how delectable these fish could be. With no means to sell them, the trio set about preparing the fish, and Su Qiming skewered them on a wooden stick, placing them beside the fire to roast. Meanwhile, rainwater collected in a bowl, simmering with sea bird eggs. Did Jiang Dafei and the others decide to return? If their fuel failed to reach Gizi Island, they would be stranded, but they should arrive at the dock around 11 o'clock, so there was no need for concern. Su Qiming cracked open a bird egg and took a bite. The warm, fragrant yolk was delightful. As he savored the egg, he turned the fish over to ensure even cooking. The flames licked at the fish, emitting a sizzling sound as the oil dripped into the fire, igniting small bursts of flame. That S settled then. Our families must be quite worried, Zhang Dehai remarked, feeling somewhat distressed. Fear not. Didn't Tiwi mention we would be at the deserted island? They must think we've chosen to spend the night there. Their worries will only last until nightfall. Su Qiming reassured him, though he too felt a tinge of unease. This era was undeniably inconvenient. His family would surely lose sleep tonight, and the young girl must be anxious, terrified of the dark and thunder. Alone in the boathouse amidst the tumultuous winds and waves. Such a perilous situation. The more he pondered, the more his worries deepened. With a sigh, Su Qiming wondered if Jiang Shuyao had the sense to return and seek shelter from the rain. Surely her parents would know to fetch the young girl back. Jiang Dafei and his companions were drenched with rain, their tempers flaring as they trudged back. Unbeknownst to them, they had been duped. The thought of reaching Guai Island today was quickly overshadowed by the realization that their fuel was depleted and their fuel container was filled with seawater. Jiang Dafei was infuriated, suspecting that Xia Hua had mistakenly taken the wrong container. They remained oblivious to the fact that they had fallen victim to Su Qiming's trickery. As they returned, they lamented about the mishap with the diesel container, vowing to visit Guai Island the following day instead. However, halfway back, a typhoon struck, instilling a deep sense of dread within them. They dared not breathe too heavily, their elbows nearly sparking from exhaustion by the time they reached the dock. Utterly drained and feeling like lifeless dogs. Given the current weather conditions, it was clear that reaching Guai Island in the next few days was improbable. What would become of the boat? Xia Hua was beside himself with frustration. He had earned nothing today, instead incurring expenses for fuel and boat rental. What had he done? Rent again, even in the rain, for fear that if Su Qiming returned, they might seize the boat. This was the customary practice along the coast. Inclement weather did not exempt one from obligations. With the tempest expected to last 3 to 4 days, Xia Hua lamented the summer's capriciousness. The winds could rise at any moment. At a daily rate of $1, 4 days would amount to $4, a significant loss. Xia Hua felt the sting of this loss. Yet, once the rain ceased, he could venture to Guai Island to harvest abalone, potentially earning dozens of dollars. Moreover, if it weren't for the mix-up with the fuel container, his arm ached. He decided to retire for a brief respite. Jiang Dafei was still preoccupied with thoughts of the large abalone over there. I shall return as well, he said. Xia Hua also turned away, perplexed by how the fuel container had transformed into seawater upon their return. He resolved not to dwell on it. After all, he had argued with the oil vendor, who had compensated him with another container of oil. Meanwhile, Su Qiming would never have envisioned that his ploy against Jiang Dafei would remain undetected by the trio of fools, who had proceeded to rent a boat from Old Yi for the coming days. When they eventually ventured to Guai Island post-typhoon, they would find nothing there, and one could only imagine the expressions that would adorn their faces. Thunder rumbled, and lightning illuminated the sky. The dock's harbor had already secured its vessels, while dock workers reinforced the mooring ropes amidst a gathering of fishermen clad in rain gear, rainwater cascading down their attire. Su Fu and Su Mu awaited, yet their fishing boat remained conspicuously absent. All the large boats from our village have returned, but what are the small ones? Whose is missing? It's from Su Lao Air's family. His son has taken Zhang Dahai and Zhao San out to sea for an expedition to the solitary island, and they have yet to return. Did Su Lao Air inquire earlier? They didn't return when the winds picked up at noon? Who knows? The group was abuzz with chatter. Zhang Dahai's mother had also arrived, sharing in the anxiety with Su Fu, while Ho Qin and Zhao Yu joined them at the dock, inquiring with fervor. Yet, their inquiries about the last large vessel yielded no sightings of it. It was presumed they were spending the night on the solitary island, considering the tumultuous winds and waves made returning impractical. Though Su's father felt uncertain at this moment, he nonetheless stepped forward to voice his thoughts. He could not afford to panic first. Moreover, it was Su Qiming who had taken the others out, and thus he bore a share of the responsibility. I shared this sentiment. Otherwise, upon their return, with so many vessels around, it would have been impossible for us not to spot our own ship. Su's mother quickly forced a smile to comfort Ho Qin and Zhao Yu, even as her voice trembled with anxiety. It's all right. Do not panic. At that moment, Zhao Dani, having inquired around with an umbrella in hand, joined the conversation, saying, I think the same. Just a while ago, I asked around, and we did not see your family's boat upon their return. However, some claim to have spotted a vessel lingering near the isolated island for quite some time, which is likely yours. They must have lost track of time, either caught up in their activities or perhaps sleeping there. Zhang Dahui's mother had made a rather astute guess. Ho Qin seemed eager to voice her thoughts, but Zhao Daniu swiftly pulled her back. That must be the case. 3 grown men would not be foolish enough to attempt returning amidst a tempest. It is highly probable they stayed overnight on the island. Therefore, we shall cease our search for now and return home. Su Laosi, you should hurry back as well. Zhao Dainyu sighed, leading Ho Qin and Zhao Yu back. Zhang Dehui's mother, equally troubled, returned home as well. Su's father and mother managed to muster a semblance of a smile. Ah well. Fortunately, Zhao Dainyu had experienced great things, and Zhang Dehui's mother displayed a level of composure that prevented any uproar. Otherwise, had they been an ordinary family, tears and lamentations would likely have ensued. What if tomorrow the winds calmed, but Su Qiming remained unreturned? Watching their son thrive, they envisioned a promising future, should anything unfortunate befall Su Qiming. They truly could not bear to live on. At that moment, a figure clad in a raincoat approached, splashing through the water. It was Su Hongtian. Su Hongtian first offered a reassuring remark. Do not worry. Tomorrow when the rain ceases, if a Ming has yet to return, we shall take my boat to search the nearby islands. Chapter 88. Zhao Dainyu's thoughts. A rumble of thunder echoed, illuminating Su Hongtian's face. Without waiting for Su's father to speak, he hurriedly splashed through the rain. Earlier, upon returning from the boat, he had learned that Su Qiming had not yet returned. So he did not rush home, but allowed Su Qibua to head back first while he inquired around the dock. Despite the discord between the two families, it had not escalated to a life-and-death situation. Su Qiming was his nephew, and as an uncle, he could not simply disregard him. Su's father and mother sighed, choosing not to linger and instead made their way to the boathouse to fetch Jiang Shuyu back to the ancestral home. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyu was equally frightened, anxiously gazing out at the distant sea, pondering Su Qiming's delay in returning. Fortunately, Su's parents had come to retrieve her, and they headed back to the ancestral home. As the winds and waves at the boathouse were truly terrifying. The banana leaves that covered the boathouse had been blown away, but fortunately, the area they were in was slightly lower in elevation. Even so, the bamboo structure was swaying, likely to topple any moment. Upon encountering Jiang Shuyu, Su's parents were both astonished and pleased. They had not expected her to be so beautiful. After exchanging glances, they concluded that Su Qiming was most likely spending the night on a deserted island and reassured her not to worry and to return home. With Su's parents being so kind, Jiang Shuyu felt her anxiety dissipate. She gathered her belongings and accompanied them back. On the way, everyone caught sight of Jiang Shuyu's appearance, leaving them utterly speechless. How could the new bride of the Su family be so stunning? Instantly, the news spread like wildfire. Everyone, undeterred by the raging storm, hurried out to proclaim the revelation. In recent days, Zhou Yuanping had been saying that the Su family had merely picked up an ugly girl for marriage, but it appeared that was far from the truth. The entire Dongshui village was in an uproar. Meanwhile, a distance away, Ho Qin dared to voice her concerns, tearfully lamenting, had I known, I would never have let Zhang Wo follow Su Qiming around. Now, look where we are. I feel as though my soul has been taken. He said he would follow Su Qiming to earn big money, but I never believed it. We never truly expected him to achieve anything by following Su Qiming. I should have stopped him. What if Zhang Wo, Su Qiming, and Zhang Dehai are also involved? Their parents are equally worried. Rarely do the three of them work so diligently. Should we extinguish their enthusiasm? Have you ever seen our son so joyful? Besides, the winds and waves at sea are beyond human control. They are not foolish. They must be spending the night on that deserted island. Zhao Dainyu, a man accustomed to the tempests of life, remained composed. There were whispers that Su Qiming's wife brought misfortune, and now, only days after her arrival, fierce winds and rains had beset them. Was Zhang Wo's association with them a stroke of bad luck? Earlier, Ho Qin had been harboring frustration, but now, her anxiety spilled forth. Do you truly believe a woman can keep her mouth shut? You know me best. If anyone is to face consequences, it is I. Despite the thunder and rain, I still ventured out. Worry not. There is nothing to fear. Zhao Dainyu shot Ho Qin a disapproving glance. Ho Qin suddenly realized that her words were rather excessive. On the other hand, Zhao Yu was also exclaiming, Mother, what era are we in? We've all come through the destruction of the four olds. There is no such thing as misfortune or bad luck. Rest assured, my brother will be just fine with Su Qiming and the others. Su Qiming is certainly not someone as naive as my brother. Just look at how well he has handled matters these past few days. Sharp as a fox. He is not that foolish. Although she was generally a bit impatient, she had a clear understanding of the situation. Let us see how it goes tomorrow. I'll go back and light incense for our ancestors, praying for their protection. After all, he is our only son. Ho Qin muttered to herself, thinking that once he returned, she would not allow him to foolishly venture out to sea again. They had no expectation of him becoming a fisherman. Last time, she had mentioned arranging him for a position elsewhere. You know how much a position at the cotton factory costs these days? It starts at 3,000. Getting married after the founding of the country is a significant expense as well. With his intellect, if Wu Xiaoxiao truly intends to marry him, Wu Yuyi will certainly demand a substantial bride price to ensure his daughter has security. Adding the wedding banquet, it would cost at least 1,000. And Xiaoyu should also receive a dowry of at least 1,000 as well. Right? I can't always find suitable transport. To secure a lucrative trip, I often have to spend dozens on gifts. It's not without cost. To save up 4,000 or 5,000, I would need to drive for several years. Are you suggesting that Jinghua should just stay at home during this time? Zhao Daniu returned home, removed his raincoat, and hung it on the wall. He rinsed his sandals in the puddle in the yard. A few days ago, he too felt that following Su Qiming was a fool's errand. Yet Jinghua had brought back dozens of dollars each time he returned. Just yesterday, he even returned with nearly 100. Perhaps our son really could make something of himself alongside Su Qiming. If he can make something of himself, wouldn't that still make him a fisherman? Ho Qin replied, somewhat displeased. Fishermen come in various ranks. If he could buy a large boat worth several thousand, he could earn at least 100 a month. Wouldn't that be better than a cotton factory? Wu Yuyi would definitely be pleased to marry his daughter off. The cotton factory only pays dozens a month, and the money needed for a position would take Jinghua years to recoup. With his intellect, he has no chance for promotion, and the factory is rife with intrigue. I fear he might cause some trouble. What if he sets the place on fire? Zhao Daniu recalled the incident when Zhao San lit firecrackers at night, unable to see where they were, and ended up igniting something with a matchlight, resulting in chaos and cries. Just the thought of Zhao San going to work made him uneasy. Moreover, there was another reason. During his last drinking session with Wu Yuyi, the topic arose, and Wu Yuyi was unhappy about his daughter marrying into their family, insisting that Zhao San working at the cotton factory was not feasible due to its location in the city, which was too far. He preferred his daughter to marry someone from the same village. If Zhao San became a fisherman with Su Qiming steering a large boat, he could stay at home, and being able to operate a large vessel would signify some level of achievement. Fishing, after all, is a laborious task that does not require much intellect. Su Qiming and his companions are quite adept, and with their care for Zhao San, I find solace. Eventually, we too will reach an age of reliance. Can one truly expect the colleagues at the factory to look after him? As I mentioned, should one manage to thrive alongside Su Qiming, I would not hesitate to secure him a position. Yet, if he falters, we shall reassess. Such is the nature of the matter. Ho Qin sighed, her greatest concern being Zhao San. In any gathering, there exists a realm of intrigue. The factory is rife with scheming and treachery, making it ill-suited for Zhao San's presence. Nevertheless, she remarked, your optimism is misplaced. I perceive Su Qiming as possessing limited capabilities, far less than you suggest. It is commendable enough that he can manage his own family, let alone take on the responsibility of Zhao San. As for acquiring a large vessel, our village, despite being relatively sizable with hundreds of households, has fewer than 10 such boats. She observed, this child seems to have changed. Just the other day, Zhao Daniu, concerned for Zhao San, ventured out to see him, only to find Su Qiming directing 2 individuals in their tasks. There was an ineffable quality about Zhao San, a charisma he had only witnessed in his superiors. Should Zhao San truly align himself with Su Qiming, he may well abandon the perilous path of smuggling, especially as the scrutiny has intensified in recent years and his own retirement looms. The prospect of saving funds for Zhao San's employment seems far more appealing than risking it all. Recently, a colleague was apprehended. After years of earning, he had to part with his gains merely to preserve his life, ultimately receiving a 3-year sentence. Had it not been for the necessity of gathering funds for Zhao San's employment, he would not have become increasingly audacious. Lately, he intends to take a step back and observe how Zhao San fares under Su Qiming's guidance. Truth be told, his previous statement was laced with optimism, yet deep down, he harbored little expectation. What prospects do fishermen of this era truly possess? They remain ensnared in their respective fishing villages, struggling to make a living. Who can possibly escape this stagnant pond? Chapter 89. A bountiful harvest after the storm. On Nizi Island, Su Qiming arranged stones to encircle the fire pit. They laid banana leaves on the ground, creating a makeshift bed for the night. While the wind howled fiercely outside, it could not reach them here. The yellow croaker was soon grilled to perfection, and the three were ravenous, quickly devouring it. It must be said, the yellow croaker was truly delicious, free of small bones. With a crispy exterior and tender interior, Zhang Dehai expressed his discontent, remarking that he had hoped to return that afternoon. But the relentless wind left him uncertain about the next day's weather. Su Qiming wiped his mouth, glanced at the weather outside, and reassured him, saying they should be able to return tomorrow. For now, they would make do and rest here for the night. As the rain subsided slightly, they decided to gather some firewood. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San nodded in agreement. The rain was particularly heavy, making it difficult to find dry firewood. After their excursion, they returned thoroughly soaked, yet they managed to collect a sufficient amount of wood for the night. By this time, the sky had turned completely dark. Zhang Dehai, feeling uneasy, inquired if there might be wolves or leopards on the island. Su Qiming shot him a glance and replied, "How could that be? Perhaps there are wild chickens and rabbits. But wolves and leopards? An island cannot sustain a pack of wolves. According to future scientific theories, an island's ecosystem cannot support predators like wolves. They would deplete their food source in a month." Yet, he realized they would not comprehend this reasoning. As the three lay on the banana leaves, Zhang Dehai, perhaps spurred by Su Qiming's previous words, spoke of his desire to work harder to change Chun Danny's mother's opinion of him. Gradually, they all drifted into slumber. Su Qiming glanced at his wrist, noting that he still had one wish left ungranted. He touched his wrist and made a wish to Mazu, hoping for a peaceful night on the island. Despite his confident words to Zhang Dehai, he felt a twinge of concern. What if there were indeed wild beasts on this desolate island? Who could say if the books were accurate? With his last chance, he successfully invoked the Holy Grail again, alleviating his final worries. He feared any unforeseen incident, but with Mazu's protection, he felt assured that the three of them would be safe that night. By midnight, the wind and rain had ceased, although the waves outside remained tumultuous. The three awakened in the middle of the night and checked the barrel containing the blood eels. Each had dug up over 10 pounds the previous day. The blood eels could fetch a good price upon their return. If not for the sudden storm that afternoon, they could have easily collected another 10 pounds each. How frustrating. Suddenly, Zhang Dehai grimaced, clutching his stomach, and exclaimed, "Oh no, my stomach is acting up. I need to step outside." Seated beside him, Su Qiming rubbed his eyes and remarked, "I'm constantly inundated with your incessant complaints. What can I say? My mother insists I possess a straightforward disposition, as if in a past life I were a seabird, soaring and relieving myself mid-flight. Once we acquire a boat, I shall ensure to construct a spacious lavatory just for you." With a dismissive turn, Su Qiming resumed his slumber. Zhao San, in a deep sleep, suddenly chuckled and uttered, "Xiao Xiao, I adore you," before clutching a large stone and drifting back into a peaceful rest. After a while, Zhang Dehai returned, fastening his belt while muttering, "How peculiar. What is so strange?" Su Qiming cast a glance at him. Zhang Dehai added some firewood to the flames and continued, "It seems there is some commotion over by the beach, but I was too frightened to investigate. I swear I saw numerous dark shapes emerging from the water. Surely you must be mistaken. What could possibly crawl out of the sea?" Su Qiming brushed it off, turning over to continue his much-needed slumber. Zhang Dehai, too, soon succumbed to sleep. The next morning, the trio awoke to a tranquil scene. The wind had ceased, the rain had abated, and the waves appeared less formidable. Today was perfect for sailing back home. The sky was immaculate, a brilliant blue akin to a vast crystal. Yesterday's tempest was merely a bout of rain and wind, a commonplace occurrence during their coastal summers. Let us hurry home. Our families must be worried sick, Su Qiming urged, rousing Zhao San and Zhang Dehai. The three of them, buckets in hand, cheerfully made their way to the beach. However, upon reaching the shore, their eyes widened in astonishment. The aftermath of the previous night's storm had left the beach teeming with zebra mantis shrimp. Each shrimp was as long as a human hand, adorned with striking black and white patterns, hence their name. Typically, mantis shrimp dwell in the sandy depths, creating two burrows, one for escape and the other for breathing. When startled, such as by a finger prodding one of the holes, water would bubble out from the other, prompting the shrimp to flee, making them easy to catch. Yet, these creatures usually conceal their burrows well. Perhaps the ferocity of last night's winds and waves had frightened them out of their homes, subsequently washing them ashore. Many mantis shrimp were scuttling haphazardly across the sand, while some lay stunned on their backs. Weavee struck it rich. Hurry, gather them. Qiming exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the prepared burlap sacks from his bucket. He always brought several bags on such outings, never expecting to put them to use today. He and T even made a wish to Mazu, the goddess of the sea, yet here he was, encountering an abundance of mantis shrimp. It appears that fortune has truly favored the trio. When attempting to catch mantis shrimp, one must exercise utmost caution. For the two claws at the front are not to be trifled with. A single pinch could easily crush a finger. Thus, to capture one successfully, it is imperative to grasp it firmly by the head from behind. These mantis shrimp, upon feeling threatened, can swim quite swiftly in the ocean. However, they are no match for Su Qiming and his companions. Where are you running? Hurry, look beneath your feet. I see it. Oh, here lies another large one. Wow, it's so thick and plump. Look, I have one here that is exceptionally robust. Is it not magnificent? It is even longer than a human hand, and it is filled with rich roe. Look closely. Su Qiming held the mantis shrimp up to the sunlight, revealing a particularly conspicuous abundance of golden roe within its belly. This delicacy is a true delight, and such roe-laden specimens command a premium price. Chapter 90. Are there hidden surprises? This time, the creatures they collected were not ordinary mantis shrimp, but rather the rarer zebra mantis shrimp, a variety that commands prices 1 to 2 times higher than the usual kind. Moreover, each of these mantis shrimp was impressively large and laden with golden roe. Before long, they had nearly collected all the mantis shrimp on the beach, with each person gathering at least several dozen. The remaining mantis shrimp, startled by their presence, quickly sought refuge. However, by merely inserting 2 fingers into the holes they had dug and giving a slight stir, the mantis shrimp would be frightened again and dart out from their hiding spots. It must be said, mantis shrimp are rather foolish. While other creatures retreat into their burrows when scared, mantis shrimp flee from another hole instead. This rendered them easy targets, as no amount of swimming could match the speed of a human hand, which could effortlessly scoop them into a burlap sack. Thus, the 3 individuals, who had initially intended to return home, found themselves completely engrossed in their task upon seeing such an abundance of mantis shrimp. Under the warm morning sun, they toiled for over an hour, ultimately collecting around 100 mantis shrimp each, all of which were stowed away in a single burlap sack. During their endeavor, they also stumbled upon several cat's eye shells, mistaking them for mantis shrimp at first. These shells proved to be quite intriguing. When squeezed, they would squirt water and retract. Although not worth selling, they made for a delightful dish when boiled at noon. After rinsing the sand from their feet, the group made their way back to the boat. Zhang Dehai, having accidentally been pinched by a mantis shrimp, blew on his injured finger, which had broken the skin. However, as residents of the seaside, they were accustomed to such minor injuries. After all, who among those who venture to sea escapes unscathed? At that moment, Su Qiming suddenly noticed something unusual on the beach. There were distinct trails in the sand from the previous night, as if something had rolled from the shore into the sea. Zhang Dehai pointed out, last night, while I was relieving myself here, I saw a multitude of dark, moving creatures resembling large jellyfish, which startled me. I didn't dare to take a closer look and hurried back. How could jellyfish possibly venture ashore? Zhao San murmured to himself while adjusting his hairstyle with a compact mirror he had taken from his pocket. He remarked, once we return, We must sell our catch immediately. Had I known we would stay overnight, I would have brought my hair gel. My hairstyle is completely disheveled now. As he walked while checking his reflection, he suddenly yelped. Ouch! Who dug a hole here? Is this pit meant for me? Ah, hi. Did you dig this hole to trap me? Zhang Dehai approached and kicked him lightly, responding, Who has the time to do that? We were all busy collecting mantis shrimp just now. Why would I dig a hole to ensnare you? By the way, what is that on your foot? Zhao San hastily withdrew his foot, only to discover it was coated with a sticky, golden substance. He was taken aback and remarked, It seems there is a nest of eggs here. As he began to dig through the pit, he uncovered several oval-shaped, white eggs, each approximately the length of a palm. What on earth is this? Zhao San pondered in astonishment. Su Qiming quickly pushed past the others to take a look, exclaiming, Goodness! These are sea turtle eggs. Sea turtle eggs are quite a treasure. What? Sea turtle eggs? I know. We at the Seaside have always said there are turtle eggs to eat, right? They have a stronger fishy taste, but they're great for nourishing vitality, especially in that regard. I often see men at our docks buying sea turtle eggs. He continued, Those dark objects you saw yesterday were likely sea turtles. They must have come here to lay their eggs last night. Hurry, everyone. Be careful and dig around here. All right. Who would have thought we'd be so fortunate? Zhao San and Zhang Dehai were equally exhilarated, knowing that sea turtle eggs were highly sought after at their seaside. Promising a lucrative return, the three of them began to sift through the sand meticulously. Before long, each of them had indeed discovered a nest of sea turtle eggs, with dozens nestled within each one. This is a real windfall, they exclaimed. Take it slow while digging. Understood. Zhang Dehai and Zhao San chuckled foolishly as they carefully extracted the sea turtle eggs. They laid out burlap sacks on the ground, and once they had cleaned the sand off the eggs, placed them gently on the sacks. Due to their fragility, the eggs could not be packed tightly. They planned to carry the sacks by their corners to the boat. There were quite a few sea turtle eggs nearby, and with a bit of digging, they uncovered many more. The trio managed to excavate 5 or 6 nests, totaling over 500 eggs. Typically, a sea turtle lays around 100 eggs, meaning several dozen turtles must have nested here last night, and they had only taken a small fraction. All right, that should be enough to sell, Su Qiming urged. They decided not to disturb the remaining eggs, mindful not to exterminate the turtles. The three of them then carried the burlap sacks toward their fishing boat. Upon reaching the boat, they carefully placed the sea turtle eggs in the fish basket atop the deck. I wonder how much these sea turtle eggs will fetch. Perhaps a bit more than chicken eggs, considering their nutritional value, Su Qiming mused, though uncertain. They returned to gather their catch from the day and, after finishing their tasks, set sail for home. Despite spending the night on a deserted island, their haul was substantial. The three of them, invigorated by the sea breeze, contemplated the profits from their venture. Surely, their families would not scold them for being away all night if they returned with such riches. They imagined the astonished expressions on their loved ones' faces. Meanwhile, the dock was already bustling with a crowd early in the morning. Su's father, puffing on a cigarette, gazed intently out at the sea. Though Zhao Daniyu and Zhang Dehai's mother remained silent, the worry etched on their faces was unmistakable. At that moment, Su's mother suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, is that their boat?" Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their attention toward the direction she indicated and soon spotted a small vessel approaching them. When the boat finally docked, the crowd at the pier collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Ho Qin and Zhang Dehai's mother wiped away their tears, their faces breaking into smiles. A fisherman remarked, "At last, these 3 children have returned. They truly gave us a scare." Indeed, it was a frightful experience. Su Laoda could finally return home, as the children were back and there was no need for anyone to venture out in search of them. On the other side, the elder nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Today's youth lack reverence for the sea. They do not comprehend the vastness of the world. They insist on venturing to remote islands to fish. You ought to encourage them to remain closer to shore. Fishing nearby suffices and spares the family from such great troubles." Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words, believing the trio would certainly heed the advice. Su's father intended to seize this opportunity to admonish Su Qiming and the others, cautioning them against wandering off and emphasizing the dangers of fishing at isolated islands. After all these years, there had been no reports of anyone striking it rich in such ventures. If it were lucrative, surely everyone would be doing it. Just then, as the boat returned, the three young ones joyfully shouted, "We're fine. No need to worry. Step aside. Please, we have goods to unload." Chapter 91. The Astonishing Wharf. Sue's father, slightly agitated, inquired, "What cargo are you unloading?" After a day of relentless rain, what could you possibly have procured? As he spoke, he noticed that Qiming and his companions were presenting buckets filled to the brim with blood eels. Some of these eels were impressively large, nearly the girth of a human thumb. It is worth noting that blood eels typically measure only as thick as a pinky finger. Thus, those of such substantial size would fetch a handsome price, not to mention the ones as thick as a thumb. Each of these blood eels weighed at least half a pound. The sight of this spectacle sent ripples of excitement through the crowd at the wharf, as onlookers craned their necks to catch a glimpse, exclaiming, "Wow, Su Lao, your boy has done well. Where did he unearth these? So many blood eels. Indeed. Ming, where did you manage to find these?" Some were even unabashedly pressing Qiming and his companions for answers. Hey, Ming, wait. Where did you dig up these blood eels?" Qiming merely smiled at the inquiry, causing the questioner to awkwardly chuckle, hesitant to press further. Among fishermen, the location of a prime fishing spot is a closely guarded secret. A single inquiry might be construed as eagerness, and a knowing smile would suffice to dismiss the matter. However, persistent questioning could potentially breed resentment. Aware of his own nervousness, the man hastily joined in to assist, carrying buckets outward. 3 large buckets of blood eels were set down at the wharf. Yet, they were far from finished. Qiming then presented a half-sack brimming with mantis shrimp. Upon receiving the sack, Sue's father opened it and his eyes widened in astonishment. Such large mantis shrimp. What peculiar coloration. Are these zebra mantis shrimp? Previously, when I set my traps, I was fortunate to catch just 1 or 2, yet you have an entire sack filled. Surely hundreds. Staring at the sack of mantis shrimp, Sue's father was so astonished that his cigarette nearly slipped from his mouth. The others were equally taken aback. The blood eels alone were valuable. Yet these 3 youngsters had also managed to procure such an abundance of zebra mantis shrimp. What a remarkable haul. Qiming's uncle had initially intended to reprimand Qiming and his friends, but the unfolding events defied his expectations. Gazing at the sizable zebra mantis shrimp, he found it difficult to tear his eyes away. After the family division, he was left wondering how Qiming had struck such fortuitous luck. Glancing around, he lost interest and left in silence. Make way. We're not done yet. There are still hundreds of turtle eggs. Turtle eggs. Such a treasure. Ming, could you sell me a few? Yes, please sell us some. Just a few for me. Upon hearing the mention of turtle eggs, the older men in their 30s and 40s had their eyes gleaming with excitement, sparkling like cat's eye gems. Even Qiming's uncle, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of temptation and glanced over. Qiming was taken aback by the immense popularity of turtle eggs in this region. After all, with their ability to nourish and invigorate, which man could resist their allure? Much like oysters and leeks, anything touted as beneficial for one's health tends to attract a throng of eager admirers. Zhao Dainiu had initially intended to reprimand Zhao San, but upon witnessing the unceasing smile on Zhao San's face as he eagerly gathered turtle eggs, the words of admonishment lodged in his throat, unuttered. Similarly, Ho Qin and Zhang Dehai's mother observed the 3 men, perspiration dripping from their brows as they busied themselves. Qiming, efficiently securing the ropes and anchoring the boat, called out to them, suggesting that since they had amassed such a bountiful harvest of turtle eggs that they could not possibly consume, they should each take some home. He then gathered over 20 turtle eggs for each family, carefully arranging them into 3 separate piles. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Qiming addressed Zhao Dainiu and Zhang Dehai's mother, urging them to come forward and collect their share. Momentarily stunned, Zhao Dainiu and the others were genuinely touched by Qiming's generosity. It was worth noting that a single turtle egg could fetch several dimes in the market. The pile before them represented a sum that could equate to 4 or 5 days' wages for an ordinary laborer. Zhao Dainiu, who relished turtle eggs, was particularly pleased, knowing that his arduous job on the train left him in need of replenishment. He stepped forward, cradling the turtle eggs close to his chest, casting a glance at his wife as he said, "Tonight, I shall indulge a bit more. I intend to impress." Ho Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a disapproving look in front of so many people. "How can you say such things? What is there to be ashamed of?" Zhao Dainiu replied, his spirits soaring. These turtle eggs were a rare find, often unattainable, even with money. Despite the hundreds of turtle eggs before them, he knew they would soon be snatched up by eager buyers. Watching Su Qiming, accompanied by Zhang Dehai and Zhao San, carry their catch into Wu Yuyi's collection point, Zhao Dainiu mused, "You see, this boy is different. He possesses the gift of gab and understands the nuances of human interaction. Look at Zhao San following a Ming. See the vigor in her demeanor. Such vitality is a rarity when we are at home." Although Ho Qing had initially intended to voice her concerns, she found herself in agreement with Zhao Dainiu, unable to utter a word of reproach. Observing Zhao San's industriousness, she felt a sense of pride and said, "Let her continue working with a Ming. Perhaps the three of them will carve out a path for themselves. Even if they do not achieve much, being with a Ming is beneficial. At the very least, they will broaden their horizons. I was too hasty in my judgments yesterday." Meanwhile, Wu Yuyi, busy at the collection point, was astonished to see Su Qiming and his companions arrive with such a remarkable haul. Especially after seeing those barrels filled with blood eels and the zebra shrimp within, he could hardly concern himself with haggling over a few cents with the women nearby. He swiftly handed them the money, declaring, "Is this acceptable? This is the price. There is no need for further discussion, as I have a substantial business deal to attend to." With that, he hurried over to Su Qiming, lifting a zebra shrimp and exclaiming, "Such a large zebra shrimp, still laden with roe. I haven't encountered one of this size in a year. Where did you all procure these? Wasn't there a typhoon just yesterday that drove all the zebra shrimp from the beach? We must be quite fortunate." So Qiming chuckled softly. "Uncle Wu, how should we price this zebra shrimp?" Wu Yi, brimming with joy, gazed at the shrimp and replied, "For the smaller ones, we will charge by